In the sweltering heat of August, the incessant sound of cicadas mingles with the blaring horns, echoing through the bustling streets. The scorching sun scorches the gray-brown asphalt, causing the heat to shimmer, making the entire thoroughfare appear distorted. Beneath the scant shade of a few trees by the roadside, a group of young individuals huddle together, cigarettes in hand, waiting for the traffic light. Suddenly, one of the youths, enveloped in smoke, seems to have noticed something, exclaiming softly as his gaze fixates on a corner of the street. "Arno, what are you looking at?" One of his companions inquires. Arno, lost in thought, stares blankly at the street corner before finally speaking. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His companion pauses, contemplating for a moment before replying slowly. "Generally, blind people have someone to guide them or are accompanied by guide dogs. In more modern cities, there are auditory signals at traffic lights. If all else fails, perhaps they can rely on sound and a white cane to inch forward." Arno shakes his head. "But what if there's no one to watch over them? No guide dog, no auditory signals, and they even use their cane to carry peanut oil? Do you think you're amusing?" His companion rolls his eyes, following Arno's gaze, only to be rooted to the spot in astonishment. Across the street stands a boy clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes wrapped in layers of thick black satin, completely blocking out all light. In his left hand, he clutches a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand grips a guide, cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a yoke. At the end of the cane, a large bucket of golden peanut oil glimmers in the sunlight. With his eyes blindfolded, a cane on his shoulder, vegetables in one hand, and oil in the other. This absurd scene immediately captivates the attention of a throng of onlookers. "Hey, look, that person is so strange. With so much cloth over his eyes, can he really see the road? Didn't you notice the guide, cane in his hand? He's obviously blind. What age are we in? Blind people usually wear sunglasses who would wrap their eyes in satin in this heat. Aren't they worried about overheating?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walk without a cane, instead using it to carry things?" Today's youth really know how to have fun. Amidst the summer cicadas, the whispers of the passers-by cannot be drowned out. They curiously eye the boy, quietly debating whether he is genuinely blind or pretending, while eagerly watching the flickering red light. At that moment, a melodic voice chimes from beside the boy. "Brother, let me help you cross the road." It is a young girl in a school uniform, around 12 or 13 years old, beads of perspiration glistening on her cheeks, her big, dark eyes filled with concern for the boy. Innocent and straightforward. The boy is momentarily taken aback, turning his head towards the girl, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Okay, he shifts the bag of vegetables to his right hand, wipes his brow with his left sleeve, and gently clasps the girl's small hand. With a click, the green light illuminates. The young boy stepped forward, walking alongside the little girl towards the opposite side of the road. The girl appeared quite anxious, glancing nervously from side to side, her steps cautious and timid. In contrast, the boy walked with a steady gait. To the onlookers, this scene did not resemble a kind-hearted girl guiding a blind person across the street. Rather, it seemed like an older brother escorting a younger sibling. The road was narrow, and within mere seconds, the two reached the other side. The boy expressed his gratitude to the girl with a simple thank you before turning away and heading towards a secluded alley. "He's not blind," Arno confidently remarked upon witnessing the scene. "He must be able to see," one of the younger individuals behind Arno, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, suddenly had a moment of clarity. "I get it. He's cosplaying as a blind monk." A sharp slap landed squarely on the back of his head. Arno grumbled, "Idiot. Always playing games. Who has the time to cosplay as a blind monk on a busy street? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" After a brief pause, Arno muttered, "Besides, the blind monk's eye covering is red. His cosplay doesn't even resemble that." "Arno, you're just as bad as me to be quiet though." While the two were bickering, the young man who had been silent observed the boy's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Arno noticed his gaze. "That I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed." The young man nodded. "When my cousin was still in elementary school, I heard that a student from his school had an accident, which resulted in vision problems. He had to cover his eyes with black satin, and there were rumors of mental health issues." "Mental issues?" Arno was taken aback, reflecting on the earlier encounter. "He seemed fine to me. That was 10 years ago. Perhaps he has since recovered." However, the incident caused quite a stir at the time. Within a few days, that student dropped out and was said to have transferred to a special school for the visually impaired. At that moment, another individual eagerly interjected, "By the way, what exactly happened? What kind of accident could cause blindness and mental issues? Was it something supernatural? I don't know." He paused before continuing, "But I heard it was something even more outrageous. What a tragic fate." Arno sighed. "What's his name?" "I think it was Lin." "Lin. Lin Xia." As the evening glow painted the sky, Lin Xia pushed open the door. Almost instantly, the savory aroma of cooking wafted from within, filling his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and stepped inside, carrying his belongings. Creak! The old door emitted a piercing squeak, overshadowing the sounds of sizzling from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing Lin Xia laden with bags, she gasped and hurried over. "Xiao Qi, why did you bring back so many things at once again?" The woman wiped her hands on her apron and quickly took the items from Lin Xia, chattering incessantly. "Such a large barrel of peanut oil? Child, are you misusing the government's subsidies again?" "Aunt, the subsidies provided for the disabled are intended for living expenses, and using them to purchase oil is merely a practical application," Lin Xia replied with a smile. "Nonsense. That money is meant for your university education. It cannot be squandered. I must tell you, Aunt's earnings are sufficient to support the three of us. Do not recklessly spend your own money." Aunt gently wiped the oil barrel with her hand, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow as she murmured, "Such a large barrel of oil, and of a reputable brand. It must have cost quite a bit, right?" Before Lin Xie could respond, Aunt suddenly realized something. "Wait, how did you bring all these things back?" "Oh, I encountered a few kind-hearted individuals on the way who helped me carry them back," Lin Xie replied calmly. "Good, good. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you remember to thank them properly?" "I did." Lin Xie deftly shifted the topic. "Aunt, where is Jean?" "He's on the balcony doing his homework. By the way, the doctor from the psychiatric hospital is here for the routine checkup this year. He's resting in the room. You should go see him while Aunt prepares dinner. I'll call you both when it's ready." Lin Xie paused momentarily, responding with an "oh" before turning toward the bedroom. "Hello, I am Dr. Li from the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital." Upon Lin Xie entering, the young man seated on a small stool in the bedroom stood up and spoke gently, his face adorned with large black-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly gentility. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Wasn't it Dr. Han who came before?" "Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year." "D.R.L.," I replied with a smile, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Xie nodded slightly, responding with an "O." "Indeed, Dr. Han was considerably older and exceptionally skilled. His ascent to deputy director was not surprising, and it was only natural for a younger doctor to conduct regular checkups." As Lin Xie took a seat, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical records from his bag. "I apologize as I'm new here. I'm not yet familiar with your case. Let me take a moment to understand," Dr. Li said, a note of regret in his voice. Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement. "Your name is Lin Xie?" "Yes." "And you're 17 years old?" "Correct." The medical records state that you became blind 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to certain issues?" "Yes." "Dr.L. I pondered for a moment. Have you changed your name?" "No, why do you ask?" Lin Xie was taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "Cough. It seems I overthought it." He pointed to the age on the medical record and then to the phrase 10 years ago. "You see, you became blind 10 years ago, at the age of 7, and your name happens to be Lin Xie, so I assumed you might have changed your name after losing your sight." Lin Xie remained silent for a long while, shaking his head as he spoke. "No, I have never changed my name. My parents bestowed upon me the name Lin Xie even before my birth." "That is indeed quite." "Ahem, Dr. Li began, only to realize midway that his words might be deemed impolite, promptly sealing his lips. "Quite fortuitous," Lin Xie responded nonchalantly. "Indeed, quite fortuitous." Dr. Li felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet he swiftly redirected the conversation. "Well, that the medical records do not seem to elaborate on the incident that led to your blindness and mental instability. If you would be so kind, could you share the details with me?" Before Lin Xie could respond, Dr. Li hastily added, "I do not wish to offend you. Understanding my patients better enables me to provide them with superior care. Of course, if you prefer not to disclose anything, I shall not press the matter." Lin Xie sat quietly, his eyes concealed beneath a black ribbon, seemingly fixed upon Dr. Li. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. There is nothing that cannot be shared, only you may find it hard to believe, and you might even have me readmitted to a psychiatric facility. No, no, no. Let's not define our relationship merely as that of doctor and patient. This is merely a casual conversation between friends, and it shall not reach that point, Dr. Li replied, half jokingly. Even if you were to tell me that you were pulled into a furnace by the Supreme Old Lord, I would believe you. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. As a child, I was fascinated by astronomy. And then, that night, I lay on the eaves of my childhood home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? A moon rabbit, perhaps? Dr. Li chuckled. Lin Xia shook his head, and his next words caused Dr. Li's smile to freeze upon his face. No, I saw an angel, Lin Xia stated earnestly, gesturing with his hands before him. An angel enveloped in golden light, bearing 6 white wings, a seraph. The room fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, Dr. Li regained his composure. The seraph? Yes. What is it doing? Nothing at all, Lin Xia replied. It resembles a golden statue, sitting in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at Earth, as if in vigil. Dr. Li rubbed the corners of his eyes and spoke with a hint of exasperation. Xia, do you know how far the moon is from Earth? Approximately 400,000 kilometers. Lin Xia stated calmly. 400,000 kilometers, Dr. Li repeated. Even with the most advanced telescopes, one can barely discern the surface of the moon. Yet, at the age of 7, you simply lay beneath the eaves of your home and saw an angel on the moon with your naked eye? It was not I who saw him, Lin Xia murmured. He saw me. I merely looked up, and my eyes felt as if they were being pulled through space to meet his gaze. So, you mean he compelled you? I suppose so. How else could I have seen the lunar surface? I do not possess the ability of clairvoyance. But if there truly exists an angel on the moon, why has no human ever discovered it in all these years? I do not know, Lin Xia shook his head. Perhaps that seraph does not wish to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly understand the moon? Lin Xia spoke earnestly, so sincerely that Dr. Li was tempted to call for a car to take him back to the psychiatric hospital. After all, Dr. Li was a specialist in mental disorders, having encountered a myriad of psychiatric conditions throughout his career. He had concluded a pattern. The more serious the delusion, the more rationally it was presented. In your eyes? What happened? Lin Xia extended his hand, gently rubbing the black satin over his eyes. His voice held no trace of emotional fluctuation. That day, I locked eyes with him for an instant, and then I went blind. Dr. Li opened his mouth, glanced at the patient file in his hands, and fell into silence. In the section detailing the cause of blindness, only 4 words were inscribed: cause unknown. What truly transpired all those years ago? Could it be, as Lin Xia claimed, that he beheld the seraph on the moon? Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden blindness? This notion flickered in Dr. Li's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. How close he had come to being led astray by a psychiatric patient. He could almost picture the expressions of the doctors 10 years ago when young Lin Xia, having lost his sight, recounted his experience. It was no wonder the child had been forcibly retained in the hospital. Regardless of how one looked at it, his words were those of a person suffering from delusions. Such individuals were not uncommon in the institution. There were those who claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, hanging on the horizontal bar in a daze. Others who believed themselves to be coat racks, standing immobile in their rooms all night, and even one patient, a 40-year-old greasy man, who would sneakily grope others, believing everyone resembled her husband. What you speak of are matters of the past. What of the present? How do you perceive the situation now? Dr. Li adjusted his demeanor and continued with the examination process. It is all mere delusion. Lin Xia spoke calmly, recounting, that day, I accidentally tumbled down from the eaves, and my head struck the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a nerve was injured, leading to my blindness. He had uttered this line countless times. With a practiced and composed demeanor, Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, jotting something down in the medical records, and then engaged Lin Xia in casual conversation. After approximately 20 minutes, he glanced at the time, smiled, and rose to his feet. Well, we'll conclude the examination here. Your condition has improved significantly. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well, Dr. Li encouraged, shaking Lin Xia's hand. Lin Xia smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Hey, Dr. Li, why not stay for a meal? His aunt warmly urged as she noticed him preparing to leave. Thank you, but I have another patient to attend to. So I want tea and pose, Dr. Li replied politely, bidding farewell to Lin Xia's aunt before exiting. The moment the door closed, Lin Xia's smile vanished as if it had never existed. Is this a delusion? He murmured to himself. Brother, it's time to eat. His cousin, Yang Jin, emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Yang Jin was 4 years younger than Lin Xia, just starting middle school. Since Lin Xia's parents had gone missing and he moved in with his aunt, the two had grown up together, their bond closer than that of siblings. I'm coming, Lin Xia responded. As he settled at the cramped dining table, a surge of warmth emanated from beneath the table. He paused for a moment. Then a smile crept onto his lips. His cousin Yang Jin glanced under the table and teasingly scolded. Look at you, little black rascal. Usually so sluggish. But you come rushing at meal times. A small black dog poked its head out from beneath the table, its tongue lolling out as it panted. Approaching Lin Xia and affectionately licking his feet. 3 people and 1 dog, that was a family. Simple, challenging, yet inexplicably comforting. It had been this way for 10 years. Lin Xia patted the dog's head, taking a small piece of meat from the meager offerings on the plate and placing it in Yang Jin's bowl. Give it a bone to gnaw on. Yang Jin accepted without hesitation. Their brotherly bond rendered further words unnecessary. However, he was concerned about something else. Brother, is your eyesight really getting better? Lin Xia smiled gently. Yes, I can see now, but I still struggle with bright light. This black cloth needs to stay on for a few more days. What few days? Little 7, your eyes are too important. Even if you can see now, don't rush to remove the cloth. If the sunlight harms you again, it would be such a pity. Let us take it slow and keep it on a bit longer. His aunt hurriedly advised. I understand, aunt. By the way, brother, I saved up some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you in a bit. Yang Jin exclaimed excitedly, as if recalling something. Lin Xia shook his head with a smile. Ah, Jin, while sunglasses can block light, they are far less effective than this cloth. I can't wear them just yet. All right, Yang Jin replied, somewhat disappointed. But once my eyes are completely healed, I'll wear them every day while shopping, and I'll buy you a pair too, so we can match. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jin's gaze brightened once more, and he let out a heavy acknowledgement. Ah, Xiaoqi, your transfer has been arranged by your aunt. Once this semester commences, you will transition from the special school to a regular high school. His aunt seemed to recall something and spoke up. However, have you truly considered this? Ordinary high schools and special institutions differ greatly, given your circumstances. What if? There's no need for what ifs, aunt, Lin Xia interjected. My eyesight has improved, and in order to secure admission to a reputable university, I must compete on equal footing with others. My dear child, even if you do not gain entry to a prestigious university, it matters not. I shall always support you. Brother, I can support you too. Lin Xia's body quivered slightly. His eyes, concealed beneath the black silk, revealed an indiscernible expression. He pressed his lips together, then formed a smile, shaking his head resolutely. Though he remained silent, both Yang Jin and his aunt sensed his unwavering determination. Even the small black dog at his feet nudged Lin Xia's ankle. Woof! Upon returning to his room, Lin Xia closed the door. He refrained from turning on the light. It was already late at night, and the scattered starlight outside cast gentle glimmers upon the ground. In the dimness of the room, Lin Xia sat before his desk, slowly removing the black silk from his eyes. In the mirror atop the desk, a strikingly handsome young face was reflected. Lin Xia possessed remarkable features. If he were to remove the blindfold and perhaps tidy himself up a bit, coupled with an inexplicable air of aloofness and depth, he would undoubtedly be the most attractive boy in school. Unfortunately, his prolonged disguise and the stigma of his disability completely obscured his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Xia's eyes remained closed. His brows knitted slightly, and the eyelids covering his eyes trembled, as if he were striving to open them. His hands clenched into fists, exerting tremendous effort. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for an extended period, but ultimately, he could endure no longer, collapsing into a state of exhaustion, breathing heavily. A few beads of sweat traced down Lin Xia's cheeks, and a surge of anger flickered between his brows. So close, yet so far. Why is it that every time it is just a fraction short? When would he be able to open his eyes once more and gaze upon this world? He claimed he could see now, yet he had lied. His eyes were utterly incapable of opening, not even a sliver. Yet, he had not lied, for even with his eyes shut, he could vividly perceive everything around him. This sensation was wondrous, akin to possessing eyes all over his body, enabling an all-encompassing awareness of his surroundings. Clearer and more distant than before. Initially, he was unable to do this. During the first 5 years of his blindness, he was no different from other true blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the guiding cane to navigate the world. However, inexplicably, 5 years ago, his eyes seemed to undergo a transformation, allowing him to begin to sense his surroundings. At first, it was merely a few centimeters ahead, but as time progressed, his vision extended further and clearer. Now, 5 years later, he could perceive a range of up to 10 meters. If a normal person could only see 10 meters, their vision would be deemed nearly useless. Yet for a boy who has once lost the gift of sight, those 10 meters signify everything. The crucial aspect is that his perception of these 10 meters disregards any obstacles. In other words, within the radius of 10 meters surrounding Xia, he possesses an absolute field of vision. To put it bluntly, he can see through things. To elevate it, he perceives every speck of dust drifting through the air, discerns each component within a machine, and observes every subtle movement of a magician beneath a table. This extraordinary ability seems to stem from the eyes that have been shrouded in darkness for a decade beneath that black satin. Despite this almost supernatural power, Xia remains unsatisfied. While having an absolute view of 10 meters is splendid, he yearns to personally behold the world with his own eyes. This is the unwavering determination of a youth. Although he failed to open his eyes today, he can distinctly feel that the moment of true sight is not far off. After his morning routine, Xia, as per usual, retired to bed early. His years of living in blindness have not been entirely devoid of benefits. At the very least, he has cultivated the commendable habit of going to bed early. Yet, as he lay on his bed, an image instinctively resurfaced in his mind. Beneath the dark celestial dome, on the desolate surface of the moon, the grayish terrain reflected the dim starlight. At the center of the largest lunar crater stood a figure reminiscent of a statue. This figure stood there silently, as if it had existed since time immemorial, radiating a sacred golden light, a majesty powerful enough to compel all beings to prostrate themselves. Behind it, 6 exaggeratedly large wings unfurled, casting a significant shadow on the silver-gray ground as they obscured the sunlight streaming from behind. What truly lingered indelibly in Xia's mind were its eyes. Those eyes, filled with divine authority and burning like a furnace, were dazzling. Akin to the sun at close range. He glimpsed those eyes, and in an instant, his world was enveloped in darkness. 10 years prior, he had spoken of the truth, only to be diagnosed as mentally ill. Yet deep within, he knew what was real and what was mere delusion. Ever since he had encountered the seraph on the moon, he understood that this world was far from simple. Gradually, Xia succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he drifted into dreamland. 2 brilliant golden rays shot from the crevices of his closed eyes in the darkened room, fleetingly illuminating the space. In the misty realm, Xia walked alone. The surrounding fog swirled, seemingly endless. Although he traversed through the void, each step he took resonated with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath his feet. Xia cast a glance at his own body and sighed. Yet again, this dream knocked at his door every night. It was exhausting. Very well, he thought, shaking his head in resignation as he stepped forward. In the next moment, the mist around him receded, revealing an oddly styled modern building before Xia. To describe it as bizarre is to acknowledge that, while it is undeniably a structure of modern architectural design, it is infused with an air of mystery in its intricate details. For instance, the grand iron gate adorned with celestial carvings, the electric lights resembling flaming orbs, and the ethereal pattern tiles underfoot create a fusion of contemporary architecture and elements reminiscent of ancient mythological temples, an amalgamation that is both disjointed and yet possesses an ineffable allure. This architectural marvel is familiar to Xia, evoking memories of the Sunshine Asylum where he resided for a year. The most compelling evidence lies in the transformation of the sign that once boldly declared Sunshine Asylum at the entrance, now replaced with the words Asylum of the Gods. It is a place shrouded in enigma. Shaking his head, Xia stepped forward, approaching the imposing iron gate. 5 years ago, not only did his body begin to undergo transformation, but his dreams also took a turn. For the past 5 years, he has dreamt of the same enigmatic asylum every night. Yet, the entrance to this asylum remained steadfastly closed, impervious to any attempts at opening it. Xia circled the asylum countless times. The sole entry was that grand iron gate, and although the surrounding walls were not particularly tall, They exhibited an absurdity. Every time he leaped, the height of the walls seemed to increase. Even if he were to expend all his strength, the gate would remain immovable. It seemed there was but one method to gain entry: knocking. Grasping the circular knocker on the gate, Lin Xia inhaled deeply and struck the surface with a resounding thud. The sound resonated throughout the asylum, akin to the tolling of an ancient bell. The gate trembled slightly, but did not yield. Again, he struck. Again, the gate remained shut. Lin Xia appeared unfazed, exhibiting remarkable patience as he continued to knock. Over the past 5 years, he had come to understand the rules of this dream. Aside from knocking, no other means could open the gate, and within this dreamscape, he seemed incapable of undertaking any other action. Fortunately, within the realm of dreams, fatigue eluded him. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, he persisted like a diligent laborer, resolutely knocking throughout the night. A week later, at Sangnan 6th High School. Hey, look, is that person from our school? Why is there a cloth over their eyes? Dressed in our school uniform, they must be one of us. They're holding a white cane. Looks like they're blind. Strange, I've never seen them before. They must be a new freshman, right? Honestly, they look rather striking with those black cloth wraps around their eyes. But how can a blind person attend classes? I don't think our school has any special programs. Who knows? As anticipated, the moment Lin Xia stepped through the school gates, a wave of curious glances followed him. However, having endured such scrutiny countless times before, he traversed the maple leaf avenue of the school with an air of indifference, making his way toward the teaching building. As it happens, Lin Xia had adequately prepared himself to confront any potential troublemakers before his arrival, for in many mindless, exhilarating tales, it is inevitable that a few so-called school bullies would emerge, ready to mock him and set the stage for future confrontations. However, such instigators did not materialize. Instead, numerous students approached him, inquiring if he required assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Xia feeling inexplicably disheartened. It is understandable, as these are modern students who have all undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could there be so many oblivious troublemakers? Moreover, even if there were such small factions, they now value camaraderie and loyalty, often helping their peers resolve issues and express their sentiments. However, to bully a disabled individual would result in severe backlash, leading to their utter disgrace the very next day. Ascending the stairs, Lin Xia swiftly located his classroom, Class 2 of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school for his first year, he was now a transfer student, positioned as a newcomer. From the majority of films and novels, transfer students are often depicted as neglected, isolated, and emblematic of tragedy. After a year in the first grade, various cliques have already formed, and without proactive engagement, it is challenging to genuinely integrate into the class. Lin Xia was acutely aware that he was not the type to take the initiative. Even if he had mingled with them during his first year, his aloof demeanor would likely have left him alone even now. Yet, solitude was not without its merits. Lin Xia relished this feeling of being undisturbed, allowing him to cultivate inner peace and focus on his studies. Should he be compelled to forge connections with others, he would likely resist. Standing at the threshold of his classroom, Lin Xia inhaled deeply, steadying his resolve before stepping inside. The moment he entered, the previously boisterous chatter abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as Lin Xia prepared to speak, the class erupted in a cacophony. You must be Lin Xia. Your seat is already prepared for you, right there. Lin Xia, can you not see? Allow me to guide you. Hey, slow down. There are many things in the aisle. You, quickly put your backpack away. Before Lin Xia could fully comprehend the situation, several students had approached him, gingerly ushering him toward his designated seat, while a tall boy effortlessly took Lin Xia's backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Amidst this throng, Lin Xia safely arrived at his seat. Lin Xia, this is not quite what I had envisioned. Lin Xia, I'm the class monitor, Jiang Qian. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me, announced a girl with a ponytail, patting her chest confidently. I'm Li Yifei. If you're heading to lunch, just call me, and I'll take you. The boy who had assisted with his bag grinned. And I'm Wang Xiao, chimed in another voice. A multitude of students gathered around him, warmly extending their greetings. For a moment, Lin Xia found himself rather bewildered. To be honest, this was far from what he had anticipated. You all know me. Lin Xia's expression was one of perplexity. Our homeroom teacher has informed us about you. Class leader Jiang Qian responded. Yet what left the most profound impression on us was your aunt. That day, She stood here with a basket of eggs, distributing them one by one to us, pleading that we take care of you. In Lin Xia's mind, it was as if a thunderclap had echoed, leaving him momentarily rooted to the spot. The subsequent chatter of his classmates faded into oblivion. He was entranced by the classroom, his thoughts involuntarily conjuring the image of that stooped middle-aged woman, holding a basket of freshly boiled eggs, earnestly beseeching the classmates. Dear students, please lend a hand. My nephew has poor eyesight and a cold demeanor. I hope you will look after him. Little girl, you are truly lovely. My nephew is quite handsome as well. I am certain you will take a liking to him. This child, Xia, may seem aloof, yet he is warm-hearted. Once you become familiar with him, you will surely get along splendidly. Unbeknownst to him, the black ribbon had begun to dampen slightly. And, he murmured to himself. Just as the lively chatter filled the room, a female teacher entered, clutching a stack of books. Upon spotting Lin Xia in the front row, she offered a few words of comfort before briefly introducing herself and commencing the lesson. Please turn to page 91. Today we shall discuss the history and challenges of the modern Great Xia. It seemed that the presence of Lin Xia prompted the teacher to bypass the preliminary reading and delve directly into the textbook's content. A century ago, the Earth was home to over 200 nations scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with distinctive customs and cultures. Even in that era of limited technological advancement, we could still traverse the seas to experience the rich tapestry of cultural exchanges. However, on the 9th of March, a mysterious fog suddenly materialized in Antarctica, spreading at an astonishing speed and engulfing nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours. The towering skyscrapers built by humanity, the ancient primordial forests, and the unfathomable oceans, all were cloaked in this fog, leaving countless nations lost within its embrace, their fates unknown. Yet, just as this unfathomable mist was about to invade the territory of Great Xia, it inexplicably halted. No one knew the reason for this bizarre cessation. It simply did. Over the course of a century, numerous theories and speculations emerged. Some claimed that this fog was, in fact, a living organism that, having consumed 98% of the Earth, had simply become satiated and paused near Great Xia. Others suggested that the unique magnetic field of Great Xia's location obstructed the fog's advance. Still, others believed that it was the accumulated essence of 5,000 years of our civilization that provided protection to this land. The composition of this fog surpassed human comprehension. Neither light, sound, electromagnetic waves, nor any other detection methods could penetrate it. No one knew whether the other nations, consumed a century ago, still existed beyond this veil of mist. Experts speculate that the likelihood of survival for those trapped within the fog is exceedingly low, as exposure, whether through inhalation or skin contact, is invariably fatal. Over the past century, our nation has dispatched countless well-equipped exploration teams into the mists, yet none have returned. 50 years ago, the successful launch of our first satellite revealed through images transmitted from space that the Earth had transformed into a monochromatic gray, leaving only the Great Xia as an oasis of purity. Presently, Great Xia resembles an isolated island on this planet, and we may very well be its last survivors. Consequently, the day the mists first appeared, March 9th each year, is commemorated as Survival Day. As the moon hung bright and the stars twinkled faintly, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and clusters of students emerged from their classrooms, laughing and chatting as they ventured into the night. After a day of trials, this moment perhaps marked their most relaxed time. With no assignments to complete, no teachers to contend with, and surrounded by a few close friends, the prospect of returning home, taking a warm shower, and comfortably climbing into bed seemed delightful. Amidst this scattered throng, a large group of over 10 individuals emerged, moving steadily and purposefully toward the school gates. At their center, a youth ensconced in black satin resembled a dumpling tightly wrapped in its filling. This formidable assembly instantly captured the attention of all nearby students. In truth, I could have walked back alone, Lin Xia remarked with a slight twitch of his lips, a hint of resignation in his voice. I can see, but my eyes are not accustomed to the light. No need to say more, Lin Xia, Jiang Qian interjected, her tone resolute. We promised your aunt we would take good care of you, and we shall keep that promise. Indeed, Xia, our homes lie in the same direction. It is merely a matter of convenience, another added. I too am on the same path, Lin Xia replied. Truth be told, he wished he were the solitary one. For having lingered in darkness for so long, He found discomfort in the excess of concern from others. It felt rather awkward. Of course, his aunt and Yang Jin did not count, as they were family. Yet, given their good intentions, he felt it inappropriate to voice his discomfort. And so he resignedly followed the crowd onward. "I have to turn right at the intersection ahead, but I can accompany you for a while longer," he said. "I'll take my leave here. Until tomorrow. See you tomorrow." As they distanced themselves from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Xia gradually bid their farewells. And within a few minutes, only 5 remained by his side. The once boisterous atmosphere quieted, and the space around them opened up, allowing Lin Xia to exhale deeply. "Do you think the mists will truly awaken again and engulf Great Xia?" Li Yifei inquired curiously, adjusting the strap of his backpack. "Didn't you hear what those experts said? The probability of the mists reawakening is minimal, perhaps it won't change for the next century. As for what happens a century from now, we won't even be around to care, so why worry?" Jiang Qian rolled her eyes. "Oh, you know as well as I do that what those so-called experts say is often the least reliable. What if we finally get into university, only to have the mists swallow up Great Xia before we even get to enjoy life? Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? So, is this the reason you're merely coasting through life and not focusing on your studies?" Jiang Qian stepped before Li Yifei and stated with earnestness, "I must remind you that Teacher Wang has already mentioned that if you place last in this exam again, you shall have to move your desk to the side of the podium." "Understood, understood," Li Yifei replied with an awkward smile. "However, I truly do not believe that the mist can revive." Wang Xiao, who had been walking at the forefront, suddenly interjected, "Ultimately, the mist is merely a natural phenomenon. Once it reaches a certain critical point, it will gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age. When glaciers blanket the earth, they will slowly recede as temperatures rise, ushering in a new era. I am aware of what you are referring to. It seems to be called the theory of natural disasters, which is currently quite accepted." Jiang Qian nodded. "But what if this mist is not a natural phenomenon?" At that moment, Lin Xia, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Wang Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled. "Xia, you don't truly believe those so-called theologians, do you? That the mist is related to supernatural forces? It is the 21st century. We must trust in science. There aren't so many supernatural entities in the world." A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Lin Xia remained silent. He understood better than anyone whether there existed entities beyond science, but he felt no need to share such thoughts with outsiders. Li Yifei muttered softly, "I actually think that if such things did exist, the world would be far more interesting. Why waste time on such futile discussions? These matters are hardly our concern. Rather than getting entangled in whether the mist will revive, it would be more practical to catch up on sleep during the 3-day break after the survival day." Jiang Qian laughed. "Indeed, the holiday is the most tangible." At that moment, in the old district of Changnan City, a man ambled down a desolate and dimly lit street, carrying a signboard nonchalantly. The antiquated streetlights cast a faint glow, elongating his shadow. He glanced at his phone and stopped at a narrow alleyway. "This is it," he murmured, placing down the signboard and adjusting it. Beneath the flickering streetlight, the shadow of the signboard intermittently flickered, and against the black backdrop, bold crimson letters stood out prominently, "No entry ahead." Leaning against the lamppost, the man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before activating his earpiece. "Captain, the 3rd signboard is in position. Received, commence." "Understood." The man, cigarette in mouth, approached the signboard, placed his thumb against his teeth, and bit down forcefully. A droplet of blood oozed from the wound, and he crouched down, using his bloodstained thumb to draw a long line across the bold letters declaring no entry ahead. His gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable force erupted from him as the center. He raised his eyes to the inky night sky, whispering in a voice only he could hear. "Forbidden ruins, void of no restraint." In the next instant, the crimson bloodstain on the signboard rapidly faded, as if absorbed, followed by a sudden flash of red light from the no entry ahead letters. They then gradually returned to their original form. The man plopped down onto the ground, releasing a long sigh, and voiced his complaints. "Damn it, I've been drained again." At that moment, if someone were to gaze down from the heavens upon Changnan City, they would observe 3 points of light flickering near the old district, which swiftly outlined a dark red equilateral triangle with these luminous points as its vertices. As the triangle took shape, half of the old district, shrouded in darkness, seemed to gradually vanish as if erased from a map. Yet, from the ground, the old district appeared unchanged. Simultaneously, at the heart of this triangle, 6 black and red cloaks dashed across the sky like bolts of lightning. The leading figure looked up at the dark red firmament, grasping the hilt of the sword at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. The cleansing operation of the ghost-masked individuals was about to commence. Outside the old district, a man who had just initiated the forbidden zone sat beside a signboard, glancing back at the eerily still portion of the old district, shaking his head in resignation as he pulled out his phone to play a casual game. "Brother, what are you doing sitting here playing on your phone in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of getting cold?" Shortly after, a passerby approached from across the street, chuckling at the sight. The man glanced up briefly before returning to his game, feeling idle and restless. The passerby laughed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to the man. The man waved his hand, responding seriously, "It's work time, I don't smoke." "Hey, you're squatting on the road playing on your phone, and that counts as work?" The passerby joked. "Well, all right then." The passerby shrugged and stood up, walking towards the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" The man suddenly inquired. "Home. You can't go back, at least not right now." The passerby raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "This road is currently closed. You can only return once it's open." The man pointed to the sign behind him. Following his gesture, the passerby noticed the inexplicable sign standing in the middle of the road and was about to say something when the glowing words "No entry" flickered and vanished. The passerby's expression turned blank. A few seconds later, he stiffly turned around and walked back along the path he had come, confusion evident in his eyes. The man seemed unfazed by this development. Just as he was about to continue his game, another voice crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongcheng." Upon hearing this, the man immediately sat upright, the leisure and drowsiness on his face replaced by an expression of absolute seriousness. "Yes, Captain, what has happened?" "There has been a problem. One of the ghost-masked individuals has been promoted to a ghost-masked king, and while we were encircling the others, he severely injured Hong Ying and escaped through the sewer out of the forbidden zone." "The ghost-masked king?" Zhao Kongcheng's expression changed. "Which direction did he flee?" "I'll intercept him." "No, Kongcheng, you're not skilled in combat. You won't be able to defeat the ghost-masked king. I will pursue him." Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. "Then what about me?" After the ghost-masked king escaped, 2 more ghost-masked individuals took the opportunity to flee into the sewer. The others are occupied with clearing the remaining ghost-masked individuals. "In which direction?" "Southeast." "Understood." In Zhao Kongcheng's eyes, a brilliant light flickered as he sprinted swiftly to the other end of the street, diving into a black van. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, the vehicle roared into the night. In the passenger seat lay a neatly folded black and red cloak alongside a sheathed straight blade. "All right, I will take this turn. I shall be off now," Wang Xiao announced, halting his steps and glancing back at the 4 individuals behind him. Just then, Li Yifei seemed to recall something suddenly and spoke up. "Wang Xiao, if I am not mistaken, your home is near the old district, correct?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Wang Xiao replied. "Oh, it's nothing. Just be cautious on your way back," Li Yifei warned. Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes. "If you have something to say, then say it outright. Don't leave it halfway. It makes one feel quite uneasy." After a moment of hesitation, Li Yifei continued. "I heard that the old district has not been peaceful lately. There's a serial killer on the loose." "A serial killer? Is that true?" Zhang Qian asked, skepticism evident in her voice. "Absolutely true," Li Yifei replied, glancing around and lowering his voice. "You may not be aware, but over the past few days, more than a dozen people have died in the old district." "More than a dozen? That's impossible. If there were such a disturbance, it would have been reported in the news." Wang Xiao shook his head. "Hey, it's not impossible. I tell you, there's something suspicious about this. Someone up top has suppressed the news. If my father didn't work at the police station, I would have remained oblivious to it." "Suspicious? What do you mean?" Li Yifei paused for a moment, lowering his voice even further. It said that the faces of the deceased were completely skinned, leaving only a bloody mass of flesh and protruding eyeballs. The methods employed were exceedingly brutal. A chill breeze swept through as those words were spoken, sending shivers down their spines. "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind? Why are you saying such things at night?" Zhang Qian's face turned ashen. Instinctively glancing around the eerily quiet street, her voice laced with anger. The area was already adjacent to the old district, a remote part of Songnan City. And with classes having just ended around 10, not a single passerby could be seen. The unsettling nature of Li Yifei's words only heightened their unease. Not only Zhang Qian, but even the 2 men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan felt a twinge of fear. Wang Xiao cast a glance at the narrow path he was about to take, suddenly feeling a pang of hesitation. If Li Yifei's words had merely instilled a sense of dread, Lin Xia's subsequent remark sent a jolt of terror through them all. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xia spoke softly. Are you certain these acts were committed by a human? Xia. Jiang Qian trembled slightly. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions turning peculiar as they regarded Lin Xia. Well, you with the prominent brows and bright eyes. Who would have thought you were the one hiding the deepest secrets? Li Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. You think so too? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Jiang Qian could no longer endure the conversation, pinching Li Yifei's arm sharply, causing him to yelp in pain. Let us refrain from telling ghost stories at this hour. I still need to get home. Li Yifei clutched his arm, grimacing in pain as he muttered softly to himself in a corner. Insisting that this was not some ghost story, Wang Xiao shrugged, dismissing the conversation with a wave, declaring his disbelief in such supernatural entities, and walked away. His figure gradually faded into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian shot Li Yifei a glare before taking a few steps forward, suddenly halting. She sniffed intently, her brow furrowing slightly as a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Turning to her companions, she inquired, Do you smell something foul? A foul smell? You mean that stench of something decaying? I don't smell anything, replied Lu Yuan. Before he could finish, both Lu Yuan and Li Yifei's expressions changed abruptly as they instinctively covered their noses, fear evident as they scanned their surroundings. Lin Xia was about to voice his thoughts when a nauseating odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of rotting flesh discarded in a cesspool, mingling with the stench of spoiled eggs. Just a whiff sent his stomach churning violently. It was the most repugnant scent Lin Xia had ever encountered. As for Jiang Qian, with her keen sense of smell, she immediately crouched down to retch. What on earth is that horrid smell? Li Yifei shouted through clenched teeth, pinching his nose. I don't know, Lin Xia replied, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed towards the alley from which Wang Xiao had departed. Judging by the direction of the stench, it seemed to originate from there. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, reverberating through the still night air. Wang Xiao! The trio exclaimed in unison, recognizing the familiar voice. They exchanged glances before racing towards the alley Wang Xiao had taken. Lin Xia remained rooted in place, frowning as he stared into the dimly lit path, a grave expression on his face. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. The outskirts of the old city, a deranged murderer, a bizarre stench, and now a scream. Something felt amiss. He hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts. After a moment's internal struggle, he let out a resigned sigh, ultimately grasping his walking stick and dashing towards the alley. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xia would have steered clear of such matters, fleeing in the opposite direction as far as possible. If someone was screaming, it was surely not a good sign. Not a good sign meant trouble, robbery, murder, or witnessing a crime scene. He wanted no part in any of it. His curiosity was not so robust that he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Nor did he possess an overflowing sympathy that would drive him to play the hero. Most importantly, he was not adept at fighting. What if his life were to be extinguished in the process? Yet, this situation felt different. Had they not escorted Lin Xia home, Wang Xiao might have taken another route or returned moments earlier, thereby avoiding this predicament entirely. He truly disliked meddling in others' affairs, but he loathed the idea of being indebted to anyone even more. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to investigate what had transpired, as a gesture of goodwill. If danger ensued, he could always flee. Lin Xia, his eyes covered, moved with remarkable speed. The closer he approached the source of the screams, the more furrowed his brow became. The foul stench grew increasingly potent. Ah! A second scream echoed from around the corner, this time a woman's voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Xia abruptly halted at the corner of the alley, his mental perception revealing the figures of Jiang Qian and her companions. Not far ahead, Jiang Qian lay crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she stared ahead, trembling uncontrollably. In front of her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like statues, their eyes fixed on the same direction, equally quaking with fear. Beyond that, Lin Xia could sense nothing. His eyes remained shut, rendering him unable to perceive the world visually. His mental awareness extended only 10 meters, creating an exceedingly awkward predicament. Within those 10 meters, he could discern everything, yet beyond that, he was akin to a true blind man. What had so terrified Jiang Qian and her companions? Though he could not see, his hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to clearly detect the rustling sounds nearby, reminiscent of something being voraciously gnawed upon, akin to a wild beast savoring a bone. What transpired? Lin Xia whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Jiang Qian seemed startled by his sudden appearance, frantically grasping at his clothing, her teeth chattering in fear. A monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Run! Lin Xia and Li Yifei shouted in unison, the moment the word escaped their lips. Lu Yuan, like a frenzied wild dog, whirled around and sprinted away. After colliding with Lin Xia's shoulder and stumbling, he swiftly regained his footing and raced onward, shouting, "Monster! Help! Someone please! Monster!" Lin Xia, taken aback by the sudden impact, stumbled but quickly steadied himself, only to hear a heavy thud in the distance. It sounded as if a grizzly bear were charging towards him. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in shock, and with a surge of adrenaline, she sprang to her feet, screaming as she fled. As for Li Yifei, he had already taken off the moment he uttered the word run, moving faster than Lu Yuan had when he pushed past Lin Xia. Had Lu Yuan not bumped into Lin Xia, he would have been far ahead by now. However, that brief moment of delay left Lin Xia trailing behind, much like Jiang Qian. At this juncture, it seemed everyone had forgotten Lin Xia's disability. Even those who had fervently promised to escort him home had completely abandoned him in their panic. Faced with such a gruesome and terrifying scene, fear consumed them all. As Lin Xia took a few steps forward, something intruded within his 10-meter range of mental perception. It resembled a person, yet simultaneously, it did not. To describe it as human is to acknowledge its limbs and head, yet to say it is not human is to recognize that it currently resembles a hyena, sprinting on all fours with a physique as robust as that of a grizzly bear. Most disturbingly, its head bore a grotesque visage, pale and contorted. Its elongated, blood-red tongue slithered like a serpent, extending half a meter from its mouth, twisting with unnerving agility. Lin Xia's complexion darkened instantly. Its speed was astonishing, in mere strides. It leapt from 10 meters away into his field of mental perception, rapidly closing the distance. He could already sense a fierce wind sweeping from behind. Beside him, Jiang Qian shared the same dreadful sensation, her face paling as fear and panic engulfed her heart. Stiffly, she turned her head, eager to gauge the creature's proximity. Surely, it must be far away. Do not look back. Lin Xia's voice rang out, but it was too late. Jiang Qian's pupils constricted sharply as the horrific visage of the creature nearly pressed against her own, and she could feel the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from it. Oh! A piercing scream echoed through the alley as she abruptly shut her eyes, instinctively reaching for her backpack to hurl it at the monstrous figure. She was utterly panicked. The backpack was no weapon, and she was no trained warrior. In such a life-and-death moment, the first to lose their composure would be doomed. The creature seized the backpack strap with a brutal grip, transferring its raw strength to Jiang Qian, who suddenly lost her balance and stumbled to the ground. A heavy shadow descended abruptly, crashing onto her, and in the next instant, blood stained the night crimson. Jiang Qian was dead. Lin Xia witnessed her demise in its entirety. The monster had descended from above, slicing through her neck with claws as effortlessly as cutting tofu, and then gleefully began to feast. Until her last moment. Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Lin Xia's mind registered every detail. His stomach churned, nearly prompting him to vomit. Despite having endured considerable hardships, his mind was far more mature than his peers, yet this gruesome scene was one he had never encountered before. Moreover, now was not the time to succumb to nausea. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia turned and sprinted toward the opposite end of the alley while the monster feasted on Jiang Qian's remains. The original escape route had been blocked by the creature, compelling him to reverse his course, heading toward the direction where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. The monster seemed more intrigued by the corpse, failing to pursue him, which allowed Lin Xia to breathe a slight sigh of relief. He had no idea what this creature truly was, but there was no doubt that it transcended the boundaries of humanity in the known animal kingdom. If one were to suggest it was a mutated anthropoid due to radiation, he might entertain the notion. Its size, strength, and speed were far beyond what any ordinary human could withstand. Yet, that was merely a possibility. In this fog-shrouded world, having witnessed the existence of seraphim firsthand, he does not believe that science is the sole truth in the universe. He harbors faith in the presence of the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Xia continually feels as though the visage of such a monster resonates from somewhere within his recollections. As he indulges in these errant thoughts, something else encroaches upon his mental perception, prompting Lin Xia to come to a sudden halt. His breath becomes increasingly labored. 10 meters ahead of him, the figure of the creature reemerges, and Lin Xia is certain that this is not the same one he encountered before. Though similarly grotesque in appearance, it is undeniably a different entity. The most evident proof lies in the fact that this creature cradles the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, continuing to feast upon it. At this moment, Wang Xiao's face has entirely vanished, reduced to a blurred mass of flesh, had it not been for the distinctiveness of his attire. Lin Xia might not have recognized him at all. This is the second creature, the very one that claimed Wang Xiao's life. Earlier, when he was with Jiang Qian and the others, he had not perceived the scene 10 meters away, instinctively believing there to be only one monster. In retrospect, he realizes how profoundly mistaken he was. The creature that had slain Jiang Qian demonstrated a preference for consuming corpses rather than pursuing the living. Otherwise, Lin Xia would not have escaped the scene. Yet, immediately following Wang Xiao's death, another creature had pursued Lin Xia and his companions. This can only imply that another monster was already partaking of Wang Xiao's remains. A narrow alleyway, two monsters, completely sealing off every possible escape route for Lin Xia. His complexion pales dramatically, and a long-forgotten emotion known as despair rises within his heart. Over the course of 17 years, he has only encountered true despair on 2 occasions. The first was a decade ago when he beheld those eyes upon the moon. The second is now. Before him, the creature, having devoured Wang Xiao's face, carelessly discards the body as though it were refuse, turning to gaze at Lin Xia, its blood-red tongue licking the remnants of blood from its lips. In that moment, Lin Xia feels an urge to curse. Why must misfortune befall him once more? As a child, he had glimpsed seraphim merely by climbing rooftops, only to tumble down and be misdiagnosed as deranged, spending a year in a mental institution. Now, just as he finally emerges from those tribulations, preparing to study diligently for the college entrance examination and embrace a new chapter in life, he encounters this grotesque creature. Others may go their entire lives without experiencing such an encounter, yet he has stumbled upon 2 in succession. It is utterly absurd. Under the weight of impending death, the pent-up frustration and indignation that have simmered within Lin Xia for years erupt like a volcano. This fervent rage burns brightly, compressing his fear into an ever smaller space. As an unidentifiable resolve surges forth from within him, he grips his cane tightly, confronting the poised monster, his chest heaving violently. In this moment, what stands before him is not merely a creature that has just consumed a human, but rather the embodiment of all the grievances and setbacks he has endured over the past decade. Even Ant and Yang Jin remain oblivious to the tempest of rage concealed within the heart of this tormented youth, suppressed for a decade. He is unwilling to accept his fate. Perhaps even he himself is unaware that beneath the tumultuous emotions, those eyes, shuttered for 10 long years, tremble violently, as if on the verge of awakening. Lo, the creature, gazing at the delicate Lin Xia, resembles a rogue captivated by beauty, letting out a piercing shriek before leaping into the air. Damn it, I fear you not. Lin Xia growls, brandishing his cane, charging towards the leaping monster. The distance between them rapidly diminishes. Just as the creature's claws are about to slice through Lin Xia's throat, he deftly sidesteps at the last moment, narrowly evading the deadly strike. However, despite his keen awareness of the monster's movements, his physical prowess falls short, and the claw grazes his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon is severed, whisked away by the swirling wind, lost to the world. With his eyes still closed, Lin Xia seizes the moment, unleashing a fierce shout as he thrusts his cane towards the creature's abdomen. Crack! A crisp sound reverberates, and Lin Xia feels his grip lighten, followed by an immense force from behind as the monster's tail lashes out, sending him sprawling to the ground. He rolls painfully but rises, sensing that his cane has splintered into 2 pieces. Designed for guiding the blind, the cane is not particularly sturdy, and in collision with the formidable creature, it proves inadequate. Curse it! He curses vehemently, hurling the broken piece of his cane to the ground in frustration. After finally seizing an opportunity, it has been rendered useless. The fracture of the cane ignites a powder keg of emotions within Lin Xia, and he stands there, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, leaving crimson trails in their wake. "I will not yield," he roars. In that moment of emotional upheaval, an extraordinary sensation surges forth, akin to the gentle caress of spring rain, a refreshing wave flowing from his heart to the stagnation in his mind. A gentle touch upon that barrier, and it shatters like fragile glass. Lin Xia feels a sun erupting within his being, an unprecedented heat enveloping him, his eyelids scorching as if under an intense blaze. Thus, naturally, he opens those eyes, closed for a decade, and what they behold as their final image is another pair of eyes, the eyes of the seraphim. In an instant, a brilliant beam of scorching light erupts from the alleyway at the edge of the old city, soaring into the heavens. At this moment, the night is as bright as day. How dazzling! What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? Impossible. No fire could be this radiant. Moreover, our city of Tsangnan lacks such towering structures. Hurry, capture this moment. Post it on social media. This soaring column of light is so blinding that half of Tsangnan's populace becomes aware of its presence, pedestrians halting in their tracks, buzzing with excitement as they speculate on the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon. Some claim it was an explosion, others suggest it was an optical experiment, while some speak of a divine manifestation. Yet, only a select few truly comprehend the significance of the luminous column's emergence. 2 minutes prior, in the desolate streets of the old town, a ripple in space stirred gently, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas enveloping the area. Moments later, 5 figures cloaked in black and crimson emerged from within. One of them scanned the surroundings, stepped forward, and picked up a forbidden sign lying on the ground, folding it away. Upon the removal of this sign, the once silent old town shattered like fragile bubbles, revealing its grim reality. Sinister blood stained the aged streets crimson, and scattered, grotesque remnants lay everywhere. Had Lin Xia witnessed this scene, he would have recognized the dismembered fragments as the very faces of the monstrous entities he had confronted, at least 34 of them. "The Void Collection has concluded," stated the figure holding the sign. "You may summon the logistics team to clean the battlefield." What of old Zhao? He has pursued the 2 fleeing ghost-faced beings. "It was our oversight," remarked a wounded woman, clutching her right shoulder, her demeanor somewhat listless. "Do not speak in such a manner, Hong Ying. None could have foreseen the presence of a ghost-faced king among that horde," consoled a nearby man. "Should the captain face the ghost-faced king alone, he ought to be fine." "Yes, certainly. Do not forget that the captain is a formidable warrior of the third realm. He will be unharmed." The man paused, silently hoping that the 2 escaped ghost-faced beings would not bring calamity upon innocent lives. Just as his words faded, a blazing column of light surged from another direction, illuminating half the sky. The 5 turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. That is, a forbidden realm has manifested. The energy fluctuation is utterly outrageous. This must be the work of a 5th realm boundless being, or perhaps even a 6th realm entity. How could such a powerful presence arise in the humble Tsangnan city? No, this does not resemble a human's forbidden realm. The man furrowed his brow. Hong Ying hesitated, then seemed to recall something. "Are you suggesting this resembles a divine forbidden realm? In other words, a divine realm?" At the mention of the divine, the group's expressions grew serious. "Which deity?" "Radiant, sacred, powerful, and imbued with the essence of creation. If my intuition serves me right, this must be." The man fixed his gaze upon the waning light column, enunciating deliberately, "Divine Code 003, King of Angels, Michael." Lin Xia felt an overwhelming sensation. At the very heart of this golden column, his body had completely lost control, eerily suspended in midair. An endless surge of energy emanating from his eyes. He felt as though he had returned to a decade ago, across the vast cosmos, once again encountering those eyes. The aura of the Supreme Divine was still vividly etched in his memory. The difference was that, 10 years prior, this aura originated from the moon, while now it surged forth from his own gaze. The essence of the seraphim and divine authority raged forth from his eyes, which blazed like 2 burning suns, seemingly intent on reducing all to nothingness. A decade ago, the seraphim Michael exchanged a glance with him from the moon. 10 years later, Lin Xia opened his eyes, unleashing the remnants of seraphim power that had been dormant within him. Fortunately, the residual seraphim energy in Lin Xia's eyes was not overly abundant. The beam of light persisted for 7 or 8 seconds before gradually dissipating, causing Lin Xia's body to plummet from midair, where he staggered to regain his footing. In his gaze, the brilliant golden light began to fade, ultimately leaving behind a faint golden halo. If the previous radiance could be likened to the sun, the current brightness resembled merely the flicker of a candle. Although the earlier explosion of golden brilliance was formidable, it did not truly belong to him. Now, however, the golden halo nestled within Lin Xia's gaze was genuinely under his command, a faint wisp of seraphim power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia slowly raised his head. The pitch-black night sky, the dilapidated streets, the terrifying monsters, and the pools of blood unfolded before him, painting a canvas that was far from beautiful. Yet, he smiled, a smile brimming with joy. After 10 long years, he was finally able to behold this world once more through his own eyes. In that moment, the blood-soaked monsters appeared almost endearing to Lin Xia. When the seraphim's might erupted from within him, these two creatures had been pinned to the ground, nearly crushed into oblivion. It was only after the golden beam faded that they regained their senses, bewilderedly glancing around before fixing their gaze back on Lin Xia, their eyes once again reflecting a ravenous thirst for blood. One of the monsters let out a ghastly shriek and lunged fiercely at Lin Xia. Compared to before, Lin Xia now exhibited a remarkable calmness. As the creature moved, he swiftly calculated its trajectory in his mind and leaped to the side. While his speed may have seemed slow in comparison to the monster, his reflexes were astonishingly quick, allowing him to anticipate its movement a few seconds in advance, thus granting him precious moments to evade its attack. It was not that he possessed prophetic abilities. Rather, upon the opening of his eyes, his perceptual capabilities underwent a profound transformation. His mental perception range expanded from 10 meters to 20, a remarkable feat, considering it had taken him 5 years to achieve the former. Furthermore, his dynamic vision within this 20-meter radius was nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person, with reflexes that could only be described as extraordinary. In close combat, he could almost foresee his opponent's actions. As for the other abilities bestowed upon him by these eyes, Lin Xia had yet to fully comprehend them. However, the current situation left no room for leisurely exploration. The monster, like an arrow released from a bowstring, soared past the spot where Lin Xia had just stood, crashing into a substantial section of the wall. Using its limbs to push off the debris, it launched itself once more towards Lin Xia. In that instant, Lin Xia executed a roll to evade the monster's landing point, reaching beside him to grasp the half-broken cane that had fallen to the ground. He quickly rose, crouching low. His eyes locked onto the rapidly approaching beast, gripping the cane tightly with both hands. The monster emerged, leaving trails of afterimages. As a fierce wind whipped through Lin Xia's hair, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the creature launched itself into the air. This time, Lin Xia did not evade. Gripping a fragment of his cane tightly, his gaze remained fixed on the monster's eyes. Suddenly, the monster's claws lunged forward, aiming straight for Lin Xia's throat. Just as they were about to make contact, Lin Xia's eyes abruptly narrowed. A faint golden halo within his gaze flared to life, reminiscent of adding kindling to a fire, illuminating his eyes like 2 roaring furnaces. A surge of divine power, transmitted through Lin Xia's eyes, surged violently into the monster's body. In that instant, the monster's perception of Lin Xia transformed. He became an exalted deity adorned with 6 wings, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror. Thus, under this divine influence, the creature's body momentarily stiffened. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia raised the fragment of his cane high and accurately thrust it into the monster's right eye. The sharp splinter pierced through the creature's brain, extinguishing all traces of life within it. Yet, the momentum from its leap remained. Its massive form plummeted like a cannonball, violently crashing down upon Lin Xia, who was still gripping the broken rod. Ultimately, Lin Xia's ability to slay this monster stemmed purely from his exceptional dynamic vision and the might of the seraph. His own strength had not been enhanced. The creature weighed at least 200 kilograms, and he could not hope to escape its force in such a short time. Moreover, after unleashing the seraph's divine power, Lin Xia felt utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, leaving him weak and slightly dizzy. At that very moment, another monster, hidden in the shadows, finally stirred. This stealthy predator revealed its ghastly fangs. With astonishing speed, it dashed forth beneath the flickering streetlights, casting shadows that danced like phantoms. Its elongated scarlet tongue twisting grotesquely. Lin Xia could discern its movements, yet he was powerless to evade, forced to watch as the menacing fangs loomed larger before him. As the creature closed the distance to a mere 2 meters, Lin Xia's pupils suddenly constricted. Within his perceptual range, a faster entity was rapidly approaching. It appeared to be a person, a true human. In a flash, Lin Xia perceived a blur, as a figure descended from the night sky, landing with steady footing. The gust of wind from their arrival billowing a dark red cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. Not handsome, nor particularly ugly. He resembled an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, easily overlooked. However, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as glaring as a sharpened blade. He crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the monster, now less than a meter away, while his right hand firmly grasped the hilt of a blade at his back. With a sharp sound, the weapon was drawn from its sheath, its pale blue edge reflecting the dim moonlight, slicing through the heavy air with silent intent. It was a simple, unadorned straight sword. The blade of the dagger traced a crescent arc, colliding with the monster's claws, igniting a cascade of sparks. Zhao Kongsheng let out a low growl, his muscles taut, and with a sudden surge, he advanced a half-step forward. Remarkably, the creature, which rivaled the size of a grizzly bear, was forced back several paces by his sheer will. Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Having faced this beast before, he understood all too well the terror of its strength, yet this man before him managed to drive it back. Who was he truly? After compelling the creature to retreat, Zhao Kongqing's footwork became an intricate dance, adhering to the monster's front as if he were a parasite. With his dagger, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, carving grotesque gashes across the creature's hide. The monster howled in agony, its venomous glare fixed upon Zhao Kongqing, as its elongated forelimbs rose in an attempt to eliminate this detestable human. However, in a flash, 2 arcs of light sliced through the air, severing its limbs with precision. Before the creature could utter another scream, a glint of cold determination ignited in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he swung his dagger toward the monster's neck with lightning speed. The pale blue blade effortlessly cleaved through flesh, and in the next instant, the creature's head was sent soaring, rolling grotesquely to the ground. With a decisive snap, the dagger returned to its sheath, the dark crimson cloak now stained with the creature's blood. However, due to the cloak's similar hue, it was nearly indistinguishable at first glance. Zhao Kongqing spared not a single glance at the lifeless body, leisurely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag before producing a walkie-talkie. The 2 escaped specters have been dealt with. Summon the logistics team to clean up the battlefield. With that, he tucked the walkie-talkie away and strode over to Lin Xia, who had just extricated himself. Lin Xia watched him quietly, and he returned the gaze in silence. Under the night sky, beside the pool of blood, the 2 men regarded one another in a prolonged stillness. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself, breaking the silence. Am I not striking? Lin Xia. He gazed into Zhao Kongqing's eyes for a moment, realizing the sincerity behind the question, and replied softly, striking indeed. That's right, Zhao Kongqing grinned. Do you want to be as handsome as I am? Not particularly. A slight twitch of Zhao Kongqing's lips betrayed his surprise. Why not? It's easy to die. Lin Xia's expression was grave. For a moment, Zhao Kongqing was at a loss for words, but you just witnessed it. You possess the supernatural powers that ordinary people dream of. Do you not wish to be a superhero like in the movies? Not really. Because it's easy to die? Indeed. Zhao Kongqing rubbed the corner of his eye, sensing that this youth was not easily swayed, yet he was inexplicably entangled in this turmoil, armed with such formidable strength. Let us find a more suitable place for conversation, he suggested after a moment's thought. By the way, my name is Zhao Kongqing. I am not a villain. Lin Xia. He blinked, nodding obediently. I believe you. Wait here for me while I grab my backpack. My study materials are still inside. Go on, go on. Zhao Kongqing, feeling helpless, waved his hand and sat down on the curb beside the road, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. If an ordinary person had encountered such a situation, they would have been thoroughly frightened, yet this young lad still contemplated retrieving his study materials. What was most disheartening was that he had outright rejected Zhao's attempts. Damn it! Zhao had exerted every ounce of effort. Those previous swift strikes had been executed with such flair. He had never fought so fiercely even during practice with the captain. Speaking of which, he still had no idea how the captain was faring. The Ghost-Face King was no easy adversary. Zhao Kongqing sat by the roadside, unceremoniously smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Wait, something seemed amiss. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he glanced around swiftly, searching for any sign of that young man. Where could he possibly have gone? Zhao remained frozen in place for several seconds, mouth agape, struggling to fathom what had just occurred. Damn it. That kid actually ran away. Brother, why are you back so late? Yang Jin inquired, observing the fatigue etched on Lin Xia's face. Where's your guide stick? Lin Xia, slipping into his slippers, managed a smile. I encountered a bit of trouble on the way and accidentally misplaced it. To conceal the scar by his temple from Yang Jin's view, he wrapped a length of black satin around his head. However, the guide stick was indeed broken. Rather than returning it and causing his family unnecessary worry, he had chosen to discard it altogether. Is everything resolved then? Yang Jin asked. Yes, it's resolved. Little Black lay sprawled on the ground, rolling over to expose his belly as he scampered in from the balcony. Lin Xia, with a resigned sigh, crouched down, rubbing its belly while asking, Has Auntie returned yet? Mom is on the night shift. She won't be back until tomorrow morning. All right then. Have you finished your homework? Just a little bit left. It's absurd how much homework they assign in middle school. Lin Xia stood up, grumbling, and said to Yang Jin, If you're tired, don't force yourself to finish it. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I'll discuss it with him. Yang Jin smiled faintly. Okay, I'll wrap it up soon. Lin Xia nodded. I'm feeling a bit worn out, so I'll head to bed. Make sure to sleep early after you finish. All right. Dragging his weary body into his room, Lin Xia was about to close the door when Yang Jin's voice echoed once more. Brother, are you really okay? I'm fine. Get to bed early. Oh, and the milk is in the fridge. Heat it up if you wake up early tomorrow. Got it, brother. Good night. Good night. As the door gently closed, Yang Jin stood outside, cradling Little Black, silently gazing at Lin Xia's room. He gently rubbed Little Black's head, asking, Do you sense it too? Woof. He looked up at the dim moonlight filtering through the window and murmured, He carries the scent of blood. Lin Xia was indeed exhausted, both mentally and physically. He truly did not anticipate that on his very first day of transferring, such events would unfold, encountering monsters, being betrayed by classmates, engaging in perilous battles, and experiencing inexplicable awakenings, only to have a superhero emerge from the shadows and slip away unnoticed. Lin Xia was not foolish. He understood that his experiences tonight were undoubtedly intertwined with the hidden facets of this world, the flesh-eating monsters, the golden light emanating from his own being, and the solitary man who vanquished the beasts. That man was no ordinary individual, and judging by his communications via the walkie-talkie, it was evident that a substantial organization lurked behind him, one that likely operated in secrecy, specifically addressing such bizarre occurrences. He must have witnessed the light surrounding Lin Xia, perhaps even the moments when he single-handedly defeated a monster, which might explain his desire to recruit him. To claim that Lin Xia was not at all curious about the hidden truths would be disingenuous. He yearned to comprehend what he had encountered that night and what had transpired within him. Yet, he was reluctant to be ensnared in this vortex out of sheer curiosity. Some secrets, once unveiled, become inescapable. He had no desire to be a guardian of humanity. His only wish was to protect his own home. Soon, he succumbed to slumber, as the familiar mist descended once more. In the dreamscape, Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Still unwilling to let me be? He mused. Awake. I battle monsters. Asleep, they still come to knock. How unfortunate. He navigated the terrain with ease, and soon the outline of a mental asylum came into view. On an ancient plaque to his right, a prominent inscription read, Asylum of the Gods. Lin Xia halted before the grand entrance, reaching for the circular knocker. The instant his fingertips brushed against it, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. The surrounding mist began to swirl ominously. Grasping the knocker, Lin Xia wore a bewildered expression. What is happening? I haven't even knocked yet, so why the tremors? It never used to be like this. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Could it be that his awakening today was the cause? He lowered his gaze to inspect his dream body, his eyes gradually brightening. In previous dreams, his form had been translucent, fragile as drifting mist. Yet today, his body appeared more solid, still lacking substance, but no longer transparent. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at the door that had obstructed him for 5 long years, his gaze intensifying with fervor. Perhaps today was the day. Taking a deep breath, he clutched the knocker tightly and forcefully struck it against the door. Clang! The ancient bell tolled from within the asylum, resonating with several times the volume of before. Fortunately, Lin Xia currently lacked a physical form. Otherwise, the reverberation would surely have left his eardrums in agony. At the moment the bell rang, the entire asylum trembled violently once more. This is promising. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clang, clang, clang. He did not pause, striking 3 more times. And the asylum shook as if an earthquake had struck. At long last, with a resounding final strike, a tremendous noise echoed through the psychiatric hospital. And then silence enveloped the space once more. Just as Lin Xia was about to strike again, the imposing door before him creaked ominously and began to move slowly. The door opened. With a deep thud, as the door swung wide, an ancient and dimly lit corridor unfolded before Lin Xia. The floor, composed of an unknown material, emitted a faint glow, while luminous orbs hung from the walls, casting an enigmatic and eerie atmosphere. Lin Xia ventured down this corridor and soon encountered a fork in the path, marked by a modern sign suspended above. To the left lay the wards, while the right led to the activity area. Studying the sign, Lin Xia murmured to himself, "This arrangement is strikingly reminiscent of the psychiatric hospital I once resided in." After a moment's hesitation, he chose to enter the activity area. The activity area contained but a few rooms, yet they were equipped with all the essentials: a multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for games and leisure, a study for reading and learning, and even an open circular lawn adorned with various sports equipment. Indeed, it was precisely the same. This dream is truly bizarre. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion. Having explored the activity area, he turned back toward the ward section. Upon reaching the entrance of the wards, Lin Xia abruptly halted. This place was different. Gazing at the dimly lit, monotonous corridor before him, he whispered to himself. He distinctly recalled that in the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, the wards were spread across multiple floors, and while the amenities were not particularly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. Yet, the ward area before Lin Xia consisted of only a single floor with merely 6 rooms. Each of the 6 doors bore strange symbols and intricate designs, densely packed, resembling some form of seal. A mere glance left Lin Xia feeling dizzy. He forcibly averted his gaze from the door, steadied his mind, and looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the ward area hung an ancient plaque, with each room adorned with a unique emblem. For instance, the door of Ward 1, where Lin Xia currently stood, was marked by a large black circle, while the plaque for Ward 2 depicted a figure resembling a staff or a pen. Continuing along the corridor, Lin Xia approached the final 6th ward, still perplexed by the door plaques. He gazed at the peculiar door before him, lost in contemplation. In this dreamlike psychiatric hospital, the ward area stood in stark contrast to his memories of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Therefore, did genuine patients reside within these rooms? Or, as the name of this hospital suggested, were they inhabited by divine beings? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xia slowly extended his hand toward the doorknob of the 6th ward. It was not recklessness that drove him. On one hand, this was his dream, and even if something went awry, it would not have a significant impact on him. On the other hand, having knocked on this door for 5 years day after day to enter this psychiatric facility, he was unwilling to leave in a state of confusion. Yet, deep within his subconscious, Lin Xia felt a nagging suspicion that perhaps there existed some secret within this psychiatric facility that pertained to him. After all, why did the layout here mirror that of the Sunlight Psychiatric Hospital where he once resided? As his hand inched closer, his fingertips gently grazed the doorknob, a chill coursing through him. Contrary to his expectations of resistance or pain, his hand naturally settled around the handle. With a firm tug, he found the door utterly unyielding. He steadied himself and exerted all his strength once more, yet it remained obstinately shut. Abandoning this door, Lin Xia strode to the entrance of the 5th room, pulling at the door with vigor. Still, it refused to budge. He methodically attempted the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd rooms, but none yielded to his efforts. Finally, he arrived at the threshold of the 1st room. With a mindset steeped in anticipated failure, Lin Xia yanked the door of the 1st room. A soft click resonated from the doorknob, and the intricate patterns carved upon the door suddenly fractured, dissipating into the air. Startled, Lin Xia stumbled back a few steps, fixating on the door ahead. It had opened. Among the 6 rooms, only the 1st door had granted him passage. Was it merely this room that had been designated to open, or was it akin to the great door he had knocked upon for 5 years, suggesting that his current strength could only unlock this solitary entrance? After 5 years of knocking, with his eyes opened, his mental perception enhanced, He could finally breach the door and enter the hospital. Did this mean that the subsequent rooms, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, would also require an enhancement of his abilities to unlock? Lin Xia remained uncertain. Time was not on his side for such contemplation. Before him, the door, once sealed with numerous wards, was slowly swinging open. The room within was modest in size, dimly lit. And at its center stood a chair upon which sat a woman clad in a dress of starry black, staring vacantly ahead. Apart from her and the chair, the shadowy chamber held nothing else. Lin Xia cautiously approached the door, contemplating his next move, and then donned a most official smile, waving at the woman inside. Greetings. I am Lin Xia. Regardless of her identity, a courteous approach seemed prudent. After all, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. A touch of politeness, even in the presence of a deity, should not lead to misfortune. However, as Lin Xia stood outside, his smile froze in place, and the woman in black remained as still as a statue. Gritting his teeth, he stepped boldly into the room. At that very moment, words began to materialize upon the wall behind the woman in black. Room 1. Patient, Nikes. Task, assist Nikes in treating his mental illness. Once the treatment progress reaches specified thresholds, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nikes' abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0 Nikes. Upon reading the inscription on the wall, Lin Xia inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. Although he possesses limited knowledge of mythology, he has heard of Nyx, the goddess of night, as one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She stands among the most exalted figures within the mythological hierarchy. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him is indeed the illustrious goddess of night, with her aloof elegance, flawless features, and cascading black hair resembling a waterfall down her back. She dons a gown of black stardust, as deep as the night itself, accentuating her alabaster skin that appears as delicate as the purest snow. Though her gaze seems vacant, the aura she exudes, merely by her presence, transcends anything humanly attainable. Even the most formidable empresses in history pale in comparison. Nyx, she is both a deity and a sovereign, a ruler of the night. Lin Xia thoughtfully stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nyx from a close distance. Having witnessed a deity firsthand, he felt that, in comparison to that radiant angel on the moon, something seemed amiss with Nyx. Was it divinity? Power? Authority? Or perhaps all of these were lacking? Lin Xia could not ascertain, yet he surmised that Nyx's current state was intricately linked to her ailment. Yet, how could a goddess, one perched at the pinnacle of mythology, fall ill? Was her affliction a natural occurrence, or a consequence of external influence? If it were natural, Lin Xia found it hard to believe. If it were induced, he pondered what kind of entity could inflict illness upon the goddess of night, particularly a mental illness. According to the inscriptions upon the wall, Lin Xia was now tasked with attempting to assist Nyx in her recovery. But what precisely ailed her? As a former sufferer of mental illness, Lin Xia possessed some understanding of such conditions, which generally encompass depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusional disorders, and the like. To heal Nyx, he first needed to ascertain the nature of her affliction. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia crouched before Nyx and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly near her ear. Suddenly, Nyx's body trembled, startling Lin Xia and prompting him to instinctively retreat several steps. Almost immediately, Nyx's head stiffly turned towards him, her vacant eyes fixed intently upon him. Lin Xia swallowed hard, frozen in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xia felt a tingling sensation from being scrutinized by Nyx, her expression shifted. From vacancy to confusion, from confusion to astonishment, and from astonishment to tears welling in her eyes. Nyx's body quivered slightly, tears swirling in her eyes, her lips parted with difficulty, and after a prolonged silence, her voice emerged hoarsely. "At last, I have found you, my child." In that moment, Lin Xia felt a jolt of electricity surge from his feet straight to his brain, leaving his mind in a state of utter shock. She? Me? Child? Huh. Lin Xia truly could not recall what his parents looked like, as they had vanished after entrusting him to his aunt shortly after his birth. However, one's own mother should, perhaps, likely be a human being rather than the goddess of night. No, wait. How is this foreign goddess of night speaking fluent Chinese? Ah, yes. This is my dream. It seems quite reasonable that I can comprehend the language of deities. Perhaps it is the transmission of brainwaves? Just as Lin Xia was lost in thought, Nyx stood up, extending her arms and staggering towards him. She ran faster and faster, her expression growing increasingly animated. At that moment, Lin Xia's mind was a chaotic mess. He instinctively opened his arms, yearning to embrace the goddess of night. However, the goddess of night rushed past him, seizing instead the small vase on the windowsill behind him. Nyx tightly clutched the vase, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "My child, you are still alive. I have finally found you, Lin Xia." Immediately, Nyx's gaze fell upon the chair she had occupied for what seemed like an eternity. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she rushed forward, embracing both the chair and the vase, weeping once more. "Hypnos, my child, so you are here too." A bewildered Lin Xia stood there like a statue, watching as Nyx recognized the vase, the chair, the wall, and even the air as her children, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Xia thought to himself, "I believe I may have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is quite severe." At dawn, Lin Xia slowly awoke from his slumber, gazing at the bare ceiling, and let out a resigned sigh. After spending an entire night with Nyx, he felt utterly depleted. Just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly gasped lightly. In his mind, the fog-covered asylum of the gods floated before him, and it seemed he had forged a close connection with the institution. Now, he no longer needed to sleep. He could immerse his consciousness in the asylum at any moment. Was this the benefit of opening the door? Lin Xia would attempt to connect his consciousness to the asylum, immediately perceiving everything occurring within. Of course, the 5 sealed wards remained impervious to his exploration. At that moment, Nyx was in the courtyard, cradling the vase and chair, conversing with the air beside her, oblivious to what she was saying. Lin Xia sat on the bed, rubbing his eyes in frustration. Healing. I am not a doctor. How can I assist her?" Suddenly, Lin Xia's eyes lit up, as if an idea had struck him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In Sangnan City, at a high-rise building. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Zhao Kongqing walked in, appearing disheartened and sighing intermittently. "Old Zhao, what has happened to you?" The 5 individuals seated within the room inquired, surprised by Zhao Kongqing's demeanor. "Did you get hurt last night? Given your expression, it seems more likely you suffered a heartbreak." "Oh no, old Zhao. Could it be that your wife is planning to divorce you?" They began to speculate, each contributing their thoughts. After a moment, the silent Zhao Kongqing let out a long sigh. "Am I truly devoid of charm?" The 5 individuals simultaneously rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance of the question, each returning to their respective tasks, some sharpening blades, others cleaning firearms, a few engrossed in their mobile devices, while others succumbed to slumber. "No, I am earnestly inquiring," Zhao Kongqing exclaimed with urgency. Noticing the lack of response, Hong Ying, who was polishing her gun, sighed and remarked, "Brother Kongqing, are you feeling agitated?" "Perhaps." Zhao Kongqing hesitated before continuing. "Last night, I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins." At this revelation, all heads snapped up, halting their activities, eyes gleaming with curiosity. The individual suspected to be the agent of the Seraph? Indeed. Is he not formidable? Who is he? "You are overthinking it." Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "He is merely an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level energy fluctuation should merely be residual power left by the Seraph. He is still a novice who has just stepped into the realm of enlightenment." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed their faces. They had hoped a Klein-level powerhouse had emerged in Sangnan City. However, if that immensely dangerous deity had indeed selected an agent who had reached Klein level, the higher-ups would surely be aware. The man seated on the sofa squinted slightly, regardless of the circumstances. The Seraph's choice of an agent and the bestowal of the divine ruins was significant news that needed to be promptly reported to the higher echelons. "By the way, Zhao, since you encountered him, where is he? You didn't bring such an important person back with you?" "He escaped," Zhao Kongqing replied, his voice low. "He told me he was going to get his backpack and then fled while I was momentarily distracted." The group fell silent. Just as they were preparing to launch into a round of teasing, the door to the room swung open once more. A man draped in a dark red cloak entered, his face marred with blood, his steps heavy as if laden with lead. Upon seeing this man, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, immediately rose to their feet. "Captain, are you all right?" The captain waved his hand, shedding the bloodied cloak, and sank onto a small stool by the door, weariness etched across his features. "I am fine, but the Phantom King has escaped." The atmosphere grew tense. The captain continued, "Last night, I pursued the Phantom King to the outskirts of the northern city, engaged in battle, and inflicted severe injuries upon it. It ultimately resorted to self-injury to force its escape. So, does this mean the Phantom King may have already fled Songnan City? Not necessarily. The man on the sofa interjected suddenly. Everyone turned to him, the captain's brow slightly raised. Go on, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan slowly stood, retrieving a map of the Songnan City vicinity from beneath the sofa and unfurling it upon the ground. Songnan City's location is rather remote, with considerable distance separating it from nearby cities. The captain battled the Phantom King in the northern outskirts last night, and the nearest city beyond Songnan City is still several dozen kilometers away. Wu Xiangnan circled a spot on the map. What does this imply? Hongning questioned, her eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, the captain's eyes began to shine with clarity. The Phantom King, having sustained grave injuries, would find it impossible to traverse such a vast distance before regaining its strength. Wu Xiangnan continued, echoing the captain's words. If the Phantom King wishes to regain its power, it must resort to consuming humans, which implies it will inevitably return to Songnan City. Indeed, Zhao Kongsheng replied, his brow furrowing slightly. However, Songnan City is vast, and we have no way of knowing where it might emerge. The sewers. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and traced a sinuous line on the map with a red pen. The Phantom people have a penchant for traversing the sewers, and the Phantom King previously escaped through them. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern suburbs, which means the Phantom King's appearance is likely to occur at a location along this sewer. Dispatch personnel immediately to scour that sewer. This time, we must not allow it to escape. A glint of cold determination flashed in the captain's eyes as he issued the command. Understood. By the way, there is one more matter. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing. We must retrieve the agent of the Seraphim. Their potential is too great to fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. In a certain sense, this task takes precedence over eliminating the Phantom King. Zhao Kongqing straightened his posture. Leave this matter to me. I will personally apprehend that young man. But hasn't he fled? How can you possibly find him? Hong Ying murmured. He is wearing the uniform of the second high school. I'll be waiting for him at the school gate. I'm confident I'll catch him. A self-assured smile danced upon Zhao Kongqing's lips. Brother, why aren't you going to school today? Yang Jin inquired, observing Lin Xia, who was not dressed in uniform and lacked a backpack. I have some matters to attend to today. I'll skip it. Lin Xia replied while putting on his shoes and opening the door. Is Aunt still asleep? She just returned an hour ago. Understood. Make sure to head to school early. Don't follow my example. All right. Lin Xia closed the door and quietly removed the black satin cloth from his eyes, placing it in his pocket. His vision had returned. Yet he had not informed Aunt or Yang Jin. The first reason was that Aunt had worked the night shift and they had not crossed paths. The second reason was that Lin Xia had only just gained this vision and still struggled to control its power. The golden light occasionally flickered from the depths of his eyes, though not overtly. However, if Aunt were to catch a glimpse, she would undoubtedly insist on investigating his eyes, resulting in unnecessary expenses. He preferred to announce this matter only once he could fully master his vision. Nevertheless, now that he had stepped outside, there was no need to continue wearing the black satin, as it would attract undue attention. Lin Xia retrieved the sunglasses Yang Jin had previously purchased for him from his pocket, donned them, and strode confidently towards the bus station. After enduring over an hour of jostling, Lin Xia finally arrived at his destination, Sunshine Mental Hospital. The last time he had visited this place was a decade ago. In the span of those 10 years, Lin Xia had undergone significant changes, and so had the hospital. All the old walls had been refurbished. The entrance was now twice as wide, and 2 modern high-rises had replaced the formerly modest 3-story building. Even the 6 large characters spelling out Sunshine Mental Hospital had been transformed into a gilded imprint. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xia found it impossible to reconcile the contemporary hospital before him with the small building etched in his memory. The only thing that remained unchanged was perhaps the elderly gatekeeper. The old man had become quite stooped, and his hair had turned noticeably gray. It seemed that he had spotted Lin Xia. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his right hand and pointed at him. Just as Lin Xia believed the old man remembered him and was about to greet him, the elder shouted, "That foolish lad over there. You're blocking the cars behind you." Thud, thud, thud. "Please, come in." Lin Xia pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Seated on the other side of the desk was a middle-aged male doctor, donned in a white coat, with a notably sparse head of hair, a clear emblem of wisdom. Lin Xia settled into the chair as the doctor languidly spoke. Now do tell. What seems to be the trouble? I have no ailments. If you have no ailments, then why are you here? I am fine. But I have a friend who suffers from severe mental illness. Upon hearing this, the doctor regarded Lin Xia with a peculiar expression, chuckling as he tousled the few strands of hair atop his head. This friend of yours, could it possibly be you? Lin Xia replied earnestly, no, it is genuinely a friend. Very well, then. Please describe your friend's condition. What symptoms does he exhibit? Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate. The doctor smiled, suggesting, why not embody your friend and demonstrate your symptoms to me? After casting a strange glance at the doctor and wrestling with his thoughts for a moment, Lin Xia reluctantly nodded. He then slowly rose from his seat, walked directly in front of the doctor under his watchful eye, extended his arms, and pulled the middle-aged doctor into a gentle embrace. With one hand tenderly stroking the few remaining strands of hair on the doctor's head, he spoke with warmth in his eyes. My dear son, father has finally found you. The doctor remarked. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Xia employed every rhetorical technique he had mastered, passionately explaining that he was not the one afflicted, thereby evading the grim fate of being forcibly hospitalized. So, your friend perceives everything as if they were their own child? Indeed. And has been weeping for an extended period? Constantly crying. Enjoys sitting in the yard narrating stories to vases and benches? Precisely. And how is her sleep? She does not sleep. The doctor frowned, stating, your friend is quite unwell. I strongly advise you to bring her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her situation is rather unique. She does not have the conditions necessary for hospitalization, Lin Xia replied with resignation. He certainly could not divulge the truth. If he were to inform the doctor that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing within his mind's asylum, he would soon receive a hospitalization notice himself. The doctor pondered for a moment, then began typing on his keyboard. If she cannot be admitted, we will have to resort to medication for now. I will prescribe a few treatments for you to take back to her. If her condition does not improve, you must bring her to the hospital. Lin Xia's expression reflected some discomfort. Could the medicine from the real world be transported into his mind? He was uncertain, but he felt that even if it could be taken in, the remedies of mortals might not effectively aid a deity. The doctor contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. Your friend exhibits symptoms of severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous patients with such afflictions. There was a man who deeply loved his wife. After her tragic demise in a car accident, he frequently conversed with thin air, imagining her presence beside him. This ailment often stems from profound psychological trauma, wherein the subconscious refuses to accept reality, thus fabricating a false sense of her continued presence. By addressing the root causes of the condition and providing psychological support, there may exist a possibility for improvement. However, without the aid of medication, progress is exceedingly difficult. Medication and psychological therapy are complementary. Do you grasp my meaning? Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. Yet, he was at a loss regarding Nyx's past, leaving him without a foundation to work from. It appeared he needed to undertake more preparatory efforts. Lin Xia accepted the prescription from the doctor, but chose not to pay for the medication, reasoning that if the pharmaceuticals in reality could not influence the divine figures in his mind, he need not squander his resources. Moreover, the cost of these medications was exorbitant. Upon exiting the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xia boarded the bus for his return journey. The visit to the facility had proven worthwhile, as it offered him a breakthrough. He resolved to approach Nyx from a psychological perspective, a task that necessitated a profound understanding of her. Thus, at a certain stop, Lin Xia disembarked and entered the Tsangnan City Library. Outside the entrance of the second high school, students were conversing. Hey, do you see that man over there? Who is he? I don't recognize him. Perhaps he is a parent. I noticed him when I entered the school around 7 this morning. I saw him too. He was wearing sunglasses and a shirt, leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked rather dashing, but now he resembles a beggar. His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been here since this morning? Surely not. It's nearly 10 now. Who knows? Oh, by the way, have you heard? 2 students were murdered on their way home last night. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard that a forlorn man was sitting alone on the curb across from the school gate, surrounded by discarded cigarette butts. His silhouette under the streetlight exuding an indescribable sorrow. Zhao Kongxing flicked the ash off his cigarette, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. He had been waiting from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, enduring the sun's relentless glare, yet he had failed to catch a glimpse of that boy. He distinctly recalled seeing the school uniform from the second high last night. Could it be that the boy anticipated his arrival and chose to evade him? His backside was sore from sitting for so long. Zhao Kongsheng propped himself up with his hands, slowly rising from the curb, casually brushing off the dust from his pants, and began to stretch his limbs. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a casually dressed youth on the opposite side of the road, ambling along with several books in hand. That fellow bore a resemblance to that boy's physique, somewhat. Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback and blinked hard. Goodness! Without uttering a word, he dashed towards the young man like a gust of wind, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a fierce demon. However, when he was about 20 meters away, the youth seemed to sense something, trembled, and took off running as well. Thus, the two of them raced down the street, one in pursuit of the other. At that moment, Lin Xia wished to slap himself twice. With so many routes available, why did he have to choose this one? Now, after having stood someone up just yesterday, here came the pursuit. Although Lin Xia was not slow, he paled in comparison to Zhao Kongsheng, who quickly caught up with him in mere seconds. Zhao Kongsheng seized Lin Xia's shoulder with a fierce grip, sneering coldly. Well, we meet again. Lin Xia stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. Who are you? Zhao Kongsheng felt a surge of rage. Me? How can you even ask? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you last night, left to endure the cold wind for half the night. Zhao Kongsheng clutched Lin Xia's arm tightly, like a naive uncle fearful of losing his boyfriend to another. Listen, don't play coy with me. Today, you will not escape. Lin Xia glanced at his restrained arm, surrendering to the inevitable, adopting a demeanor of compliance. Fine, you lead the way. Where shall we talk? Come with me. Zhao Kongsheng entwined his arm with Lin Xia's and strode towards an undisclosed location. As Lin Xia noticed they were approaching a couple's hotel, his expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to flee. However, Zhao Kongsheng gave him no chance, firmly restraining him and dragging him toward the hotel. What do you think you're doing? I must warn you, I have hemorrhoids, so don't get any ideas. What are you boys thinking? It's just a place to chat. Do we need to go to a couple's hotel for a conversation? Did you not see the looks of the people along the way? I'm utterly mortified. What do you know? This is a safe house. I have no ulterior motives. And do I look like that kind of person? Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes and, while dragging the struggling Lin Xia to the front desk, shot a rather greasy wink at the bewildered female clerk. One dynamic passion-themed double room, please. Lin Xia. The female clerk was momentarily stunned, but after a brief mental lapse, she inexplicably became overly excited. All right, sir. We will need your identification. And for this young man, please present your credentials as well. Reluctantly handing over his identification, Lin Xia regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with a strange look, unsure of what romantic narrative she was concocting in her mind. Yet, one could hardly blame her, in the dead of night. A middle-aged man forcibly dragging a young boy to a couple's hotel for a double room, especially one with a dynamic theme. Who would believe they were merely going to chat? Here is your room card. Your room is 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. The female attendant smiled warmly at Lin Xia, her eyes nearly squinting into mere slits. Lin Xia's fists clenched. Why are you just standing there? Come along with me, Zhao Kongsheng urged, pulling Lin Xia towards the elevator. Once they swiped their cards and entered the room, the sight of the dazzling array of extraordinary amenities opened Lin Xia's eyes to the lavish indulgences of the wealthy. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Zhao Kongsheng locked the door behind them and released Lin Xia, proceeding to sit down beside the electric bed, finally allowing his rigid body to relax after a long day. Don't be so tense. We're merely here to converse, Zhao Kongsheng chuckled, noticing the apprehensive expression on Lin Xia's face. With a sigh, Lin Xia settled onto the sofa by the door. What do you wish to discuss? Naturally. I want to talk about you. Lin Xia, male, 17 years old, single, height 175 centimeters, weight. I know that's not what I meant, Zhao Kongsheng interjected, placing a hand on his forehead while gesturing towards Lin Xia's eyes. What I meant is about your eyes. Lin Xia fell silent. Have you encountered Michael? At the mention of this name, Lin Xia's body quivered slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded gently. Indeed, the man before him was well informed, and the power behind him was anything but simple. Moreover, this question divulged a crucial piece of information to Lin Xia. The seraph he had encountered 10 years prior was none other than the renowned archangel Michael. Seeing Lin Xia affirm, Zhao Kongsheng's heart finally eased, and his gaze towards Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. Why did he seek you? What did he say to you? To what extent can you now utilize the forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongqing's inquiries came forth like a rapid-fire barrage, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow in contemplation. Shaking his head, "You have too many questions." Realizing he had been somewhat overzealous, Zhao Kongqing chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, you must have countless uncertainties at this moment. So allow me to clarify for you. Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know." Lin Xia pondered for a moment, gazing into Zhao Kongqing's eyes before posing his first question. "Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world?" "They do," Zhao Kongqing replied without hesitation, nodding. "However, not all gods exist." "What do you mean?" Zhao Kongqing fell into thought, as if contemplating where to begin. "What do you believe mythology is?" Lin Xia reflected for a moment. "Is it not the spiritual solace of the ancients? A manifestation of fear and wonder towards the unknown forces of nature?" "You are correct," Zhao Kongqing affirmed with a nod. "Until a century ago, that was the prevailing belief." "A century ago?" "Indeed. Prior to the emergence of the mist, there had never been any trace of deities in this world." Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he continued, "However, since the arrival of the mist that enveloped the earth, everything seems to have changed. In September 1922, 1 year after the emergence of the mist, a certain reconnaissance team dispatched by the Great Xia observed an enormous dragon soaring slowly through the skies above the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's inaugural sighting of a mythical creature. Upon thorough investigation, it was determined that this dragon was Leviathan, the chaotic dragon mentioned in the Bible, believed to be a creation of God. The discovery of this gargantuan beast fundamentally altered the perceptions of the high echelons of the Great Xia, who realized that with the onset of the fog, the world had irrevocably changed. At that time, as the mist had only just appeared, the entirety of Great Xia was enveloped in panic. To maintain national stability, the leadership concealed the results of this expedition. Dubbed as 001, Leviathan became the first mythical entity ever observed by humankind. Subsequent explorations led to the identification of additional mythical beings, which were subsequently assigned sequential designations. The seraphim Michael, which you now behold, was the third mythical entity recorded by humanity in 1928, designated as 003. 1928? Lin Xia pondered at that time. We had not yet mastered the technology to land on the moon. How could they have located a seraphim there? "It was not we who sought him," Zhao Kongqing replied, shaking his head. "In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and leveling a massive volcano in North America. Only then did we realize that a deity resided upon the moon." "North America? What is there?" "Subsequently, our reconnaissance team spent a year reaching the site of that volcano, where amidst the ruins, they discovered the deity designated as 004, sealed within a divine ruin." Zhao Kongqing paused before continuing. "The fallen angel, Lucifer." Lin Xia remained momentarily stunned by the vast amount of information conveyed by Zhao Kongqing. "So, you are suggesting that following the appearance of the mist, deities from mythology inexplicably began to manifest?" "Indeed," Zhao Kongqing affirmed. "The higher-ups have been probing into the reasons behind this phenomenon and have posited two possibilities." He extended two fingers. "The first possibility is that these deities did not exist prior, yet the emergence of the mist triggered some mysterious transformation, bringing them forth from myth into reality. The second possibility is that these myths were not mere fabrications of the ancients, but rather genuine beings that, for some reason, lay dormant on Earth, awakened by the sudden arrival of the mist." Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. "What do you mean when you say not all deities exist?" "The number of deities currently present on Earth is quite limited. Not all mythical beings have descended here. What has manifested is merely a minuscule fraction of the vast pantheon of myths. We do not comprehend why it is they who have appeared. This phenomenon bears no relation to their strength, the prevalence of their stories, their moral alignment, or national boundaries. Their emergence seems entirely capricious, occurring at random. Not only does this encompass the Bible, but also Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the Cthulhu mythos. All known deities fall within these mythological frameworks. Since we are discussing all mythological systems, what of the deities of our Great Xia?" Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. "What about the great sage equal to heaven, the third prince, the four heavenly kings, and the Jade Emperor? If they exist, surely they could triumph over the Western deities?" After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "The thoughts you entertain, we too have pondered. For a century, We have tirelessly searched within the borders of Great Xia, seeking their whereabouts. Yet, despite 100 years of effort, we have found nothing. Not even a trace of the earth god. Some say it is because the mists have yet to engulf Great Xia, hence the absence of its myths. Others assert. Unable to contain himself, Lin Xia interjected. What do they say? Others claim they have always been present. Always present? Why do you suppose? Amidst a world consumed by mists, only Great Xia remains unscathed? The mists have approached Great Xia's borders, but seem repelled at the threshold, unable to encroach upon our land? Lin Xia's mouth fell agape. Are you suggesting this is merely a conjecture, or perhaps a delightful fantasy? Zhao Kongqing shook his head. Regardless, we have never uncovered any trace of the deities of Great Xia. Very well. Just processing this information has already shattered Lin Xia's worldview. Were it not for his first-hand encounter with the seraph, he might have been inclined to call a mental health facility to have Zhao Kongqing committed. This affliction is worse than his own in the past. Then what was the golden beam of light that emanated from me last night? Lin Xia posed the next question. Forbidden ruins, Zhao Kongqing replied. The changes following the mists enveloping the earth extend beyond the mere emergence of deities. These mists seem to possess a mysterious effect on our bodies. Although they have not penetrated the territory of Great Xia, they appear to harbor an energy akin to radiation, which catalyzes certain individuals. Children born after the arrival of the mists have a probability of developing a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental influences, these powers can be awakened, forming a special force capable of impacting the surrounding reality, much like a domain. The characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each unique. This extraordinary domain, which can influence its surroundings, is referred to as forbidden ruins. Lin Xia contemplated thoughtfully. In simpler terms, forbidden ruins are the extraordinary domains of the fortunate. If viewed in this light, my ability to sense everything within a 20-meter radius through a form of mental perception, combined with my exceptional dynamic vision and the capability to wield the might of the seraph, is indeed a manifestation of forbidden ruins. Can these forbidden ruins evolve? Yes. The abilities, range, and uniqueness of forbidden ruins will increase as the owner's mental strength grows. Mental strength is a crucial determinant of the intensity of the forbidden ruins. Through mental strength, we categorize the forbidden ruins into 6 major realms. The essence of mental strength resembles water in a cup, limited and still, referred to as the first realm, cup. Akin to the water in a pond, abundant yet motionless, designated as the second realm, pond. When it flows like a river, plentiful and dynamic, it is known as the third realm, river. If it resembles the vastness of the ocean, boundless and expansive, it is termed the fourth realm, ocean. And when mental strength approaches the infinite, vast, and magnificent, it is classified as the fifth realm, infinite. Should one possess inexhaustible mental strength, transcending spatial dimensions and akin to a Klein bottle, it is recognized as the sixth realm, Klein. And what of me? What realm do I currently inhabit? Lin Xia inquired. You? You are merely at the cup realm, just a novice capable of utilizing the forbidden void. Zhao Kongqing seemed to relish in disparaging Lin Xia, merely an ordinary person with slightly enhanced abilities. Lin Xia was rendered speechless. It appeared that the reason he was able to open the door to the mental asylum within his mind last night was due to his breakthrough into the cup realm. The same applied to his ability to unlock the door to Nix's ward. Did this imply that with each advancement to a new realm, he could release another patient? And what about you? Given your prowess, which realm do you occupy? Lin Xia asked Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to gaze out the window. I lack the forbidden void. Thus I possess no mental strength. You lack the forbidden void. Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. How then did you slay that monster? Lin Xia was genuinely shocked. That creature was something even he, with his exceptional dynamic vision, struggled to confront. Zhao Kongqing had decisively overpowered it, yet he claimed to be without a forbidden void. That creature is known as the Faceless Ghost, Zhao Kongqing clarified. I defeated it solely through years of training and extensive combat experience. Prior to joining the Night Watch, I was a Special Forces soldier proficient in close combat. Zhao Kongqing continued, explaining that there are 3 avenues to acquire the Forbidden Void. The first, as I previously mentioned, is a rare gift bestowed upon a fortunate few at birth. The second involves utilizing items that possess the Forbidden Void. It is not only humans who can be influenced by the mist to wield the Forbidden Void. Certain items, by serendipity, may also harbor it. Such artifacts are typically extraordinary and rare, and if humans can master them, they too can harness the power of the forbidden void. I belong to this second category, however. The item I possess is not an offensive one, but rather a standardized auxiliary artifact unique to the Night Watch, the notice board, which serves a singular purpose: to open the boundless domain. The boundless domain? A forbidden void that isolates the domain from the outside, preventing our battles from impacting ordinary civilians. Each Night Watch in every city is equipped with 3 notice boards capable of invoking the boundless domain, managed by one individual. As we generally do not engage directly in combat, we are referred to as watchers. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, implying that you are merely a lookout. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then refrain from speaking. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes. You have just mentioned 3 methods to obtain the forbidden ruins. What is the final one? The last method is the divine bestowal, which pertains to your situation. Zhao Kongqing's expression turned grave. Some deities may grant a portion of their power to select human beings, allowing them to serve as their earthly agents. This divinely bestowed forbidden ruins is referred to as the divine ruins. However, correspondingly, while gaining power, the agents also receive directives from their deities. Some may instruct them to annihilate human society, others to safeguard it, and some to assist in the search for certain artifacts. Generally, there is only one agent for each deity, embodying the will of that deity. Among the dozen or so agents of deities currently in existence, most are malevolent beings seeking to obliterate the new order of humanity and return the world to chaos. They have established an organization known as the Ancient God Church. There are agents of benevolent deities as well, albeit in sparse numbers, while the number of neutral deities agents remains uncertain. Zhao Kongqing rose and approached Lin Xia, gazing intently into his eyes and articulating each word. Lin Xia, what directive did Michael impart to you? Which side do you belong to? Confusion filled Lin Xia's eyes as he replied, I do not know. He did not say. This was an unembellished truth at that moment. Michael merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon, and then he fainted. Truly, not a single word was uttered. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. He said nothing? You did not hear his voice within your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Xia for a long while, as if attempting to discern any signs of deceit, before finally averting his gaze and slowly taking a seat. According to our conjecture, Michael should belong to the neutral or benevolent faction. Otherwise, you would have been eliminated by now. But if he granted you the divine ruins, why did he remain silent? What exactly does he desire? Lin Xia's brow furrowed slightly. I do not know what he intends, but even if he did issue a command, I would not comply. I do not wish to become embroiled in such chaotic affairs. At worst, I could simply return these eyes to him. With that, he stood up, saying, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before Zhao Kongqing could respond, he turned to open the door. No, wait. Zhao Kongqing suddenly stood up, blocking the doorway and fixing his gaze on Lin Xia. You intend to leave after asking your questions? What about me? You? You may remain here by yourself, Lin Xia replied earnestly. No, I mean, will you not inquire about me? Who am I? Zhao Kongqing found conversing with this individual thoroughly exhausting. What you are has no bearing on me. Lin Xia continued to open the door. Zhao Kongqing grasped the doorknob tightly. Why do I know so much? What sort of organization stands behind me? What are we engaged in? Are you not curious about any of this? Not the slightest, Lin Xia replied. Why not? Zhao Kongqing pressed. According to the logic of films and novels, once I become aware of your existence, I am left with only 2 choices. Lin Xia extended 2 fingers, suggesting that one could either join or remain forever unable to disclose secrets, which could result in dire consequences, such as death, imprisonment, or brainwashing. You really ought to limit your television viewing, Zhao Kongqing remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. Moreover, if you do not understand us, how can you ascertain that joining us is not a wise choice? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, inquiring, so, even if I were to learn about your affairs and choose not to join, I would be in no peril? Absolutely not. We are akin to soldiers, at most. We would have you sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you've suggested is sheer nonsense. Well then, I am inclined to listen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia resumed his seat. Zhao Kongqing sighed. Conversing with this young man for a few minutes felt more exhausting than a day spent on surveillance outside. In 1922, following our exploration team's discovery of the first mythical creature, the Leviathan of Chaos, the upper echelons of the Great Xia established a military organization, prepared at all times to confront the incursions of mythical beings, known as the 139 Special Biological Response Group. At that time, our technology was considerably primitive, and our understanding of the world around us was virtually non-existent, rendering the so-called Special Biological Response Group little more than a fade, utterly devoid of efficacy. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythical beings and endeavored to establish contact with some of them. We also uncovered the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins and commenced training specialized combat personnel. As we unearthed more and more possessors of the Forbidden Ruins, we realized that due to the randomness of these possessors, it was impossible to incorporate everyone into the military framework. Consequently, the 139 Special Biological Response Group gradually evolved into a hybrid organization that was part military and part civilian, which we now refer to as the Night Watchers. Lin Xia pondered this revelation, asking, "So, your existence is to protect the Great Xia from the incursions of those malevolent deities? To be precise, it is to safeguard against all mythical beings. Is there a distinction?" "Certainly. As I mentioned earlier, the emergence of mythical beings is random and unrelated to their strength. Thus, the beings that descend are not solely the powerful deities commonly known to people. There are also lesser entities that exist solely in rural legends or minor tales. The ghost-faced man you encountered last night is one such figure from rural horror folklore. These beings, which lack world-ending power yet can impact human society, are collectively referred to as the mysterious." "Ah, I see." Lin Xia nodded, realizing why the creature he encountered last night seemed somewhat familiar. It was indeed born from rural lore. Therefore, we are also soldiers, defenders of our homeland. Our existence is dedicated to preventing the people of the Great Xia from suffering. Is that not noble? Is it not admirable? Zhao Kongqing endeavored to persuade him earnestly. "Indeed, it is noble and admirable. I hold great respect for you all, truly." Lin Xia's demeanor grew serious. He was not jesting, for one could genuinely perceive a profound respect in his gaze. A smile gradually appeared on Zhao Kongqing's face. "Then, how about you?" "I shall not join." Zhao Kongqing's smile suddenly froze. "Why? I cannot leave." Lin Xia's eyes were filled with earnestness. "I have many matters to attend to. What could be more significant than safeguarding our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin." Lin Xia gazed out the window, his expression remarkably serene. "My aunt, though not very old, has tirelessly worked in the factory for the sake of Ajin and me, a burden, day in and day out for a decade. Now, her health is deteriorating. She is a stubborn individual, even while seated on the living room chair, massaging her neck to the point of tears. She insists she is merely practicing yoga for her well-being. I sit across from her, and she thinks I cannot see. She lives too cautiously, bearing too much fatigue. My cousin is intelligent and dutiful, yet he is still too young to shoulder the responsibilities of this family. I have many aspirations. I wish to earn a living to support my family, to buy a spacious home for my aunt and cousin, and to ensure my aunt never has to endure the suffering of that dark factory again. I want to provide my cousin with a college education, enabling him and my aunt to lead a better life. For the past decade, they have never given up on me, this burden, now that I am finally well. How could I abandon them? You are noble and great. If circumstances allowed, I might consider joining you. But for now, I simply wish to remain steadfastly by their side. To protect this family." Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound sentiments, possessing such mature thoughts. It dawned on him how ludicrous his previous attempts to evoke the typical adolescent bravado and fervor were. Lin Xia is no ordinary high school student. Lin Xia stood up and walked directly to the door, hesitating momentarily before halting his steps. "Thank you for sharing so much with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement." With that, he pushed the door open and exited. This time, Zhao Kongqing silently sat on the edge of the bed, his body slightly rising as if to reach out for him, but after a brief pause, he resignedly sank back down. He understood the significance of this youth and recognized the burden of his mission to bring him back, yet he found himself unable to do so. "Xiaoqi, you are finally back. Why aren't you in your school uniform today?" "Aunt, I woke up in a hurry this morning and forgot to wear it." "Child, won't the teacher scold you for not wearing your uniform?" "They only mentioned it briefly. It's nothing serious." "Alas, Xiaoqi, you've just transferred to a new school. You can't afford to leave a poor impression on your teachers. You must be more meticulous." "Understood, Aunt. How are you getting along with your classmates?" "They aren't ostracizing you, are they?" "Not at all. We get along quite well. They even walked me home. And I returned the favor. That is good. That is good. I'm going back to my room now, Aunt. All right, sleep early. Thud. Lin Xia closed the door, lay back on the bed, gazing at the night sky outside, and sighed deeply. The world was far more intricate than he had ever envisioned. However, this complexity bore little significance to him. After a brief respite, Lin Xia rose, and as he began to shed his garments, a hard object tumbled from his pocket. Clanging. Lin Xia glanced down and retrieved the item, a look of confusion crossing his features. It was a metallic ornament, resembling a badge, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin. Crafted from an unknown material that radiated a gentle coolness upon touch. On the front of this emblem, 2 straight swords crossed each other, their blades emanating a faint azure glow, set against a backdrop of a star-studded night sky, exquisitely crafted. Beneath the design, the words Zhao Kongcheng were engraved. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled that during Zhao Kongcheng's earlier insistence on dragging him to the hotel, it seemed the latter had brushed against his pocket. Had he inadvertently lost it? Lin Xia fiddled with the emblem, flipping it over to reveal several lines of engraved text on the reverse side. If the dark night ever descends, I shall stand before the multitude. Sword drawn toward the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Such grandiose words. Had Zhao Kongcheng penned them himself, or were they the proclamations of the night watchers? Lin Xia murmured to himself, observing that he appeared rather dazed, not the type to compose such verses. After toying with the emblem for a while, he placed it on the table, changed his attire, and climbed into bed. Tonight, he had a significant task to undertake. He closed his eyes and plunged his consciousness into the asylum of gods within his mind. At that moment, in the small courtyard of the asylum, Nyx sat in a rocking chair, cradling an assortment of jars and vials, seemingly murmuring to herself, with a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to overlook the murkiness in her eyes and the peculiar items in her embrace, her noble bearing would render her a breathtaking portrait. Soon after, Lin Xia, donned in a white lab coat, approached slowly, to immerse himself fully in the role of a psychiatrist. He had procured a lab coat from the director's office and even tucked a pair of plain glasses into the collar. At first glance, he indeed resembled a professional. Lin Xia stepped beside the rocking chair, silently gazing into Nyx's hazy, vacant eyes, and he sighed softly. From the mythological texts he had perused, it was evident that Nyx was among the most ancient and powerful deities in Greek mythology, her status and might unparalleled. Yet, in comparison to other gods, she possessed a singular trait, an affinity for childbirth. According to Lin Xia's estimations, Nyx had at least 20 offspring, including the renowned god of death Thanatos, the god of sleep Hypnos, as well as deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among others. With only a few exceptions, the vast majority of Nyx's progeny were malevolent beings, wreaking havoc upon the world after their birth, and many had met tragic fates. From the fragmented tales of mythology, Lin Xia could not glean more detailed information about this goddess of night, but he surmised that her current affliction might be intricately linked to her offspring. The doctor at the Sunshine Mental Hospital remarked that a male patient, overwhelmed by longing for his wife, began to imagine her presence beside him. Is it possible that Nyx's affliction stems from a similar yearning? Has she, in her deep desire for her children, mistaken mere jars and vessels for her offspring? Yet, what transpired with her progeny that provoked such a profound reaction from Nyx? Moreover, can an ancient deity, endowed with divinity, truly experience such intense emotions? Or had she, prior to her affliction, been stripped of her divine form and essence? Lin Xia pondered in uncertainty. Hypnos, do not fret, your brother shall return shortly. He was merely indulging in mischief for a while. That rascal Donatus has always been a troublemaker. When he returns, he shall receive a proper reprimand. Nyx cradled the vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, only to be clouded once again. She paused, her voice hoarse and trembling. But after 3 millennia, why has he not yet returned? Witnessing this scene, Lin Xia felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Who could have imagined that the once mighty goddess of night now appeared so helpless and humble? She was the goddess of night, yet also a mother yearning for her child's return. To remedy her ailment, one must address its roots. The doctor's words echoed in Lin Xia's mind as he lowered his head, lost in thought. The essence of Nyx's affliction lay in the loss of her children. To heal her, he must seek out her offspring. However, these children were renowned Greek deities. It was implausible for him to locate each one and bring them before Nyx. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether they had been drawn into this world by the mists. Where could he find such a multitude of deities? Even if he succeeded, would these malevolent gods willingly accompany him? Lin Xia furrowed his brow in contemplation when, at that moment, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Perhaps there is a way? He rose, casting a conflicted gaze upon Nyx for an extended period, ultimately resolving to take a step forward. In the midst of Nyx's vacant stare, Lin Xia approached her, gently crouching down, extending his arms to embrace her, whispering softly in her ear, "Mother, I have returned." At that instant, a radiant spark ignited in Nyx's eyes, unprecedented and vibrant. She tremulously extended her arms, tightly embracing Lin Xia, and after a prolonged moment, she finally managed to articulate a complete thought. "Welcome back, deities, my child." The moment Nyx uttered these words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xia's eyes. Nyx's healing progress. 3. The conditions for rewards have been met. Commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Soon after, a virtual lottery wheel appeared, spinning rapidly. Lin Xia observed that the wheel was segmented into over 20 sections, each of comparable size, indicating an equal probability for each divine ability to be chosen. As the night sky descended, the dim eyes of the cosmos bore witness to the fall of 1,000 stars. The arcane art of stellar rupture shimmered in the darkness, alongside the enigmatic flicker of the nocturnal kin and the extraordinary ability of progeny of the beyond. The myriad of powers displayed on the spinning wheel left Lin Xia in a daze, yet he could not shake the feeling that something peculiar had infiltrated the mix. What on earth is progeny of the beyond? Is this even a divine ability? If I were to draw this power, would I need to seek a wife at all, as I could simply spawn a multitude of divine offspring myself? That doesn't sound too shabby. Meanwhile, Lin Xia noticed a slender black segment in one corner of the wheel, markedly different in size from the other abilities, occupying roughly one of the total area. The name of this divine ability was simply unknown. Unknown? What could that possibly mean? Nevertheless, he deemed it irrelevant. With his abysmal luck, he would probably need to spin 1,000 times to even lay eyes on that unknown. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia fixed his gaze on the wheel, and with a mere thought, it began to decelerate. The pointer glided over each ability, ultimately coming to a halt on one specific area. The word Starry Night Dancer materialized before him, prompting a resigned sigh. Judging by its name, this ability seemed to pale in comparison to stellar rupture or the fall of 1,000 stars, yet at least it wasn't progeny of the beyond. Such fortune, indeed, is befitting of me. As the pointer came to a stop, the wheel gradually dissipated, leaving the 4 words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hue deepening with each passing moment. Lin Xia reached out and grasped them. In an instant, those words transformed into a beam of black light, surging into Lin Xia's being. He felt a mysterious energy rapidly reshaping his body, as if both his soul and flesh were being cleansed, an extraordinarily pleasant sensation enveloping him. This remarkable feeling lasted for about 5 seconds, and when it finally faded, Lin Xia distinctly sensed a transformation within himself. Before his eyes, several lines of text slowly emerged. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. Your presence is rendered difficult to perceive. Your intimidation factor towards other beings is amplified. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Xia could not help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable ability appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Not to mention, the quintupled speed, strength, and endurance marked a level of abnormality, even with his utterly ordinary physical constitution. Participating in an Ironman triathlon at night would undoubtedly secure him a spot in the Guinness World Records. Such enhancement could propel his body to the brink of human limits. This was merely in light of his average physical attributes. Should he undergo systematic training, Lin Xia dared not imagine the heights he could achieve. Furthermore, the abilities of stealth and communication with nocturnal animals transcended the boundaries of humanity. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Xia took a deep breath. He indeed had no intention of joining the Night Watchers, nor did he wish to engage in battles with mythical beings. However, he was merely a high school student, and to claim that he lacked aspirations towards supernatural powers would be disingenuous. Moreover, it was only by strengthening himself that he could better protect his family. Lin Xia finally steadied his mind and fixed his gaze upon Nyx before him. At that moment, Nyx was gazing at him tenderly, gently stroking his hair while murmuring to herself, "Dionysus, where have you been for these 3,000 years? Do you know how much I miss you?" Lin Xia silently sat there, his eyes filled with complexity as he looked at Nyx. Just as he had suspected, Nyx, in her current state, could not distinguish between her own children and mere vases. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Xia was not her child? Consumed by her longing, she had transformed everything around her into figments of her children, yet those jars and bottles were not truly alive and could not respond to Nyx. Therefore, when Lin Xia, a living, breathing being who could call her mother, appeared, it was as if she had come back to life, finally finding her emotional anchor. This marked the first step in opening her heart and was the reason for the sudden leap in her healing progress to level 3. "Dionysus, do you know how much your brother longs for you? Come, embrace him," Nyx said with a smile, lifting a vase towards Lin Xia. With no other choice, Lin Xia reluctantly accepted the vase, pretending to caress it. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his other siblings nestled in Nyx's embrace, and he shuddered. He saw that Nyx was holding several labeled jars, each differing in color. On one of the labels, Lin Xia clearly saw the words, "Flufenazine, divine use." His gaze fixated on it, his mouth agape in astonishment. Flufenazine? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wasn't that one of the medications listed by the psychiatrist earlier? And the words divine use following it? In that instant, Lin Xia seemed to connect the dots, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. He handed the vase back to Nyx and hurriedly exclaimed, "I'll be right back." He then darted up to the second floor of the psychiatric hospital like a gust of wind, making his way to a room at the end of the hallway. The medication storage room. The door was ajar, as Nyx must have entered earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to take so many siblings with her. Lin Xia quickly stepped inside, searching diligently until he came to a halt before a massive metal cabinet, his eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. Before him was an entire wall of medications. The variety was extensive, and the vast majority were intended for the treatment of psychiatric disorders, including the flufenazine and chlorpromazine he had just seen, along with a plethora of tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the inscription divine use. A smile crept onto Lin Xia's lips. He should have realized it sooner. This is a psychiatric hospital dedicated to healing the gods. Naturally, as a medical facility, it possesses a storeroom filled with medications, specifically designed to cater to the unique physiology of divine beings. While he cannot transport earthly medicines into the hospital, he can discover corresponding remedies that are effective for deities. This revelation simplified matters considerably. Lin Xia selected several vials from the medications prescribed by the doctor during the day and hurried downstairs to Nyx's side. "This one is to be taken once a day, 2 pills at a time, and this one is for 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Remember to take them." Nyx gazed intently at Lin Xia, as if a flower were blooming on his face, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xia's words. Sighing in resignation, Lin Xia thought, "Well, I suppose I'll have to feed you every day." Observing Nyx's reaction, he couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Relying on a severely mentally ill person to remember to take their medicine was indeed a tall order. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, a radiant smile blossomed on Nyx's face. Filled with joy, after administering the medication, Lin Xia retreated from his consciousness, gradually sinking into the realm of dreams. This time, he was liberated from the exhausting dream of incessant knocking, for since the psychiatric hospital for the gods had integrated with him, he seemed to have entirely escaped the shackles of that dream, embracing true slumber. He experienced a delightful dream, envisioning himself as a university student, achieving career success, and residing in a grand house with his aunt and Yang Jin. He dreamed of the 3 of them finally embarking on a journey, witnessing mountains and waters that had only appeared on television. Due to his previous physical disabilities and the financial strain on his family, he hadn't ventured beyond the confines of Songnan City in 17 years. Deep down, he harbored a yearning for the world beyond. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Xia reluctantly rose, donned his clothes, and prepared to head to school. As he pushed open the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance. "Ready to leave. Aunt, why are you up so early for work? A new shipment of parts has arrived at the factory, and we need to process them quickly. I'm heading out now. You keep having breakfast with your brother, and remember not to be late." His aunt chattered. "All right." Just as his aunt was about to close the door, Lin Xia spoke again. "Aunt, what is it?" She paused, looking at him with curiosity. "It's nothing." Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and smiled. "I'll tell you some good news when you return." His aunt regarded him with a puzzled expression, playfully scolding. You child, still playing riddles with me? Fine, I'm in a hurry now. Tell me tonight. With that, she hurriedly shut the door and hurried down the stairs. Lin Xia stood quietly at the doorway, head lowered, lost in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his head abruptly, as if resolved to make a decision, and opened the door while still in his slippers. He stood at the corridor, shouting down the stairs, Aunt, I can see now. In the next moment, Lin Xia heard the sound of footsteps from downstairs abruptly cease, followed by his aunt's trembling voice drifting up from the 5th floor below. You say that again. I can see. I'm cured. Aunt. After a brief pause, a hurried rush of footsteps ascended, more frantic than the descent. Before long, his breathless aunt stood before Lin Xia. Her lips quivered slightly, yet the corners of her mouth could not help but rise in a smile. You can see? Really? Indeed. Is it blurry? Is there double vision? Does it hurt? Is it painful in the light? No, none of that, Aunt. A smile graced Lin Xia's lips as he reached up to untie the black satin cloth covering his eyes, slowly revealing a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes. I am truly cured, Aunt. His aunt gazed at his eyes in astonishment, tears uncontrollably spilling from her eyes. She smiled, and the wrinkles on her face blossomed like flowers. At over 40, she smiled like a child. For 10 years, Lin Xia had never witnessed such a smile from her. His aunt enveloped him in her arms, and he could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly. Good, good. Our little Xia has finally made it. Releasing Lin Xia, she wiped her tears and said with a smile, Little Xia, Aunt must go to work now. When I return tonight, let us buy some extra groceries to celebrate properly. Thank you, Aunt. Then, I shall take my leave. You must focus on your studies. His aunt hurried down the stairs, tears continuing to flow down her cheeks, yet her steps felt lighter than ever. Lin Xia watched her depart, his eyes reddened before he turned to enter the house. In truth, he intended to wait for his aunt to return that evening before formally announcing this matter, but he recalled that in films, such individuals often met unfortunate ends. He did not want anything to happen to his aunt, and even if it was merely an unfounded superstition, he refused to take such a risk. Hence, he promptly discarded it, tearing it apart and tossing it into the Pacific Ocean. Just as Lin Xia turned around, he spotted Yang Jin standing behind him, cradling the little black dog, his eyes red-rimmed. The two brothers locked gazes for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Brother, congratulations. Yes, now the sunglasses you gifted me can finally be put to good use. Lin Xia affectionately ruffled Yang Jin's hair with a light chuckle. Let us eat, brother. When Aunt returns tonight, we'll have a feast. All right. The little black dog poked its head out from Yang Jin's embrace and licked Lin Xia's hand, barking joyfully. As Lin Xia entered the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the entire class. After a moment of bewildered staring, someone tentatively broke the silence. Are you Lin Xia? Removing the black satin cloth, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Following a brief silence, the classroom erupted again, this time with even more fervor. His eyes are better? It must be true, he can see. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, I had not realized it before. He is remarkably handsome. The gazes of the girls directed towards Lin Xia have transformed as they huddle together, whispering amongst themselves, intermittently stealing glances at him. The boys closer to Lin Xia approach him, inundating him with inquiries about his eyes. Upon confirming that Lin Xia has indeed regained his sight, they are left utterly astonished. I could always see. I just could not withstand the light. After a visit to the hospital yesterday, I am well now, Lin Xia replies. The classmates then recall that Lin Xia was indeed absent the previous day, coming to a sudden realization. Amidst the clamor of the classroom, 2 individuals stand out as incongruous. Lu Yuan, in the corner, bows his head, furtively observing Lin Xia, his expression filled with discomfort. He vividly remembers the day he was frantically trying to escape, accidentally colliding with Lin Xia. After narrowly escaping, he believed that Lin Xia, being blind, could never evade the grasp of that monster. Although he felt a fleeting sense of guilt, it was soon overshadowed by indifference. What he never anticipated was that Jiang Qian would perish, while the least expected Lin Xia had survived. Moreover, he had regained his sight. In that moment, Lu Yuan could not articulate his own emotions. Was it embarrassment, guilt, frustration, or regret? Though Lin Xia had his back turned to Lu Yuan, he could perceive the latter's expressive turmoil through his heightened senses, and his eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, another individual approached Lin Xia. Li Yifei, standing awkwardly beside Lin Xia's desk, wore a somewhat sheepish expression. Glancing around, he leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear and said, "Xia, could you step outside with me for a moment? I have something to discuss." After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia nodded in agreement. In the hallway, Li Yifei stood with his head bowed, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Xia, truly sorry. I was simply overwhelmed with fear at that moment. I didn't think it through and just ran away, leaving you and Jiang Qian behind, putting her in jeopardy. I do not expect your forgiveness, but we are classmates after all, and I wish to express my apologies. I am sorry." Li Yifei could not meet Lin Xia's gaze, yet his words were filled with sincerity. Once he finished speaking, Lin Xia slowly replied, "It is human nature to prioritize one's own escape in the face of danger. There is no fault in that." He patted Li Yifei's shoulder and added, "Moreover, had I been in your position, I would have fled even faster." Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. "By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement?" Lin Xia paused for a moment, then nodded. It appeared that Zhao Kongsheng had not deceived him. They would indeed not take any action against witnesses. It was only natural that Li Yifei had signed the confidentiality agreement after escaping from the monster's clutches that night. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had likely signed the same agreement as well. Although he himself had not yet signed it, it was a matter of time. Revealing to Li Yifei that he had not yet done so would only complicate matters further. "Even if they do not allow me to sign, I would never disclose anything." Li Yifei sighed. The image was one I wished to forget for a lifetime. Moreover, after signing the agreement, any violation could result in a lengthy imprisonment. I have no desire to bury my own life. Li Yifei rested his hands on the railing of the corridor, gazing down at the bustling campus below, a glimmer of yearning appearing in his eyes. "In truth, I wish to join them." Lin Xia exclaimed in surprise, "You wish to join them?" "Indeed. I expressed my willingness to forego my studies to join them when I was signing the agreement, but alas, they rejected me." "Why do you wish to join? Although your grades are not impressive, are you not about to be granted special admission to the School of Physical Education? Being an athlete is rather mundane. No. To be an ordinary person is utterly uninspiring." Li Yifei's eyes gradually sparkled with enthusiasm. To join a mysterious and powerful organization. To silently combat the enemies lurking within human society. To achieve countless feats. When the day comes that all of this is revealed, the world shall remember my name. Li Yifei's fists clenched tightly as he spoke excitedly. This is the dream of countless men. This is what constitutes a meaningful life. You are overly idealistic. Lin Xia unceremoniously shattered his fantasy. Perhaps you would sacrifice your life on your first mission, devoured by a monster and left nameless in the depths of the mountains. Your parents might never learn of your demise. You would depart this world in solitude. Xia, your imagination is rather morbid, isn't it? This is not mere imagination. Lin Xia shook his head. What you just described is the reality. Li Yifei let out a resigned sigh. Regardless, they did not want him, and there was no need for him to dwell on it. From now on, he would simply carry this secret to his grave. Yes, Lin Xia glanced at the time. It was time to return as class was about to commence. As they walked back to the classroom, Lin Xia could sense that Li Yifei appeared significantly more relaxed compared to before. It seemed that his guilt regarding Lin Xia and Jiang Qian indeed weighed heavily on him. Both Li Yifei and Lu Yuan had chosen to flee, yet their choices were entirely different. Lin Xia had no interest in seeking trouble with Lu Yuan, but if the opportunity arose in the future, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. After a full day of classes, Lin Xia slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had caused considerable disruption at the school. Under pressure, the institution had no choice but to abolish evening study sessions, allowing students to return home early. However, Lin Xia was somewhat surprised to discover that the night watchers possessed seemingly vast authority. Typically, after the deaths of two students, individuals like Lin Xia and Li Yifei, who had been associated with the deceased, would certainly face police questioning. Yet, 2 days had passed since the incident, and no one had approached them. It appeared that the night watchers had completely taken over the case, their authority so great that local law enforcement remained silent on the matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Although it was only a little past 6, the daylight had already faded into obscurity. Lin Xia frowned. Having forgotten to bring an umbrella, he had no choice but to stride homeward. The rain intensified, and by the time Lin Xia hurried home, he resembled a drenched chicken. However, the moment he opened the door, A rich aroma of cooked dishes enveloped him, extinguishing all traces of negativity within him. "Ah, Xiaoqi, my dear child, why have you returned in such a state?" His aunt, bustling about in the kitchen, rushed towards him upon seeing his condition. "It's raining quite heavily outside. And I didn't bring an umbrella," Lin Xia replied with a smile. "You should have sought shelter somewhere or call me to come pick you up. What if you catch a cold from getting soaked?" His aunt feigned anger. Chuckling, Lin Xia scratched his head, remaining silent. "Quickly dry yourself off. Oh, by the way, your teacher just came looking for you. I told him to wait in your room." She seemed to recall something. "Teacher?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "Yes, your physical education teacher. He mentioned he needed to see you. Go on, don't keep him waiting." Holding a towel, Lin Xia absently dried his hair. What on earth? Why would the P.E. teacher be looking for him? He had only transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended a gym class yet. Why would he want to see him? A thought flickered in Lin Xia's mind. He dropped the towel and hurriedly entered his room. There, he found a familiar middle-aged man lounging in a chair, holding a teacup and smiling warmly at him. Lin Xia's brow furrowed slightly. "It's you? How did you find my home?" Zhao Kongcheng smiled faintly, lifting a token from the table and shaking it. "Ever since you rejected me that night, I've been cautious. I slipped this into your pocket last night. It has a tracking function." Lin Xia locked the door behind him and sat on the edge of his bed. "I told you, I want to join you." "I know, which is why I didn't come for that purpose," Zhao Kongcheng replied. "Then are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement?" "Not at all." Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. "I reported to others that you had gone missing. Since I've decided to let you go, I can't have you sign an agreement. Otherwise, they'll realize you haven't truly vanished and might send others to persuade you. They won't be as easy to deal with as I am." Lin Xia was momentarily stunned. "So, you are here too." Zhao Kongcheng pulled a roll of parchment from his pocket and placed it on Lin Xia's desk, slowly unfurling it. "The rewards for a night watchman are far better than you might imagine. After many years of work, I have quite a bit of savings." As he opened the parchment, he continued to chat casually. As the parchment unfurled, Lin Xia's gaze sharpened. Inside was a thick stack of cash. Lin Xia frowned. "What does this mean?" Zhao Kongcheng smiled slightly, unfazed as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. "Do you mind?" "I do mind." With a sigh, Zhao Kongcheng put the cigarette away. Leaning back in his chair, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "In my youth, I was much like you." Admittedly, this introduction is rather cliché. Nonetheless, please proceed. "When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness, and my mother worked 2 jobs just to provide for me." Zhao Kongcheng rubbed his fingers against the cigarette box, his voice remarkably calm. "The pace of life in those days was leisurely, and my mother's expectations for me were simple. To complete my junior high education, return to become a village official, marry a young wife, have several children, and live joyfully together as a family. You see, young people often go through a phase of rebellion. Upon graduating from junior high, my grades were commendable, and returning to become a village official would not have been difficult. Yet, disregarding her objections, I resolutely enlisted in the military. In truth, she did not overtly oppose my decision. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the doorway, watching me. As I walked down the path behind our house, she continued to gaze at me. Even when I reached the village entrance, her eyes remained fixed on me. Later, when I arrived at the city bus station, I could not quell my unease and stealthily returned to take a look. To my surprise, she was still standing there, staring into the distance where I had departed, lost in thought. Honestly, at that moment, I contemplated staying behind, never leaving. Yet, I ultimately steeled my resolve and went to serve in the army. Zhao Kongcheng sighed deeply and continued. As time passed, my rank steadily increased. I joined the special forces and, due to my proficiency in close combat, was assigned to the night watch. Eventually, during a leave, I returned home to visit my mother, only to discover Zhao Kongcheng paused abruptly. Lin Xia cautiously inquired, "Did your mother pass away?" "No, she remarried." Lin Xia, "My mother worked herself to exhaustion in her youth, which took a toll on her health. Originally, she wished for me to return to the village and assume the role of an official to care for her. However, at that time, I was oblivious to this layer of her intentions and chose to enlist. Eventually, she could no longer endure the solitude and married someone else, at least ensuring that she would have someone to care for her in her old age. Regrettably, by then, I had already joined the night watch and could not remain by her side to support her. To be honest, when I learned of her marriage, I felt a sense of relief." Lin Xia pondered for a moment. "So, What is your purpose in sharing this with me? Zhao Kongqing slowly rose. Locking eyes with Lin Xia. We have all cherished something dear to us. Yet as we grow, we may unintentionally overlook their existence, drawn instead to other distractions. I was once like this, but you are different, Lin Xia. You are wiser and more thoughtful than I was at your age. You have your own aspirations and wish to stay close to your family. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, pursue it diligently. Protecting the world can be entrusted to those of us who have taken on that mantle. He turned and picked up the brown paper from the table, extending it toward Lin Xia. I have just met your aunt. In this era, individuals like her are truly rare. I am aware of your family's current circumstances. Take this money. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xia replied, I do not want it. I am a night watchman, and I am not in need of money. Therefore, I shall not accept it. This is meant for your aunt. You must take it. My aunt would not want it either. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly as he locked eyes with Lin Xia, neither willing to relent. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing spoke again. Lin Xia, I have grown old. I cannot bear to witness the regrets of my past unfold before me yet again, even if it is through another. Then you may close your eyes and not look. Lin Xia responded resolutely. Though we are impoverished, we maintain our principles. I will not accept the soldier's money. Furthermore, my vision has been restored, and I possess the ability. I shall not allow regrets to manifest. Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet ultimately chose silence, offering only a bitter smile. Would it not be more beneficial to take this money back for your wife and children? Lin Xia pressed on. I have stated that the welfare system for night watchmen is commendable. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, my wife and children would never suffer for sustenance and would have the opportunity to attend prestigious universities with a bright future ahead. Seeing that he could not persuade Lin Xia, Zhao Kongqing reluctantly stowed the leather pouch away once more. Do you not have any dreams of your own? My dreams? Zhao Kongqing resumed his seat, his brows arching. Indeed, I have had dreams since childhood. What are they? To rise to the rank of general in the military. To wear a splendid array of medals upon my chest, donned in uniform, returning to my village in glory. Making those who look down upon my mother aware that her son is a general. A radiant spark illuminated Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, he found himself contemplating Zhao Kongqing, reminiscent of Li Yifei and others, seemingly of the same ilk. Have you achieved that status yet? Not yet. I am still far from it, Zhao Kongqing replied with a wry smile. Moreover, as a night watchman, I cannot parade around ostentatiously adorned with medals. This dream will ultimately remain just that, a dream. Lin Xia fell silent. Well then, it is time for me to take my leave. Zhao Kongqing declared as he rose and approached Lin Xia, extending his right hand. Wishing you a bright future, Lin Xia, he said. Lin Xia gazed at Zhao Kongqing's face, which appeared less greasy than before. He extended his hand and grasped Zhao Kongqing's firmly, replying, May you one day be adorned with honors, General Zhao. Zhao Kongqing smiled, turning to leave the room. Wait, your emblem, Lin Xia called out, picking up the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Kongqing smacked his forehead. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. This is my life. He took back the emblem, glancing at it thoughtfully. By the way, did you see the inscription on the back? I did. What do you think? Is it not impressive? Very impressive. Did you write it? Not at all. It is our oath established upon entering the night watch. Zhao Kongqing tossed the emblem as though flipping a coin, catching it deftly before placing it in his pocket. However, I do quite like it. Wait, what now? The rain poured heavily outside as you held the umbrella. Thank you for this umbrella. I shall not return it, you remarked. Just take it as a reward for protecting the earth. Amused, you said, all right. I truly must be on my way. Farewell. Zhao Kongqing grasped the black umbrella and stepped outside, while Lin Xia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed his fingers against the emblem in his pocket, softly reciting, If the dark night should descend, I shall stand before countless souls. Sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Kongqing, unfazed, settled into the black sedan, retrieving a cigarette case from his pocket, preparing to indulge in a fleeting moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life. A man's voice emerged from it, causing his hand holding the cigarette to tremble violently, his pupils constricting suddenly. Xiaoqi, has your teacher left? After seeing Zhao Kongqing off, Aunt hurriedly exited the kitchen. Oh dear, why didn't you let him stay for a meal? This child, Lin Xia, shook his head. He has matters to attend to and won't be staying for dinner. What did your teacher say? Nothing much. He mentioned something about a sports test and specifically came to inquire about my eyes. That teacher Zhao is truly a good man. Even coming to the students' home to ask about their condition. By the way, before you returned, he was in the kitchen helping me wash vegetables. He may seem robust, but he is surprisingly meticulous. Aunt wiped her hands on her apron, turning off the rumbling exhaust fan, and said to Lin Xia, dinner is nearly ready. Call your brother to join us. All right. Moments later, the family of 3 gathered around the table, which was laden with 7 dishes, each a feast for the senses. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jin gazed at the bountiful spread, swallowing hard. Mom, when was the last time our meals were this sumptuous? Xiao Qi's eyes have healed. This is indeed a momentous occasion, deserving of celebration. Aunt replied matter-of-factly. Lin Xia lowered his head, glancing at the exuberantly wagging little black dog, chuckling. It seems tonight, little black Lai will also enjoy a feast. Consider it a treat. Aunt said with a smile, lifting her teacup. To celebrate Xiao Qi's recovery, cheers. 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 Beneath the dim clouds, the twilight glow had long vanished. As if the world were draped in a veil of darkness. The rain swayed in the wind, while lights sparkled in the distant cityscape. Within this aged and dilapidated residential area, a figure cloaked in dark red was sprinting through the rain, carrying a large suitcase. Raindrops cascaded down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks. Though it was summer rain, it bore an inexplicable chill. Are you certain that the ghost-faced king is indeed approaching from this direction? Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed. From the earpiece came Wu Xiangnan's voice. Uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Demon King's blood in the nearby sewer network. Judging by its tracks, the only possible destinations are the old residential area or the city center. Are there 2 suspected locations? Indeed. What should we do then? Should we split into 2 teams to guard them? In theory, that would be appropriate, but the foot traffic in the city center is immense. We cannot easily disperse the crowds. Should the Demon King appear in the city center, it would not only result in significant casualties, but also incite widespread panic. Therefore, we have dispatched the majority of our forces to the city center for defense. What about the old residential area? If the Demon King shows up there, the residents will be in danger as well. The population in the old residential area is sparse and more dispersed, making evacuation easier compared to the city center. Furthermore, even if the Demon King were to arrive there, the potential for catastrophic loss is comparatively lower, is it not? Zhao Kongqing's voice bore a hint of anger. The residents there are living, breathing individuals. Lao Zhao remained calm. Wu Xiangnan's voice was exceedingly grave. I have never suggested abandoning the old residential area. Hong Ying has already set out with her team towards that location. Your task is to evacuate the residents as swiftly as possible. Moreover, even if the Demon King truly heads your way, do not engage it directly. The Demon King is beyond your capacity to confront. If necessary, employ the void domain to contain it. Zhao Kongqing slowly relaxed his clenched fists and sighed. Understood, though a sense of injustice lingered in Zhao Kongqing's heart. He recognized that this was the most prudent course of action. After all, should the Demon King reach the city center, the dense crowd would allow it to hide in the shadows and claim a few lives to recuperate its strength. Furthermore, once exposed to the public eye, chaos would inevitably ensue. Thus, no number of personnel dispatched to the city center could be deemed excessive. One could only feel it insufficient. In contrast, the old residential area has fewer residents, and they are situated farther apart, meaning that even if the Demon King were to visit, it would require time to regain its strength and the likelihood of exposure would be minimal. In such circumstances, Wu Xiangnan's decision to send reinforcements to the old residential area was indeed commendable. Now, he had to hasten the evacuation of the residents there. This was a race against time. Zhao Kongqing darted through the rain, his speed astonishing, as the falling droplets splashed against the suitcase in his hand, creating a cascade of crystalline droplets. Not far ahead, through the misty rain, the familiar low house became increasingly distinct. Just minutes ago, he had emerged from there. Zhao Kongqing's heart was a tumult of emotions. By now, that family should be sitting down for dinner, right? He recalled sweet and sour ribs, tomato and egg, and dry-fried green beans. Ah yes, he was the one who washed those green beans. Damn it, just moments ago, he had been boasting before that kid, claiming to take on the world's guardianship, and now he had to knock on their door to urge them to evacuate. that would certainly diminish his stature. However, this was no time for concern about appearances. Zhao Kongqing surged forward through the rain, but at that moment, a nauseating stench suddenly invaded his nostrils. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he abruptly halted his steps. The cacophony of rain resonated in Zhao Kongqing's mind as he cautiously and slowly turned his neck, his eyes wide open. Fearful of missing any detail, his gaze fell upon a manhole cover not far away. The stench grew increasingly potent. Zhao Kongqing gripped the handle of his suitcase tightly, inhaled deeply, and bent slightly to place the suitcase on the ground. He was acutely aware of what this foul odor signified. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing. I have discovered the Ghost Face King in the old residential area. He opened his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the suitcase. With a snap, the suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine signage boards within. Zhao Kongqing hefted the 3 boards, setting one down in place before dashing towards another point. Almost simultaneously, from the other end of the earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. Received. I have already issued orders. The night watchers are moving towards the old residential area, and Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly, within 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Old Zhao, set up the boundless void to temporarily contain it. Zhao Kongqing placed the second signage board down while sprinting towards another vertex of the triangle, expressing his frustration. Xiangnan. The boundless void is meant to conceal battles, not to restrain. It cannot hold the Ghost Face King for 10 minutes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rainwater flowed into the manhole cover at a slanted angle, but suddenly the entire cover began to tremble violently. The rainwater that had pooled within surging forth like a boiling spring. Regardless, do not engage the Ghost Face King directly. Wu Xiangnan's voice grew increasingly urgent. Old Zhao. The old residential area is vast. Even if the Ghost Face King emerges, it may not cause immediate damage. In these 10 minutes, even if it takes a few lives, it won't regain much strength. Civilian casualties caused by the mysterious are occurring every moment. We night watchers are not gods and cannot prevent all deaths. Losing a core team member to a severely injured Ghost Face King would be an absolute loss. Old Zhao, can you hear me? With a mighty crash, the manhole cover shot upwards like a cannonball, revealing the dark maw of the sewer. A grotesque arm suddenly emerged, followed by a monstrosity several times larger than the original Ghost Face King leaping forth. Zhao Kongqing observed this scene with calmness, slowly placing down the last signage board in his hand, biting his fingertip to draw blood, and marking a line across the board. Xiangnan, do you remember the oath you once took? Zhao Kongqing gazed at the Ghost Face King before him, slightly crouching, his peripheral vision falling upon a small residential building not far away. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before millions. This time, I have no millions behind me, but I have the entire world of that child at my back. His hands suddenly pressed together. An invisible canvas enveloped the small triangle. Forbidden ruins, boundless void. Xiaoqi, don't just eat vegetables. You should have some ribs too. Aunt picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Lin Xia's bowl. Lin Xia smiled and thanked her. Today is a splendid day. Make sure to eat well. Don't hold back on Aunt. Understood, Aunt. Ajin, you should eat more as well. You're at that age where you need to grow. Ajin? Ajin. Lin Xia called out to Yang Jin, who appeared lost in thought. Huh. Oh. I'll eat now. Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. This child, why is he so distracted? Is he too picky now, refusing to eat meat? Aunt shot a disapproving glance at Yang Jin and added a few more pieces of meat to his bowl. Perhaps Ajin is overwhelmed with homework, Lin Xia chuckled, picking up a recently gnawed bone and glancing around with a hint of confusion on his face. Aunt also regained her focus, her voice tinged with surprise. How strange. Where is Xiao Heilai? Usually, he is the most eager to eat during mealtime. Yet now there isn't even a shadow of him when there are bones to enjoy. As if responding to the call, Xiao Heilai poked his head out from the balcony, barking softly. Woof. Lin Xia waved the bone in the air, beckoning Xiao Heilai over to eat. However, Xiao Heilai glanced at the bone and then at the outside, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is wrong with this little creature today? Aunt pondered curiously. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment before standing up with the bone in hand, walking to the balcony to gently pat Xiao Heilai's head, speaking softly. What is the matter? Is there something outside? He tossed the bone onto the ground, and while Xiao Heilai busily gnawed at it, Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the window. In the vast expanse of night, apart from the torrential rain, there was nothing to be seen. Even the distant residential buildings were devoid of light. The world was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if only the endless rain remained. How odd. There's nothing out there, Lin Xia murmured, just as he was about to turn away when suddenly, several knocks echoed from the window, reminiscent of someone tapping on the glass. Turning to look, he discovered a small bat outside. The bat seemed drenched from the rain, repeatedly colliding with the window, as if seeking shelter from the downpour. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. After all, he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures granted by the Starry Night Dancer. Encountering a bat was a rare opportunity to try it out. So, Lin Xia stood quietly by the window, observing the bat. Xiao Qi, what are you doing over there? Come back to eat. The food will get cold. Ant called out, noticing Lin Xia lost in thought. However, Lin Xia stood still like a statue, unmoving for a long time. Just when Ant was about to say something more, Lin Xia suddenly turned around, his eyes trembling with excitement. He dashed to the door and slipped on his shoes. Xiao Qi, what are you up to? I just remembered something important. I need to go out for a bit. Silly child, what are you talking about? It's dark outside, and it's pouring rain. Why would you go out? I have something important to take care of. Then what about dinner? I'll eat when I get back. In the bewildered gaze of her aunt, Lin Xia had already changed her shoes and swiftly opened the door, preparing to venture out. At that moment, Yang Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Brother, the rain is heavy outside. Perhaps you should reconsider. No, I must go, she insisted. No matter how significant the matter, someone will undertake it. Even if the earth were to spin on without you, some tasks are simply imperative. Lin Xia took a deep breath, forcing a smile at the corner of her lips. Do not worry too much. It's merely a trivial issue. Once resolved, I shall return. After all, it is rare to enjoy a meal so delectable. I cannot bear to waste it. With that, Lin Xia hurriedly shut the door and dashed downstairs. As Lin Xia distanced herself, her aunt suddenly came to her senses, hastening to the doorway to shout downward, Foolish child, the rain is so heavy. Don't forget your umbrella. In the corridor, Lin Xia's footsteps grew fainter and no response came. With a sigh of resignation, her aunt returned to her seat, suddenly finding the meal before her utterly unappetizing. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, lost in silence. In the rain, the sound of a lighter clicking echoed repeatedly as Zhao Kongqing attempted to ignite it. Each spark was extinguished by the cascading raindrops. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he sighed in frustration. Today is truly unfortunate. Nearby, the ghost-faced king loomed like a malevolent specter amidst the downpour, his presence exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The ghost-faced king differed significantly from ordinary ghost-faced beings. His size was at least twice that of a typical one, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Unlike the animalistic gait of common ghost-faced creatures, the ghost-faced king stood upright, chest out, and head held high. If one overlooked his pallid visage and blood-red tongue, he bore a striking resemblance to a human. Yet, this fearsome entity was marred by numerous gashes, each wound appearing as if carved into flesh, leaving him drenched in his own blood. Zhao Kongqing observed the king's injuries and clicked his tongue. The captain is indeed formidable to have inflicted such severe wounds. It seems he has been holding back during our training sessions. Even when severely injured, the monsters of Chuan are still abnormally strong. I wonder how long I could last under its onslaught. Murmuring to himself, Zhao Kongqing reached for the hilt of his straight blade, slowly drawing it forth. The pale blue blade slicing through the rain, emitting a soft hum. A downpour, a cigarette, a cloak, and a straight knife. The ghost-faced king watched Zhao Kongqing, its crimson tongue flicking as a bloodthirsty desire flickered in its eyes. In an instant, both combatants sprang into action. Zhao Kongqing wielded his blade, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, his gaze fierce and intent on destruction. His speed was remarkable, yet the ghost-faced king was swifter still. Its massive form broke through the curtain of rain, its ghastly face contorting in anticipation, resembling a predator that had just spotted its prey, unable to contain the ecstasy within. Clang, clang, clang. In the instant when the two figures collided, the air was pierced by the sharp glint of blades, and the resonant clang of metal echoed through the deluge. The clash of claws and blades sparked blinding flashes. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, unleashed 3 precise strikes aimed at the vital points of the ghost-faced king, only to have them thwarted with even greater speed. After delivering his third blow, he was sent sprawling by the terrifying force of the ghost-faced king, landing awkwardly in the muddy ground. The disparity between them was staggering. One a mythical being with formidable physical prowess, having reached the realm of Chuan, and the other a mere mortal, armed only with skill and experience. Rising from the mire, Zhao Kongqing spat out the damp cigarette from his mouth, cursing under his breath. So what if it's a mythical creature? Is brute strength all that impressive? The ghost-faced king harbored no intentions of fair combat, roaring towards Zhao Kongqing with a voice that rumbled like thunder. As he approached, a massive, grotesque visage began to materialize on the ground, centered around the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted dramatically. The Forbidden Ruin, Sequence 176, Ghost Face Manifestation. The moment that visage appeared, Zhao Kongqing felt the world tilt, an unprecedented dizziness overwhelming him. He furrowed his brow, tensing his body to stabilize himself. Before his eyes, everything resembled a chaotic kaleidoscope, disordered and elusive. This is bad. It can still wield the Forbidden Ruin. I'm done for, Zhao Kongqing murmured, recalling the words of Wu Xiangnan before the battle. The Forbidden Ruin, Sequence 176, Ghost Face Manifestation, possesses the ability to deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms are less than or equal to its own, distorting spatial concepts. Within the domain of the Ghost Face Manifestation, up, down, left, right, and front, back can shift at the whim of the Ghost Face King. While one might resist to a degree through consciousness and experience, it is undeniable that all offensive capabilities would be severely affected, diminishing combat effectiveness. Thus, aside from the captain, who also resided in the Chuan realm, none of the other members could confront the Ghost Face King head-on. Otherwise, it would be a certain death. Indeed, this Forbidden Ruin is utterly repulsive. Zhao Kongqing, as a first-hand witness, truly comprehended the perverse nature of this domain. So, the captain managed to grievously wound the Ghost Face King within this Forbidden Ruin? He too is a monster. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kongqing slowly closed his eyes. The roars echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint the Ghost Face King's location. The ground trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing sensed the Ghost Face King rapidly advancing. From where would it emerge? In reality, amidst the eerie and grotesque visage, Zhao Kongqing stood with his eyes shut, resembling a statue, his hands gripping the blade directed forward. Brow furrowed. He remained oblivious to the fact that the Ghost Face King had silently maneuvered behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, and touch, were in a whirlwind of rapid transformation, akin to being thrust into a powerful washing machine. Erroneous information flooded his mind, rendering him incapable of distinguishing the realities of the world around him. The ghostly visage of the King of Ghosts fixated upon the oblivious Zhao Kongqing, a bloodthirsty grin emerging upon its pallid face. It leaned slightly forward, then, like a massive cannonball, burst through the curtain of rain, moving with such speed that it left behind an afterimage. Its sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light as they sliced toward Zhao Kongqing's neck. It seemed to anticipate the warm blood gushing forth, envisioning the exhilarating scene of it staining its form. Yet, at the very moment its claws were about to make contact with Zhao Kongqing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It was as if Zhao Kongqing had eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly dodged, narrowly evading the King of Ghosts' strike. Immediately thereafter, he wielded his straight knife, drawing a long arc through the rain, aimed directly at the King of Ghosts' head. Clang! A sharp collision echoed as the King of Ghosts grasped Zhao Kongqing's blade tightly, retaliating with a kick that sent Zhao Kongqing flying like a sandbag. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, the astonishment in the King of Ghosts' eyes was unmistakable. It could not fathom how Zhao Kongqing had sensed its attack. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground, exclaiming in pain, yet a smile, unbidden, crept to the corners of his mouth. Surprise and intrigue, was it? With his straight knife propping him up, Zhao Kongqing laughed, his smile dripping with mockery. This forbidden realm of yours is indeed twisted. Under normal circumstances, I would have fallen prey to your cunning and met my demise at your hands. However, Zhao Kongqing raised a finger skyward, indicating the rain. You may deceive the senses of living beings, yet you cannot impede the rain descending through the force of gravity. The raindrops upon my skin provide me with a tactile sensation. You may alter my sense of touch, making me feel as if the rain falls from all directions. Yet I can use this to deduce the true source. Once I ascertain a standard direction, the remainder becomes significantly simpler. Zhao Kongqing chuckled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His demeanor audacious as he lifted his knife, pointing its blade towards the king of ghosts. I am not boasting. Had I possessed a forbidden realm, you would have perished 100 times over. Roar. The king of ghosts was incited by Zhao Kongqing's taunts, charging wildly towards him as Zhao Kongqing continued to keep his eyes closed, predicting the direction of the king's onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Kongqing engaged in a fierce melee with the king of ghosts, relying on his formidable combat instinct and experience to trade blows. Yet, this could only last so long. Under the relentless assault of the king of ghosts, the mortal Zhao Kongqing quickly found himself unable to sustain the battle. And when the king seized the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to his chest, 2 ribs shattered, sending him hurtling backward. This time, it took Zhao Kongqing a full 5 seconds to barely rise to his feet. Had it not been for the straight knife absorbing some of the damage, that strike would have surely claimed his life. He coughed repeatedly, expelling blood, his complexion as pale as death. The figure of the Phantom King stood resolutely in the rain, his gaze formidable as he approached step by step. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. He vaguely felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that? He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But after a moment of hesitation, he chose silence. His expression was riddled with complexity. Meanwhile, outside the boundless void, Lin Xia stood in a clearing nearby, rain drenching his hair, yet he appeared oblivious to it, shouting at the top of his lungs. Zhao Kongqing, stop hiding. I know you're around here. After calling out, Lin Xia calmed himself to listen for a moment. But aside from the cacophony of rain, there was nothing else. Damn it. The bat clearly saw a cloaked figure vanish with the monster. How could there be no one? Could it be a mistake? Lin Xia frowned, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed 3 peculiar signposts standing alone several meters away. Lin Xia approached, wiping the rain off the signposts, softly reading the words inscribed upon them. No entry ahead. When was this sign erected? And the arrangement is rather strange. As Lin Xia pondered, a thought suddenly struck him, and his eyes brightened. He seemed to remember that his forbidden domain was an auxiliary battlefield concealment. What was it called again? Boundless Void? Lin Xia scrutinized the 3 signposts before him, a smile creeping onto his lips as he once again shouted, Zhao Kongqing, I know you're in the Boundless Void. Open the door and let me in. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Kongqing's voice drifted from behind the signposts. What the hell are you doing out here at night instead of eating? Get lost. Zhao Kongqing was perplexed. In such heavy rain, what was this kid doing wandering about? Moreover, he had already opened the Boundless Void. How did Lin Xia know he was here? And why did he come now, of all times, when he was being pressed down? How embarrassing. Furthermore, having just declared that the protection of the world was entrusted to him, if he were to inadvertently pull Lin Xia in now and something happened to the kid, Zhao Kongqing would never forgive himself. What do you care if I'm out? I know you're fighting that phantom over there. Let me in. I can fight quite well now, Lin Xia's voice called out again from outside. You can fight? Nonsense. Zhao Kongqing retorted. This is not just any phantom. This is the Phantom King. He is at the Chuan realm, 2 whole realms above your measly Zhan realm. Do you think you can go head-to-head with him as a high schooler? Besides, aren't you always afraid of death? Why are you rushing in now? Hurry back home for dinner. I'm telling you, with me, Zhao Kongqing, around, that thing can't harm a hair on your family. In one moment, circumstances shift dramatically. Although I harbor a fear of death, I cannot bear to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Lin Xia shouted from outside, while our family enjoyed a warm meal within. Do you wish to face the ghost-faced king alone? If you aspire to be an unsung hero, I shall not permit it. If one is to eat, it must be after vanquishing the ghost-faced king. You will return with me to dine. Lin Xia forcefully collided with the air beside the notice board. Yet it felt as though an invisible barrier stood resolutely between the inside and the outside, remaining unmoved despite his exertions. Inside, Zhao Kongqing was once again sent flying by the ghost-faced king, lying on the ground for an extended period before managing to prop himself up with his blade. Spare your efforts, he coughed. While I possess no realm of my own, the boundless domain I have conjured is more than sufficient to obstruct anyone below the pool level. To enter here, there are but 2 possibilities. Either I permit you entry, or you must await my demise. You cannot even breach my boundless domain. Facing the ghost-faced king here is akin to courting death. Zhao Kongqing fixed his gaze on the ghost-faced king, his voice growing weaker. After he uttered his final words, The commotion from outside ceased. No one continued to batter against the boundless domain, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Kongsheng waited for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, then a smile graced his lips. That's more like it. Obediently return home to dine, and leave the rest to us, the night watchman. Struggling to stand upright, Zhao Kongsheng gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Each inhalation brought forth sharp pain, causing his body to tremble slightly. He had reached his limit. Before him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a small mountain in the rain, covered in wounds, both old and new. Yet it remained vibrant and unyielding, showing no signs of collapse. Such is the extraordinary constitution of a mythical creature. With one hand gripping his blade, Zhao Kongqing's other hand trembled as it reached into his pocket. Moments later, he retrieved a medallion adorned with the image of 2 crossed straight blades, beneath which lay a name, Zhao Kongqing. In a fleeting moment, he was transported back to the time he had just joined the Night Watchman, still an inexperienced recruit. The medallion symbolized the essence of a Night Watchman. It represented not only faith, but also the very core of battle. Within the medallion was a small needle. Once the switch was pressed, it would spring forth. Its tip coated with a substance known as godly stimulus. This drug, upon penetration into the body, would ignite all of a person's latent potential in a brief period, allowing one who already possessed the forbidden ruins to wield its immense power. For those without the forbidden ruins, godly stimulus would forcibly stimulate the body, awakening the hidden forbidden ruins embedded within the essence of life. In essence, during the drug's effect, it could grant those devoid of forbidden ruins a fleeting experience of possessing them. This was a means of mutual destruction, a method of turning the tables in dire straits, and the only opportunity for warriors lacking forbidden ruins to experience their own potential in a lifetime. Unless absolutely necessary, one must refrain from using it. Zhao Kongsheng gripped the emblem, his body trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the approaching demon-faced king, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The torrential rain poured down. The water mingled with blood, cascading down Zhao Kongqing's arm, dripping onto the surface of the emblem, regardless of whether the demon-faced king could hear or comprehend him. Zhao Kongsheng murmured in the rain. Men are always drawn to supernatural powers, dreaming of a day when they can traverse the heavens and earth, shattering mountains with a single blow, enveloping clouds with but a thought. Having been a night watchman for so many years, I have long awaited the awakening of my forbidden realm, yet here I am, over 40 years old, still without sight of it. Truth be told, it is quite challenging to thrive among the night watchmen without a forbidden realm. Each time I witnessed my captain and the others battling with their forbidden realms, exuding an explosive charisma, a pang of envy would always stir within my heart. I began to ponder that if one day I were to encounter an unbeatable foe, I must, before my demise, attempt the demon god induction to unveil my forbidden realm. Even in death, I could face it with a smile. Regardless, I am grateful to you for this opportunity. Zhao Kongsheng spread his palm, allowing the rain to wash over the emblem, gently rubbing his fingers along its side until a slender silver needle sprang forth. He took a deep breath and plunged the needle into his palm. Damn, that stings. Zhao Kongsheng grimaced, cursing softly. The moment the needle pierced his skin, an excruciating pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power. His entire being felt as if it had been invigorated, his cells brimming with vitality. And his heart beat like the drums of war in the midst of a battlefield, rapid and powerful. Simultaneously, a mysterious force radiated outward from Zhao Kongsheng. His eyes gleamed with newfound brilliance. The demon-faced king seemed to sense the impending danger, letting out a low growl as he sprinted through the rain. Propelled by terrifying energy, Zhao Kongsheng straightened his back, his grip on the knife tightening, the rain striking its surface with a light, ringing sound. In that moment, he held the knife aloft, his gaze ablaze with unparalleled intensity. He raised his hand and, with a decisive stroke towards the rapidly approaching demon-faced king, he unleashed a slash. A black crescent, towering 4 to 5 meters high, sliced through the rain curtain, instantly cleaving the space before them. The speed of the crescent was so astonishing that the demon-faced king barely had time to react. In an instant, a mangled, grotesque arm was thrown high into the air. With a single stroke, Zhao Kongsheng severed the demon-faced king's arm. Gripping the knife, a smile uncontrollably spread across his face as he laughed skyward. Forbidden Realm Sequence 083. Vanishing Life, Flash Moon. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongcheng, am indeed a genius. The rain poured relentlessly. Zhao Kongcheng, wielding the straight knife, was drenched in his dark red cloak, utterly disheveled and bloodied. Yet his eyes shone brightly like stars. So this is the Forbidden Ruins. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Before him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at its empty right arm, its pale visage contorted in shock. It could not comprehend how the mouse, which had just been ruthlessly tormented by it, could suddenly unleash such formidable power. However, its intellect was insufficient, and time was not on its side. Zhao Kongqing moved. Under the influence of the ghostly deity's elixir, his body had forgotten all injuries and returned to peak condition. He was like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king's eyes burned crimson, having lost its right arm. It had succumbed entirely to a state of frenzy. Its muscles bulged, its body swelling, as it crouched low before leaping into the air, splashing water everywhere. In midair, the two figures collided with astonishing speed. Bang! 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 Their movements blurred, and dark crescent blades erupted, leaving deep, menacing gashes on the ground. Originally, Zhao Kongqing's strikes could not penetrate the ghost-faced king's defenses, and in terms of both strength and speed, he was at a distinct disadvantage, which was the root cause of his previous suffering. Now, however, with the annihilating flash moon, Zhao Kongqing's lethality had reached a terrifying level, each strike leaving a profound blood mark on the ghost-faced king. Although he still could not match the ghost-faced king in strength and speed, he compensated for his deficiencies in lethality with experience. Even if his physical prowess was significantly inferior, he could still pin his opponent down. The evidence proved that Zhao Kongqing had not lied. With the Forbidden Ruins, he could slay the ghost-faced king 800 times. Given sufficient time, single-handedly defeating the ghost-faced king would merely be a matter of time. Yet, the critical issue was that he had no such luxury. While the ghostly deity's influence could unleash a person's full potential, its duration was limited. Nearly 10 seconds had elapsed since Zhao Kongqing activated the Forbidden Ruins, leaving him precious little time. Engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing could distinctly feel his strength waning, the suppressed pain gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescent blades he wielded were diminishing in size. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense this shift in his condition and, at the cost of its own essence, launched an even more ferocious assault. After several exchanges, the ghost-faced king seized an opportunity, delivering a heavy punch to Zhao Kongqing's chest. Bang! A muffled thud resonated in the air, and Zhao Kongqing was sent sprawling like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain was unbearable. Sensation surged through him like a crashing tide, overwhelming every nerve. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. As he coughed up blood, he slowly began to rise from the mud. His gaze was fixed intently on the ghost-faced king, the flames of determination in his eyes still ablaze. He could still breathe. The Forbidden Ruins were still within him. He could still fight. The demon masked king is not yet dead. He cannot afford to fall. He steadied himself with a straight blade pressed against the ground, swaying as he stood. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from behind Zhao Kongqing, causing the heavens above to tremble slightly and a crack to form in the sky. Zhao Kongqing stood frozen, seemingly struck by a thought, and abruptly turned his head. Not far behind him, a corner of the invisible canvas that veiled the sky had already torn open. Within that fractured seam, a youth with golden eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, his expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. How did you get in here? Lin Xia brushed aside his rain-soaked hair, his eyes burning like a furnace, both fervent and sacred. He sighed helplessly. I must admit, this boundless void is quite formidable. Fortunately, I possess these eyes that allow me to locate its weakest point, and thankfully, it is night. Zhao Kongqing only grasped the first part of his statement, yet it did little to quell his confusion. You just entered the lamp realm. How could you possess such strength? No, you have no weapon. How did you breach the boundless void? You may not believe it, Lin Xia replied calmly, but I merely glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. Lin Xia spoke the truth. Under the cover of night, he could feel his own vision significantly enhanced. Though not by fivefold, it was at least doubled. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he could vanquish the demon masked man with his seraph's might, and now, bolstered by the darkness, he could use that power to break through the boundless void. However, the toll on his mental energy was immense. A single glare nearly drained him entirely. Lin Xia observed the battered demon-masked king, then glanced at the myriad of blade marks on the ground, his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing turning peculiar. You lack a forbidden ruin? Is this something a mere human can inflict? Zhao Kongqing was too pressed for time to explain. No more idle chatter. Step aside. I can assist you in battle. I know. Just step aside for now, Zhao Kongqing replied, turning to him. I'll strike once, then you can come to my aid. Oh, Lin Xia acquiesced. Moving to the side, Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the nearby demon-masked king. Boy. Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. Why? This blow will be quite impressive. Before Lin Xia could express his disdain, Zhao Kongqing propelled himself off the ground with incredible speed, charging towards the demon-masked king. The demon-masked king, sensing that this man was nearing his limit, chose not to engage in a direct confrontation but instead stood alert, ready to defend against the impending assault. The light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes blazed like a lit torch, growing ever brighter. He surged through the curtain of rain towards the demon-masked king, devoid of any flourish, raising his hand and swinging his blade. An unprecedented colossal crescent moon sliced through the night sky, traversing at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, cleaving every droplet of rain along its path. The speed of this strike was so astonishing that even the formidable ghost-faced king could not evade it effortlessly. Even if it wished to escape in its current state, it was incapable of doing so. Thus, the dark crescent traversed the heavens, delicately severing a grotesque head adorned with a pale, ghastly visage. Thud! The head of the ghost-faced king fell to the ground. Zhao Kongqing staggered and collapsed straight down. Lin Xia, with remarkable swiftness, caught Zhao Kongqing's body, and only then did he realize the dire condition of his companion. Scratches, bruises, and fractures were densely scattered across Zhao Kongqing's form, and a steady flow of blood oozed from these wounds, turning the rain-soaked mire beneath him crimson. At least 5 or 6 bones were broken. Lin Xia could scarcely fathom how Zhao Kongqing had managed to stand under such grievous injuries. Most alarmingly, Lin Xia could distinctly sense Zhao Kongqing's flesh rapidly deteriorating, his vitality flickering like embers in the ashes, growing ever fainter. Lin Xia sat beside Zhao Kongqing, bewildered and powerless. Your body cough, it's nothing. Merely the after-effects of forcibly unleashing potential. At this rate, you will perish. I am aware. And you are indifferent to death? Zhao Kongqing attempted to chuckle, but halfway through, he coughed up blood. At least before his demise, he experienced the forbidden realm. And in what? And I accomplished it, wielding the blade against the abyss. Blood staining the heavens. Zhao Kongqing trembled as he reached down to touch the mud beneath him, pulling up a handful of blood. This volume, if not enough to stain the sky, would surely suffuse the earth. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, yet he asked, but there are no multitudes behind you. Apart from me, no one witnessed your struggle. Is this truly worthwhile? Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly, offering no response. Do me a favor. Speak. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one for me. Lin Xia rummaged through Zhao Kongqing's chest pocket, retrieving a rain-soaked cigarette. And from his own trousers pocket, he produced a lighter. He held the cigarette for Zhao Kongqing, shielding the lighter from the rain, and pressed it several times. Snap, snap. A flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the cigarette held between Zhao Kongqing's lips. He inhaled deeply, releasing a long sigh as if the act brought him a measure of comfort. With the cigarette in his mouth, Zhao Kongqing gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face and trickling along his cheek. Lin Xia, yes. I struck down the ghost-faced king. Did you witness it? I did. The corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, a smile of genuine happiness gracing his features. Lin Xia nodded, poised to speak, when suddenly, a tremor coursed through his entire being. He stiffly turned his head and beheld, in the distance amidst the mire, a towering headless corpse slowly rising. Upon its body, a pale and eerie visage crawled like a parasite, swiftly traversing from its legs to its back, and then from its back to its chest. Ultimately, it settled upon the breast of the ghost-faced king. Meanwhile, the severed head nearby no longer bore the ghastly countenance. Lin Xia's pupils constricted suddenly. The ghost-faced king was still alive. The rain continued to fall. Zhao Kongqing gazed at the sky, still savoring the recent spectacle, oblivious to the change in Lin Xia's expression. By heavens, a creature that even the captain could not slay has fallen to my blade. Lin Xia, do you not think I am remarkable? Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, casting his gaze down at Zhao Kongqing in his arms, and nodded heavily. Indeed, remarkable. Having achieved such a monumental feat, if I survive, I shall surely attain the rank of general. Without a doubt. Lin Xia's eyes brimmed with determination. He must survive. Zhao Kongqing appeared to envision some delightful scene, a satisfaction illuminating his face. Yet, the light in his eyes was gradually extinguishing. Lin Xia's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongqing's body, urgently whispering, Zhao Kongqing, you have yet to become a general. You cannot die. Zhao Kongqing seemed to be beyond hearing Lin Xia's voice, his eyes growing increasingly dazed. He parted his lips. His voice as faint as a whispering mosquito. Was I not handsome just now? Handsome. Lin Xia's lips quivered as he resolutely nodded. Extremely handsome. More so than anyone I have ever seen. A slight arc formed at the corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth, his eyes slowly closing, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongqing was dead. The rain poured, and Lin Xia sat there in a daze, the droplets blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Kongqing. Until heavy footsteps once again echoed in the air. Lin Xia pressed his lips together, inhaling deeply, and gradually rose from the ground. He turned around, his eyes landing on the distant headless corpse of the ghost-faced king, and in his gaze burned the fierce glow of a blazing sun. He took 2 steps forward, drawing a straight blade that was embedded in the ground. It was Zhao Kongqing's sword. Lin Xia grasped the blade and strode toward the ghost-faced king, the rain drenching him to the skin, yet it could not extinguish the fury that blazed within his heart, nor the fierce fire of his golden eyes. The ghastly face upon the corpse of the ghost-faced king writhed, seemingly letting out a silent scream, its pace quickening until it charged at Lin Xia like a staggering behemoth. The headless ghost-faced king, having lost its right arm to Zhao Kongqing's strike, could only rely on its left claw to unleash a tempestuous onslaught. Lin Xia, wielding the sword, seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, predicting its attack trajectory. And with lightning speed, he evaded its strikes. He resembled a midnight butterfly, swaying amidst the fierce storm, yet remaining untouched. The terrifying dynamic vision coupled with the swiftness of a starry night dancer transformed Lin Xia into an ethereal specter in that moment. Lin Xia deftly evaded the relentless assaults of the ghost-faced king, his expression devoid of emotion as he raised his hand and swung his blade with fervor. This time, his target was not any vital area of the body, but rather the pale, ghostly visage residing within the chest of the ghost-faced king. If his conjecture was accurate, this ghostly face represented the true essence of the ghost-faced king. Although Zhao Kongqing had previously severed the king's head, he had failed to inflict harm upon this ghostly visage, allowing the king to rise once more. As Lin Xia maneuvered through the intervals of the king's attacks, he wielded his straight blade, striking the ghostly face repeatedly. Despite possessing a quintuple strength enhancement, he could only leave shallow wounds upon the face. Yet, this was inconsequential. If one strike was insufficient, he would deliver 10, 100. This time, he was determined to rend the ghost-faced king into utter oblivion. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. While the ghost-faced king could not touch Lin Xia was able to strike the king, and gradually. The ghostly visage upon the king's chest bore an increasing number of wounds, becoming increasingly bloodied and tormented. Soon, the king's offensive began to wane. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xia's eyes as he seized the opportunity. Grasping the straight blade with fervent determination and plunging it into the ghostly face with all his might. A piercing, heart-wrenching shriek resonated through the air. Lin Xia's blade pierced the ghostly visage, but that was not the source of the king's anguished cries. What truly elicited such a soul-rending wail was the blazing golden light emanating from Lin Xia's eyes. The ghostly face melted away like wax under the heat of a flame, dissolving rapidly. Though this golden light appeared only for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to extinguish the already waning life force of the ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, the ghostly visage solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, vanishing without a trace. Concurrently, Lin Xia felt a warm current flowing from his hand, gradually coursing into his body. Furrowing his brow, he pressed his foot down upon the body of the ghost-faced king and withdrew his blade. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pale remnant of the ghostly visage, only to be momentarily engulfed in darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Although bolstered by the starry night dancer, The intense and perilous battle had greatly drained Lin Xia's stamina, and the two uses of the Eye of the Seraph had completely depleted his already limited mental energy, leaving him struggling to walk. As Zhao Kongsheng had remarked, at his current level, facing the Ghost-Face King was a path leading only to death, had it not been for the Night Watchman severely wounding the king. And had Zhao Kongsheng not sacrificed himself to incapacitate the king, even with the Eye of the Seraph and the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xia would still have been no match for the king. This was the mythic creature that had descended upon this world. This was the Chuanjing. Raindrops traced down his cheeks as he stepped through the pools of blood, staggering toward Zhao Kongsheng's lifeless form. Upon reaching the body, he slowly sat down beside it. I told you long ago, heroism is not so easily attained, Lin Xia murmured, gazing at the now cold Zhao Kongsheng. In this place, you wagered your life in the struggle, yet how many truly knew? Do you understand? Now, far away in the bustling city center, the world remains awash in vibrant lights and indulgence. They sing, they relish delectable dishes in hot pot restaurants, they engage in intimate encounters in hotels, and they savor popcorn in cinemas. Yet you, oh you, can only perish silently here. They remain oblivious to the fact that amidst this torrential downpour, a man has vanquished a mythical creature with a blade. They are unaware that their carefree revelry is made possible by the sacrifice of another's life. Is this truly worthwhile? Lin Xia gazed upon Zhao Kongsheng's pale visage, seemingly awaiting a response that would never come. Lin Xia continued, do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. I harbor no dread of it. Does a child, who witnessed angels in his youth, lost his sight, and was confined to a psychiatric institution, still hold death in reverence? I have sought to end my own life countless times in the darkness, yet light has repeatedly drawn me back. The light that saved me is not from those who scurry through the city, chasing desires and lamenting the injustices of life, but from my family. Lin Xia raised his eyes to the inky night sky and spoke softly. The multitude has never guided me. Why then should I sacrifice my life to protect this multitude? Thus, I refuse to be a night watchman. He turned his gaze towards the modest house shrouded in rain, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. However, I am not one to owe anyone a debt of gratitude lightly. You saved my entire world. What can I possibly offer you in return? After a pause, Lin Xia continued, I am aware that the night watchmen enjoy considerable benefits. Even in death, your family would be well taken care of, and your funeral arrangements would be dignified. You lack for nothing, and I, on the other hand, am destitute. How then can I repay you this monumental favor? Lin Xia sat there, lost in thought, and after a while, turned his gaze back to the distant humble abode. In the rain, his fists clenched and then relaxed helplessly. It seemed he had made a resolution. Using his blade to support himself, he struggled to rise, murmuring, in my life, I owe a debt of gratitude to only 3 individuals. My aunt, who toiled for a decade on my behalf, my cousin, whom I burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved the lives of the 3 of us. You have rescued my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard yours for 10 years. After a decade, regardless of the circumstances, I shall have no further ties to the night watchman, nor to the multitude. I will return to this home and resume my former life. Does this arrangement seem fair? Lin Xia looked down at Zhao Kongsheng, lying quietly in the pool of blood, as if in slumber. Since you do not object, it is settled. Lin Xia plunged his straight blade into the ground, kneeling in one direction. There, in the rain, stood an ordinary humble house. Aunt, Shaoqi must take his leave now. Please forgive my abrupt departure, for I fear that upon returning, I shall never wish to leave again. It is said that the night watchmen enjoy decent compensation. Throughout my arduous decade of service, the subsidies provided have sufficed for you and your son to lead a comfortable life. In 10 years, Little Seven shall ensure that you experience the finest days. Your nurturing grace shall be repaid by Little Seven after a decade. Lin Xian knelt in the rain, droplets cascading from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, striking the ground with his forehead several times, lingering there until he slowly lifted his head. Rising to his feet, he cast a final glance at the low dwelling before drawing the straight knife from the earth and turning to depart. Xiaonan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao? Amidst the torrential downpour, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, drenched to the bone, stood in the street. Her back burdened by a long black case, gasping for breath. In the open space 2 buildings ahead of you, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. He hesitated. his tone laden with apprehension. Hong Ying, you must prepare yourself. What preparation? We lost contact with him moments ago. And old Zhao's emblematic locator has remained still for several minutes. Hong Ying's pupils constricted sharply, her body trembling slightly before she darted forward like an arrow. Don't speak nonsense. Perhaps he is merely fatigued. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with despair. Hong Ying, do not speak, she yelled in fury. Hong Ying. Old Zhao's emblematic locator has moved. Upon hearing this, light flickered in Hong Ying's eyes. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't perish so easily. Where is he? He is moving slowly. He is drawing closer to you. Hong Ying paused instinctively, her gaze fixed on a nearby corner. The distant rumble of thunder echoed through the clouds, and the rain poured like a cascading curtain, obscuring her vision. Vaguely, a figure emerged from the downpour. It was a youth, bearing a sword on his back, cradling a man's lifeless body in his arms. He halted, summoning all his strength, and roared, as if declaring to the world, I, Lin Xia, bring General Zhao Kongqing home in triumph. Inside the house, Auntie looked up at the wall clock, lost in thought. The dining table before her was laden with a feast, now cold, unchanged since Lin Xia's departure. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Jin reached out, using his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Auntie's bowl. Mom, let's eat. Sighing, Auntie shook her head. Your brother left in the middle of dinner. Why hasn't he returned yet? Surely, nothing has happened to him. Rest assured, he is safe. Perhaps his classmates, seeing his eyes have healed, insisted on taking him out for a meal. Yang Jin gently reassured her. Upon hearing Yang Jin's words, Auntie's expression visibly softened, but her worry returned swiftly. But he didn't take an umbrella. Mom, Yang Jin stood up, pointing outside. The rain has ceased. Indeed, the rain had stopped. The ethereal moonlight breaks through the clouds, cascading upon the tranquil and desolate night, enveloped in silence. In the nearby clearing, a battered sign has been removed, and the remnants of blood and flesh have been meticulously cleaned away, leaving behind only ghastly gashes etched into the ground, silently narrating the events of the previous night. Perhaps by morning, someone will stumble upon these mysterious scars and conjure countless speculations, yet they shall never uncover the truth of what transpired. A few raindrops slide down from the eaves, splashing into a muddy puddle and sending ripples across its surface. With a plop, a paw steps into the puddle, sending a spray of water into the air. In the dark night, upon the scarred ground, a small black mutt ambles leisurely towards the scene. A tiny cloth pouch dangles from its neck. It navigates through the fissures, arriving at a pristine patch of ground, where it halts. Mere moments ago, the lifeless body of a man lay here. Bowing its head, a faint glimmer glows in its obsidian eyes. Suddenly, it parts its lips, uttering human words. Its voice deep and resonant. The soul returns to Tsangnan City, Peace Bridge. Peace Bridge is a grand structure located on the outskirts of Tsangnan City, spanning over the Jiangnan Grand Canal that meanders through the heart of the city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles traverse this bridge daily, marking it as one of Tsangnan City's landmarks. At the entrance of Peace Bridge, both sides are lined with a plethora of vibrant shops, among which one seemingly unremarkable establishment boasts an antiquated crimson sign, Peace Office. Like other businesses near Peace Bridge, it is not expansive, just over 200 square meters, slightly larger than the typical Lanzhou noodle shop found adjacent to schools. Its inconspicuousness stems not only from its commonplace name, but primarily from the striking nature of its neighboring establishments. To the left, a wedding planning company adorned in jubilant red and purple, named Peace Weddings. To the right, a funeral service establishment draped in white satin and festooned with wreaths, dubbed Peace Funeral Services. The left thrives in joyous celebration, while the right is shrouded in somber grief. Nestled between these two extremes, the Peace Office resembles a transparent entity, scarcely capable of capturing anyone's attention. If one were to pinpoint a distinguishing feature, it would be its name. While typical offices specialize in their respective domains, law firms adept in litigation, detective agencies skilled in solving mysteries, accounting offices proficient in financial matters, this establishment bears no prefix, merely the word peace, rendering its purpose utterly enigmatic. At this moment, within the subterranean chambers of the Peace Office, a spacious and well-lit hall hosts a youth sitting quietly on a sofa, his gaze fixated on the floor tiles in silence. In this hall, 6 others are present. So, you are the one old Zhao has tasked with finding the Seraphim agent? Wu Xiangnan inquires from his seat on the opposite sofa, regarding Lin Xia. Indeed, he responds. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan slowly began to speak. My name is Wu Xiangnan, and I am the vice captain of the Night Watch Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. The individual in black, leaning against the pillar, is our captain, Chun Mai. Lin Xia followed Wu Xiangnan's gaze and saw a man standing not far away, his hands in his pockets, silently observing him. Upon noticing Lin Xia's glance, Chun Mai slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turned to the remaining 4 members, urging, "Stop standing there foolishly, introduce yourselves." At that moment, a woman sat alone on a single sofa, hugging her knees, her hair still damp. And she slightly lifted her head to reveal a pair of reddened eyes. Night Watch Team 136, frontline combatant, Hong Ying, she stated. Lin Xia recognized her. He was present here because she had brought him. After Hong Ying finished speaking, a man standing beside her, holding a towel and smiling, chimed in, Night Watch Team 136, frontline combatant, Wen Shima. Next, a girl, sobbing and huddled in a corner, gently lifted her head and spoke softly. Night Watch Team 136. Combat support and part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. Night Watch Team 136, long-range fire support, Lung Xian, the man sitting nearby with a sniper rifle coldly added. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. You are Lin Xia, correct? Do you have anything to add regarding Zhao Kongqing's death in battle? Lin Xia replied calmly. I have made myself quite clear. Zhao Kongqing activated the boundless void and fought the ghost-faced king alone, ultimately perishing together. Were you present during their battle? Wu Xiangnan inquired. I was, Lin Xia affirmed. How did you enter the boundless void? Wu Xiangnan pressed. I glared at it, and it opened, Lin Xia responded. Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, his brow slightly furrowed. Could you describe the scene of their battle in detail? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing kill the ghost-faced king? He swung a blade, unleashing a massive black crescent that severed the ghost-faced king's head, Lin Xia recounted. A black crescent? Wu Xiangnan pondered, furrowing his brow. Just then, the previously silent Chun Mai suddenly spoke. That was Minxing Shanhua. Old Zhao activated his forbidden domain with the ghost goddess call. When Shima exclaimed in surprise, the Minxing Shanhua of sequence 083? That is a high-risk forbidden domain. I never expected Uncle Zhao to truly possess it. I once thought he was merely self-absorbed, Si Xiaonan murmured softly. No, he is indeed self-absorbed, Chun Mai said with a slight smile, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. I suspect when that guy first beheld his forbidden domain, he could hardly believe it himself. Had we been there at the time, he would have certainly insisted on telling us that his forbidden domain was the most impressive of all. Hong Ying seemed to envision an amusing scene, her lips curving slightly. But the light in her eyes soon dimmed. Wu Xiangnan gazed into Lin Xia's eyes and spoke once more. There is another question. From the corpse of the ghost-faced king, it is evident that the fatal wounds consist of a series of knife cuts, alongside inexplicable burn marks. However, the Minxing Shanyu does not seem to possess such characteristics. What is the explanation for this? Lin Xia furrowed his brow as he met with Xiangnan's gaze. Articulating each word deliberately, I have made myself very clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the ghost-faced king alone, fighting to the death, and ultimately succeeded in slaying him. Upon hearing Lin Xia's response, Wu Xiangnan's frown deepened. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Ying abruptly sat up. Her crimson eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she exclaimed angrily, Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by that? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our comrade has perished. And yet you still cling to this matter. Do you feel no sorrow at all? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, pausing for a moment before responding calmly. Old Zhao's death saddens me as well, but the truth is equally significant. Hong Ying glared fiercely at him, her chest heaving with emotion. She let out a cold laugh, forcefully slamming the black box in her hand onto the ground, and turned to make her way toward the exit of the basement. Beside her, Wen Shima attempted to offer words of comfort, but felt a tug on his sleeve and turned in confusion. Si Xiaonan stood beside him, shaking her head. Enough, Xiangnan. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to press Lin Xia further, Captain Chun Mai, who had been standing at the periphery, interrupted him. Lin Xia has already spoken clearly. There is no need to pursue the details any further. This matter ends here. Chun Mai, hands in pockets, approached Wu Xiangnan and patted him on the shoulder. Wu Xiangnan turned, astonished, and met Chun Mai's resolute gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. Chun Mai then took a seat on the sofa opposite Lin Xia. With Zhao Kongqing's matter concluded, it is time we discuss you, Lin Xia. What shall we discuss? As far as I know, Zhao Kongqing once invited you to join the Night Watchman, yet you declined. He even mentioned to us that he lost track of you. Had you not brought Zhao Kongqing's body out, we might have searched for you in vain for eternity. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchman now? Chen Mai's eyes were profoundly intense as he regarded Lin Xia. To repay a debt of gratitude, Lin Xia replied calmly. Chen Mai was taken aback. A debt of gratitude? I had made a promise to him that I would join the Night Watchman. Lin Xia paused. However, I have one condition. What condition? I will only remain with the Night Watchman for 10 years. After that, I will depart. At Lin Xia's words, everyone present was momentarily stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. The Night Watchmen are not mere community volunteers. Once one joins, they cannot leave. Therefore, I cannot agree to your 10-year condition. No one within the entire Night Watchman organization can offer you such a promise. Lin Xia was about to speak when Chen Mai interjected, saying, however, if in 10 years you possess the ability to leave the Night Watchers on your own terms, rendering their higher-ups powerless, then that would be a different matter altogether. In short, there is no way to depart from the Night Watchers through standard procedures. Surprisingly, Lin Xia nodded decisively. If I cannot leave after 10 years, it will be my own issue. Upon hearing Lin Xia's seemingly reckless response, both Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima gasped in astonishment, while even the stoic Lung Xian raised his eyelids, casting a couple of glances at Lin Xia. Given this, I shall promptly submit your application for membership to the higher-ups. However, until you complete the training camp, you will not be considered a formal member. Training camp? Lin Xia inquired. The Night Watchers operate under a semi-militarized management structure. All newcomers must participate in a concentrated training camp lasting 1 year prior to officially joining, where they will learn combat skills, firearms handling, operational deployment, and the usage of forbidden ruins, among other competencies. When does it commence? Every September, which is just a month away. Until you complete the training camp, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our team. At this point, Chen Mai seemed to recall something and solemnly reminded him, as a temporary member, we do not provide food or accommodation. Lin Xia exclaimed, no accommodation? I thought the Night Watchers offered excellent benefits. How can they be so stingy? Where will I stay for this month? Panic set in. Returning to his aunt's house? No. There was a 99% chance he wouldn't come back, and he might even end up fleeing with his entire family. However, he certainly needed to inform his aunt, at least to assure her of his safety. Thus, he planned to write her a letter explaining that he was joining the military, which would ease her worries. But the pressing issue remained. If the Night Watchers wouldn't allow him to stay, was he destined to sleep on the streets? Don't worry. You can stay at my place, came a soft voice from behind the door. Hong Ying peeked out, saying quietly, my house is quite spacious. Giving you a room is no trouble at all. Hong Ying, didn't you leave in anger? When Chima's eyes widened in disbelief. I just remembered something I forgot to take, so I came back. Is that a problem? Hong Ying shot her a glare, stepped into the room, picked up a black box from the floor, and turned to give Wu Xiangnan another glare. Under Wu Xiangnan's speechless gaze, Hong Ying approached Lin Xia and said warmly, don't worry, little brother Xia. Since you're now a member of our team, I will look out for you. Temporary. He is a temporary member. Chen Mai corrected earnestly. Besides, you two might not even know who is older, so you shouldn't be so hasty in calling him brother. Captain, you're so inflexible. Hong Ying stuck out her tongue at Chen Mai, then tore off a piece of paper from the table, jotted down an address, and stuffed it into Lin Xia's hand. Little brother Xia, I need to go practice shooting. If you can't find me after the paperwork is done, just head back on your own. Hong Ying's face was in close proximity to Lin Xia, so close that he could distinctly perceive her faint fragrance and observe her eyelashes fluttering gently. Her clear eyes, sparkling with laughter, gazed at him like a serene pool of autumn water nestled among golden maple leaves, pure, enchanting, and imbued with warmth. It must be said that Hong Ying was exceptionally beautiful, with her fair skin, delicate nose, luscious crimson lips, exquisite features, and a charming figure. Lin Xia instinctively averted his gaze, a blush unexpectedly rising to his cheeks. It was the first time in his life he found himself so close to a girl, especially one as naturally radiant as Hong Ying. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying, he stammered. Suddenly, Hong Ying sprang to her feet, laughing with excitement, startling Wu Xiangnan, who was behind her. Why are you acting so strangely? Wu Xiangnan retorted, somewhat irritated. Mind your own business. Hong Ying pouted. Who told our new junior brother to have such a lovely name? Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly as he instinctively turned his head aside. At that moment, when Chi Mo approached with a smile, Hong Ying stopped teasing the newcomer. Chi Yi, come with me. I'll show you around and discuss the situation of the night watchers. Lin Chi Yi felt as if a weight had been lifted as he followed Wen Chi Mo outside, descending the stairs towards the ground floor. Chi Yi. Wen Chi Mo suddenly spoke in the corridor. What is it, Senior Wen Chi Mo? Lin Chi Yi replied. Ahem, please don't call me senior. It feels too formal. And I'm only a couple of years older than you. Wen Chi Mo said, scratching his head awkwardly. Just call me by my name, or like the others. Call me Chi Mo all right. Actually, I have a small request. Wen Chi Mo stopped and looked earnestly into Lin Chi Ye's eyes. What is it? May I stay at Hong Ying's house with you tonight? I've wanted to for quite some time. Lin Chi Ye's expression gradually turned peculiar as he regarded Wen Chi Mo. Just kidding. Wen Chi Mo chuckled lightly. I noticed you seemed quite strained inside. I thought it might help you relax. His gaze softened as he looked into Lin Chi Ye's eyes. After all, witnessing such a brutal battle would weigh heavily on anyone, especially a high school student. Lin Chi Yi was taken aback. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Wen Chi Mo was right. Even Lin Chi Yi himself had not realized how dire his mental state had become. Having witnessed Zhao Kongcheng's death and fiercely battling the ghost-faced king alone, leaving behind the small, familiar haven he had known for over a decade to join the unknown and perilous world of the Night Watchers, it was a lot for anyone to bear. Though he had matured relative to his peers, at his core, he was still just a boy. Under such immense upheaval, the pressure on his back felt suffocating. I noticed your state was rather poor when you were sitting there just now. It's not just me. Hong Ying also saw it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proactively invited you to stay at her home. Nor would she have been able to suppress her own sorrow while playfully bantering with the captain and vice-captain. You have just arrived and are still unfamiliar with her. However, as you grow acquainted, you will discover her remarkable kindness. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, recalling the poignant image of Zhao Kongcheng cradled in his arms during the rain, while Hong Ying wept bitterly. In that moment, reflecting upon Hong Ying's gentle smile also revealed a profound sadness concealed beneath. Yet, despite her evident sorrow, why does she still tend to my feelings? It is not just Hong Ying and I who sense this, apart from Xiangnan, who is somewhat stubborn, and the frigid Iceman, Lung Xian, others have also noticed. However, the captain, being rather proud, can only subtly rely on Hong Ying to lighten the atmosphere, while Xiaonan is too shy to speak up. When Shima turned around and continued ascending the stairs, speaking languidly, perhaps before your arrival, you envision the Night Watch as a cadre of mechanical, cold-blooded killing machines, but as you linger here, you will realize that this is far from the truth. Lin Xia followed Wen Qima to the first floor, traversing the hall of the disguised office, and pushed the door open. It was now deep into the night. The once bustling He-Ping Bridge stood silent and deserted, the ground still glistening from the recent rain. Only the He-Ping office remained operational along the entire street. Before arriving, I had presumed that the Night Watch was a vast organization, situated in a forsaken military exclusion zone, equipped with aircraft and tanks, frequently conducting military drills. Observing the tranquil streets, Lin Xia spoke slowly. Wen Qima was taken aback, turning to Lin Xia, unable to suppress a chuckle. How coincidental. Before I joined the Night Watch, I held the same belief, influenced, no doubt, by those science fiction films. He gazed upward at the hazy moonlight, adding, yet, although there are no military exclusion zones, aircraft, or tanks, the Night Watch is indeed a substantial organization. Why are there only 6 of you here? Lin Xia inquired. The Night Watch differs from military forces. When Qimo replied, shaking his head, the centralized management you describe, while efficient, has a critical flaw. It lacks mobility. For instance, if a mythical creature were to appear in Sangnan City, once the local police confirmed it, they would send a message to the base located in Shangjing City. After the base reviewed the situation and dispatched personnel to Sangnan City for investigation, it would take at least 2 days to commence the inquiry. During those 2 days, many lives could be lost. Thus, the optimal solution is to station a Night Watch team in each city. When signs of a suspected mythical creature emerge, the station team can directly respond to investigate and resolve the matter. We are the Night Watch team stationed in Sangnan City, he concluded. Lin Xia pondered this, understanding now the clear division of roles among the few of them, each with distinct strengths. Indeed, from main combat prowess to battle support, long-range assistance, and overall leadership, everyone possesses unique skills that complement one another. This is the standard model for every station team. And what if a mythical creature appears that the local night watch team cannot handle? He asked. In that case, we would request support from a specialized team above us. When Shima extended 4 fingers. In the Great Xia, aside from the night watchmen stationed in every city, there exist 4 elite teams that do not reside within any city. However, when a city faces dilemmas that the local night watchmen cannot resolve, these teams are summoned. They carry no numerical designations, only unique code names that embody the honor of their special units. Special teams? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. Have you ever encountered one? Not firsthand, when Shima admitted, but 2 years ago. 3 mythical creatures of the Sea realm simultaneously appeared in the neighboring Huaihai city, almost precipitating a calamity. Subsequently, a 6-member special team known as Mask emerged and, within a single night, eradicated the threat entirely. A glimmer of yearning appeared in Wen Shima's eyes as he recounted. It is said that at dawn, the blood of the mythical creatures stained the bay a deep crimson, while the mass team had already stealthily departed for the next city. That sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Indeed. Are there any requirements for recruitment? Certainly, and they are quite stringent, Wen Shima sighed. First, members of a special team must at least be at the peak of the Chuan realm. What is the highest realm among the 6 of you? Our captain, who is also at the Chuan level, yet still has a long way to go before reaching the pinnacle. When Shima continued, moreover, merely possessing the requisite realm is insufficient. One must also possess uniqueness. What do you mean by uniqueness? It refers to distinguishing traits that set one apart from other night watchmen. For instance, possessing a highly dangerous forbidden sequence, one of the top 80, or achieving mastery in a particular domain, such as being a grandmaster of blades or swords, or acting as a proxy for a deity. A proxy for a deity? Is that truly considered uniqueness? Lin Xia questioned, bewildered. When Shima shot a glance at Lin Xia, envy evident in his eyes. You, as the proxy of the seraph, think that divine proxies are as common as cabbages on the street? Are they not? Lin Xia asked, perplexed. Certainly not. When Shima exclaimed, astonished by his audacity. Proxies of deities aligned with humanity are exceedingly rare. Among all night watchmen, there are only 8 or 9. Primarily distributed across various special teams or serving as captains in major cities. They are individuals of utmost significance. Damn, I truly envy you, When Shima remarked, uncharacteristically swearing. He sighed in resignation. You, my friend, possess immense potential. Once you mature, this small town of Tsangnan will no longer suffice for you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of the night watchman stationed in the capital or join a special team, traversing the world. Becoming a captain of a special team is not out of reach. In any case, your future is limitless. Oh, Lin Xia's expression remained tranquil. When Shima looked at him in surprise. Oh, is that all? What more is there? Don't you feel the surge of emotions, the thrill of blood boiling? A little, but only a little. Lin Xia replied nonchalantly, expressing his disinterest in promotions. When Shima cast him a peculiar glance, momentarily forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the night watchers a decade hence. Lin Xia remained non-committal and continued to inquire. According to your words, these 4 special teams represent the pinnacle of the Great Xia's combat prowess? Certainly not. They may be the apex of team combat effectiveness among the night watchers, but they are far from the zenith of the Great Xia's strength. Are you implying that there exist organizations akin to the night watchers within the Great Xia? No. There is but one night watcher in the Great Xia. However, there are 5 individuals who embody the pinnacle of humanity. The pinnacle of humanity? As the term suggests, it refers to the utmost combat power achievable by humans, due to their prowess nearing that of the mythical ancient deities. They are also referred to as demigods, to stand alongside the divine in mere mortal form. Though I recognize that you are quoting a classic line from cinema, it is indeed the case. When Shima gazed up at the night sky, his eyes filled with reverence. These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity, the sole glimmer of hope amidst the vast, shrouded uncertainty. Who are they? I do not know. They are too distant from us. Few have witnessed their appearances or know their names, though intriguing rumors abound. What rumors? These 5 paragons of humanity are known as one sword, one rider, one sovereign, one void, and one scholar. Sword, rider, sovereign, void, scholar. What sort of rumors are these? They offer no substantial information. It is said that our highest commander of the night watchers is among these 5 paragons, yet it has been an eternity since anyone has seen him in action. I have a question. Ask away. Has humanity ever slain a god? Lin Xia pointed towards the heavens, clarifying that he did not refer to bizarre mythical creatures, but rather the true ancient deities of legend. Wen Qima fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know, but I suspect not. In the midst of this dense fog, humanity resembles a lamb with its eyes blindfolded. We are oblivious to the events transpiring in this world, unaware of when the apocalypse may descend upon us. In an era where the existence of deities has been affirmed, should humanity truly succeed in slaying a god, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities. In such a scenario, they would likely unite to eradicate humanity, rendering our plight even more dire. Lin Xia nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Do you have any further inquiries? Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Do temporary team members receive any benefits or subsidies? Indeed. Then, I have no further questions. Thus, your myriad questions culminated in this one, which you regard as paramount. Naturally, Lin Xia nodded, as if it were self-evident. All that talk of special teams and the pinnacle of humanity feels distant to me. I prefer to remain grounded. Very well. When Qima turned and asked, Are you tired? Not at all. Then allow me to escort you to a place. Is this serious in the dead of night? Indeed. When Qima's lips twitched slightly. Well then, Lin Xia cautioned, Do not forget, I am still underage. A few minutes later, the car gradually came to a stop in a desolate, silent wilderness. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, his gaze darting around warily, filled with suspicion as he looked at Wen Qima. Why have you brought me here? Wen Qima silently rolled his eyes and pointed towards a nearby graveyard. Over there. Following his, Lin Xia fell into silence, a vague understanding dawning upon him regarding Wen Qima's intentions. The two proceeded along a narrow path, soon arriving at the edges of the graveyard. This burial site was not expansive. In comparison to the public cemetery on the outskirts of the city, it was noticeably smaller. However, the craftsmanship of the tombstones and the spacing between them were far superior to that of an ordinary cemetery. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and orderly. This was the resting place of the night watchman of Songnan City. Wen Qima spoke calmly, stating that since the transformation of the Special Biological Response Team into the Night Watchman in 1936 and the implementation of a city-by-city management structure, this site had been designated as the final resting place for the fallen night watchmen of Songnan City. Of course, this was merely the default resting place. When each member officially joined the night watchman team, they could specify whether they wished to be interred in the night watchman cemetery, cremated, or returned to their ancestral home. Many years ago, Zhao Kongsheng had chosen to be buried in the night watchman cemetery, expressing that he bore too much blood on his hands and feared he would frighten his ancestors if he returned to their graves. As he reminisced, a smile crept onto Wen Qima's face, as if he could still see Zhao Kongsheng's carefree demeanor while making that declaration. Lin Xia silently surveyed the numerous gravestones surrounding him, his brows furrowing slightly. So many. In this graveyard, there were at least 60 to 70 distinct tombstones, most of which were new. From 1936 to now, it has been 85 years, Wen Qima lamented. Initially, our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, each city did not encounter many mythical creatures annually, and those that did appear were not particularly formidable. However, as time passed, the frequency of mythical creature arrivals accelerated, and their powers grew increasingly terrifying, leading to a rise in our casualties. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here belong to those who perished in the last 20 years. Before Captain Chun Mai was assigned to Songnan City, it was said that 2 team members would die each year. It was only after his arrival that the mortality rate significantly declined. The image of the reticent figure clad in black materialized in Lin Xia's mind, filling him with a sense of admiration. But Zhao Kongsheng just perished tonight. Has his gravestone already been prepared? A sudden thought struck Lin Xia, prompting him to ask with confusion. No. Then why are we here? Wen Qima raised his hand, pointing into the distance. Look over there. Following his gesture, Lin Xia noticed a faint glimmer emerging from the darkened graveyard. Under the dim light, Hong Ying sat by an empty plot, her red eyes glistening as she cradled a blank stone tablet in her arms, meticulously carving it with a chisel in her right hand. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on the tablet, only to be hurriedly wiped away. At this moment, she bore no semblance of the vitality she once possessed. Had she not claimed she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xia stared blankly at this scene. She had lied. When Qima shook his head, it was an unspoken rule that the gravestone of a night watchman should be sculpted by the deceased comrades, and this tablet was originally meant to be carved by me. Although unvoiced, I understood that she was indeed the one who yearned to carve a monument for Zhao Kongqing the most. Their bond was profound, truly profound. Thus, even though her fib was utterly absurd, I turned a blind eye, allowing her to secretly inscribe the tablet. Lin Xia and Wen Qima stood quietly, observing Hong Ying, who was engrossed in her task, for an extended period without uttering a word. Beneath the hazy moonlight, within the silent graveyard, only the sound of Hong Ying's chisel produced a faint lament. Shall we not go greet her? After a long pause, Lin Xia inquired of Wen Qima. Approaching her now would only render her embarrassed. Her sensitivity was too pronounced. Yet, the act of watching felt akin to being a voyeur of someone's secret, which left Lin Xia feeling somewhat uncomfortable. When Qima turned to him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Do you believe we are the only peeping toms lurking nearby? In the graveyard, on the other side of the woods, Xiangnin lay prostrate on the ground, his robust frame quaking as he suddenly turned around, exhaling a sigh of relief upon recognizing the newcomer. Captain, do not move so silently in the graveyard at this hour. You nearly frightened me to death. He placed a hand on his racing heart, taking a deep breath. Chunmai quietly settled beside Xiangnan, glancing at Hong Ying, who was alone engraving the tablet, and spoke softly. I thought your thick skull was solely filled with tactics. I never expected you to show up here. Xiangnan shot him a glare. Who would believe she would go practice shooting at this hour? Am I that dull? Indeed, Chunmai replied with a smirk. Where's Qimo? He should be here by now. He's lying low with Lin Xia across the ravine, and Lung Xian and Xiaonan. Lung Xian has long since vanished, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh, the two men fell into silence. After some time, Chunmai spoke again. I'm genuinely glad you could make it. Is it that significant? Indeed, Chunmai nodded earnestly. This indicates you are no longer the Xiangnan who just crawled out from among the dead. Regardless of your denials, you are indeed changing. Why would I deny it? Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the Blue Rain team fell. This useless person, must eventually step out. Meeting you all is merely a stroke of good fortune for me. Chunmai sighed deeply. In their eyes, you are merely a rigid man fixated on rules and regulations. The last time I overheard Hong Ying and Xiao Nan in the corner, they claimed you would never find a wife in this lifetime. If they were aware that you were once a member of the illustrious Blue Rain special team, they would likely be utterly astonished. I am merely a survivor, unworthy of bearing that name, Wu Xiangnan calmly remarked. Now, I merely wish to be an ordinary member of Team 136. Chunmai placed a reassuring hand on Wu Xiangnan's shoulder, remaining silent. What are your thoughts? Wu Xiangnan suddenly inquired. What? The newcomer, Lin Xia. A fine young man. I'm not referring to his potential. I speak of his character. That is precisely what I mean. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. He was the one who killed the Ghost-Face King. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing merely inflicted severe injuries, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Does that matter? Is it insignificant? Chunmai fixed his gaze into Wu Xiangnan's eyes, speaking slowly. That boy chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongqing. It is his decision, so why are you so fixated? After spending so much time with old Zhao, do you not know what his dream is? To eliminate H1 realm mystery. This is a tremendous achievement. It will greatly aid that boy's future. Do you think he cares about such things? Wu Xiangnan was rendered speechless. Chunmai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying, focusing on the distant valley, and spoke calmly. I have said it before, that child is quite remarkable. At that moment, several miles away from the cemetery, Lung Xian quietly lowered his binoculars atop a hillside, a faint smile gracing his lips, one after another, lacking any finesse in hiding. I've captured them again. Click, click. The binoculars in Lung Xian's hands emitted a few soft sounds as several high-definition photos tumbled out from below, featuring Hong Ying alone carving a tombstone, Lin Xia conversing with Wen Qili, and two burly men engaging in playful antics within the woods. He treasured these photographs, carefully placing them into a locked box. Inside the box lay an abundance of images, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming snapshots exclusive to Team 136. 2 hours later, Lin Xia stood before an opulent villa, utterly astonished. He glanced down, verifying the address on the note once more, then looked up at the villa, gasping in disbelief. So, she is a wealthy heiress. If Lin Xia had not erred in his path, this magnificent residence before him belonged to Hong Ying. Faintly, Lin Xia's mind echoed with her earlier words. My home is rather spacious. Rather spacious indeed. Lin Xia hesitated at the entrance of the villa for quite some time, ultimately resolving to approach and knock on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qima had silently observed Hong Ying carve the tombstone at the cemetery until she completed her task. Only then did they depart. Moreover, to avoid raising Hong Ying's suspicions, he had intentionally arrived half an hour late, creating a time gap. After merely 2 knocks, Lin Xia withdrew his hand. A shuffling of slippers could be faintly heard from behind the door, and soon after, the grand entrance of the villa swung open. Behind the door, Hong Ying stood clad in a plush pajama, her eyes slightly reddened, but a smile graced her face upon seeing Lin Xia. "Xia, come in quickly. Why are you back so late?" "Qiamo and I have been chatting until now," she said, her voice warm. As Lin Xia stepped inside, he lowered his gaze and noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. "The house hasn't been tidied up today. It might be a bit messy, so please don't mind," Hong Ying said, playfully twirling a strand of hair around her finger, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "It's already quite clean," Lin Xia replied, surveying the surroundings with a resigned smile. "Moreover, I am just happy to have a place to stay." One could not help but admire the elegance and sophistication of Hong Ying's home, which made Lin Xia, who had never stayed in a villa before, feel a bit out of place. Moreover, he had never spent the night at a girl's house. "Sister Hong Ying, is Xia here?" A soft voice drifted down from the second floor. It was Si Xiaonan, sleepily leaning against the railing, her eyes barely open. "Yes," Hong Ying nodded. Lin Xia turned in surprise to look at her. Hong Ying smiled gently at him, explaining, "I usually don't stay in the dormitory, and I worry about Xiaonan being alone there, so I let her stay with me here." "Ah, I see," Lin Xia replied, suddenly remembering something. "What about uncle and aunt? Will my staying here disturb them?" "No," Hong Ying shook her head. "They disappeared 5 years ago in the mist. Before Xiaonan came, I lived here alone." "They were part of a reconnaissance team?" Lin Xia asked, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," she affirmed. Lin Xia opened his mouth, realizing he had broached a sensitive topic, unsure of what to say to ease the tension. At that moment, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. "You will stay in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towels and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so don't mix them up." Wearing her slippers, she ascended the stairs, then suddenly turned to Lin Xia with a serious expression. "Oh, and if you wish to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must knock first. If I catch you with any ill intentions, humph." Hong Ying rolled up the sleeves of her pajama, revealing her fair arms, and playfully waved a fist. "Don't forget, I am the frontline strength of the squad. No one can defeat me except the captain. Watch out for my long gun. It doesn't miss." With that, she elegantly turned and strode into her room, her long, dark hair cascading down her back. Lin Xia stood there, while Xiaonan, who had been lounging, yawned and waved goodbye. "Good night." With a soft thud, the 2 doors closed, and the corridor fell silent once more. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something and hurried to Hong Ying's door. Knocking a few times, creaking open, the door revealed Hong Ying, her expression stern, holding her long gun. She raised her chin defiantly. "What do you want?" Beneath the warm light, the tip of the gun glimmered ominously. To his astonishment, she had indeed concealed a long gun within her room. Lin Xia swallowed hard and hastily inquired, "Sister Hong Ying, do you happen to have any paper and a pen?" Hong Ying was taken aback. It was late at night. What could he possibly need them for? "To write a letter," he replied. I believe I do. Please wait a moment." Hong Ying set the long gun aside and rummaged through her belongings in the room. Standing at the doorway, Lin Xia observed the interior of Hong Ying's quarters with clarity. Surprisingly, her room was exceedingly simple, bordering on the austere. Within it, there lay only a hardboard bed, a lamp, a desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There were no unnecessary decorations, no opulent mattress, no sofa, nor air conditioning. It was difficult for Lin Xia to fathom how a room in such a luxurious villa could be so stark. Rather than a master bedroom, it resembled more a hermit's humble abode. The sole item reflecting her youth was the adorable plush toy. "Paper! I found it!" Hong Ying exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she emerged with a pen and several sheets of paper, handing them to Lin Xia. "Sister Hong Ying, do you sleep here regularly?" he asked. She glanced back, nodding. As a night watchman, one must not indulge too deeply in material pleasures. It is essential to continually hone one's will. If this villa were not a relic of my parents, requiring frequent maintenance, I might have sold it long ago and returned to the dormitory. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment. "I understand. Thank you. Good night." "Good night, and do try to sleep early," Hong Ying replied with a smile. gently closing her door behind her. Descending the stairs, Lin Xia settled into a chair in the living room and switched on the overhead light. Before him lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The distant chirping of cicadas echoed outside, the summer night's heat having dissipated after the rain. As the silhouettes of leaves cast by moonlight danced upon the table, Lin Xia grasped the pen, sitting motionless before the desk. Time slipped by unnoticed until he gently began to write, inscribing the first line on the paper. To Aunt Yang Jin. Mom, Mom, Yang Jin called softly, shaking her aunt, who had dozed off at the dining table. Slowly, her aunt lifted her head, rubbing her sore neck and asking, "What is it? Is your brother back?" Yang Jin shook her head. "No, but there's a letter slipped under the door." "A letter?" her aunt exclaimed. "It seems to be from your brother. Xiao Qi. Quickly, open it," she urged, her anxiety palpable as she watched Yang Jin unfold the letter. This child, out all night without a word. And now he leaves a letter at the doorstep. What does that mean? Yang Jin opened the letter, and her aunt leaned in closer, both scrutinizing the contents intently. After a long moment, her aunt trembled as she set the letter down, staring blankly. "Mom, he says he has enlisted." Yang Jin lifted the letter, turning to her aunt. "Enlisted? How could he suddenly decide to join the military?" Aunt murmured to herself. "I have never heard him mention it." "No, brother did speak of it." Yang Jin replied earnestly. "He mentioned it? In the past, he often confided in me that his greatest dream was to enlist in the army, but he had to temporarily abandon that aspiration due to his ongoing eye troubles." Yang Jin paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter. "Moreover, look here. Brother stated in the letter that once his eyesight improved, he would secretly enlist, but he refrained from telling you out of fear you would dissuade him. Last night, he clandestinely boarded a train to Chichihar. That can't be right. What is amiss? This letter was only received this morning, according to its contents. He should already be on the train." Aunt's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Yang Jin scratched his head. "The truth is, I only discovered this letter this morning. It might have been there last night. I simply did not notice it. But this is all too sudden." Aunt struggled to accept this reality. "And that child, Qi, has only just regained his eyesight. What if it relapses while he is serving? No, this won't do. I'm not at ease. I must go to the government. I want my nephew back." Aunt anxiously rose, disregarding her slippers, and hurriedly opened the door to leave. Suddenly, she halted. Outside the door stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if about to knock. If Lin Xia were present, he would instantly recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. "Who are you?" Anne inquired, her brow furrowing. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and Wen Qima's face broke into a warm smile as he saluted Aunt with a somewhat unrefined military gesture. "Hello. May I ask if you are Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Xia?" "Yes, I am. We are from the Tsangnan Military Administration, here to deliver some enlistment paperwork and subsidies for Lin Xia." "Military Administration?" Anne asked suspiciously. "What is that?" "It is the department responsible for the induction of new recruits." "Oh, then please come in and have a seat." Anne stepped back to allow them entry, turning to prepare tea. "I was just about to seek you out. Something feels off." As soon as Chun Mai and Wen Qima took their seats, the latter felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing her words. Wen Qima leaned in and whispered to Chun Mai, "Captain, can we really get away with this? What is there to fear? Our paperwork has been issued by the regular army. It's all legitimate. But you only submitted Lin Xia's application yesterday. There's no way the documents could arrive this swiftly, right? Are you certain these are authentic?" Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly. "Soon enough, they will become genuine. But I don't understand. We could have waited for the official documents to arrive before coming here. Why the urgency?" "It's not our urgency. It's that Lin Xia is rather eager." Chun Mai cast a glance at his aunt, who was bustling about in the kitchen, and whispered, fearing she might not believe the contents of the letter and directly seek verification from the government. However, the lower-level officials in the government were unaware of our existence. "Do you understand my meaning?" "Understood." Wen Qima nodded, straightening up to display a perfect smile. "Ms. Wang Fong, rest assured, we are legitimate forces. Lin Xia's enlistment in the army at Wulamuki has received proper approval and poses no issues whatsoever." Yang Jin, standing nearby, helplessly supported his forehead, startled while brewing tea. His aunt's hand trembled, causing the teacup to topple over on the table. She stiffly turned around, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, He didn't go to Chichihar." Chun Mai shot a glare at Wen Qima. Wen Qima replied earnestly, "Madam, it is as follows. Lin Xia initially applied for Chichihar, but later complied with reassignment to Wulamuki. His aunt, half convinced, inquired, "What about his documents?" When Shima retrieved a thick stack of papers from his briefcase, placing them neatly on the table and pushing them in front of her. "All of Lin Xia's paperwork is here. Please keep it safe." After a moment's reflection, when Shima continued, "Additional documents may arrive in the future. We shall visit again then." His aunt squinted, holding the documents at arm's length, scrutinizing each word, fearful of missing any crucial information. After a considerable time had passed, she finally set the papers down, letting out a long sigh. "This child, his eyes have only just healed. I fear he might encounter trouble during his military service. Rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations on Lin Xia's eyes. There will be no further issues. He is in good health." When Shima's tone softened, adding, "Moreover, the child has grown. It is essential for them to step out from the protective wings of their family to gain experience, is it not?" His aunt opened her mouth, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately could only sigh in resignation. "Madam, here is the subsidy for Lin Xia's military service. Please accept it." Chunmai produced a thick envelope and pushed it towards her. His aunt lifted a corner of the envelope, her body trembling, as she stared in astonishment at the two men. This is far too much, isn't it? The country currently offers excellent benefits for soldiers. And given that Lin Xia is in a rather special unit, the subsidies are comparatively higher," when Shima explained. "Special? Is there any danger involved?" The color drained from his aunt's face. "There will be no danger. The special refers to the distance he is from here," when Shima said with a straight face, knowing full well that it would take quite a while to reach Wulamuki. "Ah, I see." His aunt, clutching the envelope, was visibly anxious. It was the first time she had seen such a large sum of money. "Comrades, could you help me send this money to him?" she asked worriedly. "He is going so far alone. What if he runs out of money? And having so much money at home makes me uneasy. In the military, such a large amount is unnecessary, and we have regulations stating that this money is for the family. Please, you must accept it." When Shimon narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "Rest assured regarding safety. As long as we remain, no one shall harm you." "When will he return?" "In 10 years. Chunmai interjected suddenly, his gaze imbued with earnestness. "He will undoubtedly come back after a decade." The word 10 years echoed in Auntie's mind as she glanced back at Yangjin, murmuring to herself, "By then, Ajin should be preparing for university." When Shima and Chunmai continued to converse with Auntie for a while longer, and when the time was right, they rose to bid farewell. "By the way, can you make phone calls there?" Auntie suddenly remembered. "Of course," when Shima replied with a nod. "I will give you a call shortly. As long as it's not during training, you can reach him." "All right, good." Auntie saw the two off and then stood alone at the door for a moment before slowly returning to her room, staring blankly at Lin Xia's former quarters. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Your brother is enlisting. This is a good thing," Yangjin said, approaching with the young black dog in his arms to offer comfort. "I know." Auntie wiped the corner of her eye. "Children grow up and must venture out into the world. Indeed, serving in the military is a beneficial experience. When he returns, he will be a veteran. And I am certain many will vie for his attention when I seek a bride for him." Yangjin remarked, "Mother is just worried." Auntie gazed out the window, lost in thought. "It is time to go." Chunmai descended the stairs and patted Lin Xia, who was secretly watching from the window. "What do you think?" "He believes it." "That is good. Did you give him the money?" "I did." Chunmai paused. "That was all your allowances and a year's worth of overdrawn salary. How will you manage?" "I've saved a bit over the years. I'll be frugal, and a year will be manageable." Observing this, Chunmai fell silent for a moment before adding, "If you find yourself with nothing to do, you can come to the office for meals." Lin Xia, taken aback, asked, "Aren't temporary team members not provided with food and lodging?" "Temporary team members are not, but," Chunmai patted his shoulder as they walked towards a nearby van. "My meals are an exception." Lin Xia was momentarily stunned, a smile breaking across his face. Just then, the new phone in Lin Xia's pocket rang. "Hello? Is this Xiaoqi? Is it you?" "It's me, Auntie." "You silly child, enlisting without even informing me. If you wanted to go, I wouldn't have stopped you. Do you not consider me your aunt anymore?" I'm sorry, Auntie. I was wrong. Are you on the train now?" "Yes." "How long until you arrive?" "I've heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is a bit slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well. Don't exhaust yourself." "I understand, Auntie. Moreover, dear aunt, I have received all your subsidies. I shall set them aside for you, to use when you return for your wedding." "Aunt, our military offers excellent benefits. and I receive a substantial allowance each year. You may utilize that for now. My dear child, you have no sense of frugality at all. Keep your money safe and ensure you live well. Do you hear me? Yes, Aunt. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. All right, goodbye, Aunt. By the way, once you arrive in Chichihar, remember to inform me of your safety. I will certainly do so. Goodbye, Aunt. After a long silence, her slightly hoarse voice resonated once more. Yes, goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Aunt tightly clutched her phone, like a statue, utterly still. Soon, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Beside her, Yang Jin sighed softly and turned to gaze out the window, murmuring, "Brother, you foolish one." Outside the old residential area, "Qi, it is time to leave," Chen Mai calmly stated as he turned around. Lin Qi tucked his phone away, casting one last glance at the distant low houses, and nodded in acknowledgement. A strong wind began to rise. Lin Qi's dark hair was gently lifted by the breeze as he tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind. Their clothes fluttered in the gust. In the asylum of the gods, in a spacious and tidy courtyard, Nix sat in a rocking chair, lost in thought while holding a vase. A young man clad in a white coat walked through the corridor, carrying several bottles of medication, and approached her. "You have come to see me, Donatus, my child." Nix turned to Lin Qiyi, a smile blooming on her lips. Lin Qiyi sat beside her, affirming, "It is time for your medication." He poured the contents of the bottle, carefully dividing the pills into small piles and placing them in Nix's hands. "Good. Take your medicine first." Without hesitation, Nix swallowed the pills and gazed at Lin Qiyi with eyes filled with affection. "Donatus, do you seem troubled?" Lin Qiyi was taken aback. He hadn't expected this patient to perceive his state so easily. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "I suppose so. Is there anything I can do to assist you?" "Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with." Lin Qiyi shook his head. How could anyone else alleviate the pain of a child who has left home and bears a solitary heartache? Nix appeared somewhat disheartened, but then her expression brightened as if struck by inspiration. "In that case, Donatus, I shall give you a gift." "A gift?" Lin Qiyi was taken aback. "Indeed. I shall gift you my bracelet. Wear it close, and it shall bring you comfort." Nix reached to touch her wrist, feeling around, then lowered her gaze at her bare wrist where the bracelet was once adorned. "Where's my bracelet?" "My bracelet?" Lin Qiyi thought to himself. Indeed, Nix's condition is quite severe. Nix tilted her head, furrowing her brow as if deep in contemplation. Just as Lin Qiyi was preparing to rise and depart, Nix suddenly spoke. "I remember now. What do you recall?" he inquired. "My bracelet was won from me." "Won from you?" Lin Qiyi paused, pondering, as he could not recall any myth involving a bracelet. Which deity claimed it? It was not a deity. Nix shook her head, pointing at Lin Qiyi. "She is like you." "Like me, as in your child?" Lin Qiyi attempted to follow Nix's train of thought. "No, she is like you. She wore the same white garment." Lin Qiyi's pupils contracted, and his brow tightened. "Are you saying that before me, someone else entered your room wearing this garment and won your bracelet?" Nix nodded. Lin Qiyi's expression grew increasingly grave. Unbeknownst to him, he had gleaned such significant information from Nix's words. From her account, it appeared that prior to his own arrival at this asylum and the release of Nix, another individual had indeed visited and unlocked Nix's door. He was not the sole master of this realm, yet this asylum resided solely within his mind. How could another have gained entry? Suddenly, Lin Qiyi recalled that the first time he dreamt of knocking on the asylum's door was 5 years prior. 5 years ago, it had so abruptly and mysteriously intruded upon his dreams. Could it be that before he dreamt of the asylum, another presence existed here? With this thought, Lin Qiyi immediately returned to his seat and solemnly asked, "How did she win your bracelet?" Nix reflected for a moment before responding. "She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet." "What did you compete in?" Nix slowly uttered 2 words. "Creation." "Creation? You ultimately lost." Lin Qiyi was incredulous. "How could this be? You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who create worlds. How could you possibly lose to another?" "I do not know, but I did lose." Nix shook her head. "Do you remember her appearance?" "I do. She seemed to be only 12 or 13, with long black hair, quite beautiful, and there was a peculiar pattern here." Nix pointed to the back of her hand. "A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in the art of creation." Lin Qiyi's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "Even if your divinity is diminished, that seems implausible." Nix sat there, seemingly lost in recollection once more. Lin Xia steadied his emotions and continued to inquire. What else do you remember about her? A name, perhaps? I do not know. I only recall that her surname seemed to be Ji. Nix replied uncertainly. Ji. Lin Xia murmured the character. Before I returned to my room, she walked in that direction. Nix thought for a moment before extending her hand to point toward a specific room on the 3rd floor. I understand now. Please take care and rest well. Lin Xia glanced around the room, uttered a brief admonition, and swiftly made his way down the corridor. Moments later, he arrived before the room indicated by Nikes. The doorplate bore 3 prominent characters, Director's Office. Lin Xia furrowed his brow and entered. Behind the door lay an office of moderate size, appearing somewhat disordered. He had previously entered this room, retrieving the white coat from a hanger within, yet he had not noticed anything of significance at that time. Since Nikes mentioned that the girl had entered this room, it was highly probable that she had left behind some crucial clues. This time, he intended to conduct a thorough search. Instead of rummaging through the contents chaotically, he chose to sit down in place and slowly closed his eyes. With the divine insight granted to him by the seraph, he could effortlessly perceive all the items within this room, far more efficiently than any disordered search. A few seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes. He stood up and approached the desk, reaching into the last drawer's compartment, where he unearthed a somewhat yellowed sheet of letterhead. Indeed, there was something. Lin Xia quickly tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, his expression suddenly shifting to one of peculiarity. The handwriting was rather unsightly. It was crooked and resembled the scrawl of an elementary school student. To someone, I do not know who you are, but I am aware that you are the true master of this place. By the time you find this letter, several years will have passed. Please do not mock my poor penmanship, for I am still young. I shall improve as I grow older. I apologize for having forcibly retained your hospital for a while, but since it has now returned to its rightful owner, please do not hold it against me. Tongue out. Doodle. Additionally, I borrowed a few items from some of your patients. I promise to return them when I find you again, so do not worry. Lastly, I would like to remind you that there is something beneath this office. When I grow up, I will come to find you, stranger. For you are my hope for returning home. Goodbye. Memorial. Lin Xia set down the letter, his expression bemused. He had anticipated that this letter would conceal the secrets of the hospital, perhaps a message from a mysterious power, or reveal the truth of this world. Yet, why did it evoke the sensation of a 6th-grade composition? Could it be that the previous director of this hospital was indeed a little girl? That seemed implausible. What sort of child could triumph over the goddess of night and creation? From this perplexing letter, Lin Xia gleaned little information. Before him, the hospital had been under the stewardship of another girl, who had also taken items from several patients. Contemplating this, Lin Xia's brow furrowed once more. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that, aside from Nikes, she had accessed other divine wards and perhaps similarly claimed an item from each through competition. What an enigma. However, she did indicate that there was something beneath this office. Lin Xia crouched down, meticulously probing the floor with his mind. As he approached the 20-meter boundary, he seemed to encounter something unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? He lifted his gaze toward the wall at the back of the office. In his perception, a concealed passage lay beyond that wall, and the means to unveil it. After a moment of careful contemplation, Lin Xia stood up and walked over to the bookshelf in the corner. He gently pressed a hidden compartment. In an instant, the wall behind the office began to slowly part, revealing a dark, gaping passage. Without hesitation, Lin Xia descended into the passage. The corridor was extensive and profound. He walked for quite some time before reaching its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stretched a dimly lit, damp hallway, flanked by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 wards above, what lay before Lin Xia were authentic prison cells, their iron doors adorned with intricate patterns, the purpose of which was unknown. As Lin Xia advanced down the corridor, his mental acuity remained alert to his surroundings. At the depths of this already enigmatic asylum, 2 rows of peculiar cells were concealed, unmistakably sinister in nature. Curiously, both sides of the cells were entirely vacant, devoid of any occupants. Was this merely an abandoned prison? Lin Xia muttered to himself, continuing onward. Soon, he arrived at the end. However, when his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils constricted in shock. In the corner of that cell crouched a hulking figure, which, upon hearing Lin Xia's footsteps, stiffly turned its head to reveal a pale and ghastly visage. The Ghost-Faced King. Recognizing this familiar figure, Lin Xia's eyes ignited with intense murderous intent, prompting him to cautiously step back. The ghost-faced king lunged at him like a wild beast, but upon making contact with the cell's barrier, it was repelled by an unseen force, crashing against the wall behind it. Lin Xia furrowed his brow tightly. Hadn't he killed the ghost-faced king? Its face had been cleaved into 18 pieces, utterly lifeless. Surely, its body had been taken by the night watchman. How could it possibly reappear here? As Lin Xia pondered this perplexity, a familiar panel materialized before him once more. Criminal, ghost-faced king. Decision. As a mythological creature you personally dispatched, you hold the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Obliterate its soul, rendering it completely non-existent. Option 2. Allow it to reach a fear value of 60, enabling its employment as a caretaker in the asylum, where it could tend to patients while providing a degree of protection for you. Current fear value, 1. After reading this passage, Lin Xia finally comprehended the situation at hand. Upon reflection, it appears that this asylum, in addition to housing 6 enigmatic patients, possesses the extraordinary ability to transform mythological entities it has slain into attendants. In other words, each time I vanquish a mythological creature, I have the potential to convert it into a caretaker. Does this include ancient deities? What if, hypothetically, I were to slay a genuine deity? Could I not compel it to serve my bidding? As this thought crossed Lin Xia's mind, his heart raced with exhilaration. The thunderous roar of the ghost-faced king jolted Lin Xia from his reverie. He lifted his gaze towards the terrifying figure within the cell, his demeanor gradually cooling to a steely calm. You possess great strength, Lin Xia stated, his voice steady. Having you as my caretaker would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Upon hearing these words, the ghost-faced king fell silent, a semblance of tranquility washing over it. Lin Xia slowly extended his hand, as though wishing to caress the grotesque visage of the ghost-faced king. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in its eyes, yet the instinct for survival quelled that urge. Having arrived in this place, it had come to understand its dual fates, knowing all too well that its destiny lay within the grasp of this insignificant creature before it. Desiring not to be obliterated from existence, it chose to submit, bowing its head as meekly as a dog. Lin Xia's palm made contact with the demon's face, gently stroking it. You have taken many lives. That is of little concern to me, as I am not acquainted with them. This does not preclude me from employing you. His eyes narrowed, glinting with a chilling light. Regrettably, you have slain someone of great significance. Suddenly, Lin Xia's grip tightened. The ghost-faced king's visage contorted violently, a piercing wail echoing throughout the cell. It flailed desperately, attempting to escape Lin Xia's grasp, but to no avail. This was Lin Xia's domain. He was the master of this asylum. If he wished for its demise, it had no choice but to perish. The cold glimmer in Lin Xia's eyes intensified, and amidst the anguished cries, the ghost-faced king swelled like a balloon, only to explode with a resounding pop. Blood and viscera splattered across the cell, swiftly devoured by the walls and floor, and within moments, a mythological creature from the Chuan realm had entirely vanished. The cell resembled a living beast, one that consumed all in its path. Lin Xia's white coat was also splattered with blood as he surveyed the now desolate chamber, his expression impassive as he spoke. You are indeed powerful, but regrettably, my asylum does not welcome you. With that, he turned, hands tucked neatly into the pockets of his lab coat, and strode towards the exit. In the dim corridor, the blood staining his coat rapidly seeped away, vanishing as if it were a ravenous monster. Ding dong. Welcome. A melodic electronic chime resonated as Lin Xia pushed open the door to his office and entered. Upon stepping inside, he froze in place. Before him sat a woman in her 50s, leaning on a cane, her other hand adjusting her reading glasses, animatedly recounting something with great fervor. Let me tell you, my dear companion, he has been acting rather strangely lately. In the past, whenever we ventured out together, he would grasp my hand tightly, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. However, since last week, he has adopted this peculiar demeanor. Surely, there must be another woman involved. Opposite him, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, attentively listening, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Really? He is that outrageous? Yes, I believe you are absolutely right, Grandma. How utterly disgraceful. Rest assured, this matter is firmly within our jurisdiction at the agency. Beside her, Wen Qima sat earnestly, maintaining a serene smile. I concur with you, Grandma. I also believe that what you and Hong Ying have said is correct. observing Lin Xia standing bewildered at the entrance. When Shima exchanged a knowing glance and rose to follow him to the back of the store. Meanwhile, Hong Ying remained animatedly chatting with the elderly lady. What on earth is happening here? As they entered the basement corridor, Lin Xia could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Is this a normal operation? I had assumed the storefront above was merely a facade, yet it appears there is indeed business to conduct." "Ah, Xia, you still do not grasp the situation fully." When Chimo replied, patting his shoulder, "The city of Cangnan is neither too large nor too small. Mysterious incidents do occur, though only about 5 or 6 times a year. When we are not engaged in dealing with such events, we are left with nothing but idle chatter and boasting, which can be quite tedious. So, you have even expanded into investigating extramarital affairs." Lin Xia's expression was a mix of bewilderment, especially given that the client was a woman in her 50s. The elderly lady is actually 60 this year. "You see, we occasionally take on trivial commissions. It provides us with tasks to occupy our time and a bit of extra income. Quite advantageous." Lin Xia pondered thoughtfully. "Aside from investigating infidelity, do we have any other services?" "Indeed, our scope is quite extensive." When Shima's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "We assist in rescuing cats and dogs stuck in trees, provide tutoring for children below middle school level, offer legal aid to those in need, and sometimes even covertly apprehend bank robbers." "This range of services seems a tad excessive," Lin Xia exclaimed, eyes wide. "Rescue operations, education, legal matters, and even police work? You are truly encroaching on their territory. All in a day's work." When Chimo replied nonchalantly, "I must admit, I am curious, who among you possesses legal expertise?" "Lung Xian," he answered. Before joining the night watch, he held a doctorate in law from a political science university. As they reached the underground activity space, when Chima patted Lin Xia's shoulder and said, "By the way, the captain mentioned he would like to see you in the training arena." "Where is that?" "Just follow the corridor straight to the end." "All right." Lin Xia traversed the activity room, moving forward along the corridor. It was only upon this visit that he realized the vastness of this underground space. A series of elongated corridors and a multitude of enigmatic chambers unfolded before Lin Xia. He estimated the expanse of this space to be at least as wide as 2 streets. At last, he arrived at the end of the corridor, facing a grand iron door. Pushing it open, he entered a vast and luminous training ground, spanning at least the size of 3 football fields. Had they excavated the entire riverbed? Lin Xia murmured to himself. Upon his arrival, Chun Mai, who was meditating at the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and beckoned him over. "Captain," he greeted. "So, how does this place feel?" "It feels quite surreal," Lin Xia replied candidly. "The inconspicuous entrance above belies such an expansive space below. It feels like something out of a science fiction film." Chun Mai nodded slightly. "This location was constructed decades ago by a master of Earth-based abilities, which is why such a monumental project went unnoticed by the surface." "I see," Lin Xia responded thoughtfully. "By the way, the documents regarding your membership in the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. You may retrieve them if you wish to review." Chun Mai paused before adding, "However, your blade, cloak, and emblem will only be issued upon your entrance into the training camp. For now, you may use this sword." He handed Lin Xia a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xia accepted it and examined it closely, noticing 3 small characters engraved beneath the hilt, Zhao Kongqing. He looked up in astonishment. "This is old Zhao's sword." Calmly, Chun Mai replied, "You are the chosen one of his legacy. He fell in battle, and now his sword is entrusted to your care." Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, tightening his grip on the hilt. "Understood." Then, a look of confusion crossed his face as he asked, "But wasn't I just a temporary member? Why do I need a sword?" "With over a month before the training camp commences, we cannot afford to squander this time. We need to impart some lessons to you," Chun Mai stated, rising slowly and fixing his gaze on Lin Xia. "After all, as a future member of our Team 136, poor performance in training could bring embarrassment to us all." Lin Xia felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being forced into remedial classes by family elders due to unsatisfactory grades. "Very well, how should I practice?" he asked without hesitation, realizing that even if Chun Mai had not broached the subject, he would have sought him out for guidance in combat. Life is one's own. To be lazy now is to invite a slow demise. In the morning, you will train with me on the sword. In the afternoon, you will learn about the forbidden ruins from Wenqima, and in the evening, you will study firearms with Lung Xian. Chun Mai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from a nearby weapon rack, gripping them firmly. Pick up your sword. We are about to begin. Lin Xia glanced at the straight sword beside him, incredulously exclaiming, Captain, this is a real sword. That matters not, Chunmai replied, his expression impassive as he approached Lin Xia, wielding both swords. Ultimately, the outcome will be the same. For some reason, a sense of foreboding gripped Lin Xia's heart. He picked up the sword from the ground, unsheathing it, and took a deep breath. Captain, I'm going in, Lin Xia declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Chunmai nodded in response. Go ahead. Lin Xia's gaze sharpened as he gripped the hilt of his sword, swiftly charging towards Chunmai. Moments later, his anguished screams reverberated throughout the basement. In the afternoon, when Chima sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, glancing at the time. Why hasn't this kid arrived yet? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a figure slowly pushed open the door, shuffling towards him like a zombie. Whoa! When Chima exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Xia, what happened to you? The battered Lin Xia raised a hand, about to speak, but stumbled, nearly toppling over. When Chima quickly rushed to support him. Did you spar with the captain? Yes. Lin Xia grimaced. You call this doing all right? He recalled his first practice match with the captain, when he had been left sprawled on the training ground for an entire day and night before recovering. When Chima sighed, the only one who can contest with the captain in close combat now is Hong Ying. I heard Zhao Kongcheng is a master of close combat. Is he incapable as well? When Chima paused for a moment before responding, what he and the captain engage in isn't merely a contest. It's a stalemate, provided neither side employs the Forbidden Ruins. Fine. Lin Xia endured the pain coursing through his body and managed to stand upright, revealing numerous bruises adorning his skin. Chunmai's strikes were too swift, too powerful, and merciless. Don't worry, we'll find Xiaonan for treatment soon, and you can endure it again tomorrow morning. When Chima consoled him. Now, let us commence the lesson, Lin Xia stated, straightening his posture. When Chima cleared his throat. First, we will discuss what the Forbidden Ruins are. This has been covered by Zhao Kongcheng before. All right, then let us talk about the Divine Ruins. This has been mentioned as well. Very well. Let us discuss the Forbidden Ruins generated by objects. Already addressed. When Chima sighed, how much has this guy secretly revealed to you? Did he mention the sequence of the Forbidden Ruins? Not that. When Chima exhaled, beginning his explanation, the sequence of the Forbidden Ruins is a classification of danger levels assigned by humanity, arranged in a list starting from 001. The closer to the front, the more perilous it is. Isn't that similar to the Divine Codes? Not quite. The Divine Codes reflect the order in which humans discovered the deities and are unrelated to their battle prowess or danger levels. Whereas the sequence of the Forbidden Ruins ranks them by hazard. I understand. Those in the sequence beyond 600 are termed harmless Forbidden Ruins. Their effects are minimal. At best able to water plants, eliminate dental cavities, or conjure a stick of spicy strips. The sequences ranging from 400 to 599 are classified as low-risk Forbidden Ruins. These ruins possess lethal capabilities, yet they do not pose significant danger. When utilized wisely, they may yield remarkable effects. The sequences from 200 to 399 are termed dangerous Forbidden Ruins, which can inflict large-scale threats upon human society and are equipped to engage in mystical combat. The sequences spanning from 90 to 199 are categorized as high-risk Forbidden Ruins, capable of causing substantial threats to humanity, boasting exceptional combat prowess. Those who possess ruins within this range are predominantly high-tier combatants, such as captains. As for the sequences below 89, they are referred to as super high-risk Forbidden Ruins. These ruins either wield immensely formidable large-scale destructive power or possess extraordinary abilities that defy comprehension. In essence, these ruins have transcended the realm of humanity, capable of annihilating entire cities with ease. When Chima reiterated, this is not mere hyperbole. A few years ago, a formidable mythical creature emerged in the northwestern desert. Classified as Forbidden Ruin Sequence 063, known as Roti, NMSH. It nearly buried several surrounding cities under raging sands, and it was only due to the intervention of a specialized team that it was ultimately vanquished. Lin Xia was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongcheng mentioning that his Forbidden Ruin sequence was 083, named MNSH-SHNYU, which ranks within the super high-risk category. Though it is among the last few, it remains exceedingly rare. When Chima's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Had he been born with such a ruin, perhaps he would have joined a special team long ago and risen to the rank of general. Is this the ranking of Forbidden Ruins? What about divine ruins? Lin Xia queried with curiosity. Divine ruins are indeed a type of forbidden ruin and are thus included in the rankings. When Shima paused, casting a glance of envy at Lin Xia. Of the top 30 in the forbidden ruin hierarchy, 23 are divine ruins. The power bestowed by the divine is certainly beyond the reach of mere mortals, both in terms of danger and uniqueness, far surpassing our imagination. So, within the top 30, there are 7 human forbidden ruins? Lin Xia inquired. Indeed, replied Wen Qima, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Furthermore, among the top 5 forbidden ruins, one belongs to humanity. Which one? Lin Xia asked. I do not know, Wen Qima replied, raising his hands innocently. I've only been with the Night Watch for a few years. Such confidential matters elude my knowledge. What about my forbidden ruin? Lin Xia pointed to himself, asking for his sequence. When Shima glanced at him and replied softly, the divine codename 003 belongs to the Seraphim Michael, and his divine ruin is known as FNCH in SH New York, also classified as Forbidden Ruin Sequence 003. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 003. FNCH in SH New York. Lin Xia murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the Forbidden Ruin Sequence of the Seraphim, not yours, Lin Xia, Wen Qima added. It is only classified as 003 in the hands of the Seraphim, while in the grasp of a novice like you, who has only just embarked on the path of the mysterious. Its power may merely be regarded as that of a high-risk forbidden ruin. One day in the future, when your realm has ascended to a level high enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, only then will you be 003. Lin Xia nodded, comprehending the gravity of the statement. By the way, I have another question. You may ask, is it possible for the same individual to serve as the agent for multiple deities? It is not possible. When Shima shook his head without a hint of hesitation, at least in the annals of human history, there has never been such a precedent. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. From this moment forth, such a reality exists. Lin Xia, possessing the immortal realm of the Seraph, in addition to the starry night dancer, acquired from the goddess of night, is, in a certain sense, the agent of 2 deities. Naturally, this is not something he can disclose to others for now. Should the higher-ups of the Watchers discover him and subject him to scrutiny, it would spell his doom. Presently, he is far too weak. Perhaps when he has grown strong enough, he will no longer fear exposure. Now that we have covered the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your forbidden domain. What capabilities does your mortal realm possess? Centered around me, within a radius of 20 meters, I can perceive all that exists. Oh. When Qima raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's underwear today? White. In the testing ground, the 2 men exchanged a brief glance and shared a smile. The pinnacle of reconnaissance and combat auxiliary abilities may not display substantial advantages at this moment, yet as your strength increases, it should evolve into something exceedingly formidable. When Shima noted the information while speaking. And what else? Dynamic vision is approximately several times superior to before. Close combat lethality capabilities are commendable, and what more? Under the strain of significant mental exertion, I can wield a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. Typically, divine agents possess this ability. Is there anything else? That is all. That is all. When Shima's expression turned astonished as he raised his head. Is that truly everything? The power granted to me by the Seraph is indeed limited to this. Lin Xia replied earnestly, speaking a semblance of truth. When Shima's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head repeatedly. No, this is the mortal realm. Even in the lamp realm, the power displayed should far exceed these capabilities. Are you suggesting that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xia was taken aback. When Shima nodded. To put it this way, the Athena agent from Team Phoenix, upon entering the lamp realm, could demolish a building with a single punch and tear apart mythic creatures of the pool realm with bare hands. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely adequate, most notably. Everything you have exhibited thus far pertains solely to combat auxiliary capabilities. But this is the domain of Michael. How could it possibly possess such limited power? Lin Xia gazed at his hands in bewilderment, yet he could only truly feel these capabilities. When Shima pondered for a moment before continuing, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the Seraph only granted you a limited portion of abilities when selecting you as their agent, and I believe this is the most likely scenario. The second possibility is that the other abilities of your divine realm have always existed, but you currently lack the perception to sense them. Or perhaps you have subconsciously overlooked them. Subconsciously overlooked? To illustrate, consider that if your ability allows your skin to breathe, your prolonged use of this ability may have led you to become entirely accustomed to it. After a considerable period, although you have maintained this ability all along, you might begin to unconsciously disregard it, as its use has become instinctual for you. Are you suggesting that I may have been utilizing this ability all along without realizing it? Precisely. Reflect carefully throughout your life. Have you noticed anything that sets you apart from others? Lin Xia contemplated for a moment. Blindness? That doesn't count. When Shima sighed in exasperation, personally, I still lean towards the first possibility. The seraph did not bestow upon you the complete divine realm from the outset. After all, it is the seraph's divine realm. Even if the second hypothesis holds true, and you have been using it all this time, it would be unreasonable for you to remain so ordinary. One should be able to unleash a tempest with but a sneeze. Lin Xia remarked, in any case, when I mentioned that your current mortal divine domain is likely of a high-risk level, it appears I may have overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have exhibited thus far, it seems to fall into a category of ordinary danger. When Shima jotted down a few notes and reassured him, nevertheless, do not lose heart. As your strength grows, your latent abilities will gradually reveal themselves. After all, you are the agent of the seraph. They would not permit you to suffer such indignity. Lin Xia shrugged. Let us hope so. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, it was rather minor. Possessing the asylum of the divine, he did not rely excessively on the seraph. For within his institution were 6 deities awaiting his selection. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of your abilities, it is time to commence training. When Shima summarized the documents and swiftly devised a training plan for him, how shall we train? Generally speaking, your current abilities emphasize perception and anticipation. Such abilities are comparatively more manageable to train than those that unleash formidable attacks at whim. You simply need to allow your body to gradually acclimate to your powers. When Shima gestured towards a room behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed miniature rubber guns, capable of firing between 1 to 39,000 rubber bullets per second. Although the velocity of the bullets is slightly slower than that of real ammunition, it suffices for your current level. Your task is to step inside and utilize your perception and dynamic vision to evade the rubber bullets as effectively as possible. Considering your realm, let us begin with a rate of 50 bullets per second. Lin Xia glanced into the room and nodded. I understand. Pushing open the door, Lin Xia found himself standing in the center of the room, his gaze drawn to the walls riddled with a hive of bullet holes. An ominous premonition resurfacing in his mind. Wait, why are there so many bullet holes beneath my feet? What if I hit somewhere I shouldn't? As he surveyed the dense array of holes beneath him, a chill crept up his spine, and his expression shifted. In the heat of battle, danger could emerge from any direction. There is no such thing as a safe place to strike. When Shima's voice resonated from all around, if you are prepared, I shall commence. Lin Xia slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let it begin. Beep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instant the signal sounded, rubber bullets rained down upon him from all directions with astonishing speed, far beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive. Reacting at the moment the bullets were discharged, Lin Xia leaped back twice, evading the majority of them. Yet, a barrage of bullets shot forth from particularly tricky angles. Within Lin Xia's perception, he could indeed anticipate the trajectories of the bullets, but the number of paths he could predict simultaneously was limited. It was akin to a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball. One could easily manage it. If 3 ping-pong balls rolled in different directions, that would still be feasible. However, when faced with 20 ping-pong balls rolling in various directions, the human brain struggles to respond in time and accurately assess each one's trajectory. Lin Xia faced this very dilemma. Within merely 3 seconds of the training commencing, he had already been struck by over a dozen bullets. Though rubber bullets would not inflict injury, their rapid speed still imparted a painful sensation. Thus, he grasped the true essence of this training. Damn it, why am I getting beaten up again? In the activity room, Chunmai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a bowl of fragrant bone soup to the table, gently placing it down. Gulu. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you cooked personally? Is the sun rising from the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled slightly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely an afterthought. Uncle Chun, you're being biased. Si Xiaonan pouted in indignation. Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a deadpan expression. I'm simply tired of takeout and wanted a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that kid. Ah, so that's the case. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she reached for the bone soup with her chopsticks. Then I shall not be polite, hee. Smack. Chen Mai swatted her hand away with his chopsticks, stating calmly, Lin Xia is still in class. Wait for him. Captain, do you no longer love us? With his entire body aching, Lin Xia staggered out of the training room. The enticing aroma wafting from the activity room igniting a spark in his previously dull eyes. When Shima's lips curled slightly. It seems your beating this morning was not in vain. Lin Xia strode directly into the activity room, and as soon as he pushed the door open, 4 pairs of resentful eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Xia sensed an unusual atmosphere. What's wrong? Nothing much, just sit down for a meal. Chen Mai remarked casually, casting a glance at him. Oh. As Lin Xia took his seat, Hong Ying gazed at Chen Mai with an expression of unutterable pity. Let us eat. Chen Mai finally voiced the words everyone had been eagerly anticipating. The others sprang into action, resembling wolves starved for days, their eyes glistening with hunger. Sister Hong Ying, is the food for the night watch always this sumptuous? Lin Xia inquired softly, eyeing the lavish spread before them. Hong Ying replied curtly, I do not wish to converse with you at the moment. After a brief pause, she added, I will speak with you once I have finished eating. Lin Xia, present. Captain, did you gain anything from today's training? Yes, quite a lot. Chen Mai nodded, then hesitated before continuing. Does it hurt? A little. Xiaonan, please assist him with treatment shortly. Xiaonan pouted but obediently nodded. All right. Chen Mai pondered for a moment and added, no need for a complete recovery. Just ensure he can endure another day of training. Lin Xia clatter. 2 pairs of chopsticks clashed in the bone soup, producing a faint sound. They remained locked in a fierce struggle, each holding tightly onto a piece of meat, neither willing to yield. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged fierce glances, their eyes seemingly igniting sparks in the air. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted that piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared with narrowed eyes. Wu Xiangnan replied calmly, I picked it up first. Let go. I will not. Release it. I refuse. The intensity of their standoff escalated. At that moment, the usually quiet and unobtrusive Lung Xian, who had been silently eating, fixed his gaze on the piece of meat. He reached for his waist and produced a compact submachine gun, placing it on the table. Both of you, let go, he stated evenly. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan. With a natural motion, Lung Xian extended his chopsticks, seizing the largest piece of meat. After a brief hesitation, he placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. Newcomer, eat more. We will practice shooting soon, he said coolly while stowing away the submachine gun. Huh. Oh. Okay. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Lung Xian, who was now engrossed in his meal. Goodness, what does it mean to be fierce and say little? This is what true fierceness looks like. Lung Xian, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time, Chen Mai advised. It would be a shame to waste this meal should an accident occur. Lung Xian nodded, understood. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances before obediently returning to their meals. Once Lin Xia had polished off the last morsel in his bowl, Lung Xian stood and approached him, speaking, Are you full? Yes. Let us go practice shooting. All right. As the 2 figures gradually disappeared down the corridor, Wen Qima sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the group's darling has been supplanted. See Xiaonan, a firearm, a marvel of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Lung Xian stood before a meticulously organized wall adorned with various firearms, his expression impassive. For high-level mythical beings, firearms serve little purpose. However, for those of lesser rank, guns often prove more effective than cold weapons. This is especially true for novices, as acquiring proficiency in firearms is essential when one lacks robust close combat skills. Lung Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. I shall impart 2 pieces of knowledge, one concerning shooting techniques, and the other regarding the principles of firearm composition. In the absence of a future intent to specialize in firearms, this will suffice for you. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. Now, take this gun and hit the target. Let me witness your potential. Lung Xian gestured towards a target not far away. Lin Xia nodded, grasping the handgun and positioning himself at the shooting stand. Drawing a deep breath, he mimicked the actions he had seen on television, raising the gun, aiming, firing. Bang! The sound of the shot echoed, and both faces fell grim. A miss. Lung Xian approached the target, confirming thrice that there were no bullet holes, his expression darkening. You missed at 30 meters? How is this possible? Lin Xia set the gun down, clearing his throat. So how is my talent? Lung Xian cast him a glance. Despair evident in his closed eyes. You? You have no talent whatsoever. Back at the grand villa of Hongying, Lin Xia collapsed wearily onto the sofa, rubbing the fatigue from his eyes. The day's training had been a dual torment of body and spirit. First, he was mercilessly cut down by the captain, then subjected to a barrage of rubber bullets. Although the evening's firearms class was not exhausting, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dirt. He truly had no talent for firearms. As he exited the training room that night, Lin Xia observed that Lung Xian appeared even more fatigued than he. Most notably, the light in his eyes had dimmed. In the end, Lung Xian offered him some consolation, stating that it was not entirely outrageous for a novice to struggle and urged him to strive diligently. However, as their conversation progressed, it transformed into Lin Xia comforting him instead. Do not worry. I believe my lack of talent is merely temporary. With practice, I shall improve. You must have faith in me and in yourself. Your marksmanship is so exceptional, it stands to reason that you can teach me. Time is of the essence. Patience is key. Let us remain optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. There is hope. Just as Lin Xia wallowed in his despondency, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Little Xia, are you tired? Hongying, clad in a plush pajama, offered a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Xia managed a strained smile as he accepted the tea. Thank you. It's not too bad, really. Although tiring, it feels quite fulfilling. He took a sip of tea and glanced around. Where is Xiaonan? She seemed somewhat irked by your usurpation of her beloved position and retreated to her room. It is no wonder. When she was administering treatment to me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh, and I had thought it was part of the standard procedure. Lin Xia touched the bruises on his arm, suddenly enlightened. Hongying chuckled softly. In truth, the captain is equally stringent with everyone. When I first arrived here, even as a girl, he showed no mercy and made me cry from the severity of his training. Hongying gazed out the window, seemingly lost in recollection, a smile gracing her lips. Quite ruthless, indeed. Not ruthless at all, she shook her head. The decline in the mortality rate among the night watchmen in Songnan City is primarily due to the captain's efforts, one reason being his formidable strength, the other being his unwavering responsibility towards his team. The harsher he trains you, the more you remember the pain, thus accelerating your growth. He would rather be hated by his team than have them perish on the battlefield due to lack of strength. Do you understand? Lin Xia remained silent for a long time, seemingly recalling Chun Mai's piercing gaze from the morning, and slowly nodded. I understand. The corners of Hongying's mouth lifted slightly, akin to an elder sister, as she affectionately ruffled Lin Xia's hair and gently said, All right, if you're tired, you should rest early. Good night. Good night. Lin Xia bid farewell to Hongying and returned to his room, dragging his weary body to lie on the bed, staring blankly at the empty ceiling. After a while, he slowly rose from the bed, drawing his straight blade from its sheath, one hand gripping the sword and the other the scabbard. As he closed his eyes to recall every sword technique Chun Mai had demonstrated today, executing stroke after stroke beneath the hazy moonlight. At the school, the bell rang melodiously, and groups of high school students streamed out of the gates, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. Alas, another day of so much homework. I'll be at it until past 11. Isn't it just ridiculous? That foolish teacher assigned 12 reading comprehensions. Are we even allowed to live? Reading comprehension isn't something one can just scribble down. How can one scribble it down? 3 long, 1 short, choose the short. 3 short, 1 long, choose the long. Irregular options, ambiguous choices. Wait a moment, let me jot that down. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who lagged behind. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Oh, coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group, constantly glancing around. Somewhat distracted. What's wrong? Looking for something? Wang Liang asked, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment before sighing. After that incident, I've developed a phobia about going home after school. Even though there's no evening class now, and it's still bright out, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You just encountered a murderer, and you're acting as if it's the end of the world. Li Yifei, you look robust, yet your courage is so lacking. It's not like that. Never mind. It's hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Just then, as if struck by a thought, he abruptly halted his steps. What now? Suddenly, I remembered that I had left my homework in the classroom drawer. Li Yifei lamented with a hint of exasperation. What a scatterbrain you are. You were already not the sharpest, and now your mind seems even less reliable. Fortunately, the school is still open. Hurry back and retrieve it. I will head off with the others, Wang Liang remarked, shouldering his backpack and waving goodbye to Li Yifei before turning to leave with the rest. With a sigh, Li Yifei turned back toward the school. By the time he reached the school gate, 20 minutes had already elapsed since dismissal, and nearly all the students had vacated the premises, leaving the campus eerily empty. Thankfully, the gate had yet to be locked. What luck, Li Yifei muttered to himself as he hurried back inside. The campus at dusk exuded an unusual tranquility, markedly devoid of the usual bustle. Occasionally, a few students emerged from classrooms, hastily making their way toward the exit, brushing past Li Yifei as he returned against the tide. They were all eager to return home, anxious to partake in the steaming evening meals awaiting them. As Li Yifei advanced, the crowd thinned and the twilight deepened. The tall trees lining the path rustled softly in the wind, and the fading sunlight filtered through the leaves, gradually dimming. He rushed to the second-year teaching building, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time to reach his classroom door. The corridor lay desolate, shrouded in the dim glow of dusk, with only Li Yifei's solitary presence breaking the stillness. The cleaning crew had long departed, and even the classroom door was secured. However, this did not deter Li Yifei. He deftly opened a window, set down his backpack, and, with a push against the windowsill, vaulted inside. Homework, 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 found it! Li Yifei exclaimed as he rummaged through his desk, his eyes lighting up upon discovering a notebook. He stuffed it into his bag and approached the window, preparing to replicate his earlier maneuver. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the far end of the corridor. Li Yifei, catching sight of them from the corner of his eye, instinctively crouched down, hiding behind the tiled wall beneath the window. What rotten luck to encounter the dean of students at such a moment, he cursed inwardly. The 2 figures approaching were none other than Lu Xiaoyan, the class's Chinese literature representative, and the dean of the second-year students. If they were to catch him sneaking back into the classroom through the window, it could easily lead to misunderstandings, and should the dean discover him, there would be no way to justify his actions. Thus, Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, waiting for the 2 to pass by. As they chatted amiably, he could gradually discern the content of their conversation. We must ensure that your class selects a student with exceptional writing skills for the upcoming citywide competition, the dean remarked. I understand, Dean. There are quite a few talented writers in our class, Lu Xiaoyan replied. As they continued their discussion, the dean seemed to grow weary and paused to lean against the railing of the corridor, taking a moment to rest. Lu Xiaoyan stopped alongside him, continuing her dialogue. Their position was, unfortunately, right at the entrance of the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding. Li Yifei caught sight of the scene through the reflection in the window. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he decided to sit down and wait for the 2 of them to leave. Well, what you mentioned is quite reasonable. Have them come to my office tomorrow. I would like to have a word with them. The director of education nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lu Xiaoyan as he prepared to depart. Director, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly exclaimed, stopping him in his tracks. The director turned back, looking at her with curiosity. Is there something you wish to discuss, Lu Xiaoyan? As dusk fell, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's cheeks, causing her to fidget inexplicably. Director, actually, I have always wanted to tell you. From his hiding spot, Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets, filled with astonishment. What on earth? I just came back to grab an assignment, and what am I witnessing? Lu Xiaoyan actually has feelings for the director? But the director is nearly 50, and he's balding. Does she have such peculiar tastes? The director of education stood before Lu Xiaoyan, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Actually, I have always wanted to devour you. The last 3 words escaped her lips, her mouth stretching into an alarming arc as if it had been torn open by force, revealing a multitude of sharp, barbed teeth. Her pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes, creating a horrifying visage. The dimples on her cheeks gleamed with an eerie crimson glow in the twilight. The director's eyes widened in shock, instinctively opening his mouth to scream. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open at the mouth, a dense array of sharp teeth glistening ominously. The gaping maw was so vast that it could easily engulf a whole person. In an instant, this blood-soaked chasm swallowed the director whole, flesh writhing and twisting within, eliciting a sense of nausea. Li Yifei, a witness to the entire ordeal, clamped his mouth shut, fearfully staring out the window, his body trembling uncontrollably. After what seemed like an eternity of chewing, Lu Xiaoyan's gaping mouth opened once more, and she vomited out the director in one piece. Aside from a bit of slime, he was unscathed, not losing a single strand of hair. He lay quietly on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan's grotesque visage began to revert, transforming back into that of an ordinary high school girl within mere seconds. She stared motionless at the director, who suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground in a bizarre manner. Their gazes met, and they both smiled simultaneously. In a peculiarly synchronized manner, they stepped away, gradually vanishing at the end of the corridor. Once he confirmed that they had truly departed, Li Yifei released his grip on his mouth, collapsing weakly onto the ground, gasping for breath. His mind echoed with just 2 words. Again. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office, noticing Hong Ying sitting rigidly on the sofa, lost in thought. He waved at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Xia, you finally made it. Upon encountering Lin Xia, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa with a sudden urgency. What's wrong? Is there trouble? Hong Ying inquired solemnly, grasping Lin Xia's wrist and hastening toward the lower levels. It was the first time Lin Xia had witnessed such a grave expression on Hong Ying's face. Her brows slightly furrowed. Did mystery descend upon them? Indeed, and it is quite troublesome. As they pushed open the door to the activity room, Lin Xia discovered that the members of Team 136 had already assembled. Leaning against a pillar, Chunmai approached the conference table and took a seat, his expression still devoid of emotion. Everyone is here. We are ready to commence the meeting. Once everyone was seated, Chunmai tapped the table with his knuckles and slowly began. Last night, we received news of another suspected mythical creature sighting. The location is at Sangnan City Second High School. Second High School? Lin Xia exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, the very school you attended, Chunmai affirmed with a nod. Moreover, the individual who reported the incident appears to be an acquaintance of yours. He called into the adjoining room. Hey, has that kid woken up? If so, come out. All eyes turned towards the door, which soon creaked open to reveal a youth with bloodshot eyes emerging. Upon seeing him, Lin Xia gasped, Li Yifei? Li Yifei blinked in surprise, rubbing his eyes to confirm the presence of Lin Xia at the table. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? Did you also encounter that monster? No, he is one of us, Wu Xiangnan interjected, shaking his head. A temporary team member, Chunmai corrected. Li Yifei's mouth hung agape as he stared at Lin Xia, and after a moment, he exclaimed, wow, they said you joined the military. But it turns out you've joined this place. Lin Xia shrugged. Some unexpected events occurred. We can discuss your matters later. For now, let us focus on the case. Chunmai reminded them. Then, as if recalling something, he added, typically, if a case involving the mysterious arises, it is reported to the police first, who then relay it to us. However, this kid had previously experienced the ghost face case, had interacted with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement, hence he directly called us. Bypassing the usual protocol. This is an exception. Our normal procedure does not follow this path. The others nodded in understanding. Yet Lin Xia was acutely aware that Chunmai's explanation was primarily directed at him. Please, share your account, Chunmai prompted. All right, Li Yifei swallowed hard, recollecting, last night. I returned to school to retrieve my homework, and coincidentally, Li Yifei recounted his experience from the previous night in vivid detail, and with each passing moment, the frowns of the team members deepened. Once he concluded, Wu Xiangnan nodded gravely. If what this kid says is indeed true, then there is a 95% chance this matter involves the mysterious. He then turned to Li Yifei and asked, you do understand the consequences of reporting a false situation, don't you? I know. Everything I said earlier is absolutely true. It cannot be more truthful. Li Yifei responded earnestly. Very well. Chunmai turned to Wu Xiangnan. Please share your thoughts. Based on the information we currently possess, this mythical creature exhibits extraordinary camouflage abilities. It can transform into others while simultaneously engaging in normal conversation without revealing its true nature. When Qima sighed beside them, disguising oneself is indeed a troublesome affair. Furthermore, it seemingly possesses the ability to assimilate any creature it consumes, which is what we must truly be wary of, Wu Xiangnan stated. Is it akin to the zombies in movies? An infinite infection? Hong Ying inquired. Though the modes of infection differ, the outcomes are quite similar, Wu Xiangnan affirmed. So, should we simply rush into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes brightened. It is not that simple. Lin Xia, seated at the other end, interjected. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its true form, as she may also have been infected by someone else. You are correct. Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious event lies in our ignorance of the source of this bizarre infection route. It is akin to hunting zombies. If we cannot locate the progenitor, eliminating the other lesser zombies would be futile. Moreover, we have no idea how long this mythical creature has existed or how many it has infected, when Shima added. Lu Xiaoyan could be the first it infected, or perhaps she is merely one of many. We must prepare for both good and ill outcomes. The worst outcome? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. That the entire second high school has transformed into a school of monsters, Wu Xiangnan replied slowly, his eyes filled with gravity. Indeed, the reach of this creature's infection may extend beyond the school, affecting other areas of Cangnan City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shivered. What do you mean by that? Have you considered, Wu Xiangnan slowly rose, meeting Li Yifei's gaze, that in this school, aside from you, all the other teachers and students could be transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here, might unknowingly be part of this mystery? Li Yifei's pupils dilated, a chill coursing from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind a blank slate. Enough, Xiangnan, do not frighten him, Wen Qima chuckled as he stood. If that were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already signaled. Since it has yet to make a sound, it indicates that the situation is not as perilous as we might believe. Raven of Calamity? What is that? Lin Xia looked at Hong Ying in confusion. It is a raven, as well as a cursed artifact that carries its own forbidden domain, Hong Ying patiently explained. When a great disaster is imminent in Cangnan City, it will cry out in warning ahead of time, serving as a sort of detector. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. In summary, now that the enigma has emerged, we must delve into its depths without hesitation. Should we allow this monstrosity to continue its growth unchecked, we may find ourselves perilously close to the future described by Xiangnan. Chenmai spoke slowly. Xiangnan, what are your plans? Wu Xiangnan sat down, adjusting her glasses, and replied solemnly. I believe our immediate priority is to locate the essence of this mythical creature and ascertain the extent of its infection among individuals. Therefore, I propose we split into two groups. One group will center around the second high school, dispersing outward to search for traces of other infected individuals. The other group will infiltrate the second high school to follow the trail and swiftly identify the source. Chenmai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group. Since we are to infiltrate the second high school, we must remain inconspicuous, embodying the personas of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Qi Yi. The task of entering the second high school and uncovering its essence is entrusted to you. Captain, Qi Yi is still a temporary member. He should not partake in the operation to eliminate the enigma until he is officially recognized. Wu Xiangnan furrowed her brow slightly. Chenmai shook his head. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, this mythical creature excels in disguise, lurking, and infection, while its own capabilities are not particularly high. Qi Yi has undergone nearly half a month's training and has significantly improved. This presents a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills. Furthermore, he was a student at the second high school, making him the most familiar with it. It would be entirely natural for him to approach Lu Xiaoyan. At this juncture, Chenmai turned to Lin Qiyi and continued, Of course, you are a temporary member, and I will not compel you. If you are unwilling, you may remain here. I will go, Lin Qiyi replied without hesitation. Chenmai was correct. After over half a month of training, his combat prowess had increased considerably, and he was eager for an opportunity to put his skills into practice. In this perilous era, survival necessitated an early familiarity with danger. Though Lin Qiyi preferred to remain safe, he would not forfeit any chance to better himself. Then let us commence our operation, Chenmai declared, rising to his feet before turning to Li Yifei. You will accompany Qi Yi and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback. But I'm just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety, Chenmai replied, his tone unwavering. You have seen the mythical creature. You possess the most knowledge about it among us. And you must go. Hearing Chenmai's tone, which bordered on authoritative, Li Yifei grimaced but nodded in agreement. If this mission proceeds successfully, I will offer you an opportunity to join the night watch. As Chenmai walked toward the door, he spoke slowly. Li Yifei's eyes suddenly brightened with hope. Just as Lin Qiyi was about to depart, the ever-quiet Lung Xian, who had been standing in the corner, called out to him. Lin Qiyi. Yes? Lung Xian approached him, producing a jet-black handgun from behind his waist and handing it to Lin Qiyi. Take this. The magazine is full, he said coolly. But what if my marksmanship accidentally harms someone else? Lin Qiyi's expression suddenly turned grim. Lung Xian gave him a meaningful glance before turning to leave. The significance of a firearm extends beyond mere slaughter. Lin Xia stood in a daze for a moment, then reluctantly tucked the handgun into his pocket and strode towards the entrance. 20 minutes later, 3 figures bearing various boxes stood before the entrance of the second high school, their faces etched with worry. "Xia, why is your school uniform so hideous?" Hong Ying remarked as she glanced down at the red and white high school uniform with distaste. "The girls' uniforms are quite decent," Lin Xia interjected, pointing to his blue and white attire. "The boys' is genuinely unattractive. Moreover, the appeal of a uniform is subjective." "You're doing well enough," Hong Ying replied. Under the sunlight, she wore a white short-sleeve shirt with the red and white uniform opened at the front, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully, and she carried a long black box on her back, radiating youthfulness and vigor. In contrast, Xi Xiaonan presented a different picture. Clad in a cartoon-themed long-sleeve shirt, her uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Her long black hair styled into 2 large buns, she resembled a shy and innocent girl. With a playful grin, Hong Ying winked at Lin Xia. "Xia, who knew you were so eloquent?" Lin Xia responded. "The pressing issue is that the first lesson has already commenced for half an hour. How do we manage to slip inside?" He glanced at the time and then at the intimidating security guard stationed at the entrance. "And with these items in hand, we are bound to be stopped for questioning," Xi Xiaonan added softly, looking at the black box she carried. "Isn't this simple?" Hong Ying's lips curled into a slight smile as she confidently pointed towards a towering wall nearby. "We can just climb over." Lin Xia pondered for a moment, then cast a glance at the seemingly fragile Xi Xiaonan, who only reached his shoulder. "I have no issue with it. However, Xiaonan may find it somewhat challenging." "Humph." She huffed silently, rolling her eyes at Lin Xia. In an instant, she dashed towards the wall, her toes lightly tapping against it as she ascended effortlessly, akin to a delicate butterfly taking flight. With one hand holding the black box, she spun gracefully in midair before landing silently on the other side of the wall. Lin Xia remarked. Hong Ying stifled a giggle. "Xia, although Xiaonan may appear soft, she has been a night watcher for 2 years. Don't underestimate her." With that, Hong Ying swiftly raced towards the wall, gliding along its surface with elegance, easily vaulting over it with poise. Standing beneath the wall, Lin Xia recalled their recently executed acrobatic display, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the black box over first, then leapt high, easily grasping the edge of the wall to pull himself over. Though he managed it with relative ease, the comparison left him feeling somewhat ashamed, especially with Hong Ying and Xi Xiaonan's graceful performances in mind. "Not bad. You look quite dashing," Hong Ying said, returning the black box to him with an encouraging smile. Lin Xia shook his head, eager to conclude the topic swiftly. Then, as planned, "I will approach Lu Xiaoyan closely in the classroom while you investigate the director's office in the administration building." "All right, stay in touch via the earpiece." Hong Ying indicated her concealed earpiece before turning and departing with Xi Xiaonan. After taking a few steps, she paused, feeling slightly embarrassed, and turned back. "Where is the administration building? Also, where is the director's office?" Lin Xia helplessly pointed towards a distant tall building. "Room 403. Meanwhile, at the podium, a bespectacled middle-aged man enthusiastically explained, "Thus, we say, the odd changes while the even remains constant. Remember this mnemonic as we proceed to the next problem." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, where Lin Xia, who had been absent for several days, stood quietly at the door, holding a black box and slightly bowing. "Reporting." "Lin Xia?" The math teacher, surprised to see him, inquired. "Why are you only just arriving? Where have you been?" "I had some issues with my eyesight and spent 2 weeks in the hospital." "I see. Please, come in and take a seat." The math teacher adjusted his glasses, displaying considerable leniency toward Lin Xia, a previously disabled student, and refrained from making things difficult for him. Amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Lin Xia calmly returned to his designated seat and sat down. His mental acuity scanned the surroundings, and he frowned slightly. "Classmates, let us resume our lesson." The math teacher tapped the blackboard to redirect everyone's attention and continued his lecture. Lin Xia discreetly touched the earpiece, and Chun Mai's voice resonated within. "Lin Xia, how's the situation?" "I have entered the classroom," Lin Xia whispered. "Can your forbidden ruins discern them?" "Yes." "What is the quantity?" Lin Xia's brow furrowed, his tone becoming serious. "Not looking good." Before setting out, Chun Mai and the others had specifically advised Lin Xia to be vigilant in employing his abilities, since the infected individuals could not be identified by their outward appearance. Alternative methods of detection were essential, as the sole individual among them possessing the mental acuity to perceive the forbidden ruins. Lin Xia held significant importance. Just as Lin Xia had anticipated, his seraphic eye could indeed identify the infected. At that moment, within his realm of mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque creature clad in human skin, skillfully manipulating her faade while engaged in hushed conversations with her deskmate. In this classroom, aside from Lu Xiaoyan, there was another infected individual. This girl, who did not leave a lasting impression on Lin Xia, was known as Han Ruo, an inconspicuous presence in the class. At present, she was quietly jotting down something before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. Lin Xia recognized this boy as well and was relatively familiar with him, Lu Yuan. Once, when faced with the specter, Lu Yuan had pushed him away. A moment he would not soon forget. "How many are there?" echoed Chun Mai's voice through the earpiece. "In my classroom alone, there are 2. When I arrived, I took the liberty of surveying all the classrooms on this floor. There are approximately 6 just on this level. Is there any hope for them?" "None," Lin Xia replied with unwavering certainty. "Their internal organs have vanished, replaced by grotesque masses of flesh and blood. Even if we were to eliminate those entities, survival is utterly impossible for them. The moment they were consumed, they were as good as dead. 6 victims on just one floor. How many lives would be lost across the entirety of the school? When an institution harbors such a multitude of deceased, its very existence is in jeopardy. The societal repercussions of this calamity are even more chilling." After a prolonged silence, Chun Mai finally spoke. "Understood. Continue your observations, but do not alert them." "Received," Lin Xia said as he produced paper and pen, attentively listening to the lecture as though he were an ordinary student. After the teacher had spoken for 10 minutes, Li Yifei rushed to the door, breathless, and knocked. "Reporting." "Li Yifei, you're late." The teacher regarded him with disapproval. Accustomed to his antics, "I was ill and have a leave note," Li Yifei protested, brandishing the document. The teacher shot him a stern glance. "Return to your seat immediately. If your performance falters again, I shall notify your parents." Li Yifei hurried back to sit beside Lin Xia, lowering his head to retrieve his book while whispering, "What have you discovered?" "I have gleaned some information, though it remains incomplete." Lin Xia cast a glance out the window. "I require an opportunity, one that allows me to sense the entirety of the faculty and students." Li Yifei paused. "Are you suggesting that after this class, during the flag-raising ceremony, I will be able to ascertain the situation?" Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. "The administrative building. Room 403, 403, 403. Found it." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived at the entrance of the director's office, halting in unison. They exchanged a glance before quickly assuming their positions. Si Xiaonan, with the black box on her back, stood at the door, while Hong Ying positioned herself behind the door's blind spot, ready to spring into action. Si Xiaonan cleared her throat and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, they held their breath in anticipation, but the room remained silent. Hong Ying furrowed her brows and signaled to Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan knocked a few more times, yet there was still no response. Hong Ying gestured for Si Xiaonan to step back, then approached the door herself, retrieving a fine wire from her pocket and deftly inserting it into the lock. With a soft click, the door creaked open to reveal an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously entered, scanning the room before finally exhaling in relief. "Sister Hong Ying, it seems the occupant left not long ago. The cup is still warm," Si Xiaonan remarked, reaching out to touch the mug on the desk. "She must have gone to a meeting. If it were merely to use the restroom, there would be no need to lock the door." Hong Ying nodded slightly, deciding to search the area for clues. "I'll keep watch," Si Xiaonan said affirmatively. She closed the door and sidled over to the window, producing a delicate mirror from her pocket to carefully observe the surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying swiftly rummaged through every possible location: the desk, drawers, filing cabinets, and flower beds, but aside from a pile of worthless documents, she found nothing of value. Suddenly, she paused, her nose twitching. "Xiaonan, do you smell something?" Hong Ying furrowed her brow. "Huh, not really," Si Xiaonan replied, sniffing the air in confusion. Hong Ying's frown deepened. She crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant odor until her gaze landed on a tile beneath a chair. The tile appeared pristine, yet there were signs of having been disturbed. She produced a small knife and pried up a corner of the tile, a wave of acrid smell assaulting her senses. Gritting her teeth against the stench, she delicately extracted an object from beneath the tile. It was a whole piece of yellowish-brown skin. As she unfolded it, her pupils dilated in horror. "This is human skin," Hong Ying exclaimed, her eyes darting to Si Xiaonan. "Do these infected individuals shed their skin?" Si Xiaonan's brow furrowed. "A snake? It's possible. We should report this information to Wu Xiangnan. Perhaps it could lead us to more details about this mythical creature." Hong Ying swiftly shoved the skin back under the tile and replaced it. Just as she concealed all traces of her presence, a sudden melody wafted in from outside, startling her. Recognizing the familiar tune, she approached the window and gazed down at the throngs of students pouring out of the hall, murmuring to herself, "The flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the ceremony uniform across all of Daxia?" At that moment, Lin Xia and Li Yifei were descending the stairs amidst the bustling crowd. Li Yifei cautiously scanned the surroundings and leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. "Xia, by joining them, does that imply you possess that special ability too?" "Yes." "Damn. I'm really envious. What exactly is your ability?" "It's akin to sensing nearby entities through mental perception," Lin Xia replied vaguely. "So, can you distinguish between monsters and humans?" "Indeed." "Then tell me honestly, how many are in our class?" "2, Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruo." Upon hearing those names, Li Yifei seemed to exhale in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's not with Shujia. I've had a crush on her for years. If she turned into a monster, I doubt I'd ever date anyone in this lifetime. "What about now?" Lin Xia asked, concern creeping into his voice. "How many are near me?" "The 5th person in front of you. That girl is one too." "Her?" Li Yifei pondered for a moment. "She's from the neighboring class. I believe her name is Tianli. It's not surprising that she has also been transformed into a monster." Lin Xia was taken aback, pondering the reason behind it. Li Yifei raised an eyebrow, asking, "Haven't you noticed?" Realizing Lin had only recently transferred, he continued, "Oh, of course, you wouldn't know these things." "Noticed what?" "Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and Tianli. All of them share the same dormitory." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia stood frozen in place. Indeed, during his earlier exploration of the floors, he had observed that the majority of those infected by the creatures were girls. With Li Yifei's remark, he began to sense that something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Xia murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece and lowered his voice. "Sister Hong Ying, where are you?" "Just left the office building." "What's up?" Lin Xia shared his conjecture, to which Hong Ying immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, while everyone is at the flag-raising ceremony, let's head to the girls' dormitory." "Understood." As the march began, Lin Xia's class emerged from the corridor, gradually making their way towards the flag-raising platform. The ceremony was to be held in a small clearing in front of the teaching building, which was quite cramped, with students from all 3 grades of high school jostling closely together. "Students at the back, keep up. Hurry. Don't push me. Hey, walk faster." "How fast can I go? The person in front of me is stuck." "Wait, where's the person ahead of me?" "Who's in front of you?" "Lin Xia." "Where did he go?" "Not sure, he was just here." "Hey, Li Yifei is also missing." As several students voiced their confusion, Lin Xia and Li Yifei had already slipped out of the line, swiftly navigating through the chaotic throng of classmates. Lin Xia's mental perception extended only 20 meters. To adequately cover the over 2,000 students, he needed to be in constant motion. "Lin Xia, have you finished your search? The music is ending, and the flag raising is about to commence." Li Yifei struggled to weave through the crowd, calling out to Lin Xia ahead. "Not yet. I still have half left." "What should we do?" "Everyone needs to line up. If the music stops, we will be discovered." At that moment, the march played on in a diminishing volume, making Lin Xia and Li Yifei increasingly conspicuous among the crowd, with many students beginning to point and whisper about them. Lin Xia frowned slightly. Li Yifei was correct. If they continued to navigate through the throng after everyone had lined up, they would undoubtedly attract attention. If they pressed on with their search, they risked being intercepted by the teachers. However, if they ceased their efforts now, the only way to gather complete information about the students and teachers across all 3 grades would be to wait until school ended to block the exit. The delay was too long, and the variables too numerous. They could not afford to wait. Lin Xia's mind raced, and suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the flag-bearing team in the distance, sparking an idea. He altered his path, swiftly making his way through the crowd to stand before the leader of the flag team. "Hello, fellow student. Lin Xia greeted politely. The flag bearer paused, greeting the other student with an air of surprise. Hello, you have been dismissed. The student, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? The school administration has just issued an urgent notification requiring exemplary student representatives to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, and consequently, we must temporarily replace the flag bearer. Lin Xia stated earnestly, extending his hand to seize the flagpole from the bewildered student. However, I am Li Yifei, the exemplary student representative of the second year. Please hand over the flag to me. If you have any questions, you may address them with the administration after the ceremony, he insisted. Unfazed, Lin Xia firmly took the flagpole from his grasp and positioned himself in the place originally designated for him, his expression solemn. Li Yifei scratched his head in confusion, wrestling with his thoughts for a moment, before ultimately deciding to return to his rightful place within his class's formation. Lin Xia, what are you trying to accomplish? Li Yifei could not suppress his curiosity. Such actions may lead to disciplinary consequences, and I too would face repercussions. It is I who have usurped your name and deceived the flag bearer. You are not implicated in this matter, Lin Xia replied coolly. Moreover, I am no longer a student and thus need not abide by the school's regulations. I am the night watchman. As the solemn music began to play, students, teachers, and administrators alike fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the flag held aloft, eagerly anticipating its ascent. In rhythm with the music, Lin Xia raised the flag and marched forward with precise steps. Hey, do you recognize that flag bearer? He looks somewhat familiar. Indeed, he is quite handsome and bears a resemblance to Lin Xia. Are you certain it's just a resemblance? I feel it is indeed him. It seems it truly is. While most were unaware of Lin Xia's identity, his classmates quickly recognized him and began to whisper amongst themselves. The officials on the platform, however, remained oblivious to the change in flag bearers, smiling as they gazed upon the dashing young man, for such trivial matters hardly warranted their attention with so many students. How could they know who was meant to raise the flag today? Yet, the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed countenance upon seeing Lin Xia, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Lin Xia strode confidently towards the flag-raising platform. But just as he was about to step onto the stage, he executed a sharp right turn. Without hesitation, he veered towards another corner of the student formation. The officials, prepared to welcome the flag, were momentarily taken aback. Their smiles froze upon their faces as they stared blankly at Lin Xia, who seemed oblivious to their presence. Taking several seconds to register the situation, in unison, they turned to the teacher overseeing the ceremony, their eyes filled with questions. The teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the students also took note of this unexpected turn of events. Watching in astonishment as Lin Xia strode past them, the whispers among them growing louder. What on earth? Why isn't he going up on stage? I have no idea. Is this his first flag raising? He looks rather unfamiliar. This is intriguing. Everything is about to collapse. The expressions of the leaders seated above elicited peals of laughter from the crowd. What on earth is Lin Xia up to? At that moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony rang out. Silence. Everyone, please be quiet. The student holding the flag, you are going the wrong way. Lin Xia, as if in a trance, showed no intention of turning around and even quickened his pace. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across the faces of all the students before him. Within their eyes lay astonishment, confusion, derision, and a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, in Lin Xia's eyes, there was only the depth of an unfathomable abyss. To him, they resembled a flock of sheep unwittingly marching toward the jaws of a wolf, oblivious to the imminent danger. Among the over 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Xia and Li Yifei remained awake. Perhaps this is what it means to be sober while all others are intoxicated. Come back. Where are you from? The teacher on stage bellowed in anger. Finally, after surveying all the students, Lin Xia feigned surprise, hurriedly pivoting to retrace his steps, approaching the flagpole beside the flag-raising platform, and swiftly securing the flag. The teacher fixated on Lin Xia, trembling with rage, seemingly wanting to question him, yet recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment. Lin Xia chose to disregard the teacher entirely, his thoughts now far removed from the instructor's feelings. As the music transitioned and the national anthem was sung in unison, the flag ascended gracefully. However, beneath the flagpole, a cold sweat trickled down Lin Xia's cheek. He stared blankly at the leaders surrounding him, then cast his gaze downward at the sea of students, his heart plummeting into an abyss. "Captain, you better brace yourself," he murmured to himself. "You. Which class are you from? Where is the original flag bearer?" As the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the furious teacher stormed up to Lin Xia, demanding answers. Lin Xia, however, had no time to entertain him and simply sidestepped to walk away. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. "Stop right there. I am speaking to you. What kind of attitude is this? Do you believe I won't take you to the principal's office right now and report you to the entire school?" He seized Lin Xia's shoulder and shouted. Ahead, Lin Xia came to a halt, slowly turning his head, and in his gaze, two golden flames ignited momentarily. In that instant, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the teacher's heart. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, he felt as if he were gazing into the vast cosmos, minuscule like a grain of sand amidst the boundless darkness and uncertainty. The sense of oppression. It was a pressure that transcended the very essence of existence. In a mere heartbeat, the teacher's back was drenched in cold sweat, his entire being feeling as though it might collapse. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes flickered and vanished, as if nothing had ever been there. "What just transpired was my fault. You may report me to the entire school, or even file a complaint at the office." Lin Xia gazed at the panting instructor with a serene demeanor and calmly stated, "However, you must wait until I have completed my tasks." With that, Lin Xia turned on his heel and, under the astonished gaze of the instructor, dashed away. "Captain Xia, report your status," came the urgent voice over the earpiece. "I have conducted a thorough investigation of the entire school, and the situation is dire. I believe resolving this matter quietly will be as challenging as climbing to the heavens." "Elaborate," Lin Xia prompted. "Among the 3 grades, the number of infected students in both the first and third years is relatively low, totaling no more than 10. However, the situation in the second year is most grave, with 36 confirmed cases. In one class, nearly half of the students are infected. This accounts only for the students. Among the teachers and administration, there are nearly 20 infected individuals as well. Thus, I can surmise that at least 60 faculty and students at the entire second high school have been transformed into monsters." Silence enveloped the communication line. "Captain, over 60 infected individuals. Even if each one is merely at the Lan level, that means there are more than 60 Lan level monsters within this high school. If we were to discover the true form of this mythical creature, those 60+ Lan infected would undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Moreover, their sheer numbers present a grave threat. Should any of them escape the school, it would unleash a catastrophe across the entire Changnan city." Lin Xia articulated his deductions with composure. "Xia, it's not merely a matter of if any escape the school," came a voice over the earpiece, accompanied by the sound of slicing. Chunmai spoke slowly. "They have already begun to infiltrate." Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the second high school, in a rented apartment, Chunmai wielded a blade. Stepping over the remnants of blood and flesh scattered across the floor, alongside the grave-faced Wu Xiangnan. "We have investigated Lu Xiaoyan, as well as Han Ruo and the director of education's family, and discovered that their relatives have also been infected. We have just finished cleansing them. The situation is more severe than we imagined. Then we must urgently visit the households of each infected individual to swiftly sever the transmission of the infection. Thus, we are unable to provide support. However, I believe that this troublesome mythical creature possesses limited combat capability, and with the 3 of you, it should be possible to eradicate it. Yet, this would undoubtedly incite chaos within the school and could expose our existence along with that of the mythical creature. Do not fret. We possess a prohibited item known as Dream Whisper, which can create illusions within a certain range, erasing portions of people's memories. Furthermore, I will have Lung Xian temporarily assume the role of Watcher, establishing a no-pass zone around the second high school. For the time being, it shall become an isolated island, cut off from the world." Chunmai approached the window, his gaze directed toward the location of Lin Xia and the others, and spoke calmly. "Our adversary this time is formidable. Do not hold back or conceal your strength. It is imperative to locate and eliminate its true form in the shortest possible time while ensuring the safety of the faculty and students. We cannot afford to witness any further sacrifices. This time, you are free to unleash your full potential." At the earphones, Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, then nodded firmly, indicating his understanding. He disconnected the earpiece, while Wu Xiangnan, standing beside Chunmai, furrowed her brow, and remarked, "Isn't it too difficult for him to encounter such a significant event on his first mission? Xiangnan, this child is different from you and me." Chen Mai gently shook his head. "He possesses potential, temperament, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage. He will ascend to great heights on his own." At the girls' dormitory of number 2 high school, Hong Ying stealthily peered through the window, glancing inside before waving her hand behind her. "Hurry up, the dormitory supervisor isn't here." Si Xiaonan swiftly dashed in from outside, leaping lightly over the entrance barrier and hiding behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit, and after evading the duty room, they raced up the stairs, bounding 3 steps at a time with remarkable agility. In a flash, they reached the 5th floor. At that moment, the flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students had returned directly to their classrooms to prepare for lessons. The dormitory building was eerily quiet, with all the doors on either side locked, casting a dim and narrow corridor that was only illuminated by a sliver of sunlight streaming from the terrace ahead. Cautiously, Hong Ying pressed against the wall, scrutinizing the floor in the dim light. "Which room did Lin Xia say those girls' dormitories were?" she whispered, turning to ask. "The second room from the north," Si Xiaonan replied. Hong Ying gazed towards the northern dormitory, stealthily making her way in that direction, while Si Xiaonan anxiously clutched her hem, fear flickering in her eyes. "Hong Ying, slow down. I know. You, who aren't afraid to face monsters, are scared of the dark," Hong Ying replied with exasperation. As they approached the dormitory door, Hong Ying deftly picked the lock with a small needle, and the door creaked open. Just as she had anticipated, the dormitory was vacant. The two entered and began searching swiftly. "Wow, this school's dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious," Hong Ying remarked as she stepped onto the balcony. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and her pupils contracted. On the drying rack, alongside a collection of soft pink garments, hung 4 thin layers of human skin, swaying gently in the breeze. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, having seen the same sight, turned pale. Furrowing her brow, Hong Ying maneuvered past the layers of skin and approached the edge of the balcony to look out. This dormitory building was the most remote structure in the school. Opposite the balcony lay an undeveloped expanse, devoid of any other buildings. It was no wonder they felt bold enough to display human skin so openly. But what if someone else came to visit? With that thought, Hong Ying's gaze sharpened, and she quickly exited the dormitory, opening the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony as well, 4 layers of human skin danced in the wind. Next door, and the next one. Hong Ying continued to search several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority displayed human skin on their balconies. Some had 1, others 2, and some even 4. This implies that a significant number of students on this floor have been transformed into monsters. "Sister Hong Ying, this is troublesome," Si Xiaonan murmured while standing outside the door. "Indeed, it is troublesome." Hong Ying sighed deeply, then shifted her tone. "However, this also indicates that there are limitations to this monster's ability to infect others. Why? If it truly possessed infinite infection capabilities, I estimate that within just 2 nights, it could silently infect everyone on this floor. Yet, that is not the case. We do not know how long it has been secretly active, but we can ascertain that it has been at least 2 days. The fact that it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories suggests that there must be a cap on the number of individuals it can infect. This is a possibility, but another theory could be that its infection ability has a cooldown period. For instance, within a single day, a host can only infect 1 person. Si Xiaonan's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, if it truly possessed boundless infection capability, the entire school would have been doomed long ago. Therefore, we can deduce a great deal. Following this line of thought, Hong Ying continued, "From the intelligence provided by Qi Yi, it appears that among the infected, the proportion of boarders far exceeds that of day students. This is because day students do not reside at the school and tend to gather in groups during their time here, making it difficult for the monster to infect them unnoticed. Moreover, among the infected, the ratio of females is significantly higher than that of males. This is not only due to the fact that females are generally easier targets who tend to be alone, but also because..." Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to gaze down the dim, narrow corridor. "The true form of that mythical creature is right here." Si Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. "Sister Hong Ying, how did you suddenly become so clever?" Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. "Do you perceive me as so foolish?" "Well, yes, typically quite dim-witted. The kind that doesn't think until the critical moment." Hong Ying helplessly looked up at the ceiling, and after a moment, removed her earpiece. All right, I confess. What I just said was from Qi. He.S. rather clever, Xi Xiaonan pouted. Hong Ying sighed, though I hate to admit it. He does seem to be a tad smarter than I am. Lin Xie's voice echoed softly through the earpiece. Are you sure it's just a tad? Silence. Oh, by the way, I must remind you. Lin Xie's tone grew serious. Just now, I saw a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory. Hong Ying's brow furrowed. Are they infected? It's too far away. I can't sense them. Be cautious. Understood. Hong Ying put on her earpiece and exchanged a knowing glance with Xi Xiaonan. And the two swiftly moved towards the staircase. Just then, several girls were chatting and laughing as they ascended from the corridor. Hong Ying's gaze sharpened, and she pulled Xi Xiaonan to a halt, her eyes filled with vigilance as she regarded them. The group of girls, surprised by the presence of two unfamiliar faces in the corridor, exchanged curious glances and began to whisper among themselves. Who are they? I don't recognize them. Perhaps they belong to another class? But aren't there only a few classes on this floor? I've never seen them before. Maybe they're looking for someone? Indeed. Let me ask. One girl with long hair stepped forward and politely inquired. Hello, are you here looking for someone? A smile graced Hong Ying's face as she replied, Yes. I'm looking for Wang Nan from class 6, but I've forgotten which dorm she's in. Wang Nan. The girl tilted her head. There's no one by that name in class 6. Isn't this the senior dorm? No, this is the sophomore dorm. The seniors are on the first floor. Oh, I see. Hong Ying scratched her head apologetically, taking hold of Xi Xiaonan's hand, and cheerfully said, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. It's all right. The long-haired girl smiled politely. As Hong Ying and Xi Xiaonan walked past her, the cluster of girls made a courteous path for them. That girl is truly beautiful. Hong Ying overheard as they passed, envy sparkling in their eyes. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her skin is flawless. How enviable. The shorter girl behind her is attractive too. She is utterly adorable. So cute that one could just devour her. In that fleeting moment as Hong Ying and Xi Xiaonan brushed past the other girls, a glimmer of ravenous desire ignited in their eyes, their heads blooming open like flowers to reveal crimson flesh and a mass of jagged teeth. The corridor was already narrow, and with these girls occupying most of the space, there was barely room for Hong Ying and Xi Xiaonan to maneuver, so little that they could hardly evade. Yet at that moment, a subtle smile curved Hong Ying's lips, and a vibrant crimson light erupted around her. Boom! The rose-hued flames radiated from her and Xi Xiaonan, surging outward in all directions, the terrifying force casting the monsters in the corridor into the air. Crack! 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 The flames roiled, the intense heat shattering the emergency lights on either side of the corridor, plunging the entire area into darkness. Only the flames continued to burn brightly. Then, a girl with a long case stepped onto the staircase, her face illuminated by the flickering flames. She gently tapped the case on her back, and a soft chant emanated from within, as a long spear sprang forth from the side of the case, landing steadily in her grasp. With a graceful sweep of the spear, she created a flourish, leisurely traversing through the rose-colored flames, her gaze proudly fixed upon the terrified monsters ahead. Humph. I knew you weren't good people. Hong Ying rested the spear on her shoulder and tapped her earpiece, declaring, Let us see who dares call me foolish again. Xi Xiaonan, still recovering from the shock, stepped behind Hong Ying, her expression a mixture of awe and fear. They look so frightening. Indeed, they are somewhat alarming. Hong Ying nodded slightly, though her strength appeared unimpressive. With that, she forcefully stomped the ground, launching herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The tip of her spear ignited in a rosy flame, leaving a trail of fire in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The monstrous creatures in the corridor, upon seeing Hong Ying approaching, opened their grotesque, flesh-covered mouths wide, ready to swallow her whole. Hong Ying squinted slightly, her form unwavering as she charged directly towards the gaping maw. How? Just as the creature's enormous mouth was about to engulf her, a brilliant flash of crimson light erupted from the spear's tip, illuminating the dark corridor in an instant. In the next moment, a massive fireball ignited. The spear effortlessly sliced through the monster's body, as the flickering flames consumed the mangled flesh in mere breaths. Hong Ying stood firm, casually resting the spear on her shoulder, the flames still dancing at its tip. With a light laugh, she looked at the dumbfounded creatures before her and provocatively waggled her fingers, taunting them. You lot together aren't even a match for me. Xi Xiaonan, standing nearby, clapped excitedly, exclaiming, Sister Hong Ying, you're so cool. The monsters roared in response. their eyes fixed intensely on Hong Ying. In the next moment, more figures began to appear at the openings of the corridor. Some wore school uniforms, others donned casual clothes. Some held water basins, while others clutched books. Their long, dark hair cascaded down, and pairs of eyes fixated on the central figure of Hong Ying. They stared at her in silent unison. Drip, drip. The sound of water falling echoed from a nearby restroom, while subtle rustling noises came from the ceiling above. Outside the window, faint chatter of students reverberated, yet the entire corridor remained eerily silent. The number of girls lining the corridor increased, standing in perfect formation like a silent battalion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly crept behind Hong Ying, retrieving a dagger from the black box in her hand, gripping it firmly. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying counted the numbers meticulously, murmuring to herself, 18, that's a bit troublesome. However, it was merely a little. Ruo, you mentioned one in calcium last class. I picked up a bottle when I was at the store earlier. Here you go. In the classroom, Lu Yuan handed a bottle of calcium milk to Han Ruo, his cheeks slightly flushed. Han Ruo turned around, flashing a sweet smile at Lu Yuan as she accepted the drink. Thank you, Lu Yuan. You're so kind to me. Upon seeing Han Ruo's smile, Lu Yuan felt as if he were floating in the clouds, immediately thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Ruo. Just tell me what you want to drink in the future, and I'll get it for you. All right. Han Ruo nodded, hesitating for a moment before leaning closer to Lu Yuan's ear and softly murmuring, Lu Yuan, could you wait for me in the garage after school? Huh. Lu Yuan seemed to have recalled something, his heart racing wildly. I have something to say to you. Han Ruo's delicate face flushed as she cast a coy glance at him, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Lu Yuan nodded excitedly. All right, I will definitely wait for you after school tonight. At that moment, Han Ruo paused, seemingly sensing something, and suddenly stood up. What's wrong, Ruo? Where are you going? Lu Yuan inquired, puzzled. I just remembered something I left behind. I need to return to the dormitory, Han Ruo replied, her previous softness replaced by an icy demeanor as she coldly uttered a brief remark and began to stride toward the door. At that instant, a young man approached her desk, blocking her path. Lin Xia? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the newcomer. A fleeting irritation crossed Han Ruo's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a naive smile. Classmate Lin Xia, is there something you need? Ignoring Lu Yuan's gaze, Lin Xia pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Actually, I have liked you for a long time. Han Ruo was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly choked on his own breath, resolutely standing up to glare at Lin Xia. Lin Xia, don't do this. Han Ruo has someone she likes already. You cannot persist. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lin Xia forcefully pushed him back into his seat and covered his mouth with his hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Ruo seemed to arrive at a conclusion, her cheeks suddenly blooming with a rosy hue. Well then, I suppose I will be your girlfriend, Lin Xia naturally declared next. The hushed classroom erupted with excitement upon hearing Lin Xia's words. Wow, who would have thought Lin Xia liked a girl like Han Ruo? I never saw that coming. Upon closer inspection, Han Ruo is indeed quite attractive, but Lin Xia is obviously more handsome. How domineering. I absolutely adore this. What a pity, though. Just look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's priceless. I concur. They should be together. 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 Amidst the clamor, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly examining her toes, her face blushing to the roots of her ears. After a moment, she responded in a voice as delicate as a whisper, okay then. Beside her, Lu Yuan stared at her in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His world had crumbled. Lin Xia nodded impassively. In that case, see you tonight at the garage. All right, Lin Xia said, releasing his grip on Lu Yuan's mouth. Like a statue, Lu Yuan remained seated, staring blankly at the flushed Han Ruo, completely motionless. Lin Xia cast a sidelong glance at him before silently walking away. Li Yifei, who had witnessed the entire scene, approached Lin Xia and whispered, Xia, why did you save him? He pushed you earlier. I truly did not wish to save him. If I were still the person I was before, I certainly would not have intervened. Lin Xia patted his shoulder, yet who could blame me for focusing on my work? I had no desire to save him, but from the perspective of a night watcher, rescuing him was imperative. Thus, I intervened, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback. What did that imply? Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the dazed Lu Yuan, speaking with profound intent. Do you believe that, given his character, He would relinquish his pursuit of Han Ruro? Li Yifei's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting he remains obstinate? In fulfillment of my duties as a night watcher. I saved him once. Lin Xia spoke calmly. However, if he insists on seeking his own demise, that is no longer my concern. At that point, I might even find myself applauding from the sidelines. Li Yifei smacked his lips. When it comes to ruthlessness, you truly take the cake. Just as Lin Xia was about to respond, a voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift slightly. What's wrong? Something has happened over at Hongyang. Without hesitation, Lin Xia grabbed the black box and dashed out of the classroom. Hey, there's only a minute until class starts. Li Yifei instinctively reminded him, only to realize that those days of sitting comfortably in class were long gone. He hurriedly followed Lin Xia outside, and as they reached the doorway, he collided directly with the English teacher. Li Yifei, class is about to start. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? The teacher glared at him, visibly annoyed. Class. Li Yifei brushed past the teacher and sprinted away, calling back. At this point, who cares about class? Times have changed, teacher. The English teacher, 07? Li Yifei sprinted after Lin Xia, reaching the girls' dormitory where a large crowd had already gathered. Did you hear that? There seemed to be an explosion inside. I heard it. It sounded like something was screaming. How terrifying. No way. I only heard the explosion. It's likely that someone hid illegal electrical appliances, causing a fire. Has anyone called the police? Someone is on the phone. The fire truck should arrive shortly. Let's secure the scene. Huh. Why is there no signal? I have none either. Strange. Outside the second high school, Lung Xian sat in a secluded corner, lowering the notice board and lightly slicing his fingertip with a blade, allowing a few droplets of blood to seep forth. With an expressionless face, he extended his hand and drew a long line across the surface of the notice board. How did Lao Zhao do this? Lung Xian muttered to himself, reminiscing for a moment before bringing his palms together and pressing down forcefully. Forbidden ruins, no. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed, yet the notice board remained utterly still. The corners of Lung Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he pondered whether he had not drawn enough blood. Thus, he withdrew the blade once more, slicing his left hand to draw another line across the board. Forbidden ruins, no. Still, there was no response. Cold Xian, somewhat impatient, tapped the surface of the notice board, much like one would strike a malfunctioning old television set. After a couple of taps, the notice board trembled slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled around it, connecting with 2 other boards and enveloping the sky above the entire second high school. This time, it was correct. Cold Xian stood up, satisfied, and gazed into the distance, suddenly taken aback. Huh, why does the color of the boundless void look different this time? Oh my, look. Why has the sky turned green? It really has. How astonishing. Quick, take a picture. Which unfortunate fellow has drawn such an enormous hat? What must one look like to provoke such a phenomenon? The sudden change in the sky captivated everyone's attention, even causing the teachers and students in class to leave their classrooms, pointing and discussing the peculiar sight. Gee, what is going on? Li Yifei questioned, his heart unsettled as he gazed at the verdant sky. Lin Xi furrowed his brows, uncertain but speculating it might be related to the boundless void. However, that was of little consequence. His gaze settled on the girls' dormitory, now completely surrounded by a crowd, and his brow creased slightly. They have sealed off the girls' dormitory. Under such scrutiny, it would be inappropriate for me to enter. You need to create a diversion to draw their attention away. A diversion? Li Yifei was taken aback. What kind of diversion? Anything will suffice. You could feign a heart attack or perform a striptease. Just ensure they are distracted. I cannot do either of those. Li Yifei protested. Lin Shi turned to face Li Yifei, looking earnestly into his eyes. If you intend to join the night watch after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything, including your virtue. Wait a moment. Why must joining the night watch require sacrificing my virtue? Li Yifei felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone amidst the crowd, and after a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. Fine, you go ahead. I will help divert their attention. Lin Shi nodded and circled around the crowd to the vicinity of the security line, casting a knowing glance at Li Yifei. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted toward the crowd, Wu Shujia. His booming voice instantly silenced the bustling throng, and everyone turned in astonishment to the boy who had suddenly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Among the crowd, Wu Shujia also turned to look at the solemn-faced Li Yifei, her expression filled with confusion. Beside them, Lin Qi's lips twitched slightly. This guy couldn't possibly be preparing to. Wu Shujia. Li Yifei called out again. I like you. Upon hearing those 4 words, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. Such is the nature of high school students. They exhibit an extraordinary interest in matters beyond their studies, whether it be a sudden fire or a public confession of love. It was evident that the latter held far greater allure for them than the former. The fervor of gossip ignited within the hearts of all present. They cast their fiery gazes upon Wu Shujia amidst the crowd, even taking a few steps back to grant her some space. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia swiftly crossed the boundary and dashed into the girls' dormitory. Wu Shujia lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, I'm sorry, I have someone I like. Hearing these words, Li Yifei's mind went blank, and in a daze, he suddenly grasped the feeling that Wang Xiao had experienced moments ago. Whom do you like? Wu Shujia's face flushed with shyness as she stammered, I like Lin Xia. Upon hearing the name Lin Xia, Li Yifei's expression transformed dramatically. He instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the dormitory, only to find that Lin Xia's figure had already vanished. He remained silent for a long time, slowly raising his head to gaze at the verdant sky above, his eyes becoming misty. Don't cry, Lu Yuan. I, Li Yifei, understand you. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted as the fiery tips of guns danced, creating a dazzling display of crimson flames, resembling a long red tassel adorning the gun's muzzle, with bursts of rose-colored sparks illuminating the dark corridor. The figure of Hong Ying swiftly darted between the monsters, her spear sweeping through the air, and in an instant, the head of one beast soared high, consumed by flames. The remaining few monsters appeared to have begun to dread, instinctively retreating a few steps. Before them, Hong Ying, wielding her fiery spear, approached with graceful strides, her long hair flowing like a cascade. The rose-hued flames illuminated the corridor as if it were daylight. Holding her spear, she crouched slightly, her gaze fixed upon the 4 monsters before her, a wave of heat radiating outward from her center. Suddenly, she transformed into a blazing fireball, shooting forth. The remnants of rose flames dissolved rapidly in the air, leaving behind a trailing scarlet afterimage. Her speed was so remarkable that the human eye could scarcely perceive her movements. In an instant, she materialized before the monsters. With a slight tremor of her spear, countless fiery spear shadows blossomed like flowers, piercing the unsuspecting 4 monsters into a sieve. The rose flames ignited, engulfing the shrill, howling beasts entirely. Embers fell from the air like withering cherry blossoms, blanketing the entire corridor. Hong Ying tucked her spear behind her back, gently snapping her fingers, and the flames in the corridor extinguished in an instant, plunging it back into darkness. Xiaonan, are you all right? I'm fine. I even managed to slay one. Si Xiaonan remarked cheerfully, eyeing the disfigured monster on the ground. Xiaonan, you're amazing, Hong Ying praised, ruffling her hair with a smile. Not at all compared to you, Hong Ying. Once your rose fire feather garment is unleashed, even dozens of monsters wouldn't suffice. You're quite the flatterer. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Hong Ying frowned, gripping her spear tightly behind her, vigilant as she looked toward the sound. What is happening? Are there still students inside? The dormitory supervisor, panic-stricken, climbed the stairs and gasped upon seeing the 2 girls standing in the charred corridor. Seeing the newcomer, Hong Ying relaxed somewhat, withdrawing her hand from her spear. We are the students here to extinguish the flames, but the fire has already been quelled, Red Ying replied. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and the dormitory supervisor seemed oblivious to the long weapon she bore, hastily gesturing for them to leave. Which class are you from? How can you be so reckless? Hurry, come with me, the fire truck will arrive shortly. Red Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged a glance, sheathed their weapons into the black box, and swiftly made their way down the hallway. As they approached the dormitory supervisor, she appeared poised to speak when, suddenly, a deafening gunshot erupted, a bullet slicing through the banister and striking her in the waist. Red Ying and Si Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively retreating from the supervisor. The forceful recoil slammed her against the wall, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the youth ascending the stairs below. In the next instant, her head exploded, transforming into a grotesque, blood-soaked monstrosity that let out a horrific shriek. How could a shot aimed at her head hit her waist? At the corner of the staircase, Lin Xia, gun in hand, muttered to himself, aiming at the gaping maw of the creature and expressionlessly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive bullets pierced through the monster's mouth, its body convulsing violently before it succumbed, rigidly tumbling down the stairs. Xia? Redding exclaimed in astonishment. I heard you were embroiled in a fierce battle, so I rushed over, Lin Xia replied, holstering his pistol and stepping over the bloodied remnants as he ascended the stairs. Scanning the surroundings. Where's the monster? It's taken care of, Redding proclaimed, hands on her hips, her smile radiating a sense of strength that beckoned praise. Have you found its true form? Red Ying's expression instantly faltered, her face falling in disappointment as she shook her head. No. Lin Xia meticulously traversed the floor, lost in contemplation. Logically, this was the site of the first infection. Could it be that the entity left after infecting others? Is it truly that clever? This mythical creature must possess considerable intelligence, Lin Xia asserted, capable of perfectly replicating an individual's personality and habits, rendering them indistinguishable from the genuine article, something no mere beast could accomplish. Moreover, its infection strategy thus far has displayed remarkable logic. Logic? Is that so? Si Xiaonan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it chose to initiate infections from the female dormitory, not only because the girls are physically weaker and easier to control, but also cleverly exploiting their unique charm to disarm other suspicions. It facilitated communication between these girls and the boys, garnering their affection, then lured them to secluded spots to infect them, all without raising an alarm. Even the teachers fell victim. Its actions, seemingly random, were in fact highly covert and methodical. Had it not been for Li Yifei stumbling upon Lu Xiaoyan infecting the dean, we might not have recognized its existence for another 6 months, at which point the number of infected would have escalated to a terrifying degree. Listening to Lin Xia's analysis left Redding and Si Xiaonan feeling a chill run down their spines. It is my first encounter with such a highly intelligent mythical creature. Hong Ying furrowed her brows, pondering that, if that were the case, it must have known of our arrival long ago and certainly would not linger here. Quite likely. Lin Xia nodded in resignation. What is that over there? Si Xiaonan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Xia and Hong Ying exchanged a startled glance, their pupils narrowing in unison. At the far end of the corridor's small balcony, a monstrous being with a serpentine tail and a human form was coiled, its obsidian scales radiating an eerie chill in the faint sunlight, while its haunting green eyes fixated steadily on the trio. Hisses. The crimson forked tongue flicked out, and a smirk seemed to curl at the corners of its mouth, as if mocking them. Lin Xia and Hong Ying were momentarily stunned, then shared a knowing look before dashing towards the balcony without a second thought. Pursue it. The serpent-tailed creature lifted its head, unleashing a sudden, spine-chilling shriek into the sky. Hisses. Almost instantly, it glided swiftly along the edge of the balcony, its speed astonishing. Just as its cry echoed, screams erupted from a distant classroom. Lin Xia came to an abrupt halt, raising his gaze towards the horizon. The infected were going berserk. Hong Ying nimbly leaped to the balcony's edge, her long spear slung across her back, turning to shout at Lin Xia. You go protect the students, I will chase it. No sooner had the words left her lips than she leapt down, vanishing from sight. Lin Xia slammed to a stop and turned back, racing down the corridor. Given Hong Ying's skills and prowess, jumping from the 5th floor posed no issue for her. However, with his current abilities, such a leap could spell disaster. With the black box strapped to his back, Lin Xia sprinted down the hall, as countless students screamed and scurried about like headless flies, while in the distance, monstrous roars echoed ominously. Stop running. Stay behind me. We cannot leave the school now. Lin Xia shouted. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, no one heeded his words. All were frantically rushing towards the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. This was to prevent the monstrous entities and the infected from escaping the boundless void. Silence! Silence! Listen to me! Lin Xia shouted several times. But still no one paid him any mind. At that moment, a phrase from the cold Xianyuan echoed in his ears once more. Thus, Lin Xia drew a pistol from his pocket and fired a shot into the air. As the gunshot reverberated throughout the campus, the frenzied students froze in confusion. Holding the gun, Lin Xia aimed it at the statue-like students. Expressionless, he raised his chin slightly. I said, quiet down. The gun's purpose was not solely for slaughter, but also for intimidation. When the sudden appearance of the creature instilled a frenzied terror, only another form of fear could momentarily quell their panic. Who are you? How do you have a gun? Are you a police officer? Help us. There are monsters in the school. Help. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the students erupted into a clamor once more, surging towards Lin Xia, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony that reverberated through the school gates. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, moving forward rather than retreating. With a gentle press of his finger against the handle of the black box, its sides swiftly opened, and a sheathed straight knife shot forth. Lin Xia seized the hilt of the knife with lightning speed, drawing it with a swift motion. The blade, shimmering with a faint blue luminescence, sliced through the air, emitting a subtle hum as it hurtled towards the lead boy. The boy's pupils contracted sharply, his entire head swelling, as if something monstrous were about to burst forth. Yet, Lin Xia's blade struck first, severing his head. A horrific, bloodied visage with jagged teeth was sent soaring, thick crimson splattering onto the surrounding students, who stood frozen in shock, resembling statues. The transition from their frenzied charge towards Lin Xia to his swift draw and execution transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them unable to comprehend the visually jarring reality before them. Moments later, piercing screams erupted in a frenzy. Had the monster been lurking among them all along? Silence. Lin Xia bellowed, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. The chaotic throng fell instantly silent. In that moment, an unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, leaving them utterly stunned. Now, there are no monsters hidden among you. You may exit the school directly, and someone will open the door for you. Lin Xia sheathed the straight knife, speaking calmly. However, I require you to leave in an orderly fashion. Do not push. If I see anyone breaking the rules. Lin Xia slowly raised his firearm, brandishing it before the crowd. Upon hearing these words, the students immediately turned and rushed towards the school gates. Though their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. A few girls, their legs trembling, were supported by boys as they made their way to the exit. At this moment, a corner of the no-barrier space was lifted, revealing a path to the outside world. Beyond the no-barrier space, there would be personnel designated to erase their memories, a matter that required no concern from Lin Xia. This batch of students numbered around 400, with many more emerging from the classroom buildings, predominantly first-year and third-year students. The number of infected among the first and third years was already limited, and the proximity of the classroom buildings to the school gates made it relatively easy to escape after the monster's appearance. However, the trouble lay in the fact that there were still infected individuals concealed among the panicking students. They resembled unstable bombs, with no one knowing when they might detonate. But it was certain that their eruption would become the final straw, crushing the students' morale. It was akin to a group of students finally escaping the monster, reaching a place of safety, only to have their psychological defenses shattered once more as the head of a classmate split open beside them. Although the monster's lethality was limited, the absurd actions humanity might take in the grip of panic knew no bounds. Fortunately, there exists Lin Xia, a human detector, capable of effortlessly identifying the monsters hidden among the crowd and swiftly eliminating them. The students deemed harmless are allowed to exit through the no. With such a multitude of students, insisting they remain within the school would only exacerbate the uncertainties. While Lin Xia cannot ensure the departure of every student, he is determined to assist as many as possible. Thankfully, the physical condition of contemporary high school students is quite commendable within mere minutes. Approximately 13 to 1,400 students had reached the school gates, leaving the premises after Lin Xia's scrutiny. The first and third-year buildings have nearly been vacated. It's south time to close the passage. I must enter to rescue others. Lin Xia communicated to the cold voice on the other end of the headset, Cold Xian. Cold Xian acknowledged with a brief sound, and the next moment, the no passage began to slowly close, isolating the entire school once more from the outside world. Just as Lin Xia was preparing to set off, the sky suddenly flickered as if it were an old television experiencing poor reception, dimming ominously. What is happening? I am not yet well acquainted with the no. It appears I have encountered something peculiar. Cold Xian's voice emerged from the headset. Will it affect you? I will investigate further. Lin Xia glanced upward at the blood-red sky, letting out a sigh. I feel that a verdant hue would be more appealing. After all, does this scene not resemble an apocalyptic scenario? Beneath the blood-red firmament, the atmosphere of the campus was both eerie and enigmatic. The distant screams from the second-year building mingled with the roars of monsters, echoing through the air, while a faint metallic scent of blood lingered, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he swiftly searched the first and third-year buildings with his blade drawn. Alan, I am so frightened. Shoo! Alan peeked out from the restroom stall, glancing outside before retreating slowly. Keep your voice down. Don't attract those monsters here. But why aren't we following them outside? Why are we hiding here? Another girl questioned. In the narrow, dim restroom stall, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear. Alan lowered her voice, her eyes gleaming with an odd excitement. Haven't you seen those disaster movies? When the apocalypse strikes, those who rush out mindlessly usually perish. From my years of cinematic experience, it's far wiser to detach from the crowd and wait for rescue in a safe location. But this isn't a movie. The girl beside her replied, her voice tinged with a sob. And are you sure the restroom is a safe place? I would prefer another location as well, but in this vast building, aside from classrooms and restrooms, where else is there to go? Alan sighed in resignation. But worry not. As long as we stay here, we shall be fine. Creak. Just as Alan finished her sentence, the stall door was abruptly yanked open. The 3 girls hiding within simultaneously screamed when they realized that the figure entering was not a monster, but a young man wielding a blade. They quickly covered their mouths and fell silent. Everything is fine. It would be a wonder if it were, Great Xia replied nonchalantly. In a fleeting moment, the straight knife was drawn, and amidst the terrified gazes of 3 individuals, it swiftly severed the head of one girl. A grotesque, bloodied head tumbled to the ground. Silence. You killed Xiao? She is no longer herself. Can't you see that? Witnessing their companion, who had just moments ago been hiding with them, transformed into a monster and cleaved in 2, the 2 girls were utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Great Xia, with a sigh of resignation, assisted them out of the restroom, where a small gathering of a dozen men and women awaited. Upon seeing Great Xia emerge with the 2 girls, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Is there really someone inside? Senior Xia, you are incredible. You could sense it from 10 meters away. Are you a practitioner? Can you take me along? What are you standing there for? Is this a time for chit-chat? Hurry and help. The crowd finally reacted, rushing forward to support the rescued girls. They were all survivors whom Great Xia had saved during their first year, and many were like the 2 just rescued, petrified with fear. Fortunately, most of the boys remained resilient, unaffected by terror to the point of immobility. Senior Xia, what shall we do next? Both teaching buildings have been searched thoroughly. You should take refuge in the auditorium we passed earlier. I've cleared it out. Great Xia replied calmly. And you? The second-year building is the epicenter of the disaster. I must go rescue others. Can I accompany you? I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can help. A robust-looking boy interjected. No need. I can manage alone. Great Xia shook his head, gesturing towards the trembling girls in the group. Your fire axe should be used to protect them. Very well. Great Xia offered no further delay, providing a few instructions before sprinting down the stairs towards the depths of the second-year building. The concealed monsters in that area comprised nearly 60% of the school's total. And with nearly 10 minutes having elapsed since the outbreak, one could only imagine the chaos that had ensued. I hope they possess some wit. Quickly, boys, push the desks and chairs into the corridor and barricade it. Come on, put your backs into it. We cannot let them breach our defenses. What about the girls? Enough with the screams. Come help bandage the wounded. What? There are still survivors on the 3rd floor? Damn it, Axe Brigade. Charge with me. Mr. Wong, I leave this floor in your capable hands. Amidst the turmoil on the 5th floor balcony, Li Yifei shouted, as most second-year students had congregated on this level. The tightly packed desks and chairs completely sealing off the corridors on either side, while a dozen monsters relentlessly battered against them below. The composed Mr. Wong, wearing glasses, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, this floor is under my command. All my years of tower defense gaming will not go to waste. Li Yifei seized a fire axe, slinging it over his shoulder, and called out towards the adjacent corridor. A few robust young men, armed with fire axes, steel rods, or tennis rackets, swiftly approached. There are still over 20 students trapped in classroom 8 on the 3rd floor. We must rescue them. Li Yifei succinctly explained the situation. Several boys quickly fashioned a thick rope from their clothing, securing it to the railing in the corridor, allowing it to dangle straight down. After testing its sturdiness, Li Yifei was the first to ascend the railing, gripping the rope tightly and cautiously maneuvering downward, emulating the scenes he had witnessed on television. The others followed suit, somewhat anxious yet maintaining a semblance of order. Teacher Wong, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be safe? A girl asked, her gaze filled with concern as she observed the unfolding scene. Teacher Wong cast a deep glance at them, sighing softly. How could there be no danger? But I trust in his abilities. Li Yifei is so handsome. How did I never notice before? Whispered a girl nearby. Throughout history, in every dark era, there have always been individuals, once obscure, who rise to become leaders in times of crisis. These students, often deemed hopeless, revealed an irreplaceable potential in such dire circumstances. Never underestimate anyone, even those who seem inconspicuous, for one day, they may shine with brilliance. Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses, as if realizing something, and turned to caution the girl. By the way, no early romances. Li Yifei and his companions successfully descended to the third-floor corridor. At that moment, most of the monsters were preoccupied between the fourth and fifth floors, leaving only two creatures lingering at the entrance of Classroom 8. All doors and windows of Classroom 8 had been barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the monsters from breaching the confines. Li Yifei was not the only one possessing wisdom. The noise made by their descent was minimal, and the two monsters remained oblivious until the boys stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, the creatures turned, their menacing jaws agape as they prepared to strike. Hold your ground, Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys grabbed chairs from the classroom, yelling as they charged towards the two monsters. Though the creatures were adept at inflicting harm, their strength was not vastly superior to that of a typical human. Under the relentless assault of the chairs wielded by the boys, the monsters were momentarily held at bay, despite their gnashing teeth quickly reducing the furniture to splinters. In that brief moment, the remaining boys surged forward, wielding fire axes and clubs with reckless abandon, striking at the monsters' mouths. After a frenzied assault, the creatures convulsed and collapsed, their heads utterly shattered. Gasping for breath, the boys couldn't suppress their exhilaration, their faces alight with excitement. Together, they had vanquished 2 fearsome beasts. Quickly, let us save the others, Li Yifei exclaimed, rushing to the classroom door and knocking fervently. The students in Classroom 8 had been observing the commotion outside through the gaps between the desks and chairs. Upon witnessing Li Yifei and his companions actually slaying the monsters, they quickly opened a door and several boys stepped out. I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come and evacuate with us, Li Yifei urged. Evacuate? Where can we go? The leading boy shook his head and pointed to the first floor. The first floor has completely fallen. There are at least 10 monsters there. We cannot break through. You managed to kill 2, but can you slay 10? We will retreat upwards, Li Yifei stated earnestly. We have eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor and barricaded the corridors with desks and chairs. Most of the students are hiding there now. The 5th floor? The boy chuckled. Let me ask you, which floor are we on now? The 3rd floor. And where are the monsters congregating? On the 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors. Then, even if we could break through to the 5th floor as you suggest, how do we circumvent the densely packed monsters on the 4th floor? Even if we somehow succeed in breaking through from the 4th floor, as you mentioned, the corridors on the 5th floor are completely sealed. Will you have time to open the door for us to pass through, and then seal it again afterward? He gestured towards the thick rope hanging in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Or do you believe that all 28 of us can climb up to the 5th floor using this rope? Li Yifei was rendered speechless. I hadn't considered so many factors, he sighed. We appreciate your willingness to come down and save us, the boy said, slightly bowing. But unfortunately, your evacuation plan is unfeasible. Then what better plan do you propose? Hold our ground. His voice was remarkably calm. These monsters, though fearsome in appearance, are not so strong that we cannot resist them. As long as we continually reinforce the defenses of the doors and windows, stalling them should not be an issue. I believe that soon, help will arrive to rescue us. Li Yifei fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing the bespectacled boy who appeared rather refined. I still do not know your name. Enqingyu. Enqingyu? Are you the Enqingyu who ranks first in the city academically? Li Yifei's eyes widened. Academic achievements do not matter to me, Enqingyu replied. His gaze fixated on the grotesque remains outside the corridor, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. For some reason, Li Yifei felt a chill at the sight of his expression. Since you are unwilling to follow me, I shall return to the 5th floor, Li Yifei declared as he turned to leave, for he felt his presence was no longer needed here, and the 5th floor still housed many students. I believe you may find it difficult to leave now, Enqingyu said, stepping to the window and pointing towards 3 monsters rushing from the right corridor, while 3 more crawled up from the left corridor. They were surrounded. The most critical moment arrived when one of the monstrous beings, while traversing the corridor, effortlessly shattered the thick rope that hung outside, thereby severing the escape route for Li Yifei and his companions. Li Yifei's pupils constricted abruptly. They might be able to slay 2 of the monsters using chairs and a fire axe, but facing 6 simultaneously would spell certain doom for them. Quickly, reconstruct the barricade of desks and chairs. The boys in the classroom hastily repositioned the furniture that had been moved aside at the entrance. Just as the creatures approached the classroom's exterior, their bodies and sharp fangs incessantly disturbing the desks, causing them to teeter precariously. Over 20 boys exerted every ounce of strength, bracing against the furniture, their faces turning purple from the effort. Inside and outside the classroom, this was a struggle that gambled with dozens of lives. The girls within the classroom turned pale, shrieking as they huddled into corners, while the remaining boys wore equally grim expressions. Only the frail and Qingyu stood aside, her brow furrowed as she observed the unfolding scene, seemingly lost in contemplation. The emergence of 6 monsters after the death of 2 indicated that these creatures were governed by a central intelligence, which possessed a level of wisdom comparable to that of humans. Yet, how did they know to sever the rope? Assuming all monsters shared visual perceptions, Li Yifei and his group should not have been visible to them when descending the rope. How could they have discerned that the thick rope was the vital link between the 2 floors? As Qingyu pondered these queries alone, the frontline defenders, including Li Yifei, grit their teeth, gradually succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. They were on the verge of collapse. Just as their strength was about to wane, a figure darted past the window, a pale blue glimmer slicing through the air like a crescent moon, and in the next instant, a gruesome monster's head was sent soaring into the sky. Before the remaining 5 monsters could react, the figure shifted its stance, twisting in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, and unleashed a strike. The blade cleaved through the nearest monster from shoulder to waist, severing it cleanly in 2. Blood gushed forth as the last 4 monsters finally registered the threat, roaring as they lunged towards the figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light suddenly erupted in the individual's eyes, akin to a furnace ablaze, dazzling and intense. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the minds of the 4 creatures. Their movements faltered simultaneously. Consequently, a pale blue flash of the blade sliced through the air once more, tracing a crescent arc, and simultaneously severed the necks of the 4 monsters. The entire sequence unfolded like flowing water, without a hint of hesitation. Despite the youth's rapid retreat, the splattered blood stained his school uniform crimson. He frowned slightly, the furnace in his eyes gradually dimming until it vanished without a trace. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood nearby, dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? A high school student clad in the same uniform had dispatched 6 monsters with just a few strokes. 7 Knight, you have finally arrived. Li Yifei, upon seeing the individual, spoke with a hint of a plaintive cry. I thought you had abandoned me. Spare me the sentimentalities, Lin Xia retorted, rolling his eyes in silence. Are you here to rescue us? An excited voice emerged from the crowd. Sort of, Lin Xia replied, nodding before turning to Li Yifei. Briefly inform me of the situation. Understood, Li Yifei began, gathering his thoughts. After that strange cry echoed, the majority of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. Our 4th floor fared relatively well, but on the 1st floor, an entire class was transformed into monsters, slaughtering their fellow students and completely blocking the stairway. We had no means to escape the school. Some attempted to leap from the 2nd floor, but they were torn to shreds upon landing. Thus, nearly all students began to flee upward. I led a group of capable boys and eliminated several monsters on the 5th floor, escorted most of the students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, and barricaded the stairwell to endure the onslaught. Eventually, we heard rumors of survivors on the 3rd floor, prompting our descent. Lin Xia inquired, how did you handle those whose monstrous nature was uncertain? Fortunately, you had informed me earlier that Han Ruo was also a monster. She did not transform but mingled among the crowd, which I discerned at a glance. To avoid alarming anyone, I confined her, along with several boys she had closely interacted with and a few girls from the same dormitory, in a classroom under strict supervision. After listening, Lin Xia nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, the death toll would have been far greater. Li Yifei scratched his head and chuckled. With my performance, I should have no trouble joining the night watch, right? Not a significant issue, Lin Xia replied, seemingly aware of someone's gaze. He turned to meet the eyes of a frail boy wearing glasses. From his expression, Lin Xia discerned a sentiment distinct from that of the others. While most regarded him with fear, reverence, admiration, or infatuation, this boy's gaze resembled that of someone encountering a rare specimen, eager to take him for further study. "Who are you?" Lin Xia queried, puzzled, and Qingyu stepped forward, extending his right hand with courteous grace. "Hello, my name isn't Qingyu." Lin Xia hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. "Lin Xia," and Qingyu opened his mouth as if to inquire further, but after a moment's hesitation, he tactfully refrained from speaking. He was intrigued by Lin Xia's identity and extraordinary combat prowess, yet in the presence of so many witnesses, he surmised that any question would likely provoke disdain from Lin Xia. "Xia, this is the prodigy of Cangnan City, a rare talent in a decade, the gem of No. 2 High School. Have you heard of his name?" Li Yifei interjected. "I have not. This is not the time for such discussions," Lin Xia stated with a hint of indifference. "First, let us escort these students to the auditorium. It is a safer location." Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly realized the folly of his inquiry. "We cannot descend. The first floor is teeming with monsters," he remarked, only to be met with Lin Xia's incredulous gaze, as if he were observing someone of limited intellect. "You are indeed formidable," Li Yifei replied with a wry smile. "So, are you determined to ascend and rescue others?" "Naturally," Lin Xia affirmed. "I will accompany you," Li Yifei declared with unwavering resolve. "Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. They have come to trust me, and I can assist you in managing the situation." Lin Xia hesitated for a fleeting moment before nodding in agreement. "Bring your axe-wielding team and join me," he instructed. Although there appeared to be little change on the surface, after a day's combat, Lin Xia had vanquished nearly 20 monsters, resulting in significant depletion of both his physical stamina and mental fortitude. He was weary. The presence of Li Yifei and his team would alleviate some of the burden. "I wish to join as well," and Qingyu interjected suddenly. "You? I can offer strategic insights and analyze the monster's behavioral patterns," and Qingyu replied calmly, her gaze steady and unyielding. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Xia and whispered, "I believe this individual is quite clever." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia nodded slightly. "Very well. But let me be clear, I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, with an entire axe-wielding team in tow, the addition of one more person would hardly make a difference." "Not a problem. I fear not for my life," and Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After Lin Xia issued some instructions to the others, he directed them to proceed to the auditorium. The auditorium was not far from the second-year teaching building, and with Lin Xia having recently cleared out the monsters, they were unlikely to encounter further danger. "Li Yifei," he called. "What is it? How are things upstairs?" "Not too bad. Blocking the monsters on the 4th floor should not pose a challenge." "Good. Then let us rest for a moment." Lin Xia casually took a seat on a nearby stool, aware that the numerous monsters on the 4th floor would necessitate ample physical and mental strength to confront them. "How are things on your end, Hongyang?" Lin Xia inquired through his earpiece. "I could not capture it. I pursued it through most of the school, but it eventually vanished into the woods behind your school." Hongyang's voice conveyed a hint of frustration. Lin Xia's heart sank further. If the entity remained immortal, this ordeal would persist. Even if he managed to eliminate every monster within the school, it would only be a temporary solution. "Where are you now?" "Xiaonan is attempting to track the monster's trail. We will continue the pursuit. As long as Boundless Void is active, it cannot escape this school." "Understood. By the way, Wu Xiangnan has identified the nature of this monster." Lin Xia's eyes brightened with anticipation. The creature in question is the Nantua serpent demon, presumably originating from local folklore. Previously, Wu Xiangnan had scoured all mythological texts without uncovering any references to this entity, ultimately finding mere fragments in a weathered ancient tome. The Nantua serpent demon possesses remarkable camouflage abilities and intellect comparable to that of humans. After consuming a being, it can implant a serpent spawn within, transforming the host into its progeny and controlling their actions. However, the production of serpent spawn is limited. Even the original can only produce one per day, while the offspring require 3 days to generate one, and both the original and its progeny possess modest combat capabilities, particularly during their juvenile stages. Thus, Lin Xia mused, stroking his chin, it appears that this serpent demon has existed far longer than he initially presumed. With such a multitude of serpent progeny, it may have resided in this school for over a month. It is exceedingly cautious. While Lin Xia contemplated these revelations, and Qingyu silently approached him. "Is there something you wish to inquire about?" I have a question. If you were to ask me whether I am a superhero or a cultivator, I would advise against it. No, my inquiry pertains to whether such creatures exist unbeknownst to us, and Xingyu remarked, pointing towards the dismembered monster outside. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia nodded. Then why are we able to live so leisurely? Lin Xia glanced at him, responding slowly, because there are those who watch over humanity during the night. Although he should not have answered the question, he reasoned that they would inevitably remember the truth. Thus, it mattered little how he conveyed it now. However, Lin Xia felt he could say no more on the subject. I understand, and Xingyu acknowledged. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? And Xingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. I merely find it fascinating. Fascinating. Lin Xia realized that this world harbors not only scientific wonders, but also extraordinary creatures. And Xingyu licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the corpse of the monster outside the corridor. I truly wish to bring them back for dissection and study. You are still just a high school student, are you not? And what of it? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student should only engage with high school material? And Xingyu chuckled lightly. Spending 3 years on stagnant, monotonous knowledge is merely squandering one's life. Then I recently completed my master's degree in biology, and I plan to pursue a doctorate in the latter half of the year, focusing on genetic inheritance and mutations, with some research in clinical medicine as well. Lin Xia stared at Xingyu, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally muttering, I apologize for intruding. Is it truly possible that such prodigies exist in this world? Lin Xia had always prided himself on his intelligence, yet in comparison to the young man before him, the term smart felt utterly inadequate. He glanced at the time, stood from his chair, and strode towards the classroom exit. Let us go. It is time to save lives. The crowd armed themselves and, with fervent determination, followed Lin Xia outside. Even Xingyu rummaged through a drawer to retrieve a fruit knife, smiling as she joined the group. Her expression suggested not a battle against monsters, but rather a desire to dissect them into 18 pieces for further study. On the 5th floor, Lu Yuan. I'm here. In the corner of the classroom, Han Ruo approached Lu Yuan, her eyes reddened, lips pressed together, resembling a frightened fawn. Why did they confine us? Li Yifei said there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, fixating on a few boys outside the window. Lu Yuan, I'm so scared. Looking into her pitiful eyes, Lu Yuan felt his heart melt. Within him, the hatred for Lin Xia blazed like an uncontrollable fire. Why? Han Ruo should have been mine. How dare this outsider, who has only been here for a few days, be with her? I refuse to accept this. Suppressing the flames of jealousy within him, Lu Yuan gently reassured Han Ruo. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lu Yuan, you're so kind. Han Ruo leaned her head against Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze somewhat forlorn, unlike Lin Xia, who, when faced with danger, would merely flee without a care for her. Lin Xia? Huh. He is nothing but a scoundrel, Lu Yuan scoffed. I've made up my mind. Han Ruo lifted her head, gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes. A blush creeping onto her cheeks. I want to break up with him. A man like that is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan trembled, his eyes gleaming with joy. Then, I still prefer someone like you, who provides me with a sense of security. Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan felt as if he were soaring. He suddenly embraced Han Ruo tightly and earnestly declared, Ruo, I like you. Be my girlfriend. I promise I'll be 100 times better than Lin Xia. Han Ruo softly responded with an mm and nodded, leaning back into his embrace. Lu Yuan's heart bloomed with joy. What's wrong? I don't want to stay here. I'm so scared. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Glancing toward the boys standing outside the door, his expression conflicted. However, they won't let us leave, and there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan, do you think I'm a monster? Han Ruo looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, her expression full of grievance, as if on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, shaking his head resolutely. No, then are you a monster? I'm not either. So why must we stay here? Li Yifei insists we remain here. On what grounds does he claim we have issues? Han Ruo grasped Lu Yuan's hand, tearfully imploring, Lu Yuan, I truly don't want to stay here. Please take me out. Every word from Han Ruo struck a chord in Lu Yuan's heart, and combined with her pitiful gaze, it ignited an overwhelming desire to protect within him. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, grasped Han Ruo's hand, and spoke with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I shall lead you out of here. I will prove to you that I am a man of greater courage than Lin Xia. With that, He pulled Hanruo towards the classroom door and knocked firmly. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? A man outside shouted through the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed in response. You cannot leave. Li Yifei claims that there are monsters among you. How dare you speak such nonsense? Lu Yuan retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the boy. Li Chong, open your eyes and see clearly. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruruo. We are classmates. Is it right to confine us here based solely on Li Yifei's word? Do you know what this is called? It is called illegal detention. If you do not let us out, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is a madman. If he chooses to break the law, must you follow him into madness as well? Lu Yuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire floor, drawing the attention of all the students. The expressions of the few who were responsible for guarding Lu Yuan and the others shifted, wavering in uncertainty. They were still students, and the act of imprisoning others felt fundamentally wrong, especially since it involved their classmates. It did seem rather excessive. Lu Yuan, do not speak recklessly. This is a special circumstance. You have seen it yourself. So many classmates have turned into monsters. Who can guarantee that none among you are the same? Li Chong remained unyielding. Why should it be us? Lu Yuan sneered, gesturing towards everyone present. You all carry the same suspicion. How does Li Yifei know that there are monsters among us? Does he possess the ability to see through us? Just as the two were locked in their debate, a thunderous crash echoed from the right side of the corridor. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats as they turned to look, their eyes filled with trepidation. Could it be that a monster had breached the defenses? It is Lin Xia. He is fiercely battling the monsters, and Li Yifei and the others are following behind. Gasps of astonishment spread from the corridor, the crowd exchanging incredulous glances, struggling to believe their ears. Lin Xia, engaged in combat against monsters? Boom. Another resounding crash erupted. As desks and chairs in the corridor collapsed like a mountain, the cacophony of clattering sounds causing the surrounding students to retreat in alarm, the rising dust clouding their vision. Amidst the swirling dust, a blood-stained youth clad in a school uniform emerged, wielding a knife in his right hand, his eyes ablaze like a furnace. The instant they beheld those eyes, it was as if all present were being scrutinized by an ancient, ferocious beast, too afraid to even breathe. As the golden light in Lin Xia's eyes gradually faded, the heavy stone that had pressed upon the hearts of the crowd vanished without a trace. Behind him, several boys began to run up, including Li Yifei and Xingyu. Li Yifei, how did you come up from there? What about the monsters on the 4th floor? Someone in the crowd quickly regained their composure and asked anxiously. Li Yifei, looking at the fire axe in his hand, chuckled, they are all gone. My brother Xia has cleared the entire 4th floor. The whole building is now free of monsters. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Xia, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could it be? He single-handedly vanquished so many monsters? Is this real? Look at the knife in his hand and the blood on his body. It must be true. Goodness. Did you see his eyes just now? So striking. What is that? A superpower? As everyone whispered and gazed at Lin Xia, his eyes traversed the crowd and landed on the indignant Lu Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan's heart quivered, causing him to instinctively take a half-step back. Lin Xia, holding the knife with a stoic expression, began to approach Lu Yuan slowly. Instinctively, the students in the corridor parted to make way for him, and the murmurs gradually faded away. When Lin Xia reached Lu Yuan, the entire corridor fell into a profound silence. What do you want? Under Lin Xia's gaze, Lu Yuan stammered, I must tell you, Han Ruruo has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to whose girlfriend she was. I heard you intend to take her away. Beside him, Han Ruruo lowered her head, seemingly avoiding Lin Xia's gaze. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth, mustering courage. That's right. I intend to take her away. Do you want to stop me? Lin Xia merely observed him quietly, and after a moment, let out a cold laugh. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Yuan to pass. I won't stop you. You may leave. Additionally, I wish you both happiness. Lu Yuan was taken aback, evidently not anticipating Lin Xia's willingness to let him go so easily. Could it be that he was afraid of him? Wasn't he just exuding an impressive aura? With this thought, Lu Yuan unconsciously straightened his back, cast a glance at Lin Xia, and scoffed, pulling Han Ruo's hand as he swaggered out. Once the pair vanished from the corridor, a boy from the Axe Squad approached Lin Xia and whispered, Brother Xia, you truly let them go just like that? He stole your girlfriend. Should we teach him a lesson? Having witnessed Lin Xia's formidable combat prowess, The members of the Axe squad revered him like a deity. And Lu Yuan's brazen departure with Han Roro stirred their ire. No need. Han Roro is not my girlfriend, Lin Xia replied with a slight smile, casting a lingering glance in the direction the two had departed. In fact, I am quite pleased, truly. The boy looked at Lin Xia in astonishment, his expression turning peculiar. Goodness, does Brother Xia have such a preference? Li Yifei stifled a laugh, patting Lin Xia on the shoulder. Congratulations on getting your wish. Indeed. Lin Xia turned to the students in the corridor. Is this all? Yes. All the survivors from the second year are here, Li Yifei nodded. Then leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. Among them, is there anyone? None. Lin Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. The only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha, that is good. Take them to the Grand Hall. Once the essence of the Nandu snake demon is eradicated, we shall be able to depart. Lin Xia turned to Li Yifei and Xingyu and said, very well. I shall inform them. Li Yifei stepped forward to explain to the multitude of students, while Lin Xia wandered to the edge of the railing, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. Have you not yet located the essence? Lin Xia turned to see Xingyu speaking, and he nodded slightly. You have followed me all this way. Have you discovered anything? And Xingyu fell silent for a moment before revealing some insights. She leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear and whispered softly, prompting Lin Xia's expression to sharpen, his brow furrowing ever tighter. Are you certain? Not entirely. And Xingyu shook her head. My knowledge of such creatures is limited, insufficient to support a precise judgment. I understand. I have a request, and Xingyu spoke again. What is it? I want that. And Xingyu pointed to Lin Xia's waistband. Lin Xia's expression shifted. I meant the gun. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia retrieved the handgun from his pocket and handed it to Xingyu. There are only 3 bullets left. Are you capable of using this? I learned from the television. That should suffice. Your proficiency is likely superior to mine. Lin Xia sighed, and Xingyu quietly placed the handgun into her pocket, hoping she would not have to employ it. A brief moment later, Li Yifei approached with the entire 5th floor of students. Everyone is here. You all take them to the Grand Hall. The monsters in the school should have been mostly cleared, so there should be no danger. I must search for the essence of the Nandu snake demon, Lin Xia stated. Leave it to me. Li Yifei patted his chest confidently. Lin Xia nodded, and with a flicker, he vanished into the corridor. Once Lin Xia departed, a throng of people clustered around Li Yifei, bombarding him with questions. Li Yifei? You went down to rescue people. What happened? Yes. How did Lin Xia suddenly appear? Did he truly slay all the monsters alone? Certainly. Did you not catch the scent of blood on him? It was overwhelming. How did he accomplish that? Who is he really? Li Yifei glanced at the group of girls whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and silently rolled his eyes, thinking that he would inquire later. With that, he turned and walked away. You girls, once you leave here, your memories will be erased, and you will be lucky to remember Lin Xia. Li Yifei muttered to himself. With the monsters vanquished, everyone's hearts gradually relaxed, and the discussions among the girls regarding the enigmatic Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. The boys from the Axe squad, who had accompanied Lin Xia in his battle against the monsters, could not resist joining in, animatedly recounting tales of Lin Xia's prowess, captivating the attention of the girls entirely. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached them and softly uttered a caution. No early romances. The group of girls responded with a collective sigh. Lin Xia, carrying a straight sword on his back, swiftly dashed across the campus, reaching for his earpiece. Honging. What is the situation? We've discovered some traces. It seems the Nantua snake demon headed north. North? Where exactly? Lin Xia paused, pondering the possibilities. The cafeteria, the art building, the playground, or the teaching block. I'm not sure. Xiaonan and I are searching the cafeteria. All right, I'll check the art building. Lin Xia changed direction and sprinted towards the art building. The art building could be considered the newest structure at the second high school. Having been erected roughly 5 or 6 years ago, a few years back, there was a nationwide initiative promoting the concurrent development of student culture and the arts, prompting the school to invest in this edifice. However, after its completion, students rarely attended art classes, as it seemed that teachers mysteriously fell ill during every art lesson. The art building, though not tall, stood at 3 stories, with rooms dedicated to various disciplines, some for sketching, others for sculpture, and still others for dance practice. Lin Xia raced through the corridors of the first floor, but sensed nothing unusual. Upon reaching the second floor, a vivid scene suddenly materialized in his mind's eye, transforming his expression dramatically. Ruo, why don't we just leave the school and hide in the piano room? Lu Yuan asked quietly, glancing out the window as he held Han Ruo in his arms. Han Ruo lifted her head from his embrace, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied softly, "What is the point of going out? It's much more peaceful here, and I can engage in some interesting activities." A shiver coursed through Lu Yuan's body, as if electrified. He swallowed hard. "What activities? What do you think?" Han Ruo leaned closer, her gentle voice whispering into Lu Yuan's ear, igniting a yearning within him. "But there are monsters outside. Isn't that troubling?" Lu Yuan felt a surge of conflicting emotions, a fire of temptation rising within him, yet his reason urged him to resist. "What is wrong with that?" Han Ruo entwined her arms around him, her tongue teasingly brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Just as Lu Yuan was about to lose the last vestige of his rationality and let his hands wander, Han Ruo uttered the latter part of her sentence. "Don't you want to be devoured by me?" With a wicked grin, her mouth transformed, revealing a grotesque, bloodied visage that pressed against Lu Yuan's face, showcasing a terrifying array of serrated teeth that sent chills down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in horror. He opened his mouth, screaming desperately, trying to escape Han Ruo's grasp, but it was futile. "Ruo, how could you know? Stop. Please, I don't want to die." At that moment, memories of his haughty departure from the 5th floor flooded back. Had he not left, perhaps he wouldn't find himself in such a dire predicament now. Lin Xia, save me." Amid Lu Yuan's frantic cries, a crisp sound of a door opening echoed through the air. Han Ruo and Lu Yuan were momentarily startled. Turning their heads in unison, there stood Lin Xia, quietly observing the scene, a straight sword slung across his back. Lin Xia, Ruo is a monster. Help me." Lu Yuan, like a man grasping at straws, felt a sudden surge of strength and struggled frantically in Ruo's embrace. Lin Xia scratched his nose, offering a somewhat apologetic smile. "My apologies for the intrusion. Please, continue." Bang! The door to the music room was slammed shut, followed by a click as it was locked from the inside. "Ah!" A chilling scream echoed from within. Lin Xia, unperturbed, leaned against the corridor railing and yawned. 1, 2, 3, 35, 16, 17, about time," he murmured softly before stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside the music room, the serpent offspring formed from Han Ruo was watchfully eyeing him, while Lu Yuan lay motionless on the floor, devoid of any wounds. Instead of tearing him apart, a decision was made to plant the serpent seed, which seemed a more prudent choice. Lin Xia smiled as he reached behind him. With a soft sound, the straight sword was drawn from its sheath. Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly sat up as if resurrected, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Xia, an expression of lingering malice evident in his eyes. He rose in an exceedingly bizarre manner, his head gradually splitting open to reveal a gaping maw lined with fangs. And he let out a ferocious roar directed at Lin Xia. Roar, roar, roar. However, before he could utter another sound, Lin Xia struck with his sword, plunging it deep into the creature's mouth and twisting forcefully. The serpent demon offspring let out a piercing wail as blood gushed forth, its entire mouth reduced to a mangled mess. Lin Xia sheathed his sword, casting a calm glance at the slowly collapsing Lu Yuan. "Now, I can strike without any moral qualms." He then turned his attention to the ever-restless Han Ruo nearby. Upon noticing Lin Xia's gaze, Han Ruo opened her massive mouth and let out a roar, crouching slightly as if preparing for battle. "Do not rush, barring any unforeseen events. You may very well be the last serpent demon offspring in this school." Lin Xia waved his sheathed sword, indicating his lack of murderous intent. "Nanda serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can perceive me through this body. It would be better to put aside your fierce demeanor and let us converse amicably." After a brief pause, the bloodied head of the serpent offspring before him began to close, skin melding back with bone, the crimson streaks fading as it transformed back into Han Ruo's likeness. Han Ruo stood expressionless. "There is nothing to discuss with the night watchman. You are indeed remarkable," Lin Xia remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yet, despite her declaration of disinterest, she ultimately chose to revert to her original form. Was that merely to utter such trivialities? Han Ruo frowned, bloodlines reappearing on her face, as if on the brink of transformation once more. "You seem well acquainted with this society. If I am not mistaken, you must have descended upon this city long ago." Lin Xia gazed into Han Ruo's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something profound. Alas, the current Hanruo was merely a puppet. The true entity engaging in dialogue with Lin Xia was the elusive Nantoa serpent demon, whose essence was lost in the ether, rendering any insight from Hanruo's visage futile. Yet what of it? I fail to comprehend why, with your terrifying talent for disguise. If you had not proliferated offspring on a grand scale within the school, we might not have unearthed your presence even after a decade. You possess the remarkable ability to seamlessly integrate into human society through your guile and intellect, subtly leaving your serpentine legacy among the affluent, thereby grasping wealth and status effortlessly. You are endowed with unparalleled advantages to lead a carefree existence amongst humans. Yet, why, from half a month to a month ago, did you abruptly choose to cultivate offspring on such a grand scale? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, articulating his perplexity. Reproduction is the instinct of my kind. Hanruo replied nonchalantly. Moreover, when a wolf infiltrates the realm of sheep, do you believe it would willingly succumb to silence? Others of your kind may be unwilling. But you are different, Lin Xia asserted confidently. You possess exceptional intelligence and exhibit great caution. All highly intelligent beings have the capacity to suppress their primal instincts. What a ludicrous rationale, Hanruo scoffed. Since you relish deductions so much, allow me to pose a question. Within this enclosed school, 3 sentinels exist. The girl with the spear, the girl who can heal, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear is Qijing. I cannot plant my serpentine seed upon her. The other girl remains perpetually by her side, making her untouchable as well. However, if I were to eliminate you, who merely exists at the Jean level, and implant my serpentine seed within you, do you think they would discover it? A chilling smile split Hanruo's face. Stretching from ear to ear, Lin Xia's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward an adjacent open space. In the next instant, a massive black figure shattered the wall behind him, whirling past the very spot where Lin Xia had just stood. Its formidable serpent tail crashing down and creating a deep crater in the ground. Utilizing the momentum, Lin Xia executed a roll and swiftly regained his footing, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his blade, his expression grave. Before him coiled a creature draped in black scales, a grotesque hybrid of human and serpent, with mesmerizing vertical pupils fixated on him. Nantoa serpent demon, you are trying to extract information from me, while I, in turn, am biding my time. The Nantoa serpent demon hissed, its voice emanating from within its form. Red-ing, the Nantoa serpent demon has appeared in the music room of the art building. Lin Xia declared, drawing his straight blade and maintaining a steady gaze upon the serpent demon. I understand. I shall arrive at once. Hold on for just a moment longer. Red Ying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by a rush of wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent demon, Nantoa, slithered swiftly across the ground, its tail deftly swirling to shatter the obstructive piano within the room into fragments. Its sharp claws lashed out with a piercing sound that sliced through the air. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia reacted instinctively, darting to the side with remarkable speed. The demon-esque claws struck the wall where Lin Xia had just been, carving deep gouges as effortlessly as a knife slices through tofu. Steadying himself, Lin Xia cast a glance at the nearly perforated wall, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, "Is this what you call a weak body and low combat power?" Just as he evaded another swipe, a robust serpent tail came barreling in from the side. With lightning speed, he swung his blade to meet it, the clash producing a cacophony of metal against scales. Sparks igniting as the blade scraped against the demon's dark, scaly hide. The force of the impact sent Lin Xia reeling, nearly toppling him to the ground. He managed to regain his balance, noticing a shallow gash had appeared on the serpent's tail, stronger than I anticipated. Yet its defense pales in comparison to that of the ghost-face king, Lin Xia mused, squinting as he spoke to himself. It seems that, aside from its enhanced offensive capabilities, it is not insurmountable. Although it was not yet evening and the starry night dancer could not be activated, Lin Xia's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts allowed him to contend with the serpent demon without much difficulty. However, the confined space of the piano room severely hampered his ability to evade. Consequently, Lin Xia made a decisive dash out of the door, sprinting towards the outside of the arts building. Just as he exited, Nantoa crashed through the wall of the piano room, its elongated body racing along the corridor, reaching above Lin Xia in mere moments. A sharp sound sliced through the air as the serpent demon's claws descended toward Lin Xia's neck. With an instinctive roll forward, Lin Xia narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Utilizing the momentum, he sprang back to his feet, gripping the hilt of his straight blade firmly, the blade pointed skyward, and thrust it accurately toward the demon's abdomen. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as though choreographed in advance. The serpent's eyes narrowed as its body twisted rapidly to avoid a fatal blow, yet even so, the blade penetrated its flesh, leaving a long, deep cut. With a piercing shriek, the serpent coiled its body, its monstrous jaws lunging toward the now vulnerable Lin Xia. He swiftly positioned the blade before him, but the demon's crushing bite proved too powerful, locking onto the blade's length. It lifted its head, violently shaking Lin Xia, blade and all, before hurling him across the room. Lin Xia's body collided with a glass pane, shattering it, before he soared down the corridor and plummeted from the second floor. Fortunately, below lay a sprawling expanse of greenery. In midair, he grasped a tree branch, using it to dissipate most of the force, ultimately landing softly upon the grass below. Lin Xia staggered to stabilize his form, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying the pain he felt from the recent blows, though they hadn't caused any serious injury. Meanwhile, the Nantoa serpent demon had also broken through the window, leaping down from the second floor. Its sharp claws glimmered with a sinister cold light beneath the dark red sky, aiming directly at Lin Xia. He quickly retreated, evading the demon's landing point. And as if possessing foresight, he advanced again, his straight blade slicing accurately towards the demon's throat. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed as Lin Xia's blade met the demon's claws repeatedly. Just as the serpent demon was about to make its move, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Xia's eyes. A tremendous, silent power flooded the demon's mind, momentarily shattering its focus with an overwhelming pressure emanating from a higher plane of existence, causing its body to freeze. In that fleeting instant, Lin Xia swung his blade in a cross pattern, striking the demon's chest and leaving 2 gruesome gashes. The serpent demon howled in agony, retreating several meters, its serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Xia, astonished that this mere youth, only at the lamp stage, possessed such formidable combat prowess. Hesitation began to seep into its thoughts. Continuing the fight might lead to defeat, especially with the other 2 night watchers potentially arriving, sealing its fate. Yet, if it let this opportunity slip away, would it ever have another chance to turn the tide? As it grappled with its indecision, a graceful figure shot towards it like an arrow, rose-colored flames bursting forth from beneath her feet, moving with astonishing speed. Upon seeing her, a smile graced Lin Xia's lips. The moment the serpent demon laid eyes on her, all hesitation vanished. It turned and scurried into the art building, moving with incredible swiftness, disappearing within moments as walls and rooms concealed its presence. Where is it? Hong Ying, armed with a long spear, called out from a distance of 100 meters. The classroom on the far left of the second floor. It has opened the window and is preparing to escape. Every movement of the Nantoa serpent demon remained within Lin Xia's perception, as he focused intently on that classroom and responded, understood. With a burst of momentum, Hong Ying bent her legs slightly and leaped forth like a cannonball, the rosy flames burning fiercely beneath her feet. In that leap, she soared 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved her long spear from her back, a scorching wave of heat radiating from her as she became the epicenter of the fiery explosion. She lightly tossed the spear in front of her, twisting midair in a graceful arc, her high ponytail dancing in the wind. As the spear naturally rotated, she positioned its tip towards the classroom, and with the momentum from her spin, she delivered a powerful kick to the end of the spear. Thus, the spear, enveloped in flames, streaked across the sky like a lightning bolt, leaving faint scorch marks in the air as it shot directly towards the classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the crimson beam pierced through the entire art building, creating a gaping void with a 5-meter radius. The tip of the spear pierced through the swiftly crawling Nantoa serpent demon's body, accurately pinning it to the ground and creating a massive pit. Dust and debris filled the air. Lin Xia stood beneath the art building, staring blankly at the bullet-ridden structure, utterly dazed. In this moment, he finally comprehended why others regarded the Nantoa serpent demon's combat rating as feeble. Hong Ying descended gracefully from the air, walking directly to Lin Xia's side. She circled him meticulously, her brow furrowed with concern as she asked, "Xia, are you injured?" No, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Hong Ying patted his shoulder and approached the Nantoa serpent demon. Come, let us take a look. If all goes well, it should be dead. The pair made their way to the rear of the art building, where they discovered the Nantoa serpent demon lifelessly impaled in a pit of exaggerated size. Hong Ying stepped forward to withdraw the spear, resting it on her shoulder. She kicked the demon's corpse lightly, confirming it was devoid of any life. Indeed, it is dead, she affirmed with a satisfied nod, stretching her arms. Finally, it's over. What a tiring day. I had to think so hard. If only we could have concluded it with such a decisive strike earlier. With the spear in tow, she leisurely climbed out of the pit, brushing the dust from her uniform. Xia, come, sister will treat you to dinner. Hong Ying seemed to recall something, her face brightening with a smile. After all, it's your first completed mission. We ought to celebrate, right? She took a few steps ahead, but then sensed something amiss. Turning back to find Lin Xia still standing in the enormous pit. What's wrong? Hong Ying approached the edge of the pit, her expression puzzled. Lin Xia gazed down at the Nantoa serpent demon's corpse, his brow knitting tighter. Something's not right. You all mentioned. What exactly are those things? I don't know. But I suspect that for the next decade, they will haunt my nightmares. A decade? Do you truly believe you can live that long? What do you mean? What if these monsters are not confined to our school, but are present throughout the entire Great Xia? Like a zombie outbreak from a movie? Exactly. That's the idea. Come now. Lin Xia just said that they only appear in our school. Once we are rescued, we will be safe. Who exactly is Lin Xia? The vast auditorium was now half filled with people. The students rescued from the second floor had congregated here, while the only entrance and exit was guarded by the Axe team, rendering it the safest place. Inside the auditorium, the sounds of weeping, comforting, discussing, and arguing flowed incessantly. Despite efforts to maintain order, the cacophony could not be quelled. And Xingyu sat quietly at the back, her eyes closed, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks echoed, 2 long and 1 short. The eyes of several Axe team members standing near the door brightened as they hurriedly moved the obstructions aside. Li Yifei has returned. And Xingyu opened her eyes and turned to look towards the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting heavily as if he had just sprinted 800 meters. Drenched in sweat. How is it? Have the students from other areas evacuated? And Xingyu stood up and inquired. They've all left. I ran across half the school without encountering any other students. Damn, I'm utterly exhausted, Li Yifei exclaimed as he collapsed onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That's good to hear, and Xingyu nodded. I must tell you, when I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous noise coming from the direction of the arts building, as if a building had collapsed. Li Yifei appeared to recall something, urgently addressing Xingyu. Is it really that dramatic? They must have located the monster's true form and are engaged in battle. Li Yifei reclined in his chair, letting out a lengthy sigh. If it weren't for my search and rescue duties, I would have liked to sneak a peek. It's best to keep your distance when celestial beings clash. And Xingyu replied. True enough, he conceded. What's the name of Lin Xia's organization again? And Xingyu seemed to ponder for a moment before asking. Night Watchers. As soon as he spoke, Li Yifei clamped his mouth shut, contemplating briefly before deciding it was inconsequential to share, considering that everyone here would have their memories erased. Erase our memories? Really? Indeed. They possess a device capable of broadly erasing human memories. After all, far too many witnessed the monster this time. If even one person leaks information, it could cause significant trouble. And what about you? Will you undergo it as well? I want to need to. Li Yifei chuckled, leaning closer to Xingyu and whispering, to be honest, after this incident concludes, I may be able to join them. And Xingyu nodded thoughtfully. What are the requirements for joining? Are you interested? It's not that simple. Their standards for recruitment are quite high. Li Yifei waved his hand dismissively. You either need to awaken a special ability like Lin Xia or demonstrate your worth to them. You've awakened an ability? Not quite. I merely showcased my value to them, Li Yifei replied with a smile. And Xingyu nodded slightly, her gaze deep and tranquil as a still pond. Indeed, your performance this time was exceptionally remarkable. If I were in their position, I would have accepted you as well. While the two conversed, a series of irregular knocks echoed from outside the door. The members of the Axe team immediately became alert, and Li Yifei stood, solemnly gazing toward the entrance. Who is it? It's me, Lin Xia. Upon hearing Lin Xia's name, the group's eyes brightened, and they collectively exhaled in relief. They opened the door to reveal Lin Xia, who entered slowly, a sword strapped across his back. What's the situation? Li Yifei rushed forward, eager to ask. It was successful, Lin Xia affirmed with a nod. We have slain the Nantua serpent demon. Li Yifei sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face as he clapped Lin Xia on the shoulder. Well done, Xia. You actually managed to take it down. With this, everyone is saved. Upon hearing Li Yifei's words, the entire auditorium erupted in cheers. These students, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, were finally about to leave this terrifying school and distance themselves from those monstrous beings that feasted upon the living. The axe team, standing nearby, joined in the jubilation, casting their axes aside and embracing one another with excitement. Li Yifei shot a series of playful glances at Lin Xia, then leaned closer to whisper in his ear. I believe I have accomplished a great feat this time. Joining the Night Watch should pose no issue for me, right? I certainly do not wish to be brainwashed. Lin Xia stood in silence for a moment before responding softly, perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. Just then, Qingyu discreetly withdrew a pistol from his pocket. The dark muzzle aimed at the back of Li Yifei's head. In the stunned gaze of the axe team, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive gunshots reverberated like thunder across the sky, abruptly silencing the jubilant atmosphere of the auditorium, plunging it once again into an eerie stillness. The joy on everyone's faces was frozen in time as they stiffly turned to gaze towards the exit, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yifei, bewildered, turned his head, only to see Qingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke dissipating from its muzzle. Li Yifei stood in a daze for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, Qingyu, why did you shoot? Qingyu remained silent. After a long pause, Li Yifei finally realized what had transpired and slowly reached to touch the back of his head. Clink! The shell casing fell to the ground, ringing out a clear chime. On the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds were gradually healing, with only a few drops of blood seeping out, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace. Staring at the blood on his hand, Li Yifei muttered to himself, why am I not dead after being shot? He lifted his gaze towards Lin Xia, extending his blood-stained hand towards him. Hey, Xia, look at me. Why am I still alive? His pupils trembled slightly. Have I awakened some kind of ability? Before him, Lin Xia regarded him with a complex expression, and after a moment, shook his head gently. You have not awakened any ability. You are, in fact, a Nandu snake demon. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's pupils constricted suddenly, and he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. What are you saying? How could I possibly be a snake demon? I am Li Yifei. Lin Xia stepped forward, shaking his head as he forcefully yanked at Li Yifei's uniform. Rip! The zipper of the uniform broke, revealing Li Yifei's chest, where a faint gun mark lay like a brand. You are a Nandu snake demon, or rather, you are a part of the Nandu snake demon. The remnants you leave behind may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. No, this cannot be. Li Yifei lowered his gaze to the bullet wound on his chest, shaking his head repeatedly. I could never kill anyone, nor could I ever become a monster. Lin Xia grasped Li Yifei's collar, pulling his head close, fixing his intense stare on the pair of terrified eyes. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, 2 fiery golden orbs ignited within Lin Xia's gaze, the might of the seraphim pouring forth, flooding Li Yifei's mental realm. In mere moments, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted with remarkable clarity. Yet, in the next instant, a powerful hand grasped Lin Xia's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes flew open. They were an otherworldly pair of slit pupils, calm yet profoundly deep. Interesting. How did you discern this? Li Yifei's voice was deep and tranquil, with your perceptive abilities. You should not have been able to see through my disguise. I indeed did not uncover it. Otherwise, you would have been exposed long ago in the basement of the office, Lin Xia replied, the flames in his eyes still burning. Since entering the school, everything that transpired seemed plausible, yet laced with an unsettling strangeness. Are you suggesting you deduced it? Sort of. The flaws you left behind were simply too numerous. Oh. Li Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly. Do elaborate. The first point of suspicion lies with your sick leave notice. Lin Xia began calmly. When you entered the classroom this morning, you did so with a sick leave notice in hand. So what of it? According to your account, you discovered after school yesterday that you had forgotten your homework and returned to witness Lu Xiaoyan in the act of cannibalism. After that, you fled the school in a panic and found us, the night watchman. So, when did you procure your sick leave notice? Lin Xia let out a cold laugh. Don't tell me that after witnessing the cannibalism last night, you foresaw that you would be joining us today and specifically went to the academic office to obtain a sick leave notice, knowing full well that the office had closed for the day. Thus, only two possibilities remain. The first is that you had already prepared the sick leave notice, intending to skip school for a day of leisure, only to coincidentally encounter the scene of cannibalism last night. The second is that you had prior knowledge of our arrival, even preparing to join us well in advance. Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion pertains to the pieces of human skin on the girls' dormitory balcony. Typically, the Nantawa snake demon is a highly cautious creature. Having hidden within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skin on the balcony. Such exposure carries too great a risk. Yet it chose to do so. Initially, I failed to grasp the significance of this action, but later I realized it was a deliberate hint, indicating that it resides within this dormitory building. It desires us to find it. Lin Xia gazed into Li Yifei's eyes, and then remarked, "And then you appeared. Your arrival was so inexplicable, as if it were designed to draw away the attention of Hong Ying, inciting chaos throughout the entire school." Then, Li Yifei emerged like a savior, leading a group of students to successfully repel the onslaught of the serpent demon offspring, embodying a textbook example of survival. At that moment, I had not yet turned my suspicions toward you. It was truly Qingyu who aroused my doubts. Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the slender youth behind him, and Qingyu, who adjusted his glasses and began to speak. The number of serpent demon offspring besieging us has been rather peculiar. When those serpent demons first appeared, everyone rushed upstairs. Yet we barricaded the doors and windows of our classroom with desks and chairs, remaining steadfast within. At that time, the overwhelming majority of the serpent demons either ascended to the 4th floor, invading your corridor, or lingered on the 1st floor, cutting off everyone's escape routes. Only 2 lingered on the 3rd floor, attempting to assault our classroom. Generally, when a group of hunters encounters 2 types of prey within their line of sight, one robust and formidable, the other feeble and easily attainable, they typically converge upon the weaker target, which, in this case, was us. Initially, I surmised it was due to a disparity in information. The other serpent demons were lured upstairs by you, unaware that we remained on the 3rd floor. However, I later discovered that these demons share a mutual awareness. And Qingyu paused, continuing. This implies that they were fully cognizant of the succulent morsel beneath them, yet remained unmoved, as if they were deliberately allowing us to persist. Subsequently, Li Yifei descended like a divine intervention to rescue us. After dispatching the 2 serpent demons, he inadvertently drew the attention of 6 more from downstairs to assault us. This number was equally delicate, exerting immense pressure without rendering us completely defenseless. Even if 1 more had joined their ranks, we would have faltered, yet it did not happen. Just as Lin Xia was about to arrive, those 6 serpent demons suddenly intensified their assault, cornering us into a desperate situation. Everything felt too coincidental, too bizarre. Based on all this, you suspect me? Li Yifei furrowed his brow tightly. No, what truly incited my suspicion was the act of the serpent demons severing your thick rope, and Qingyu replied, shaking his head. When your rope was lowered, those 2 demons did not witness this event. Logically, they should have been unaware of its existence. Yet, the subsequent 6 serpent demons precisely cut the thick rope as if they were fully aware of your escape route. The fact that the serpent demons severed something they should not have seen indicates but one possibility. Among us, there exists an entity sharing their vision. And Qingyu shrugged. Of course, at that time, my understanding of the serpent demons was limited, and the subsequent conclusion was reached only after exchanging information with Lin Xia. Li Yifei's vertical pupils fixated on Qingyu, letting out a cold chuckle. Had I known you were so astute, I should have eliminated you from the outset. Moreover, you are absent every time the serpent demons appear. Lin Xia continued, recounting the first encounter with the serpent demon at the girls' dormitory. I must inquire. After you confessed your feelings to Wu Shujia, where did you vanish during the interim before returning to the sophomore classroom? At that moment, as Lin Xia and the others engaged in combat with the serpent demon, it further solidified my suspicions, remarked Qingyu. Li Yifei glanced at Qingyu and then turned to Lin Xia, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. How did I end up with the 2 of you peculiar individuals? Subsequently, I ventured a bold hypothesis based on the information at hand. Weaving all the threads together, Lin Xia elaborated. Li Yifei sighed and urged, please, go on. The Nanda serpent demon arrived in this world earlier than we had anticipated. Lin Xia fixed his gaze on Li Yifei, stating, upon its arrival, with its extraordinary intellect and formidable ability to disguise itself, it swiftly grasped the societal rules governing this realm. Moreover, it became aware of the existence of the Night Watchers, and its innate wariness led it to quietly lurk within human society. Throughout this prolonged period, in pursuit of perfect camouflage, it unconsciously birthed a second persona. This persona is known as Li Yifei. He has forgotten who he is, erased his past, and embraced the identity crafted by the Nanda serpent demon. Living as an ordinary high school student in this city, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to lead a carefree existence, buoyed by his extended lifespan and innate abilities. However, approximately half a month ago, he witnessed the tragic demise of the Ghost-Faced King, a being of myth far mightier than itself. Its primary persona sensed fear from the Night Watchers, leading to anxiety and trepidation over potentially meeting a similar fate as the Ghost-Faced King. Given its combat prowess, victory over the Night Watchers seemed unattainable, prompting a scheme to leverage its disguising talents, infiltrating their ranks to rise above the chaos. It implanted suggestions in Li Yifei's mind, leading him to request admission into the Night Watchers, only to face a cold rejection. Yet, it was unwilling to concede defeat and began plotting. From the outset, its aim was not to propagate offspring, nor to annihilate the Night Watchers. It harbored but a singular ambition, to showcase Li Yifei's worth. It orchestrated an elaborate ruse that left Li Yifei in a state of bewilderment, subconsciously nudging him to seek out the Night Watchers, resulting in events unfolding according to its design. However, an unexpected variable emerged in this plan, namely myself. Lin Xia gestured to himself. I became a temporary member of the Night Watchers half a month ago, and it was entirely unaware of my existence. Nor did it fathom my ability to discern its progeny with clarity. Fortunately, after testing the waters, it realized I could not see through its true form's disguise, prompting it to continue with its strategy. It executed its plan by revealing its true nature in the girls' dormitory, diverting the prime combatant, Hong Ying, and then reverted back to the oblivious Li Yifei, returning to the academic building to orchestrate the situation. It meticulously orchestrated the movements of each descendant from the shadows, ensuring that Li Yifei garnered the spotlight without truly endangering itself. Yet, at this moment, I emerged as the variable. I usurped the attention that rightfully belonged to Li Yifei, eliminating every descendant in the building. Though it simmered with anger, it refrained from taking any rash actions, considering that Li Yifei had already demonstrated his worth. The subsequent events unfolded simply. It transformed into its true form to engage in battle with the Night Watch, then feigned death, creating the illusion that the Nantua serpent demon had been vanquished. Consequently, Li Yifei could seize this opportunity to join the Night Watch, ensuring his future tranquility. Alas, I saw through the ruse. Lin Xia gazed at Li Yifei with a hint of regret and sincerely remarked, "This scheme is exquisitely crafted, truly. Had it not been for me, you would have had a 90% chance of success." Li Yifei looked at Lin Xia, and after a pause, smiled and applauded, "Brilliant. Simply brilliant. I never anticipated that I would ultimately fall at the hands of you two." However, his smile quickly dissipated, his vertical pupils filled with hatred. "You have obliterated my hopes of survival. How do you propose I repay you?" Li Yifei's body swelled like a balloon, black scales erupting from his skin, transforming him into a monstrous being with a human torso and serpent tail. The next moment, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the true form of the Nantua serpent demon at such close range, were paralyzed with fear, losing their sanity. The only exit was blocked by the serpent's fangs, forcing them to retreat in panic to the farthest corner of the hall. As for Qingyu, he had already sought refuge in a safe spot the moment Li Yifei began his transformation, his eyes fixated on the Nantua serpent demon, brimming with excitement and curiosity. The Nantua serpent demon seemed intent on Lin Xia, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Lin Xia's neck. Lin Xia regarded it with a bemused expression, his right hand reaching behind him. With a soft sound, a straight blade was drawn. Clang! The sound of collision echoed in the grand hall, and the serpent demon's vertical pupils abruptly constricted. This time, Lin Xia wielded the blade with one hand, effortlessly deflecting its attack. "I'm afraid you can no longer suppress me," Lin Xia remarked, glancing at the dimming sky outside the door. Night has fallen. Beneath the cover of darkness, he possessed fivefold strength and speed, The Nantua serpent demon was no longer his match. With a swift motion, Lin Xia's blade easily parried the demon's claws. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shimmered. In a series of 4 strikes, he slashed at the demon's arm, causing it to retreat with a shriek, enraged. It roared at Lin Xia. In a flash, Lin Xia appeared before it, its claws swiping rapidly through the air, yet he parried them all with one hand. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed. You are too slow. In the next instant, his speed increased dramatically, creating afterimages in the air as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, forming an impenetrable wall of azure blades before the Nantua serpent demon. As Lin Xia's speed surged, the Nantua serpent demon found it increasingly arduous to defend itself. Gory wounds marred its body, and before long, the black scales that adorned it shattered in disarray, rendering it utterly disheveled. Despite its attempts to utilize the advantage of crawling along the edges of the walls, Lin Xia pursued it relentlessly like a specter, never leaving its side. The creature's cries grew increasingly anguished, its eyes ablaze with a profound hatred directed at the youth before it. This time, both in intellect and combat prowess, it was ruthlessly overpowered. With an impassive expression, Lin Xia struck blow after blow, as though crafting an unfinished masterpiece. When the Nantua serpent demon had nearly lost all capacity for resistance, a golden glimmer flashed in Lin Xia's eyes, and he shifted his form. The pale blue blade carved a straight trajectory through the air, and Lin Xia's silhouette appeared behind the demon. With a swift motion, the sword was sheathed, and a massive serpent head tumbled to the ground. Its wide-open, furious eyes remained fixed on Lin Xia, as if wishing to drag him into the depths of the underworld alongside it. Turning away from the lifeless body at his feet, Lin Xia murmured, I'm sorry. Li Yifei, let us meet again in the hospital. Creak. The grand hall's doors swung open once more, and Lin Xia, clutching the black box, slowly emerged. Hong Ying, sitting on the nearby stairs, smiled and waved. Did you take care of it? Yes, he replied. That's good. She nodded, but after a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, why didn't you let me intervene? He was my classmate. By killing him myself, I provided him with closure, Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback. To kill him personally for closure? What kind of logic was that? Si Xiaonan shot him a glance and muttered, creep. Lin Xia had indeed spoken frivolously. He feared that if Hong Ying intervened, she might dispatch the serpent demon with a single shot, denying him the opportunity to deliver the final blow, thus precluding Li Yifei's rebirth within the hospital of the gods. Nevertheless, he added, I owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Otherwise, that creature might have deceived us. When we return, I shall commend you for your exceptional service. Hong Ying gave him a thumbs up with a grin. What about the students inside? Lin Xia pointed toward the hall behind him. Let them stay in there for now. Soon, someone will come to employ Dream Whisper to selectively erase all memories of the serpent demon and you, crafting them a new dream. What about the deceased students? Lin Xia couldn't help but inquire. Moreover, you demolished a building. That's no longer our concern. A specialized department will handle it, providing plausible explanations such as a laboratory explosion, a major fire, terrorist activities, or even an alien invasion. Are you certain the last one is plausible? More so than the arrival of mythic beings. True. Hong Ying pursed her lips and lowered her gaze slightly. But there are too many sacrificed students. It's all my fault. Sister Hong Ying, how can you blame yourself for this? The vast majority of students met their demise due to the insidious serpent seed that had long been sown within them. If not for your intervention, the casualties would have been even more devastating. Si Xiaonan offered solace from the side, casting a glance at Lin Xia before softly remarking. And you, though I am reluctant to admit it, you are indeed quite formidable. Lin Xia responded, by the way, I recently encountered an exceptionally intelligent individual who seems to have a keen interest in mythical creatures. Would it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watchers? He appeared to recall something and turned to Hong Ying. This was a request made by Qingyu in the Grand Hall moments ago. After a brief hesitation, Hong Ying pondered her response. Xia, joining the Night Watchers requires more than just intelligence. This profession is fraught with peril. Do you grasp my meaning? Lin Xia nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Helping Qingyu present this request was the extent of his capabilities. After all, he himself was merely a temporary member of the Night Watchers and not formally inducted. Since his appeal was declined, it would be unwise to persist in his entreaties. Let us depart. It is time to regroup, Hong Ying announced as she rose from the stairs, slinging the black case containing her rifle over her shoulder, and headed towards the exit. Lin Xia cast a final glance at the grand hall before following her. Inside the hall, and Qingyu, who had been standing silently by the door, felt a sense of despondency wash over him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the Nanda serpent demon not far away. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, as if he had made a resolute decision, a spark reignited in his eyes. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men leaned against the vehicle, silently observing the tranquil campus. One of their earpieces buzzed, and Chunmai raised an eyebrow. It's over. They are about to emerge. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan frowned. Why did she only speak to you, and not to me? I am the captain. I am the vice captain. Who told you to constantly be at odds with Hong Ying? I am merely adhering to protocol. You are far too rigid. Chunmai shook his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips. So, it seems that Hong Ying is closer to me. This is not akin to a child being closer to one parent over the other. Your tone is quite peculiar. Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. Essentially, it conveys a similar sentiment. The two fell into silence for a moment before Chunmai spoke again. I've heard that Lin Xia performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed. Since it's his first successful mission, shouldn't we acknowledge it in some manner? What do you have in mind? Perhaps a banner or a cake when we return. Wu Xiangnan sighed. What's the matter? You seem just like a parent eagerly awaiting their child who has topped the class to return home. Practically wearing pride on your face. Is that so? I find it quite delightful. At that moment, when Qima, seated in the driver's seat, could no longer restrain himself and rolled down the window, exclaiming, You two are quite enough. Completing a mere task and fetching them back. Why must there be so much theatrics? What about Lung Xian? Who knows? He has always been elusive. As they were engaged in their squabble, three figures gradually emerged from the school gates. Hong Ying spotted the two individuals by the car from a distance, joyfully leaping up to wave at them. Si Xiaonan contemplated for a moment, stealthily wiping the blood from Lin Xia's body onto her own face, resembling a painted cat. She held her head high, her expression seemingly proclaiming, I did not slack off. Lin Xia, burdened by the black box, wore a school uniform saturated with blood, rendering its original appearance nearly unrecognizable. He squinted slightly at the horizon, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Are you injured? Chunmai inquired as Lin Xia approached. No, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. How do you feel? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, simpler than I had imagined. Chunmai chuckled softly, nodding slightly. All right, let's get in the car. It's time to head back. Captain, why don't you ask me something? Hong Ying pouted, placing her hands on her hips. You? Wu Xiangnan shot her a glance. It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you? Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, her teeth grinding in frustration. Did I ask you? You're not even the captain. I am the captain, albeit the vice captain. The vice doesn't count. Of course it does. Does not. Click. A crisp shutter sound resonated as a photograph was developed from the bottom of a telescope, carefully retrieved by a hand. Not far away. On the rooftop of a tall building, Lung Xian sat at the edge, gently shaking the photograph in his hand, the image becoming increasingly clear. A soft breeze tousled his bangs as he gazed at the picture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This one turned out quite well. He cherished the photo, placing it in a box close to his body, then stood leisurely from the rooftop edge, shouldering his sniper rifle as he melted into the night. Hello? Is this Captain Chunmai? It is I. We encountered an issue while cleaning up the battlefield of No. 2 High School. What issue? We discovered that the head of the Nantua snake demon is missing. Chunmai furrowed his brows slightly in the passenger seat of the van. Missing? Yes. We searched the entire scene, but found no trace of its head. Could it be that a student hid it? That seems unlikely. We have already searched their bodies and found nothing. We suspect that someone may have escaped with its head before we arrived at the auditorium. Currently, the Wujia space should still envelop the school. He cannot escape. Chunmai stated calmly, you should play the dream whisper throughout the campus to erase his memory. Once he loses his memory, he will walk straight into our trap. Understood. After hanging up, Hong Ying inquired curiously, Captain, what happened? The head of the Nantua snake demon is missing. It may have been stolen, Chunmai replied. However, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. We should be able to retrieve it. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? Bang. As the invisible barrier repelled Qingyu back to the ground, he gritted his teeth and rose, adjusting his backpack while staring into the void ahead. They may have discovered that the serpent demon's head is missing, he muttered to himself. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, He sprinted towards the playground. If escape was unattainable, then he would seek refuge. He doubted the barrier could remain open for long. If he could conceal himself until they departed, freedom would be his. And Qingyu dashed to a secluded corner of the playground, where he unearthed a manhole cover amidst the weeds and heaved it aside. Instantly, a foul stench surged from the sewer below, suppressing the urge to retch. He forced himself to remain composed, shouldering his backpack as he leaped down and replaced the cover. In the dark, damp confines of the sewer, the putrid odor assailed his senses, nearly suffocating him. He gritted his teeth, clutching his backpack tightly and enduring the torment. Yet, in the darkness, his eyes remained bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted in from above, causing Qingyu's pupils to constrict sharply. In a daze, he seemed to hear whispers brushing against his ear, and an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, an extraordinary force surged from his heart, like a crystalline stream flowing into his mind, washing away the dreams and whispers into oblivion. With a jolt, Qingyu opened his eyes, the fog of confusion dissipating, replaced by a profound clarity. A subtle layer of gray now veiled the depths of his gaze. He had never felt so awake. He stared blankly ahead before glancing down at his palm. To his astonishment, his body appeared to have transformed into a flawlessly intricate machine. He could perceive the operation of each part, comprehending their mechanisms with clarity. He understood every blink, every breath, and it was as if he were a master watchmaker, scrutinizing the minutiae of a clock's workings through a magnifying glass. Never before had he possessed such intimate knowledge of his own form. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He swiftly unzipped his backpack and retrieved a severed head, the head of the Nanda serpent demon. Beneath its eyes, this mythological creature, entirely outside the realm of contemporary scientific inquiry, seemed disassembled into countless gears, levers, and screws. Yet, he found himself unable to fully discern its essence. Thus, Qingyu extracted a sharp fruit knife from the compartment of his backpack. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixated on the head before him and plunged the knife into its cranium. He struggled to slice through the skull, dissecting it, yearning to unveil the secrets within. His pace quickened, his excitement mounting, and his body began to tremble with fervor. In the dark, foul-smelling sewer, a frail youth wielded a knife. A smile etched upon his visage as he methodically severed the grotesque head before him. His voice reverberated within the murky surroundings. So this is how it is. So this is how it works. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Where's this place? Within the dim confines of a cell, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, and just as he prepared to rise, fragmented memories surged into his mind like a relentless tide. He cried out in anguish, stumbling back to the ground. And Qingyu fired her weapon. He had been stunned by Lin Xia, and the Nanduo snake demon lurking within him emerged, leading to a fierce battle, culminating in Lin Xia severing its head. He stared in shock at his own hands, his voice trembling. Am I truly the Nanduo snake demon? How could this be? I killed them. Visions of students slaughtered by the serpent's offspring flashed before his eyes. The blood-soaked ground seared into his memory, transforming into a haunting nightmare. No. He knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony as he groaned in torment. In the next moment, his eyes morphed into eerie vertical slits, as if he had become a different being entirely, standing up with an impassive expression. A cowardly wretch. One arm of the Nanduo snake demon sprouted scales, fiercely grasping the railing in front of it, attempting to twist it apart. Immediately, obscure runes materialized upon the surface of the cell, and a terrifying repulsive force hurled the Nanduo snake demon away, crashing it against the opposite wall before it crumpled to the floor. The Nanduo snake demon glared at the railing, its forked tongue flickering as its eyes turned icy cold. In that moment of contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded its mind. It did not know where it was, but it understood that its fate, life or death, rested in the hands of one individual. That individual was the master of this place. As the Nanduo snake demon pondered, steady footsteps echoed from the corridor beyond, causing its vertical pupils to constrict as it swiftly crawled to the railing, peering towards that direction. In the dim corridor, a figure gradually came into focus. Clad in a white lab coat, with hands tucked into his pockets, the youth's face sent a shiver through the Nanduo snake demon's form. It's you. Lin Xia approached with an expressionless demeanor, raising an eyebrow. Surprised? Unexpected? The Nanduo snake demon coiled behind the railing, silently observing him. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, standing outside the barrier, likewise gazing into the Nanduo snake demon's eyes. In his line of sight, a familiar panel unfurled. Sinner, Nanduo snake demon choice. As the mythological creature you personally dispatched, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Choice 1. Completely obliterate its soul, erasing it from existence. Choice 2. Allow its loyalty value to reach 60, enabling its employment as a caretaker in the hospital, providing care for patients while offering you a degree of protection. Current loyalty value, 0. 85. After reading this information, Lin Xia's brow slightly arched. This task differs from the previous one. If he recalls correctly, the standard for caregivers last time was based on fear levels, whereas this time it has shifted to loyalty levels. This indicates that the criteria for caregivers vary according to different mythological beings. Furthermore, the loyalty levels are divided into two parts. One is 0, and the other is 85. If Lin Xia's conjecture is accurate, this is due to the Nantua serpent demon being divided into two distinct consciousnesses. The first value originates from the Nantua serpent demon itself, while the second value comes from Li Yifei as an independent consciousness. I believe you are already aware of your fate. After a pause, Lin Xia spoke slowly. If you kill me, Li Yifei will also perish. The Nantua serpent demon fixed its gaze on Lin Xia's eyes. Oh, Lin Xia smiled faintly. Do you think I would be overly concerned about his life or death? Indeed, if he were to die, I would be troubled for a time. But that would be the extent of it. My relationship with him is not of such depth, as you must know. The Nantua serpent demon fell into silence. As an entity that had always watched over everything from the shadows, it was well aware of Li Yifei's every move. Their acquaintance had lasted merely a little over half a month. To claim their relationship was particularly close would be absurd. Moreover, Li Yifei had once abandoned him to flee. Using their emotional bond as the sole bargaining chip, the Nantua serpent demon was not so foolish. What do you desire? I believe you have misunderstood something. Lin Xia calmly replied. At present, you are demonstrating your worth to me. If your value does not meet my expectations, I regret to inform you that my institution does not accommodate idlers. The Nantua serpent demon paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I excel at disguise and can plant serpent seeds. Lurking and infiltrating are my specialties. Not sufficient. I am skilled in strategy and can offer you counsel. What else do you claim to excel at? I have not stated anything. The Nantua serpent demon nearly forgot that its own scheme had been unraveled by him. However, pooling ideas is not necessarily a disadvantage. One person's wisdom may not encompass everything. Our modes of thought and levels of understanding differ, and perhaps I can provide you with some insights. That sounds acceptable. What else? Although my current form possesses relatively low combat power, once I reach maturity, my true form will possess formidable fighting capabilities. Additionally, I can shed my skin, making it exceedingly difficult to kill me. Continue. That is all. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Can you amuse the elderly? I cannot. The Nantua serpent demon struggled to comprehend this, but Li Yifei was quite adept at it. Then that will suffice. Lin Xia paused for a moment before continuing. You may remain, but there are additional conditions. What conditions? Unless absolutely necessary, allow Li Yifei to govern this body. The Nantua serpent demon wrestled internally for a while, but ultimately nodded. Very well, I agree. Freedom is undoubtedly important, yet it does not wish to face utter annihilation. Moreover, Li Yifei is also a part of it. Relinquishing control of the body to him is not too difficult to accept. Lin Xia nodded slightly, extending his hand to grasp at the void, and a piece of parchment along with a steel pen materialized in his palm. This is your employment contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign it. Lin Xia assumed the demeanor of a commanding boss, casually tossing the parchment aside. The Nandu snake demon picked it up, scrutinizing it closely, and his expression transformed dramatically. Rather than a mere employment contract, it resembled more of a bond of servitude. Densely enumerating a plethora of obligations the Nandu snake demon was to fulfill. These included, but were not limited to, unconditionally obeying the orders of Dean Lin Xia, refraining from causing harm or intending harm to Dean Lin Xia and his interests, not damaging the public property within the hospital, maintaining regular cleanliness, and preparing breakfast for the patients each morning. Notably, in the additional remarks section, it specified that, in non-essential circumstances, the persona of Li Yifei must govern the body. Conversely, in the section outlining Lin Xia's obligations, There was but a solitary blank space. This was undoubtedly a ruthless, one-sided contract that mercilessly exploited the interests of the caregiver. A document so egregious it was morally repugnant. Nonetheless, the Nandu snake demon had no other recourse and reluctantly affixed his name to the contract. The moment his name was inscribed, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell began to dissipate, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the Nandu snake demon's form swiftly reverted to that of a human, now adorned in a cerulean caregiver uniform, complete with a black nameplate emblazoned with Caregiver 001. Li Yifei stared in bewilderment at his attire, scratching his head. He had overheard the conversation between the Nandu snake demon and Lin Xia clearly enough to grasp the current predicament. He had fallen from being Lin Xia's classmate to becoming his subordinate. How does it feel to be revived? Lin Xia inquired with a smile, stepping closer. Not too bad. Li Yifei replied with a bitter smile. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can't bear it. Call me Dean, Lin Xia said, patting his shoulder before turning to walk out of the cell. Come with me. I will introduce you to this hospital. Sighing, Li Yifei, now clad in caregiver attire, hurriedly followed Lin Xia. This area comprises the wards. Currently, only one room is occupied. There is but a single patient here, named Nikes. You can examine her case file later for details regarding her condition. Over there is the activity area, on leisurely days. You can take her to watch television or play chess. Don't let her sit in the yard, staring blankly at a vase. We wouldn't want her to develop dementia while her mental illness remains untreated. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times daily, 2 pills each time. As Lin Xia provided his overview, Li Yifei felt increasingly numb. What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. From now on, he will be here to keep you company, Lin Xia concluded, leading Li Yifei before Nikes with a warm smile. Nix gazed at Li Yifei, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she opened her mouth wide and exclaimed in delight, Grandson, Grandma has found you. The smile on Li Yifei's face suddenly froze, and he slowly turned to look at Lin Xia, who offered him an encouraging glance. Grandma. Li Yifei obediently opened his arms and embraced the excited Nix. His smile a peculiar mix of joy and distress. I missed you too. Watching from the side, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei filled with admiration. Indeed, you are a true professional at bringing joy to the elderly. Lin Xia noted that Nix's healing progress had jumped from 21 to 23, a detail only he could perceive. For over half a month, he had diligently visited the hospital each day, administering her medication and engaging in conversation. Under the dual treatment of medicine and companionship, Nix's condition had improved significantly. She no longer sneaked into the medication room to weep while clutching a bottle. With Li Yifei's constant companionship, her recovery progress would likely accelerate, and soon she would reach a milestone of 50. At that point, he would be able to extract her second ability. During this time, Lin Xia had attempted to open the door to the second patient room, but alas, it remained locked. Likely tied to one's own cultivation level. The path of mental fortitude could only be traversed gradually, with no shortcuts. Fortunately, Lin Xia's recent training under Wen Qima had thoroughly stabilized his realm, and he anticipated a breakthrough to the next level would not be far off. After giving Li Yifei a few more words of encouragement, Lin Xia departed from the psychiatric hospital. The following days unfolded much like before. Despite successfully completing his first task, his training regimen showed no signs of abating. Lin Xia even felt that Chun Mai's strikes had grown sharper. However, after the life and death struggle he had endured, his synergy with mortal realm had become more intuitive, and his mental perception had sharpened considerably. He could now flawlessly evade shots fired at a frequency of 50 rounds per second and was poised to challenge 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most remarkable progress had been in Lin Xia's shooting skills. From initially missing targets at 30 meters to barely hitting them at 20. He had trained diligently and could now reliably hit targets within 30 meters. He vividly recalled the day he first hit a target at 30 meters. Seeing Lung Xian behind him with red-rimmed eyes, quietly wiping away tears, and then lifting his head to reveal a smile of satisfaction. 10 days later, Lin Xia approached the door of the captain's office and knocked gently. Enter. Upon entering, he found Chun Mai engrossed in a document. Looking up, he addressed Lin Xia. In a few days, the new recruit's training will commence. Lin Xia was taken aback, realizing that since joining the night watch, an entire month had passed unknowingly. Should I prepare for something? According to previous years, this year's new recruits would also undergo training in the capital city. During this time, I will prepare the necessary materials for you to take over. By the way, during the new recruit training period, a closed management system is implemented. Although daily necessities will be provided, their quality might be lacking. I will have Hong Ying take you out to buy some items, and I will reimburse you for the expenses. Additionally, the weather in the capital is quite different from our Tsangnan. It is significantly colder, so remember to purchase ample winter clothing and charge it to my account. Injuries are most common during training, so make sure to come find me tomorrow morning. I will give you some medicine that is far more effective than what is available on the market. Chunmai held a small notebook, meticulously advising Lin Xia on various matters, even detailing which train berths were the most comfortable. By the time Chunmai closed the notebook, over half an hour had elapsed. Did you manage to note everything I just mentioned? Chunmai looked earnestly at Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded seriously, affirming that he had taken note of it all. Good. Chunmai seemed to recall something else, reminding Lin Xia to purchase tickets to the capital early, as those who arrive sooner can choose their dormitory. Perhaps you could buy the tickets while out shopping later. Tomorrow? We leave tomorrow? Lin Xia was taken aback. The sooner, the better. I understand. Lin Xia nodded in response. After Lin Xia departed the office, Chunmai quietly pulled out his wallet, glancing inside and letting out a soft sigh. That afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan led Lin Xia on an extensive tour of Tsangnan City, making up for all the sights he had never experienced. Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bed sheet is so beautiful. Should we buy one for Xia? Absolutely. That pink suitcase is amazing too. Shall we get one? Of course. Xiaonan, look at this snow-white backpack. Isn't it fabulous? Yes, indeed. Wow, look at that little skirt. It's stunning. Let's buy it. Lin Xia firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth and stated earnestly, Sister Hong Ying, I don't think that suits me. With a look of regret, Hong Ying set down the backless dress she was holding and sighed, realizing that as a boy, wearing a skirt might not be appropriate. She then picked up a nearby sexy camisole, her eyes gleaming as she turned to Lin Xia. Let's get this instead. Until evening, Lin Xia staggered back to his room, burdened with bags. Gazing at the colorful array scattered across the floor, he sat down beside them, smiling wryly yet increasingly brightly. As he smiled, a faint trace of sorrow emerged in his eyes. He lifted his gaze to the window, where the hazy moonlight fell upon the earth. Is it time to leave? The next morning, at the entrance of the train station, Lin Xia, burdened with 2 large suitcases, stood before the train station, flanked by the other members of Team 136. Have you brought everything? Wu Xiangnan inquired first. I've got it all, came the response. Xia, remember to use the sunscreen, hair removal cream, and body lotion I bought for you, Hong Ying said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stood at the forefront, reluctant to let go. I will use them, don't worry, Lin Xia replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Xia, Chunmai approached, his expression grave. Beijing is not like our Tsangnan. It's too far away. There are inherent inequities in the training process. If this were Tsangnan, we could confront your adversaries directly, but in Beijing, you must rely solely on yourself. Rest assured, I can take care of myself, Lin Xia replied earnestly. He bowed slightly to the group, stating, I'll be on my way now. He stood upright, waved goodbye, and entered the train station, dragging his 2 suitcases behind him. The others watched his departing figure, their hearts heavy. At that moment, Chunmai's phone rang abruptly. Hello? What? He suddenly looked up, pointing at Lin Xia. Damn it, stop that kid. The group turned back in confusion. What has gotten into the higher-ups? They've scheduled the new recruits training in Tsangnan this time. Stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket cannot be refunded. In Beijing, at the night watchman training office. What? The new recruits training is set in Tsangnan? Where's Tsangnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed, bewildered as he looked at the document in his hands. Before him, a man languidly reclined in a chair behind the desk, stretching and squinting as he sat up. A cross-shaped scar adorned his forehead. He was Xiaoping Gu, the captain of Team 006 stationed in Beijing, a small city in the southeastern region near Huaihai City. Xiaoping Gu mused before replying. But haven't previous training sessions always been held in Beijing? Why the sudden change to Tsangnan this year? Yuan Gang frowned. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Xiaoping Gu stood up, poured himself a cup of water, and leisurely reclined back. You, as our vice captain and the chief instructor for new recruits over the years, should be able to adapt to a change in environment. Of course not. Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly. I just can't comprehend why they suddenly changed the location. The facilities and equipment here are readily available. Moving everything to Tsangnan seems unnecessary. The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. We need only to follow orders and refrain from questioning what we should not know. Fine, Yuan Gang sighed. The logistics department should have the efficiency to establish a complete training base in Tsangnan before dawn tomorrow. You should gather your team and prepare to depart, Xiaoping stated, taking a sip of tea. Understood. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before continuing. During my absence from the capital, Captain, can you maintain order and refrain from causing any trouble? Suddenly, a slipper flew out from behind the desk, and Yuan Gang deftly sidestepped to avoid it. Immediately, the irate voice of Xiao Pinga erupted from behind the desk. Hey, Yuan Gang, who do you think you're looking down on? I am, after all, the captain stationed in the capital. Do you think I am idle? Yuan Gang chuckled and tossed the slipper out the window, then swaggered out the door. Xiao Pinga's curses followed him. In a luxurious establishment in Guangzhou, a chubby youth clad in a bathrobe reclined on a sofa, perplexed as he scrutinized a notification in his hands. He turned to inquire, Tsangnan? What kind of place is that? Behind the door of the VIP room, 5 formidable bodyguards stood impassively, while a bespectacled butler bowed slightly and replied gently, Young master. Tsangnan is a small city in the southeast. It appears there has been a policy change this year, and your itinerary may need to be adjusted. I shall arrange for it immediately. The chubby youth contemplated for a moment, placing the grapes back into the bowl. With a grand gesture, he declared, Book me a flight for tomorrow. I shall depart. The butler hesitated. Young master, would it be too hasty to leave tomorrow? You need not worry about accommodations. We have arranged the finest lodgings with the night watchman, and they will treat us well. It's too dull in Guangzhou. I wish to meet new friends. The youth exclaimed. Once you arrive, do try to speak Mandarin, as they may not comprehend otherwise. Mandarin? The chubby youth mused. Indeed, if communication proves difficult, I shall hardly make true friends. He then patted the young woman, massaging his feet. All right, you may go rest now. I have indulged myself enough over these past years. It is time for a change. He rose, stretching lazily, causing his flesh to quiver slightly. Tsangnan, here I come. On Mount Jiuhua, amidst the resonating sounds of Buddhist chants and fragrant sandalwood, an elderly monk draped in a robe strolled along a wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently revolving in his hand, his eyes tranquil as still water. At last, he halted before the door of a meditation room. He knocked twice before entering. Inside the room, there was but a bed, a table, and a meditation cushion, with the words Calm the Heart elegantly inscribed in black brush strokes on the largest wall, appearing gentle, yet seemingly concealing a formidable intent. A youth with black hair slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Yuan, a letter has arrived for you, the old monk said, performing a Buddhist gesture. Before retrieving an envelope from his sleeve, the black-haired youth gradually rose, accepted the envelope, and studied its contents for a long while. Tsangnan, he murmured to himself, then looked up at the old monk and respectfully asked, Master, do you think I should go? My dear disciple, you have meditated in this temple for 5 years, and the turmoil within your heart has been subdued. I believe it is time for you to journey forth. In the eyes of the youth flickered a hint of hesitation. Yet, the sins that burden me. Killing is a sin, while saving is a virtue. Only through the reconciliation of virtue and sin can one attain true freedom. The old monk's gaze was profoundly deep as he clasped his hands together and spoke calmly. Remaining in this temple, even if it means sitting in stillness for decades. The sins will ultimately remain, benefactor. It is time to let go. The young man remained silent for a considerable time, also bringing his hands together in reverence before bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance, master. Zhao Yuan, benefactor, there is one more thing I must remind you. Please, master, go ahead. As you journey to Tsangnan, you may encounter a benefactor of great importance. If you seize this opportunity, not only can you absolve your sins in this lifetime, but you may also attain enlightenment. A benefactor? Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What characteristics does this benefactor possess? 2 trees standing tall, 8 deities diminished. 10 years of night, ferrying mortals across the world, the old monk replied with his eyes closed and hands clasped, his voice resonating like the tolling of an ancient bell. Amitabha. Zhao Yuan's eyes brimmed with confusion, yet he diligently committed these words to memory and bowed in respect. Since that is the case, Zhao Yuan raised his gaze towards the mountain peak beyond the Zen room, clasped his hands once more, and spoke serenely, I shall depart. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xia glanced at the silent companions and instinctively shrank his neck. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Ahem, when Shima coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Well, Xia, the train ticket cannot be refunded. That is not your fault, so do not dwell on it. Chenmai, seated in the passenger seat, appeared somewhat green in countenance. Let us think positively, he interjected. For instance, you will be training in Songnan, which is so close. We can visit you anytime. The training is closed off. We cannot enter, the driver, Wu Xiangnan, remarked quietly. When Shima paused for a moment, at least we have purchased everything we need, like down jackets, thick blankets, hand warmers, and large scarves. Shima, those won't be necessary in Songnan's winter, Hong Ying reminded in a hushed tone. Be quiet. Chenmai shot a glare at Wen Shima, feeling a pang in his heart. After a brief hesitation, he turned back, looking at Lin Xia with hopeful eyes. Xia, perhaps you could check if those items can still be refunded? The sound of heavy helicopters reverberated above the azure sky as several armed transport helicopters descended slowly, the swirling propellers stirring up clouds of dust and sand from the ground. On the opposite side of the helipad, several men in military uniforms stood resolutely against the gusts of wind, resembling unyielding statues. As the helicopter's door opened, Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, stepped down. With a sharp salute, the waiting soldiers called out in unison, "Greetings, Commander." Yuan Gang strode forward, his expression grave, as the wind from the helicopter billowed his clothing dramatically. Is the training camp ready? Report. The training camp is fully prepared. Good, Yuan Gang nodded. By the way, please provide me with the list of new recruits for this training session. Yes. With the black box on his back, Yuan Gang turned and made his way toward the training camp that had risen overnight. The training camp is situated in a desolate suburb within the boundaries of Songnan City, sprawling over a vast area. Surrounding the camp, checkpoints have been established every 10 miles, fortified to the level of a military base, ensuring that apart from the new recruits, no one else can access this location. Commander, here is the list of new recruits for this year. While Yuan Gang and the instructors were touring the camp, a soldier hurriedly approached and presented the list to Yuan Gang. Upon receiving the document and casting a glance at it, Yuan Gang found himself momentarily frozen in place. The instructors behind him also halted in their tracks. Rubbing his eyes, Yuan Gang scrutinized the list twice, muttering to himself, "What on earth is this lineup this year? What's wrong, Commander?" One of the inquisitive instructors leaned closer. Is this the young master from the Guangshan Bailey Group? The very same Bailey Group? The instructor's eyes widened as he noticed the first line of names. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, the second largest sponsor behind the Night Watchers, known as the Museum of Forbidden Artifacts, Bailey family? Another instructor couldn't contain his astonishment. Is the young master of our benefactor, the Night Watchers, arriving? Why would a privileged young man abandon his carefree life to join the Night Watchers? Seeking a taste of life, perhaps? Could be. But the thoughts of the affluent often elude our understanding. What shall we do during training? What if we accidentally provoke him and he retaliates? Dare they? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchers are a national organization. Indeed, the Bailey family has contributed substantial funding, but the Night Watchers are not their private playground. Once they enter our training camp, all are equal. We shall train them relentlessly, and I will take full responsibility for any incidents. Yes, the instructors nodded solemnly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand. This time, a celestial agent has unexpectedly emerged among the recruits. A celestial agent? Which deity? Yuan Gang looked skyward, squinting slightly. Codename 003, the Seraphim Michael. The Seraphim? When did a celestial agent emerge? Thankfully, this one is on our side. It has been years since a celestial agent appeared. This young man has a bright future ahead. The last celestial agent to emerge from our training program seemed to be from the special squad, Mask, correct? Indeed. Yuan Gang observed the list, circling several names with a red pen, letting out a resigned sigh. One young master from the Bailey Group and one celestial agent are already enough to give us headaches. This time, 3 high-risk Forbidden Ruin bearers have emerged simultaneously, one of whom ranks within the top 50. Additionally, we have a disciple of the 8 trigrams palm from Shangjing and an heir of the Mo family spear from Hebei, not to mention active special forces. Gazing at the densely circled names in Yuan Gang's hand, the instructors felt a surge of anxiety. Commander, are these formidable individuals manageable? Yuan Gang remained silent for a long moment before putting away the list and calmly stated, Contact the mask squad and have them come to establish order. Only prodigies can subdue prodigies. Outside the training camp, amidst the military checkpoint, a special forces soldier, peering through binoculars, furrowed his brow in concentration. After a prolonged observation, he slowly lowered the binoculars and retrieved his walkie-talkie. Report. An individual is approaching from the front. He described the situation. A young male, seemingly a high school student, dragging a pink suitcase alongside a Peppa Pig suitcase, with no visible weapons discernible to the naked eye. A high school student? The voice on the other end hesitated. Could it be a new recruit? The notification was issued this morning, and he arrives by noon? What extraordinary speed. He is still advancing toward us. Please advise. Stand by. I shall meet him. Shortly thereafter, a military jeep emerged from behind the checkpoint, heading toward the young man. Under the scorching sun, Lin Xia trudged along the rugged, muddy path, 2 suitcases in tow, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is there really a training camp here? He mused, glancing around. Surely the captain isn't trying to play me for not returning the goods? Just that morning, after receiving the specific address for the new recruit training camp, Chunmai had urged him to come. Following the rather awkward farewell ceremony from yesterday, today's atmosphere was considerably less grand, as when Shima had driven him to the vicinity, leaving him to walk the rest of the way alone. Once everyone learned that Lin Xia was at the Tsangnan training camp, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps, as Chunmai suggested, if anything were to happen to Lin Xia, they could swiftly come to his aid with weapons in hand. Unlike the anxiety felt in the capital. After all, Tsangnan City was the home turf of their Team 136. Suddenly, as Lin Xia continued his journey with the suitcases, a roaring vehicle approached from the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he halted in his tracks. A camouflaged military jeep, kicking up dust, screeched to a halt beside him. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Xia intently. What is your purpose here? For training. A new recruit? Yes. Arrived so swiftly. I am local to Tsangnan. Show me your identification. Lin Xia handed over the credentials prepared by Chunmai, which the officer examined thoroughly before returning them to Lin Xia and gesturing behind him. Get in. Lin Xia placed his luggage in the trunk and boarded the jeep. The officer drove him past all checkpoints, eventually halting at the entrance of the training camp. You've arrived. Proceed inside. He indicated the grand gates with a nod of his chin. Lin Xia disembarked, dragging the 2 pink suitcases, and stood before the imposing iron gate, gazing upward. 039 New Recruit Training Base. This would be the place where he would spend the next year. He was the first recruit here. Moments later, an instructor emerged from behind the gate, eyeing him with surprise. New recruit. Yes. What is your name? Lin Xia. The instructor's demeanor shifted as he regarded Lin Xia with a newfound seriousness, as if appraising a rare treasure. You are Lin Xia? Lin Xia felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. It's me. Is there a problem? No. The instructor shook his head as he opened the door to the training camp. You are the first to arrive this year. Please come in. By the way, my name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. Lin Xia politely replied while stepping into the training camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You're early, which is fortunate. I will personally guide you through the camp. With that, he led Lin Xia on a tour of the spacious training facility. The interior of the camp was far larger than Lin Xia had anticipated. The structures were not the makeshift tents or wooden shanties he had imagined, but rather buildings formed from an unknown solid material, seamlessly integrated with the ground as if they had sprouted from the earth itself. The floor was meticulously marked with lines, designating pedestrian paths and vehicle routes, complete with clear indicators for the dining hall and dormitories. The varying thickness and colors of the lines were visually pleasing, almost a blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Had Lin Xia not known that this was once a barren plot of land, he might have believed it was a newly completed base that took years to construct. Military vehicles sped down the main road, laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding. Lin Xia even spotted a truck filled to the brim with explosives. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his growing concern for the safety of this base. As it stood, Lin Xia had yet to undergo any formal collective training. Since losing his sight in elementary school, he had missed out on military drills in middle and high school and had scarcely participated in physical education classes. Were it not for his regular self-exercise, he would likely be in a rather frail condition now. Over there is the training field, where most of the physical training will take place. Instructor Hong indicated towards a vast, open area reminiscent of an airstrip. Physical conditioning is our primary focus. You appear to be of average build, so you may find it challenging. That area is the dining hall, the place you will both love and hate over the next year. There is the classroom for theoretical instruction. The series of abandoned buildings over there serves as a tactical training area for urban combat, rappelling, and ziplining. And beyond that is the shooting range. Lin Xia observed the multitude of training facilities before him, mentally noting their functions, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation. What is that? A convenience store? He inquired, pointing to a small shop not far away. It resembled the modest convenience stores typically found in schools, with shelves stocked full of daily necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, discussing something about cigarettes displayed on the wall. That is a supply station, Instructor Hong glanced over. The camp is fully enclosed, and money is unnecessary here. If any of your personal items become damaged, you can come here to receive replacements. There are also bread, water, and cigarettes available, with each person allotted a fixed monthly supply, which should be sufficient. As the two individuals passed by, the instructor at the supply station seemed to have noticed something, prompting everyone to simultaneously turn their gaze towards Lin Xia, murmuring and gesturing among themselves. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, wondering why they were all staring at him. It is only natural for them to be curious about the agent of the Seraph, Instructor Hong replied. Have no agents participated in the new recruit training before me? Certainly. Instructor Hong nodded. The last agent to emerge from the training camp became the captain of the mask team. Mask. Lin Xia was taken aback, if his memory served him correctly. When Shima had previously mentioned the exploits of this special team, which deity did he represent? You will find out in a couple of days, Instructor Hong smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Instructor Hong guided Lin Xia to the vicinity of a dense cluster of buildings, stating, "This is the dormitory area, consisting entirely of double rooms. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose." Lin Xia nodded, meandering around the dormitory building before selecting a room that faced south, boasting the best lighting and comfort. Good choice, I shall register you now. Instructor Hong noted Lin Xia's room number. The training will officially commence in 3 days. Make sure to rest well during these 2 days, for you will not have a moment's reprieve over the next year. With a brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned and left, leaving Lin Xia alone in the dormitory. The dormitory's environment was cleaner than Lin Xia had anticipated, though the facilities were exceedingly rudimentary. The low, hard bed was uncomfortable merely to sit upon, and there was no air conditioning, nor even a fan in the room. Fortunately, Lin Xia was accustomed to hardship. This environment posed no significant challenge for him. He efficiently unpacked his belongings, arranged his bed linens, and lay down. With no signal or mobile phone, finding a way to pass the time was impossible. Spending 3 days alone in this manner would indeed be stifling. Thankfully, Lin Xia had a mental sanctuary to retreat to. When boredom struck, he could converse with Nikes over tea to foster their relationship or play chess with Li Yi in the activity room, never feeling the weight of monotony. Early the next morning, Lin Xia ventured to the supply station to procure some provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, leaving him without a place for breakfast. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered several individuals waiting outside his door. "Young master, I have shown you so many places, and this one has the best environment, warm in winter and cool in summer, with ample sunlight." A man, his face brimming with ingratiation, chattered in front of a small, plump boy. "Oh dear, to speak frankly, Sangnan truly pales in comparison to Guangshan. The economy is poor, and the environment is lacking. Young master, just look at this building. Goodness, what is this? The walls are peeling. Just look at how rudimentary the facilities in these dormitories are. Can one even sleep on this bed? Young master, perhaps we should return. We need not endure such hardship." The stout boy stood tall, casting a glance at him, and retorted, "Nonsense. I have come to endure hardship and have no intention of returning. Do refrain from shouting there. Open the door, for I shall reside here today." The man, with a sense of resignation, unlocked the door, and upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. "Oh dear, young master, who is so inconsiderate as to invade your quarters? Quickly, you lot, what are you waiting for? Dispose of all this mess immediately. It is utterly filthy." The bodyguard behind the chubby boy hurriedly stepped forward, intending to assist in clearing out the belongings. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. Oh, the cliché detail of a wealthy young master bullying the common folk, flaunting wealth, and making a show of superiority. How I relish such theatrics. Just as Lin Xia was about to make a move, the chubby boy delivered a swift kick to the man's backside, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You scoundrel! This is a double room, and my roommate resides here. Dare to touch my roommate's belongings? You filthy bully! I detest your kind. Get as far away from here as possible." The man, sent sprawling to the ground by the boy's kick, frantically slapped himself a few times in panic before hastily fleeing outside. "You lot, bring over the gifts I prepared for my roommate. Today, I shall wait here and ensure my roommate experiences the depth of camaraderie." Nearby, Lin Xia mused him. The bodyguards promptly arranged a stack of neatly wrapped gifts beside Lin Xia's bed, forming a long line behind their master. "Why are you all standing there? This is a new recruit training camp. Do you think it's your home?" The chubby boy impatiently waved his hands. "Move along. Don't leave an impression of bullying on my roommate." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to leave. Only the chubby boy remained, seated beside a mountain of gifts. Glancing down at his attire, he cleared his throat and sat upright at the door. Lin Xia scratched his head, perplexed by the unfolding situation. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly made his way back to his dormitory. As Lin Xia's figure appeared in the empty corridor, the chubby boy's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet, tidied his appearance, revealing a pristine set of white teeth, and smiled at Lin Xia, who approached in slippers. Lin Xia's expression grew peculiar under the chubby boy's strange gaze, making him feel awkward, as if he could hardly walk. At last, Lin Xia reached the door of the dormitory. "Hello, I am Bailey Tumming. I realize this name may be a bit cumbersome. You may call me Tumming or simply Fatty." Before Lin Xia could respond, the boy abruptly bowed, startling Lin Xia into retreating a couple of steps. "I hope to become friends with you. For the coming year, I look forward to your guidance." This series of actions left Lin Xia utterly bewildered. In a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia realized he had forgotten the last two words of his name, remembering only a certain Fatty. "Bailey Fatty. There's no need for such formality." The plump boy's eyes sparkled with delight at this moniker, and he continued, "I have brought you some local specialties from my hometown. They may not be of significant value, but I hope you will not disdain them." He smiled as he handed Lin Xia the gift boxes one by one. Upon merely scanning them with his mental energy, Lin Xia's expression transformed dramatically. "A box of Rolexes?" he exclaimed in bewilderment. Inside the boy's hands lay a meticulously arranged collection of 12 Rolex watches, a submariner, an explorer, a GMT master, each distinct in style. Had it not been for Lin Xia's frequent reading of magazines, he would scarcely recognize a few of them now. The 12 Rolexes in a single box presented an uncanny resemblance to a gift set of red Fuji apples. "What? Does Brother Xia not fancy Rolex?" Bailey Fatty paused, setting aside the Rolex box to pick up another. "How about Patek Philippe, Cartier, Breguet as well?" "Brother Xia, I initially intended to gift something else. But most items in this training camp are of little use, so watches seem the most appropriate." The pile of gift boxes in Lin Xia's arms continued to grow. After some time, he finally spoke. "Bailey Fatty, does your family deal in watches?" "No, our family dabbles in various businesses." Bailey Fatty chuckled heartily. "But do not misinterpret. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, not a scion of a prestigious lineage. I am quite down to earth." Lin Xia internally rolled his eyes, placing the gift boxes aside. "I do not wish to accept these items." "Why not?" Bailey Fatty pleaded, panic rising as he glanced between Lin Xia and the boxes. "Just accept them. They aren't valuable, merely a token of our meeting. I do not enjoy receiving gifts." Then, Bailey Fatty looked at Lin Xia, then back at the boxes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lin Xia sighed. "You may keep them for now. If I ever desire them, you can give them to me then." "Very well." Bailey Fatty solemnly tucked the boxes away, then slowly opened his suitcase, carelessly tossing aside sheets and bedding onto the bed before flopping down onto it. "What are you doing?" Lin Xia asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Sleeping," Bailey Fatty replied, patting a crumpled piece of fabric into shape. "This bed is quite comfortable." Lin Xia was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially when this little fatty appeared increasingly suspicious. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, thus he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. After a while, Bailey Fatty quietly rose, whispering, "Brother Xia." Lin Xia remained motionless, eyes shut. Bailey Fatty cautiously stood up and tiptoed over to the wardrobe, rummaging through it. What does this fatty intend to do? Lin Xia kept his eyes closed, continuing to sense the every move of the chubby Bailey. Moments later, Bailey approached the side of Lin Xia's bed, gently placing the recently returned gift box under the bed one by one. Lin Xia thought, what a persistent little fellow. Suddenly opening his eyes, he glanced at Bai Li. What are you doing? Bai Li jolted with surprise, plopping down onto the floor as he anxiously met Lin Xia's gaze. His not-so-bright mind racing. He awkwardly leaned closer, sniffing at Lin Xia's feet, and exclaimed, Xia, your feet smell delightful. Lin Xia was utterly taken aback, rendered speechless. Even his sharp wit failed him in that moment. What manner of creature is this? Seeing Lin Xia frozen in place, Bai Li hesitated before extending his own foot towards Lin Xia, cautiously inquiring, how about you give mine a sniff? A surge of irritation welled up within Lin Xia. In a distant building, the chief instructor Yuan Gang quietly lowered his binoculars, his expression one of sheer amusement. He turned to Instructor Hong, gesturing toward the two individuals engaged in their peculiar foot-sniffing ritual, and remarked sarcastically, so, these are the two dangerous characters you mentioned? Instructor Hong rubbed his temples, muttering, this isn't right. One was a haughty seraphic agent, while the other was a pampered heir of the Bai family. Their cohabitation under one roof seemed perilous. Yet, how could they? Yuan Gang patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must look beyond their identity and background. This world is replete with countless individuals sharing the same familial lineage, yet their character and temperament can vastly differ. After delivering this wisdom, Yuan Gang turned to leave. Once he was out of Instructor Hong's sight, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. How amusing! From the second day of Lin Xia's arrival at the training camp, new recruits began to trickle in, and the once empty dormitory gradually filled up. By the morning of the third day, Lin Xia was awakened by the commotion outside his corridor. Sitting up and rubbing his sleepy eyes, he wondered, the hefty one is up this early? Noticing that the pigsty-like bed beside him was now vacant, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed this wealthy young man was indeed quite different. Through the past couple of days of interaction, Lin Xia had formed a preliminary understanding of Bai Li. He did not embody the typical arrogant rich brat, but rather seemed to strive to conceal his privileged upbringing, attempting to masquerade as an ordinary individual, albeit poorly. His nature was not malevolent, merely somewhat simple-minded. This was Lin Xia's initial assessment of Bai Li. Lin Xia was unafraid of trouble, in fact, to a certain extent. He even anticipated that his roommate would be an arrogant and overbearing individual who would constantly seek to provoke him. This way, he could justifiably retaliate and seize control of the entire room. Yet, ironically, his roommate turned out to be an innocuous and somewhat foolish chubby fellow. This jovial chub interacted with him cheerfully every day, often presenting gifts and speaking with utmost politeness, leaving Lin Xia feeling as though he had struck a fist against a pile of cotton. He wrestled with his conscience. To hit him would feel wrong. Yet when the chubby one would sneakily place his feet near Lin Xia's face in the dead of night, it became an unbearable temptation. The most infuriating part was that once Lin Xia awoke in disgust, the chubby one would earnestly gaze into his eyes, a mix of anticipation and shyness, and ask, Xia, don't you think my feet smell delightful? Fortunately, Lin Xia had no knife nearby. Otherwise, this insufferable fatso would not see the light of another day. Lin Xia stretched his body, toothbrush clenched between his teeth, dragging an empty hot water bottle as he prepared to wash up. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a swarm of people gathered around the opposite dormitory building. Amid the crowd, a rotund figure, radiating an aura of opulence, was bellowing at the top of his lungs, comrades, I have brought you some local specialties from my hometown. I hope you won't find them unworthy. For the coming year, I hope we can look out for one another. Hey, over there, don't crowd. There's enough for everyone. Bai Li, the chubby one, raised his plump arm, which was adorned with numerous luxurious watches, making his hand look like a mummy wrapped in finery, exuding extravagance. The new recruits were in an uproar. Do not misunderstand. I am not some wealthy heir. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, seeking to coexist harmoniously with all of you. The chaos across the dormitory left Lin Xia utterly astonished, his mouth agape as his toothbrush fell to the floor. What on earth was this chubby fellow's background? He murmured to himself. Even scions of affluent families wouldn't be this rich, would they? Distributing a luxury watch to each of the over 200 new recruits? It was akin to throwing money around. Nevertheless, despite the pandemonium engulfing the dormitory, some individuals remained unfazed. Lin Xia noticed a youth leaning against the wall in the corridor on the same floor, coldly observing the spectacle. He stood there as if in another realm. exuding an air of detachment, as though an invisible barrier separated him from the clamor, his gaze as tranquil as still water. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory to the right, a long-haired girl stood in the corridor, squinting disdainfully at the chubby one in the crowd. The more Lin Xia observed, the more he discerned that there were numerous onlookers hidden in the shadows, some with indifferent expressions, others with mocking glances, some filled with contempt, and a few seemingly restless. Bai Li's ostentatious display not only ignited the atmosphere among the new recruits, but also subtly unveiled a hidden tapestry of intrigue before Lin Xia's eyes. Likewise, as Lin Xia became aware of them, they also took notice of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, casting an irate glance towards the raucous dormitory buildings and unleashing a torrent of invectives. "What on earth are you doing? Holding a market? Shall I summon a few strippers to liven up the atmosphere?" His booming voice reverberated through the dormitory halls, causing the new recruits gathered near the rotund Bailey to scatter in disarray. Only Bailey remained, clutching his armful of watches, casting a furtive glance downward before quietly crouching to the ground, mumbling to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly as he maintained a stern expression and continued to shout, "Do not think that just because the training has not officially commenced, you can act recklessly. I tell you, once you pass through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must adhere to discipline. This is your first warning. I'll let you off this time. But should I catch anyone causing trouble again, I will ensure you regret it." With a thunderous voice, he demanded, "Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." The response echoed from 3 dormitory buildings. Hong's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the structures before he slowly declared, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock. All personnel are to assemble at the training ground." With that, he turned and exited the vicinity of the dormitories alongside the other instructors. Bailey peered through the corridor crack, hurriedly rising to his feet, clutching his watches as he dashed to Lin Xia's side. "That scared me to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly, otherwise, I would have been caught." Bailey patted his racing heart, still trembling. Lin Xia replied, "It seems the remaining gifts will go unpresented." Bailey glanced down at the watches in his hands, sighing. "Why are you so fixated on giving gifts?" Lin Xia could not help but inquire. "How else can I build good rapport with others?" Bailey asserted. "As if it were the most natural thing, my dad always said that the world is governed by human connections." Lin Xia rolled his eyes, retorting, "If human connections are all that matters in this world, then society would have already perished." After saying this, he ignored whether Bailey understood, bent down to retrieve his toothbrush, and continued toward the hot water room, leaving Bailey standing there, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Xia donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and made his way to the training ground. Bailey, struggling to fit his backside into his trousers, hurriedly followed Lin Xia, occasionally shouting, "Xia, wait for me." By the time they reached the training ground, most of the personnel had assembled, though they had yet to form any orderly lines, standing haphazardly with a mix of heights and builds. On the demonstration platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their posture as rigid as ancient pines. At the forefront, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang surveyed the chaotic crowd below, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Stand straight," he commanded, with the instructors behind him echoing the order with fervor. All the new recruits in the training field fell into a sudden silence. Although their formation remained crooked, it at least revealed the nascent shape of a line. Lin Xia and Bailey Pang arrived relatively late, thus positioning themselves at the rear of the queue. Nevertheless, they could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from the instructors on the training platform. Without employing any forbidden techniques or weapons, their mere presence bore down upon the recruits like the weight of a mighty mountain, pressing heavily upon their chests. Such an imposing presence could only arise from the relentless trials of life and death combat, an experience that these novices had yet to encounter. Yuan Gang observed the gathering of recruits below for a long while before he slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "I know that each of you hails from the illustrious realm of the Great Xia, possessing talents that many could only dream of, whether it be the coveted forbidden techniques or unparalleled skills, perhaps even an astonishing lineage. However, from the moment you step through that door, you hold but one identity. You are new recruits. You are novices. No, at this moment, you are not even novices. You are waste, mere refuse. When faced with true power, you are but liabilities, endangering yourselves and your comrades. If you aspire to genuinely become night watchers, you are still far from that goal. Yuan Gang's voice grew louder, reverberating like thunder across the expansive training ground. Lin Xia could keenly sense that the expressions of most of the new recruits had turned icy. Some lifted their heads in defiance, others smirked silently. Some dismissed him with disdain, while others bowed their heads in contemplation. What? Are you all unconvinced? Yuan Gang scrutinized their faces, raising an eyebrow. No one responded. Yet their countenances spoke volumes. Yes, we are unconvinced. Do you believe that your formidable forbidden techniques and extraordinary abilities guarantee you a boundless future? Do you think that my ability to stand here and reprimand you is merely a result of having been born a few years earlier or possessing a higher realm than yours? Do you think I can label you as weak or of low realm, but not as waste or refuse? Yuan Gang scoffed derisively. Nonsense. I speak the truth. In your current state, even reaching the Klein realm would only render you slightly more competent waste. When confronted by genuine power, you would falter in a single exchange. Do you believe me? Many recruits began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixated on Yuan Gang, as if flames of fury ignited within their eyes. I do not believe. At that moment, a young man, clad in an unbuttoned military uniform and wearing his cap backward, leisurely raised his hand, chewing gum, his face adorned with mockery. New recruit. What is your name? Shen Zhuqing. Good. Who else is unconvinced? I am not convinced. Me too. With Shen Qingzhu taking the lead. An increasing number of recruits raised their hands, until nearly half of the entire line was in support of dissent. In the back row, Bailey Pangpang nudged Lin Xia. What about you? I concede. Why? Because he is not wrong. In Lin Xia's mind, the memory of the torrential downpour that washed everything away resurfaced. Alongside the formidable ghost-faced king that thrived in the rain, there was also the cunning Nantoa serpent demon lurking in the shadows of the second school, orchestrating everything with extraordinary intellect. They had never encountered the mysterious, unaware of what kind of existence they truly were. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, assuring himself that if they were to confront the two enigmatic beings he had encountered, no more than 10 among the 200 individuals present would survive. Moreover, in this world, there undoubtedly existed even more powerful and bizarre mysteries. Should I encounter them now, I would likely be left oblivious to the manner of my demise. Have you ever encountered the mysterious? Are they formidable? Indeed, they are. Very well, I concede to you. Bailey Pangpang responded without principles. On the stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded and continued, since so many of you remain unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke in a nonchalant tone, proceed to the next stage. Beep. The sound of the walkie-talkie ceased, and Yuan Gang gazed up into the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below also looked up, but found nothing. And after a moment, began to murmur among themselves. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the crowd, Look, someone is falling from the clouds. The crowd abruptly turned their heads upward. Lin Xia squinted at the sky, observing 7 black dots rapidly enlarging. After a few seconds, they discerned that it was 7 individuals, each cloaked in gray robes, bearing black boxes on their backs, and donning various masks. They plummeted from the summit of the clouds, unencumbered by any protective gear, free-falling at an alarming speed toward the training ground, their capes billowing wildly in the fierce wind. Goodness, are they jumping from a plane? Without parachutes? Bailey Pangpang exclaimed in shock, his astonishment mirrored by the rest of the crowd, whose chatter grew increasingly fervent. On stage, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose and muttered softly, What a surprise. I merely mentioned it casually, and they actually jumped. Now that's dedication. In the sky above, the 7 figures descended rapidly, their screams echoing like the cries of slaughtered chickens. Among them, a man wearing a swirling mask flailed his limbs wildly. Ah, help. Ah, swirl. Can you be quiet for once? My ears are about to burst, scolded a woman adorned with a rose mask. I'm afraid of heights. Rose, stop complaining from the sidelines. The swirling mask shouted hoarsely. Captain, Yuan Gang said we were jumping. Did we really have to do it? Why should we? At the very bottom, a man wearing a king's mask spoke calmly. I heard this batch of newcomers is rather difficult to intimidate. Instructor Yuan likely had no choice but to enlist our help. We must assist him. Ah, what if we fall to our deaths? With me here, you won't perish. The man beside them, adorned with a mask resembling a balance scale, rolled his eyes. Is your skill adequate? I have recently gained a couple of pounds. Can you support me? The leader interjected. Can I let this fellow fall to his demise? No. Oh, enough. Silence. Wang Mian glanced below and continued. We are about to touch down. Making too much noise will alert them, which would be quite embarrassing. Then I'll try to keep my voice down, Su Nw murmured, covering his mouth. As they descended closer to the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their costumes. Is that Mask? One of the 4 special teams, Mask? Amidst the astonished exclamations of the crowd, as the 7 were on the verge of crashing to the ground, the man in the balance scale Mask extended 2 fingers and gently waved them. Suddenly, the gravitational pull on the 7 vanished, causing them to float to the earth like feathers. Their toes barely touched the ground, and they stood firmly, their gray cloaks billowing in the wind under the sunlight. The 7 distinctly different masks shimmered brilliantly. Wang Mian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd as he calmly spoke. Greetings, we are the Mask team. Before he could finish, Su Nw's legs buckled, and he knelt before the new recruits with a thud. Su Nw, 611-206-6113. The members of Mask gasped in surprise, while the new recruits exclaimed, 115-568-1154. The scene suddenly fell into a profound silence. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched wildly beneath his mask, while Rose clenched her fists, and the expressions of the instructors were nothing short of extraordinary. The new recruits stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is this kneeling? Could it be? What is he doing? They might have guessed what was unfolding, but dared not entertain such thoughts, desperately seeking a rational explanation for the bewildering sight before them. Please, this is Mask. How could they commit such a grave error? All eyes were fixed upon Su Nw, who knelt there, taking a moment to grasp the reality of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly raised his hands and bowed to the new recruits. The Mask team, Su Nw, wishes you an early Happy New Year. With that, he sprang to his feet, standing with false bravado as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xia pondered for a moment before leaning earnestly towards him, whispering, Do you suppose this instructor is operating on a budget and couldn't hire the real Mask team, so he settled for a cheap imitation? That is unlikely. Lin Xia's gaze fixed on Wang Mian, who stood at the forefront of the 7, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Lin Xia felt a subtle, yet commanding aura emanating from the man on stage. While others might not perceive it, Lin Xia could, for they were all agents of the divine. Meanwhile, it seemed that Wang Mian had sensed Lin Xia's presence, their eyes locking momentarily. After a brief pause, Wang Mian averted his gaze and slowly concluded his earlier statement. We are the Mask special team. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as his voice reverberated across the training ground once more. Since you are unwilling to concede, I shall present you with an opportunity, a chance for self-realization, an authentic encounter with true prodigies. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 o'clock tonight, all 239 of you new recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the Mask team to claim victory. Should you succeed, it would demonstrate your remarkable prowess, rendering this year's training unnecessary, and I shall promptly advocate for your graduation tomorrow. However, if by 9 o'clock no one accomplishes this feat, you shall discard your laughable pride and arrogance into the latrine. Whatever demands we impose during this training must be adhered to. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's proclamation, the new recruits erupted in a frenzy. Soon, protests arose. This is unjust. They are predominantly masters of the Chuan or High realms, while we are merely at the Zhan realm. How can we compete? In this confrontation, the members of the Mask team would all suppress their own levels to the Zhan realm. With equal standing, 239 against 7. Are you afraid? The crowd was astir. With everyone at the Zhan realm, the fundamental distinctions of strength vanished. The remaining factors were merely tactical coordination, strategy, and combat proficiency. Even though the members of the Mask team were renowned veterans, they were still outnumbered 239 to 7. Surely, they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The new recruits' breaths quickened. Just the disparity in numbers suggested victory was a foregone conclusion. If they triumphed, not only could they forgo a year of training, but they would also gain significant prestige. All right, I agree. It's a deal. The atmosphere among the new recruits ignited. Their eyes fixed intently on the 7 figures clad in gray. Sensing their fervent fighting spirit, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and calmly remarked, We need not deploy all 7 of us to deal with you. We can conquer all of you with just 5. This statement reignited the recruits' fervor, provoking an intense reaction to Wang Mian's taunt, and the scene descended into chaos. Are they truly that arrogant? Li Pang questioned in astonishment. They are not arrogant. Quite the opposite. They are seeking assurance, Lin Qiyi replied, shaking his head. Li Pang was taken aback. To claim they can defeat us with only 5. Is that not audacious? The rules of this contest stipulated that unmasking any one of them would signify victory. Thus, the more participants they sent forth, the greater their risk of defeat. Noticing Li Pang's confusion, Lin Qiyi continued, in a team of 7, each member possesses strengths as well as weaknesses. Should one of these weaknesses be exposed under the collective assault of 239, the likelihood of it being shattered increases significantly. However, if all vulnerabilities are kept off the field from the outset, this problem is effectively circumvented. Are you suggesting that their concern lies in the possibility of having team members who are not adept at combat, which leads them to refrain from allowing those individuals to participate, thereby eliminating any potential weaknesses? It appears that they are indeed wary of us. Do we have a substantial chance of victory? Not necessarily. Lin Xia cast a sidelong glance at the fervent crowd before him and spoke with a hint of indifference. Although we possess a numerical advantage, we are merely a disorganized multitude lacking cohesion. In this scenario, our numbers become a disadvantage. The 5 members of the masked team are akin to a sharp blade, while our 239 individuals resemble nothing more than scattered grains of sand. Very well, Li Pang sighed. The potential for us to triumph over the masked team does not hinge on our numbers, but rather on the brilliance of our minds. Lin Qiya's gaze swept over the new recruits surrounding him. Yuan Gang, observing that the crowd's fervor had reached its peak, spoke up. The weapons you require can all be found in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with the damage to facilities or the destruction of buildings. No matter how chaotic you make this place, we are capable of restoring it. Now, let me witness your capabilities. With those final words, Yuan Gang turned and departed with the other instructors. As per the original plan, I, along with Vortex, Rose, Libra, and Moon Ghost, will take the lead. You all should return and rest. Wang Mian turned to address the other 2 members, who then followed the instructors out. Ultimately, only the 239 new recruits and the 5 members of the masked team remained on the field. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. All the recruits cast malevolent glances toward the 5 members of the masked team. From the crowd, someone raised their hand and inquired, "When can we begin?" Libra smiled slightly, raising a finger and gesturing toward the crowd. In the next moment, the questioner seemed to be struck in the chest by an invisible hammer, violently spitting blood and being sent flying. Amid the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian's voice echoed. Wasn't the instructor's message sufficiently clear? From 2 o'clock until 9 o'clock, which means, now, it has already begun. As Wang Mian's words fell, dozens of new recruits surged forward, a whirlwind of flames, frost, gales, and lasers launching in a frenzy. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a spark. Li Pang shouted twice and made to charge upwards. Lin Xia seized him, without hesitation, turned, and sprinted out of the training ground. "Xia, what are you doing? We have to join in. Going in now is tantamount to seeking death." Lin Xia shouted as he ran. "Do you have a weapon?" Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp, but the 5 members of the masked team are fully armed. Are you planning to confront them unarmed? Li Pang froze, instinctively patting his pockets. In truth, the reason the special team is referred to as such is due to their combat prowess far exceeding that of others. Recklessly charging forward without knowledge of their capabilities and combat styles is simply courting disaster. As Lin Xia turned to glance back, it seemed as if the unfolding events were a testament to his thoughts. Suddenly, a deep purple vortex erupted in midair, positioned directly before the masked figures, forcibly absorbing all their assaults. In the next moment, a colossal pink hammer materialized out of thin air, towering 2 stories high, conjuring a howling tempest that sent all the new recruits soaring through the air. At this juncture, most of the recruits had begun to sense the impending disaster. However, by the time they attempted to flee, it was already too late. With a mere flick of its fingers, the vortex reappeared above their heads. "Now, you wish to escape? It's too late." The vortex sneered. The flames and frost that had been previously consumed by the purple vortex erupted forth, raining down like droplets of rain. accompanied by a series of explosions from the training platform. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upwards, while Bailey Pang, trailing behind Lin Xia, swallowed hard. A cold sweat breaking out on his back. Is this the combat prowess expected at the Jean level? Just how formidable would they be if they unleashed their full power? Otherwise, how could they be regarded as a special team? Lin Xia sighed. Barely a minute into the skirmish, nearly half their numbers had already been lost, presenting a significant dilemma. Lin Xia was not the only astute individual. As he and Bailey Pang made their escape, many others reacted in kind, sprinting towards safety and narrowly avoiding calamity. Had it not been for Lin Xia leading the charge, the number of casualties would have been far greater. Amidst the rolling smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray slowly emerged. The vortex glanced down at the unconscious recruits surrounding it, smirking. A bunch of fools. It seems winning this farce is all but guaranteed. One should not jump to conclusions too soon. Wang Mian calmly observed the vanishing figures of the recruits in the distance, then turned to the man wearing a crescent moon mask and instructed, "Our next objective must be the warehouse. Yue, you go block the entrance. We will encircle from the periphery." Understood. With a shimmer, Yue vanished from sight. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. To lose over 90 recruits after just one encounter indicates that we have indeed overestimated them. Ultimately, the masked group is simply too powerful. Another instructor sighed, noting that bringing in a top-tier team that had once slain beings of the Wuliang level to intimidate the new recruits was akin to a dimensional strike. One cannot put it that way. They have also suppressed their power to the Jean level, which does not constitute bullying, does it? Yet, their experience and cohesion are realms beyond these fledgling recruits, especially considering 3 of them are classified as high-risk anomalies, alongside a divine agent. Still, there is no need for excessive pessimism. Just as the instructors were engaged in discussion, Yuan Gang spoke up slowly. Although the new recruits appeared to have suffered significant losses, the few individuals with a genuine chance to contend against the masked group managed to escape. Perhaps eliminating some of the disruptive elements may actually benefit them. The adjacent instructor paused, surprised. "Chief, are you suggesting you genuinely wish for the recruits to prevail?" "No, with that fellow around, they stand no chance." Yuan Gang shook his head. "I merely anticipate witnessing a thrilling battle." "Qi, slow down. I can't keep up." Bailey Pang, dragged along by Lin Qi, was running with sweat pouring down his face, nearly gasping for breath. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, abruptly released his grip. "Then you're on your own. I shall take my leave." Seeing Lin Qi so decisively abandon him, Bailey Pang was momentarily taken aback, then summoned all his strength to chase after him. "No, I can't be left alone. Qi, brother Qi, wait for me." At last, Bailey Pang, tumbling and rolling, reached the entrance of the warehouse alongside Lin Qi. Staring at the tightly shut door, he suddenly froze. "Why is this door closed? Were we not supposed to retrieve our weapons ourselves?" Lin Qi frowned slightly. "They said we could take them, but did not specify that the door would be open. Are we to break it down?" Bailey Pang stepped forward to knock. "What material is this? It seems quite sturdy." Lin Qi circled the warehouse, his expression darkening. He turned to Bailey Pang. "What about your forbidden realm?" I don't have a forbidden realm," Bailey Pang replied defiantly. Lin Qi pondered. How did this glutton manage to infiltrate the Night Watchers? This is troublesome. He sighed. "My forbidden realm lacks the capacity for large-scale destruction. I cannot open this door." Bailey Pang scratched his head. "Oh, is that all? Just move aside." Just as he was about to say more, a cool voice echoed from behind. Bailey Pang was taken aback and turned to look. A tall woman stood behind him, her long hair a fiery red cascading down to her waist. Even in the plain attire of a new recruit, her graceful figure could not be concealed. She cast a glance at Bailey Pang, snorted coldly, and walked directly to the warehouse door. "You are?" Lin Qi's eyes narrowed. He recognized this woman. She had been observing the commotion earlier from the girls' dormitory corridor with a disdainful gaze, and they had exchanged a brief but intense look. "Molly," she replied nonchalantly, extending her fair hand to gently touch the surface of the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse trembled violently. Crack, crack, crack. As Molly's palm made contact with the metal door, it vibrated at an imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp hum from within. Instantly, terrifying fissures appeared on the door's surface. Molly withdrew her hand and, turning, delivered a powerful kick to the door, which shattered into several pieces with a thunderous crash. Amidst the dust and debris, Molly dusted off her hands and expressionlessly entered the warehouse. What formidable destructive power, Lin Qi mused, his gaze resting on the scattered metal fragments as he stroked his chin in contemplation. Outside the door, Bai Li, plump and with keen eyes, fixed his gaze intently on Molly's retreating figure, swallowing hard. "What is the matter?" Lin Xia inquired, noticing Bai Li's peculiar expression. Leaning closer to Lin Xia, Bai Li whispered, "Don't you think she is quite impressive?" Lin Xia rolled his eyes, showing no inclination to continue the discussion with Bai Li, and walked straight to the weapon rack in the warehouse, casually selecting a standard straight knife. Before arriving at the training camp, Chen Mai had mentioned that weapons should not be brought into the camp unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he had left Zhao Kongqing's sword at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, the night watchmen were equipped with standardized gear, so there was an ample supply in the warehouse. As Lin Xia held the knife, he focused his mental energy on observing Molly's movements. To his surprise, she did not glance at the weapons on either side, but made her way to the deepest part of the warehouse, retrieving a massive katana from a corner and strapping it to her back before turning to exit the warehouse. Such a weapon was quite rare. As she passed by Lin Xia, he calmly spoke up. Molly paused, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I like this. Is there a problem?" Lin Xia turned to meet her gaze and extended his right hand. "I am Lin Xia." "Oh," Molly replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. "High-risk forbidden zones? Why would I tell you? Don't you wish to win? Do you think revealing that will guarantee victory? Who do you think you are?" Among the 5 members of The Mask, at least 3 were classified as high-risk forbidden zones, and their cooperation was remarkably close. If the high-risk individuals here did not unite, there would be no chance of success, Lin Xia stated calmly. Molly furrowed her brow, looking at Lin Xia in surprise. "Are you also high-risk?" "No," Lin Xia shook his head. Just as Molly turned to leave, he added slowly, "I am the agent of the Seraph." Molly halted abruptly. She turned her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You are an agent of the divine?" "Indeed." Molly scrutinized Lin Xia closely, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke slowly. "Forbidden Zone Sequence 076, Vibrational Dynamics, allows me to control the vibrational frequency of any object that comes into direct or indirect contact within the Forbidden Zone." Lin Xia's eyebrows raised as he quickly recalled how effortlessly she had broken through the large door moments earlier. He nodded slightly. "Impressive. No wonder you wield a katana." Just then, Bai Li hurried over, clearing his throat to gain their attention, and solemnly extended his hand to Molly. "Hello, Miss Molly. I am Bai Li Tuming, born into an ordinary family in Guangzhou." Suddenly, Molly's brow furrowed, and she shot Bai Li a disdainful glance, coldly retorting as she turned to exit the warehouse. "I detest people like you. I warn you, keep your distance." Bai Li was taken aback and quickly replied, "No, I'm not a rich kid. I truly come from an ordinary family. What about your weapon?" Lin Xia inquired, noticing that Bai Li Pang's hands were empty. "I cannot wield any weapon, so I didn't bring one." After a moment of silence, Lin Xia patted him on the shoulder and suggested, "How about this? Find a secluded place to hide until the battle concludes. That way you can avoid getting hurt." Bai Li Pang resolutely shook his head. "No way. I refuse to be a coward. I want to fight." Lin Xia sighed and walked straight out of the warehouse. "Suit yourself, as long as it makes you happy." At that moment, more and more new recruits were arriving at the warehouse to collect their gear. As Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang exited, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, her back adorned with a large sword, seemingly waiting for something. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Xia approached her and asked. "Waiting for you," Molly replied calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, there is another person who is also extremely dangerous." "Who?" "The man who stood up first to oppose the commandant while he was speaking. Do you remember him?" "You mean the one with the reversed military cap, an unbuttoned uniform, and chewing gum like he owns the place?" Bai Li Pang interjected after some recollection. "I remember him." Lin Xia nodded in agreement. "If we could, clang." Before Molly could finish her sentence, Lin Xia's pupils dilated, and he swiftly drew his straight sword, striking towards Molly's back. The sound of a crisp collision echoed as Molly reacted with remarkable speed, flipping forward and standing upright, her right hand gripping the hilt of her sword. In the void, a short sword flickered indistinctly, while Lin Xia's straight sword was firmly locked against the blade of the short sword. Lin Xia's gaze narrowed as he focused on the emptiness ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. From the void, a man wearing a crescent moon mask quietly emerged. He held the short sword in reverse grip, gazing at Lin Xia with surprise. "You can see me?" "By chance," Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. The masked man studied Lin Xia's eyes, and after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "I see now. You are the agent of the Seraph. Your aura is quite similar to the Captainess." Behind Lin Xia, Molly's expression turned furious. If it hadn't been for Lin Xia intervening to block the assassination attempt, she would likely have been eliminated without understanding how. With this thought, anger welled up within her, and she abruptly drew her large sword, the blade vibrating with an alarming frequency. Lin Xia deflected the masked man's short sword with his own and, without hesitation, leaped backward. In the next instant, Molly swung her sword down. Boom! The air before the blade trembled violently, followed by a terrifying shockwave that propelled the sword through the air, cleaving the ground and crashing against the warehouse wall, leaving a gruesome gash. Thick clouds of dust surged forth, and amidst the crack, the masked man stood silently, his right arm already vanished. "Indeed, this is a perilous forbidden realm," the masked man remarked indifferently, as the hazy moonlight swirled in the air, swiftly coalescing into an arm. Molly bore her katana. Her eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed upon the moon demon. How could this be? Is this regeneration? No. At the very moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight, deftly evading her strike. Lin Xia, perceiving the events with acute clarity through his mental energy, furrowed his brow and replied, "A troublesome forbidden abyss. It seems only he has arrived." His gaze swept around, growing increasingly bright. This was an opportunity. If we can unmask him, victory is ours. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor. Mirrored by dozens of newly armed recruits who had just emerged from the warehouse, all fixated upon the solitary moon demon, a lone member of the mask organization. The moon demon, sensing the hostile glares surrounding him, felt his lips twitch. This was not how he envisioned it. According to his original plan, he should have been lurking in the warehouse, a specter in the shadows, quietly harvesting new recruits. How did he become so exposed? At that moment, Bailey, stout and brash, waved his hand, pointing at the moon demon, and shouted, "Brothers, let us take him down." As his words fell, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing an array of weapons and the forbidden abyss, their momentum formidable. Cursing under his breath, the moon demon suddenly blurred and vanished into thin air. The recruits, deprived of a target, froze momentarily, bewildered, scanning their surroundings. Lin Xia seized the moment. He darted towards a patch of void with lightning speed, his eyes ablaze, and his straight blade slashed through the air. In the next instant, a short sword materialized, intercepting his blade. The moon demon was compelled to reveal himself. His gaze toward Lin Xia filled with resignation. "Brother, must you go to such lengths?" Lin Xia smiled slightly, his eyes suddenly emitting a blinding golden light. A surge of divine might erupting from him, directly assaulting the moon demon's psyche. However, although the moon demon had suppressed his realm to the Zhan stage, he was fundamentally still a being of the Chuan realm. The seraphic pressure had little effect on him. Divine pressure? Such potency at the Zhan stage. Is this the power of a seraph? The moon demon briefly lost focus, but quickly regained his composure, and his short sword began to dance rapidly, clashing with Lin Xia's straight blade. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks erupted as the sword and blade collided with astonishing speed, yet mere seconds later, Lin Xia felt immense pressure. After all, the moon demon was a member of the mask, his swordplay not to be trifled with, while Lin Xia had only recently begun his training. In this exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not alone in battle. Having stalled the moon demon for those few seconds, the recruits once again closed in, completely sealing off all avenues of escape for the moon demon, commencing a relentless assault. Amidst the torrential barrage of attacks, the moon demon could only rely on his moonlight transformation ability and extensive combat experience to barely endure. Luckily, he could also transform his mask into moonlight. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the successive explosions long ago. Where are those for rascals? Wasn't it supposed to be a team effort? How did I become a lone wolf amidst the crowd? In the throng, Yu Gui was desperately evading the onslaught of the masses, cursing under his breath. As his words faded, a figure quietly materialized atop a dwelling to the east. It was a man adorned with a scale mask, and the moment he appeared, Lin Xia's expression turned grave. From the rooftop, The scale silently observed the chaotic battlefield below, gently clapping his hands as he muttered, "Force field transition." Immediately, the metallic shards, fragments, weapons, and debris scattered across the ground began to levitate, as if a colossal bowl were inverted over the heads of the crowd, poised to unleash its contents at any moment. Gravity doubled. With another clap of his hands, those encircled by the debris felt an abrupt heaviness, nearly toppling to the ground. Under this oppressive weight, their movements slowed considerably. Amidst the crowd, Yue finally exhaled in relief, thinking, if they had come a few minutes later, I would have truly been done for. How pathetic, Yue, came the flippant remark of a figure leisurely strolling down the southern path, Xuanhua. Soon after, Rose appeared on the western road, lightly shaking a small hammer in her hand, which rapidly expanded to a towering height of 3 stories. With such a strike, the warehouse would be utterly obliterated. To the north, Wang Mian stood with his hands in his pockets, having inexplicably made his way there. His gaze swept over the dozens of new recruits present as he calmly stated, regrettably, "You are surrounded." Surrounded? For individuals have encircled nearly 40? While it seemed absurd, none of the new recruits present found it humorous. They were indeed ensnared. Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly solemn. What now? With Molly bearing her katana, her countenance was equally grim. Should they fight? With just us, we cannot win. Lin Xia shook his head, his mind racing. He slightly turned, his eyes traversing the collapsed side of the warehouse, resting on Xuanhua beside the southern warehouse. "Wait for my signal," Lin Xia whispered. Molly and Bai Li, the plump one, exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly. They were merely 4, sealing off 4 directions. If they united and broke through in one direction, their chances of success were considerable. Lin Xia raised his voice just enough for all the new recruits to hear. "When that scale makes his move, we charge collectively toward the woman in the west." The gazes of the new recruits flickered, silent but resolute in their understanding. Perched atop the rooftop, the scale gently waved his fingers, "Descend." In an instant, the metallic fragments and debris hovering above plummeted down, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the new recruits, burdened by the doubled gravity, sprinted toward Rose, while Molly's eyes glimmered with determination as her katana trembled once more. With a fierce shout, she swung her blade toward the heavens. A resonant, invisible shockwave emanated from the blade, crashing heavily against the descending torrent of sharpness, shattering them into fragments that scattered to the ground. Simultaneously, Rose, wielding a colossal hammer the height of a 3-story building, raised an eyebrow at the approaching throng and let out a cold laugh. Seeking death, with a mere thought, the size of her hammer surged once more, nearly transforming into the dimensions of an entire residential block. Yet she effortlessly lifted it, summoning a gale as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered recruits below. The sheer enormity of Rose's hammer was terrifying, yet the recruits were not to be underestimated. At the moment the hammer was about to descend upon them, several beams of light erupted, colliding with the base of the hammer and fiercely opposing its descent. A thunderous explosion resonated from the point of contact, a tempest of wind swirling around them. The 2 forces clashed in a stalemate, neither yielding ground for a moment. At that instant, the other 4 masked team members sprang into action, sprinting westward as the encirclement rapidly constricted. "Run!" Lin Xia, positioned at the rear, suddenly bellowed, disregarding the chaos of the battlefield ahead, and turned to flee southward. Meanwhile, Molly and Bai Li, engrossed in the fierce battle, paused momentarily at Lin Xia's shout before swiftly following suit towards the southern escape route. "Captain, a few individuals have turned to run south," Tian Ping observed, taken aback by the scene. Wang Mian hesitated briefly before declaring, "First, eliminate these few dozen recruits before we deal with the vortex to the south." "Understood." The vortex abruptly shifted direction, pursuing the trio breaking southward. At this moment, other recruits began to react, attempting to break away in various directions, emulating Lin Xia's actions. But alas, the encirclement had solidified, and many were swiftly dispatched by the remaining masked team members before they could even reach halfway. Lin Xia pressed onward without a hint of hesitation, charging into the warehouse that had already partially collapsed, with Bai Li and Molly closely following. The vortex flickered, swiftly arriving at the warehouse entrance, advancing towards them at an astonishing pace. Just as the vortex entered the warehouse, a cart unexpectedly slid towards it. The vortex momentarily froze, instinctively sidestepping the cart, but in the next instant, A round object gently fell from above, landing precisely within the cart. Looking up, the vortex saw Lin Xia perched on a beam, wearing a slight smile. He then turned and leaped onto a nearby weapons rack, sprinting away with remarkable speed. The vortex glanced down, and by the faint light from outside, discerned the contents of the cart. It was filled with neatly arranged explosive packages. Atop these packages rested a bomb with a countdown showing merely 2 seconds remaining. The vortex's pupils dilated in horror. Boom! A blinding flash of fire mingled with billowing smoke obliterated the remaining half of the warehouse, the resounding explosion echoing throughout the training base. Accompanied by the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, the remaining grenades, detonators, and gunpowder within the warehouse erupted in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The faces of the members of the masked team changed simultaneously after eliminating dozens of new recruits. Flames surged like pillars, and thick smoke billowed. The 4 members of the masked team swiftly approached the wreckage of the warehouse, their expressions grave. Amidst the flames, a disheveled figure staggered out from the ruins, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. The beleaguered vortex coughed violently a few times before collapsing onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it, that kid is truly ruthless. If I hadn't reacted swiftly and opened the devouring vortex in time, I would have surely met my demise." He touched his face mask, which had been scorched beyond recognition. Now marred with numerous fine cracks, a little more pressure and it would likely shatter. Fortunately, the mask remained intact. No calamity had befallen him. "Vortex, you were too careless." Tianping sighed. "Can you blame me for this?" Vortex replied weakly. Moon Ghost shrugged beside them, remarking, "I meant to warn you earlier. The agent of the Seraphim is not to be trifled with. I didn't expect our meticulously laid trap to be breached so easily." Wang Mian silently watched the direction in which Lin Xia and the others had departed, his gaze flickering. "Truly, the agent is exceptional." Vortex scratched his head. "Captain, are you praising yourself?" Lin Xia glanced back at the warehouse engulfed in flames and calmly stated, "It's safe now. They did not pursue us." While he panted heavily, "Xia, you were so ruthless. He won't be dead from the explosion, right?" If that were the case, he could never have entered the special team. Lin Xia shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, it seems the explosion did not destroy his mask. Otherwise, we would have already claimed victory. Is it not a bit unethical to abandon the others?" Molly, bearing her katana, gazed at Lin Xia. They had no chance of escaping anyway. Lin Xia replied coolly. "Their target was too significant. The reason we managed to break through was that we were merely 3 in number, while the masked team opted to surround the majority. Had we increased our numbers, they would have redirected their main force to intercept us, and we would have found ourselves trapped. Ultimately, we merely exploited the disparity in value between ourselves and them, forcing the masked team into a choice. Had we stubbornly attempted to break through with the others, none of us would have escaped." Molly fell silent. "What shall we do next?" Bailey inquired. With the situation having developed thus far, the foolish recruits among the new batch should have been eliminated by now. The remaining recruits had likely formed small factions, scattered across the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked team. Lin Xia crouched down, using a nearby twig to scribble in the dirt. As of now, approximately 100 recruits remained on the field, discounting those who had lost their will to fight and were hiding in corners awaiting the conclusion of the battle. The actual combat strength should be around 90. Whether approached from the front or through a surprise attack, to defeat the masked team, at least 10 individuals must strike simultaneously. Assuming these 90 individuals have been divided into 4 to 8 groups, scattered throughout the school, Lin Xia sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp on the ground, highlighting several key locations. If I were part of the masked team, I would certainly seize the opportunity to dismantle these smaller units one by one. If my conjecture is correct, what lies ahead will likely be a protracted struggle for territory, as well as a war of attrition. In order to engage in territorial warfare, the training camp offers limited ambush locations: the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, and the tactical research room. I suspect the next target for the masked team will be the dormitory building. Lin Xia marked the dormitory's location with a pentagram. Why? Bailey Pang could not comprehend. Among all these locations, only the dormitory possesses the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest degree of concealment. I surmise that there are likely multiple new recruit groups lurking there. Given that the masked team is aware that prolonged engagements will drain their mental fortitude due to the war of attrition, they will undoubtedly choose the toughest challenge right from the start. Therefore, They might very well proceed directly to assault the dormitory building. A gleam flickered in Lin Xia's eyes as he abruptly raised his head, only to find Bai Li Pang and Mo Li gazing at him with peculiar expressions. What's wrong? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Xia pondered, perplexed. Bai Li Pang and Mo Li exchanged glances before slowly speaking. Perverse. The dormitory? Why go there first? Xuanhua, taken aback, rubbed his belly and expressed, I want to head to the cafeteria for a meal first. The cafeteria is not serving food at the moment, Tianping replied with an eye roll. I have already made it abundantly clear. Our numbers are a disadvantage. And with our realms suppressed to the Zhan level, we lack the capacity to cope with a war of attrition. Thus, we must eliminate the greatest threat right from the outset. Oh, so after we finish with the dormitory, can we go to the cafeteria for a meal? Let us follow Tianping's plan and first target the dormitory, Wang Mian spoke slowly. However, we must exercise caution. That place has likely transformed into their stronghold. We must not stumble in the trenches. Understood. The underground base, this Lin Xia can manage. He almost blew up Xuanhua's mask during the breakout, one instructor remarked thoughtfully. After all, without some skill, how could one aspire to be an agent? His close combat abilities are formidable. However, he has yet to reveal the traits of the Seraph. That belongs to Sequence 003, the mortal realm. If he had just unleashed it, he could have escaped without the need to detonate explosives, right? Intelligence indicates that his divine ruin seems incomplete. Nonetheless, relying solely on his terrifying reasoning ability and close combat prowess qualifies him to be among the most promising individuals in the entire new recruit camp. I am quite curious what the scene would be like when he faces off against Wang Mian, Yuan Gang mused, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table. Seemingly deep in thought. Commander, what are you watching? Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing to a youth seated in a corner with a knife, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Look at him, he said. The instructor scratched his head. I recall he has been sitting there since the battle commenced. Does he possess any particular skills? Yuan Gang tossed the documents onto the table. Take a look for yourselves. The nearby instructors picked up the materials, their eyes widening in astonishment, ultimately gasping in disbelief. He is Chao Yuan. Why have you been sitting there? Come, let us discuss tactics for a while. A young man pushed open the dormitory door, gazing at the solitary figure in the corner with a sigh. Chao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, speaking calmly. You all may converse without me. Isn't it true, Chao Yuan, that you long to triumph over the masked one and conclude this training session? Sitting idly here seems rather defeatist, does it not? The young man's expression was one of frustration. When the masked squad arrives, will you merely remain seated, awaiting your elimination? Indeed, the young man, realizing the futility of communication, decisively closed the door and turned to leave the corridor. Brother Shun, he still refuses to join us. In the hallway, a cluster of new recruits gathered, at the center of which stood another high-risk holder of the Forbidden Ruins, wearing his cap backward and chewing gum. Shin Qingzhu waved dismissively, scoffing, let him be. He is merely a coward, afraid of confrontation. Even if he were to join us, it would be of little consequence. What shall we do next? Let us lie in ambush. When the masked squad arrives, we will wait for the group across the way to strike first, exhausting their forces. And then we will launch a surprise attack to annihilate the masked squad. Excellent. Indeed. Well said. Amidst the chorus of agreement, a peculiar sound intermingled. The group paused, turning to see a man, brandishing a short sword and wearing a crescent moon mask, standing behind them. The corner of the moon devil's mouth curled slightly. Bang! The moon devil struck with lightning speed, using the hilt of his short sword to incapacitate two recruits, marking them out of the game. The others finally reacted, drawing their blades in unison. However, before their weapons could strike the moon devil, he blurred and vanished from their sight. He can turn invisible. Everyone, be cautious. The recruits shouted in alarm. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened considerably. He swiftly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Instantly, the air within a 10-meter radius was evacuated, creating a vacuum. The recruits surrounding Shen Qingzhu suddenly felt their throats constrict, their expressions contorted in agony. They writhed on the ground, attempting to crawl away. But upon reaching the boundary of the vacuum, an invisible barrier thwarted their escape, leaving them trapped. Shen Qingzhu's expression remained indifferent as he disregarded his companion's suffering, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum, humans do not succumb to death instantly. When the external gas pressure dissipates, The gases within the human body expand, escaping through the mouth, nostrils, and rectum, gradually being drained away. Simultaneously, microbubbles within the blood vessels swell, causing foamy blood to obstruct the vessels, leading to internal bleeding. Humans can only survive for a maximum of 16 seconds in a vacuum, and already 7 seconds had elapsed. It would be wise for you to remove your mask, otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you alongside them. A murderous intent surged in Shun Qingzhu's eyes. Just then, a flash of sword light appeared before his neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils constricted, and he instinctively drew his blade to block. At that moment, the figure of Yuegui materialized, delivering a fierce kick to his chest that sent him flying. Shun Qingzhu crashed outside the forbidden ruins as the gas in this space returned. The new recruits, hunched on the ground, gasped for breath and began to cough violently. Cough, cough. You lunatic. Yuegui, wielding a short sword, glared fiercely at Shun Qingzhu. You actually resorted to such brutality in a single confrontation? Shun Qingzhu chuckled, rising from the ground. Without such measures, how could I force you out? Now, matters will be much simpler. With a swift motion, Shun Qingzhu reached out, and the surrounding air rapidly compressed toward Yuegui, forming a high-pressure cage that not only confined Yuegui, but also relentlessly pressed inward. The chill in Yuegui's eyes flared, and half of his body transformed into moonlight, breaking through the air cage while his short sword lunged towards Shun Qingzhu like a flash of lightning. Shun Qingzhu clapped his hands together, erecting a wall of air before him while swiftly retreating, seizing the collars of several new recruits and tossing them into the corridor of the dormitory behind him. Meanwhile, Yuegui's short sword was nearly slicing through the air wall. Shun Qingzhu took a deep breath and blew a bubble of gum from his mouth, directing it toward Yuegui. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. An explosion? In another dormitory, several new recruits sprang to their feet, glancing towards the source of the blast, their expressions shifting. Should we go help them? One of them frowned and asked. You should take care of yourselves first, a voice echoed from afar. Just then, a purple vortex rapidly formed below. Boom. The remnants of the explosion that had just been absorbed by the vortex erupted forth, carrying terrifying shrapnel and flames, instantly reducing half of the dormitory building to rubble. Amidst the shattered ruins, a concrete sphere slowly opened, and dozens of new recruits shot forth from within. We've been ambushed. Charge together. The leading recruit shouted, his long blade radiating a crimson glow as he surged toward the vortex, a kaleidoscope of colorful attacks following closely behind. The force field reversed. A crisp sound of applause echoed from a distance, as the balance hovered gracefully in the air, gesturing towards the crowd. In an instant, the gravity that bound them was inverted, and they felt an unexpected lightness before being swept upwards by an unseen force, causing their formation to disintegrate completely. At that moment, a colossal shadow of a hammer hurtled down from the sky. Rose, equally suspended, wielded the massive hammer and shouted, "Let us go." With a resounding crash, the hammer sent several airborne recruits flying. Even those who narrowly evaded the blow with their own abilities found themselves ensnared by the gravitational field of the balance, only to be struck down once more. Within a mere half-minute since their emergence from the vortex, this small squad of over 10 recruits was utterly annihilated. Boom. A blinding flash of fire erupted from another dormitory building, as the balance and Rose descended slowly, turning to observe the commotion. Wasn't he Moon Ghost merely meant to distract another group? Why had such chaos ensued? The vortex muttered to itself. Beside it, Wang Mian squinted slightly. It seems Moon Ghost has encountered a formidable enemy. We should proceed as well. The four figures flickered and darted towards the source of the explosion. Once they departed, Lin Xia gradually lowered his binoculars, his expression grave. Indeed, they had fallen, and without even a chance to retaliate, Molly spoke calmly. The current mass team was determined to execute a blitzkrieg. Under such relentless pressure, their hastily assembled squad stood no chance. Lin Xia shook his head. What next? Shall we remain mere spectators? Wily Fatty inquired, glancing at Lin Xia. No, it is imperative that we intervene now. Lin Xia's gaze fixed upon the dormitory building, still engulfed in explosions. If I am correct, Moon Ghost is currently facing another high-risk adversary, one of the few capable of contending with the masked team. We cannot allow him to be eliminated so easily. We will maneuver behind the masked team. If an opportunity arises, we will support that high-risk combatant. If not, we will rescue as many as possible and retreat, ensuring our own survival. Boom. A brilliant fireball erupted from the dormitory, shattering the entirety of the building's glass. A figure, hazy as moonlight, darted from the rubble, closely followed by a young man. Moon Ghost lightly pressed his feet against the wall and leapt back, hurling a short sword that sliced through the air like a wisp of shadow, aiming straight for Shun Qingzhu's neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils constricted as he swiftly extended 2 fingers to intercept. The surrounding air solidified before him like iron, firmly trapping the short sword that was mere inches away, and with a flick of his fingers, he sent the blade crashing away several dozen meters. Moon Ghost, reaching beneath his cloak, grasped 2 more short swords, ready to make his move, but Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers once more. The air between them compressed rapidly, and at that moment, a spark of electricity erupted from Shun Qingzhu's ring. Boom! The searing flames erupted with a thunderous roar, and the moon phantom's form transformed once more under the moonlight, swaying as it retreated several meters. When the proportions of oxygen and nitrogen in the air are compressed to a certain threshold, conditions for explosive combustion are met. A mere spark can ignite an explosion. Shun Qingzhu, with his hands plunged into his pockets, calmly declared, "My ability for indiscriminate destruction across vast areas is your nemesis. Yet, you can only manipulate the air within a 10-meter radius, cannot you?" The moon phantom, gripping a short sword, gazed into Shun Qingzhu's eyes, retorting, "At your current level, you are leagues away from achieving such extensive destruction." Shun Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "Against you, it is more than sufficient." The two charged at each other simultaneously. At that moment, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens. Shun Qingzhu's pupils contracted sharply, and he halted abruptly. Hands raised as he directed his force against the hammer hurtling towards him. The air within a 10-meter radius around him was rapidly compressed, coalescing into a wall of air that shielded his head. Clang! The hammer struck down, causing the ground beneath Shun Qingzhu to sink slightly. Fissures rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. He let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his form swaying as he stumbled to the ground. The air wall shattered inch by inch, while the massive hammer above him quickly shrank, ultimately returning to the hands of the Rose, as if it were a mere toy for her amusement. In the confined ruins, the sequence of the Forbidden Abyss, 068, air manipulation, ambled beside the vortex, speaking softly. "No wonder Instructor Yuan urged us to intervene. This is indeed quite troublesome." It was said that among the new recruits, aside from the agents, there were 3 ultra-high-risk individuals, the woman wielding the great sword, the man manipulating the air, and another yet to be seen. The vortex scanned its surroundings. "He must be lying in ambush nearby. We must exercise caution," Wang Mian remarked calmly. No sooner had Wang Mian's words left his lips than the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side shattered explosively, revealing a barrage of dark gun barrels, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridor stood over 20 new recruits, their fingertips radiating various hues of light, their expressions menacing as they regarded the masked group. Simultaneously, the silhouettes of 4 new recruits materialized behind the 2 buildings, reaching down to touch the ground. Earth walls, barriers, vines, and steel spikes surged up from the ground, forming distinct walls that fiercely blocked the path the 3 had taken, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the masked team, in conjunction with the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation ahead. In the ruins, Shun Qingzhu staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5 individuals before him. "Game over, masked ones. Did you think that my prolonged struggle with the assassin donning the moon mask was for nothing?" Shun Qingzhu squinted at the masked team, speaking slowly. "I concede that in direct combat, we new recruits cannot best you. However, we have now woven an intricate net. Here, we can wear you down to your demise." Shun Qingzhu's figure suddenly retreated swiftly, disappearing into the dormitory building behind him. Immediately, a heavy wall of air materialized before the dormitory, preventing the masked team from breaking through. This situation was somewhat complicated. Vortex observed the new recruits lying in ambush from all directions, scratching his head. With over 50 individuals present, it was evident that more than just 2 teams were concealed here. Nearly half of the new recruits had gathered, creating quite a formidable display. Tianping sighed with emotion. After speaking, he turned to Wang Mian. "Captain, it seems it's time for you to take action as well." Wang Mian stood silently, saying nothing. Inside the dormitory, Shen Qingzhu looked down at the 5 individuals below and gently waved his hand. Engage. Tat 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 tat. The firearms positioned at the surrounding windows erupted simultaneously, their dark muzzles spewing blinding flames as bullets rained down like a tidal wave towards the 5 at the center. In addition to grenades and bullets, the new recruits equipped to attack the Forbidden Realm unleashed their fury, unleashing a chaotic blend of elements and strange assaults that fell like raindrops. Vortex took a deep breath and opened a massive purple vortex above everyone's heads, swallowing all incoming attacks. However, he was only at the lamp realm and could not sustain it for long. Shen Qingzhu gazed at this scene and remarked calmly, as expected, just a few seconds later. The purple vortex above began to fluctuate violently. Captain, I can't hold on much longer. Vortex's face turned pale as he turned to Wang Mian. The myriad of assaults intertwined to create a dazzling display of light, illuminating Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's ancient, calm eyes flashed with a glimmer. His hand gently rested on the hilt of his blade, and suddenly, he exerted force. Clang! The blade slid from its sheath by half an inch. In that instant, the barrage of attacks seemed to be paused, floating in midair, moving towards the masked individuals at a snail's pace. Not only that, but the other members of the masked team, as well as the recruits ambushing from the 3 dormitory buildings, appeared to have been ensnared in a quagmire. Their movements severely slowed. Within this suspended world, Wang Mian quietly drew his black blade. With his motion, the blade's surface glowed even brighter. Emanating a terrifying pressure that rippled from its edge, Wang Mian stepped forward and, in an instant, swung his sword. The intertwining light of the blade converged in front of him, forming a web of blades that also lingered around him at an excruciatingly slow pace, enveloping him completely. Crack! The black blade was sheathed. Instantly, everything around returned to normal. In the next moment, a series of vicious blade marks erupted from Wang Mian's center, slicing through the surrounding 3 dormitory buildings into fragments while precisely avoiding any harm to the new recruits. Boom! The 3 dormitory buildings, now severed into dozens of pieces, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The rising thick smoke engulfed the figures of the 5 masked individuals, accompanied by gasps of astonishment, as the entire dormitory area was reduced to ruins. In the distance, Great Xia and his companions, who were preparing to encircle the masked individuals, stood in stunned silence. Is this the lamp realm? Molly gazed ahead, murmuring to herself in disbelief. Time seemed to slow as an astonishing blade radiance was unleashed. What exactly is his divine domain? Great Xia furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with confusion. Perhaps it was because they were still at a considerable distance from the dormitory building that they were not caught in that peculiar temporal dilation, allowing them to witness Wang Mian's entire act of wielding the blade with clarity. However, the issue lies in the fact that a mere genre realm individual, even if he is an agent of the divine, should not be able to exhibit 2 entirely unrelated abilities simultaneously, right? In truth, his divine domain merely entails the manipulation of time. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, adding that those incredibly formidable blade radiances could be interpreted as a form of cheating. Cheating? The black blade in his possession is a forbidden artifact capable of manifesting the sequence 301's forbidden domain, Yuan, allowing the wielder to condense their speed into blade energy. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade energy. Although the inherent danger level of this artifact is not particularly high in the hands of its user, it possesses lethality comparable to that of extremely high-risk entities. Moreover, Wang Mian can unleash blade energy on par with the Chuan realm merely through the acceleration of the Zhan realm. Thus, even when suppressing his own realm to Zhan, he wields the killing power of the Chuan realm. This is utterly outrageous. Great Xia couldn't help but voice his exasperation. Furthermore, if Wang Mian can deliver such an astonishing attack while confined to the Zhan realm, how formidable would he be if he were to fully unleash his powers? Is this the caliber of a captain in a special team? Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Then, what about the deity behind him? Great Xia suddenly recalled something. The deity's code name is 017, the god of time, Kronos. Molly gazed into the distant ruins and spoke slowly, noting that he is the captain of the mask team, wearing a mask inscribed with the character king, and as the agent of the god of time, he is sometimes referred to as the time king of the mask. Great Xia's expression grew grave. Previously, when he studied the goddess of night, Nyx, he also delved into other deities from Greek mythology. Kronos, As the second-generation king of the gods in Greek lore, wields divine power that is undoubtedly among the apex of the divine hierarchy. Correspondingly, as his agent, Wang Mian's strength must indeed be terrifying. However, while Kronos is formidable, Nyx, the goddess in his hospital, belongs to the pantheon of creator gods, making her a senior in lineage to Kronos. If he were to fully acquire Nyx's abilities, he would undoubtedly not stand a chance against Lin Xia. By the way, how do you know so much about Wang Mian? Lin Xia seemed to recall something, turning to look at Bailey Pang Pang. Bailey Pang Pang cleared his throat, explaining that the yuan in his hand was a gift from their family to win Wang Mian over. As a child, he often used that blade to swat mosquitoes. Lin Xia, your family? Molly's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling something, a look of shock appearing in her eyes. What did you say your name was? Bailey Pang Pang froze for a moment. Then his heart soared as he earnestly gazed into Molly's eyes and extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Bailey Tumming. Bailey Molly murmured to herself, pondering the Bailey family, famously known as the Museum of Prohibited Items. Bailey Fatty coughed twice, lowering his voice and gesturing subtly, urging discretion. After all, I am merely a child from an ordinary household. Molly gazed into his eyes, her disdain intensifying, and with a cold snort, she turned away, wholly disregarding Bailey Fatty's outstretched hand. I detest the scions of wealthy families. Their affluence only breeds further contempt. Bailey Fatty's expression abruptly stiffened. Thanks to his own divine ruins and that forbidden item, his combat prowess had far surpassed the Lawn realm. Perhaps he could single-handedly challenge all 239 of our new recruits without issue. Molly's countenance soured. This time, we stood no chance in the battle. Not necessarily, Bailey Fatty mused, patting his belly with a grin. Lin Xia inquired, do you have a plan? The yuan was a gift from my family, thus I possess means to restrain it. Bailey Fatty rummaged through his pocket and produced a roll of tape. This is the forbidden item sealing scroll, sequence 343. By affixing a segment to the blade of that knife, we can entirely isolate it from the environment, rendering its power equivalent to that of a mundane knife. Lin Xia took the tape, astonished as he glanced at Bailey Fatty's pocket. You carry this with you? Did you foresee Wang Mian's arrival? Bailey Fatty chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Noting his reluctance to respond, Lin Xia chose not to press further, his gaze flickering over the tape in his hands. As long as we can seal that knife, hope still remains. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated from the ruins as countless figures surged towards the massed squad, blinding flashes illuminating the chaos. The dormitory had collapsed, yet not all recruits were forced out. Those who persevered thus far were largely talents from diverse backgrounds. Managing to safeguard themselves amidst the turmoil was not overly difficult. Brother Shun, are you all right? A new recruit stumbled out of the debris, calling to his side. In the next moment, a heavy wall nearby shattered explosively, and a grim-faced Shun Qingzhu emerged, coughing twice. I'm fine. What just transpired? Was that an attack that could be conjured by someone in the Lawn realm? Shun Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the masked squad engaged in a melee with the other recruits. His expression grave. Brother Shun, there are still about 30 of us capable of fighting. Shall we engage or not? Shun Qingzhu spat, tossing aside his military cap worn backward. A fierce determination etched on his face. The ambush is gone. We shall confront them head-on. I refuse to believe that after such a prolonged skirmish, they can still possess much mental fortitude. With that, a whirlwind erupted beneath him, propelling him swiftly towards the chaotic battlefield. The vortex, the troublesome fellow has arrived. Yugui, having knocked out 2 recruits with the hilt of his short sword, caught sight of the rushing Shun Qingzhu and shouted towards the vortex. What do you want me to do? My forbidden ground is not suitable for engaging with him. You go instead. Humph, just commanding others. The whirlpool murmured softly, turning to charge towards the swiftly approaching Shun Qingzhu. 2 figures rapidly closed the distance, and then a violent explosion of air erupted, dazzling purple vortices blossoming as their fierce collision ensued. Tianping clapped his hands, causing the debris from the surrounding ruins to suddenly lift and shoot towards the oncoming recruits, quickly overwhelming them entirely. Just as he prepared to continue his role as a long-range artillery, a head unexpectedly emerged from the rubble beneath his feet. Tianping's expression shifted, and without a word, he swiftly retreated a few steps. With a slight curl of his fingers, sharp fragments of stone encircled the individual completely. How intriguing. An ambush laid for me here? Tianping narrowed his eyes slightly. The person slowly crawled out from the debris, brushing off the dust from his face to reveal an exceedingly youthful visage. Clutching a knife, he calmly shook his head, stating, "I did not ambush you. I was merely resting inside when the building collapsed. I just crawled out and saw you." Tianping surveyed the surroundings and lightly tapped on the nearby stones with his fingertips. Nodding, "Well, then, go ahead and eliminate me." Tianping was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Eliminate me," he repeated. "Don't you want to resist?" "It's pointless." Chao Yuan shrugged, holding the knife, adding, "And I fear that after I resist, you might not be able to handle it." After a moment's thought, he continued, "None of you could withstand it. Are you looking down on me?" Tianping chuckled in disbelief. "You're just a recruit with quite the audacity. Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Chao Yuan stroked his chin, pondering earnestly before nodding. "Perhaps I could." "Oh." Tianping's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. "Then come and try." "I won T." Chao Yuan decisively shook his head. "Once I draw my knife, I can't control myself. I have no desire to create further bloodshed." With that, he tossed the knife to the ground, clasped his hands together, and devoutly bowed his head, murmuring, "Ba." "No, you must try." Tianping, intrigued by the scene, felt his curiosity piqued. "I won T. Give it a try? What is the worst that could happen? I assure you, you can't harm me. I cannot take that risk." "Oh, come on. Draw your knife. Hurry and strike me." Ba. Just as Tianping was about to respond, his expression shifted, and he once again floated back several meters. A terrifying shockwave howled past, fracturing the ground beneath him inch by inch. As the debris began to rise, it was ensnared midair by a peculiar force field. Tianping frowned, glancing to the right. With a flick of his fingers, the suspended stones shot forth like arrows. Not far away, Molly gripped her great sword and suddenly stomped her foot onto the ground, unleashing an invisible shockwave that erupted around her, shattering all the debris in the air. "Oh, it's that formidable lady." Rose, wielding a massive hammer, caught sight of Molly, who was locked in a standoff with Tianping. Her eyes lighting up, she abruptly abandoned the few new recruits before her, hoisting a massive hammer, and swiftly turned to charge at Molly. "Balance, leave this task to me." The glint in Rose's eyes was as bright as snow, gazing at Molly as if she were a rare treasure. The hammer in her grasp rapidly expanded, swirling with the fierce wind as it descended upon Molly. Molly's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she gripped her katana, bracing herself to collide with the hammer. Bang! At that moment, Lin Xia's figure suddenly appeared, dashing straight to Chao Yuan's back, seizing his collar and swiftly pulling him away from balance. Chao Yuan regained his senses, gripping Lin Xia's wrist in return, and they abruptly came to a halt. "What are you doing?" Chao Yuan frowned and inquired. "I'm merely taking you away." Lin Xia replied calmly. "Do you truly believe you can defeat him?" "I have no intention of winning. I simply wish to be eliminated sooner," Chao Yuan retorted. Lin Xia rolled his eyes, frustrated that he had finally breached the arena only to save someone who seemed intent on being eliminated. "Oh, then suit yourself," Lin Xia coolly remarked. Unwilling to waste more time on such a lackadaisical individual, he turned to head towards another battlefield. Xia, there is someone here I can't drag out," Wiley shouted, clutching a new recruit half stuck in the ruins. Hearing this, Chao Yuan, who was about to search for balance, trembled. Xia, he murmured to himself. "Wait." Chao Yuan suddenly called out, stopping Lin Xia from leaving. Lin Xia frowned and turned back. "What is your surname?" "Lin, of the Lin family," Lin Xia replied, puzzled by Chao Yuan's questioning. "Is there a problem?" "Lin, from the dual woods, 8 deities unite as one, 10 years into the night, ferrying the world. So it is you," Chao Yuan murmured, staring blankly at Lin Xia. Lin Xia could not discern his words clearly, only observing him muttering to himself, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Crazy. Lin Xia chose not to engage further and turned to run towards another battlefield. Chao Yuan silently watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chao Yuan turned to find Balance looking at him with eager anticipation. "Come at me, I'm quite curious." Chao Yuan glanced at Balance, then at Lin Xia, who was battling on the field, hesitating for a moment before slowly bending down to pick up the knife on the ground. Balance's eyes brightened. "It seems he now views me as a coward. I must alter that impression," Chao Yuan muttered to himself while retrieving the knife. "What did you say?" Balance asked, not quite hearing him. "Are you certain you can survive?" Chao Yuan, one hand gripping the blade sheath while the other delicately approached the hilt, looked intently at Balance, and said earnestly, "If you lack confidence, I can seek out that man with the king mask over there." Balance decisively shook his head. "Rest assured, this minor matter does not require the captain's intervention." "Oh, then I shall draw my blade." Chao Yuan took a deep breath, placing his hand firmly on the hilt. As his fingertips grazed the hilt of the blade, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within the heart of Tianping. Simultaneously, Wang Mian, who had been silently observing the duel, abruptly turned his head. Fixating intently on Chao Yuan in the distance, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The blade unsheathed, a torrent of black malevolence erupted like a raging inferno. Soaring into the sky, dark flames erupted from Chao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his shirt, revealing a robust, scar-laden physique as the black malevolent fire entwined around him, gradually solidifying into an eerie, humanoid semblance. It resembled both man and demon. With a slight grin, a wisp of white smoke wafted from his being as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, otherworldly orbs. In his gaze, reason and composure had vanished entirely. He resembled a wild beast. Tianping's pupils constricted sharply, the unsettling sensation in his heart intensifying, prompting him to float backward, seeking distance from Chao Yuan. Just as his feet left the ground, Chao Yuan flickered, appearing before him like a specter. With a sinister grin, he swung his blade toward Tianping's neck. Black flames danced around the blade, effortlessly piercing through Tianping's protective barrier, aiming straight for his head. A jolt of fear struck Tianping's heart. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the earnest gaze of the boy who had just asked him, "Are you certain you can survive?" "Certain? What nonsense is that?" This strike acutely made Tianping feel the peril of life and death. If he did not unleash his domain, with only the Zhan realm at his disposal, he would undoubtedly perish beneath this blow. As Tianping prepared to unleash his domain, the world before him blurred, and a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was a man clad in a king mask, wielding a black blade. Clang! The sharp sound of collision echoed, brilliant sparks igniting beneath the twilight as Wang Mian's blade clashed with Chao Yuan's. A tempest erupted, centered around the two. Immediately afterward, a terrifying blade force emanated from Wang Mian, sending both Chao Yuan and his weapon flying, crashing into the distant ruins. Wang Mian sheathed his blade and turned to Tianping. Speaking with a hint of exasperation, "Tianping, you have underestimated your opponent." Tianping rubbed his eyes, still struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was that? The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. It was my first encounter with a human possessing such a high-ranking Forbidden Ruin. Indeed, the top 30 of the Forbidden Ruin sequence are referred to as the Divine Domain, indicating that the majority of these ruins belong to divine beings, and that those who possess them have entered the realm of divinity. Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, exists in the true sense beneath the divine, above all sentient beings. Wang Mian gazed at Chao Yuan, who rose from the ruins in the distance, and spoke in a calm tone. "This power is overwhelming, and he is far too weak, to the extent that after utilizing the Forbidden Void, he loses all consciousness, driven solely by his instinct to fight. This truly constitutes an indiscriminate assault, capable of harming even his own allies in a frenzy." "I understand now." The scales slowly ascended, and he regarded the frenzied Chao Yuan before him, declaring earnestly, "I was careless just now. I must now exert my utmost effort to confront this madman properly." His fingers intertwined, and the scattered weapons and debris around him lifted into the air, forming a vast array that locked onto Chao Yuan below. Gripping his blade, Chao Yuan's blood-red eyes fixated on the suspended scales, while black malevolent flames churned around him, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he flickered, ghost-like, weaving through the ruins. "Go!" With a light tap of his finger, the multitude of bricks and weapons redirected their trajectory, launching forth like a barrage from a machine gun, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames erupted, and under the flashing blade light, Chao Yuan effortlessly cleaved through the descending objects, moving with astonishing speed, arriving beneath the scales in an instant. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped high. Just as his blade was about to make contact with the scales, they wavered and ascended several dozen meters higher. Thus, in his state of madness, Chao Yuan confronted a grave dilemma. He could not reach. He chuckled mockingly. "You can't fly. Doesn't that frustrate you?" Chao Yuan retorted, Damn, that guy is utterly shameless. Li Pang Pang, observing the battle from a distance, couldn't he help but curse. That fellow is far too powerful in a one-on-one confrontation on the ground. Besides Wang Mian, none stand a chance against him, hence this drawn-out engagement. Lin Qi stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, that guy was unexpectedly strong. After a moment's hesitation, he cast his gaze toward Wang Mian in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Take care of yourself. Lin Qi patted Li Pang Pang's shoulder, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Li Pang Pang was about to say something, but Lin Qi had already disappeared completely. He scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, a shadowy figure crept up behind him. A short sword raised high, aimed at the back of Li Pang Pang's head. Crack! A dazzling golden shield suddenly materialized around Li Pang Pang, deflecting the short sword wielded by the shadowy figure. Li Pang Pang turned in surprise, slowly gazing at the embarrassed figure of Yu Gui, tilting his head. Oh? Were you just trying to ambush me? Unfazed, Yu Gui brandished another short sword, striking again at the golden shield. This time, he aimed with the tip of the blade. Clang! With a crisp sound, the tip of the short sword shattered, while the golden shield remained unscathed. Yu Gui remarked, my apologies. But I possess this, Yao Guang, protective charm. Such things cannot harm me. Li Pang Pang cheerfully pointed at the necklace adorning his chest, then added, by the way, its designation is 171, ranking among the high-risk forbidden zones. In the next moment, the golden aura surrounding Li Pang Pang converged, transforming into two rapidly spinning rings of light that hurtled towards the moon ghost. The moon ghost swiftly retreated, its form blurring and vanishing into thin air. Invisibility? Li Pang Pang raised an eyebrow and retrieved an old monocle from his pocket, placing it upon his nose. The lens of the monocle shimmered with a faint blue glow as Li Pang Pang tilted his head and waved his hand lightly, sending the two rings of light soaring forth. Clang! Clang! Two short swords emerged from the void, intercepting the rings. The moon ghost staggered, astonished at the sight of Li Pang Pang. You can see me too? The Eye of True Sight, designation 315, specifically designed to break illusions and deceptions. Li Pang Pang adjusted his monocle with a chuckle. The moon ghost seemed to recall something. You are the young master of the Bailey family? Please refrain from calling me young master. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, Li Pang Pang responded earnestly. Cough, cough. Seeing how fervently they are battling, I suppose I should lend a hand as well, the moon ghost remarked. Li Pang Pang reached into his pocket, and to the moon ghost's astonishment, he produced a broom, not the small household broom, but a large one, fashioned from fine twigs, typically used for sweeping the streets. Gripping the broom, Li Pang Pang swung it fiercely towards the moon ghost in the distance. A tempestuous wind, crackling with fine arcs of electricity, surged forth, shattering the bricks and rubble ahead. Yet, the gale showed no signs of abating. It only intensified as it bore down upon the moon ghost. 010100006740676 4010303010100009 70096 4010303. With no time to ponder, the moon ghost's form dissipated into moonlight, narrowly evading the strike, but the tempest remained undiminished. Barreling straight towards the chaotic melee involving Molly and Rose. With their hammers and blades clashing repeatedly, both turned to see the ferocious gale approaching, and with a startled exclamation, they immediately fled in opposite directions. Fatty, can you not aim properly? Molly shouted at Li Pang Pang. Cough, cough, cough. I'm so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Li Pang Pang bowed profusely in apology, hastily stowing the broom back into his pocket. He rummaged once more and retrieved a grand sword. The heck? Are you a descendant of Doryman? The moon ghost exclaimed. If thunderstorm cannot be used, then I shall resort to this. Mimicking Doryman's pose, Li Pang Pang raised the grand sword high. Invoking the spell, transform into 3,000. Swish! The grand sword in Li Pang Pang's grasp suddenly conjured countless shadowy replicas, densely hovering in the sky. Their tips directed menacingly at the moon ghost below, gleaming with a chilling radiance. The moon ghost, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard. Is this the heritage of the Forbidden Object Museum? Is this not cheating? Li Pang Pang gently swung the sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and cried out, Kill! 3,000 sword lights cascaded like raindrops, converging into a dragon of blades, roaring towards the moon ghost. The moon ghost also inhaled deeply and shouted, "Vortex, save me." The vortex, entangled in a fierce struggle with Shen Qingzhu, seized the moment as its lips twitched frantically. Dashing toward the moon ghost's direction, Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and commanded the wind to follow suit. Just as the sword dragon was about to engulf the moon ghost, a violet vortex erupted, consuming most of the sword shadows, allowing the moon ghost to slip through. Yet, in the next instant, a blade wreathed in black flames grazed his scalp. The moon ghost turned around to find the demon-like Chao Yuan standing behind him, a sinister grin upon his face. "Scale, save me." Below, the instructors gazed at the dormitory ruins as if witnessing a celestial battle, enveloped in a profound silence. The 8 combatants, Vortex, Rose, Scale, Moon Ghost, Bailey Pang Pang, Molly, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan, were embroiled in chaotic combat, the screen filled with the howls of their attacks, causing the display's signals to tremble intermittently. Boom! A loud noise echoed overhead, with dust cascading from the ceiling as the lights in the monitoring room dimmed. The instructors pondered, should we relocate? Surely. They won't bring this place down, right? After all, we're 10 meters underground. How could a group of Mirlan stage fighters do that? One instructor pointed at the screen, and silence descended once more. I suddenly felt that the decision to have the masked team oversee this situation was indeed a wise one. The instructors nodded fervently. If we had followed the previous approach of organizing battles between instructors and new recruits, it would have been quite the spectacle. During a recent training for new recruits, so many prodigies emerged. Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips, speculating that in a few years, the long-vacant 5th Special Team might finally come into existence. "Do you believe they could form the 5th Special Team in the future?" One instructor exclaimed in shock. "Your assessment of them is that high? In the past 2 years, the mysteries surrounding our Great Xia have intensified and grown stronger. Besides the night watchmen stationed in each city, the 4 special teams have been struggling. The upper echelons of the night watchmen have begun planning the reformation of the 5th Special Team." Yuan Gang's knuckles pressed against the table as he continued. After the demise of the Blue Rain team, the 5th Special Team remained vacant due to a lack of candidates. Now, I see hope in these youngsters. Fate is inherently unpredictable. Among these children, some may fall in battle, while others may retreat to safety. Yet a few will undoubtedly grow to become true pillars of the nation and establish the 5th Special Team. After Yuan Gang spoke, his gaze settled on a particular screen. Perhaps, a great era is about to dawn. As twilight deepened, nightfall enveloped the heavens. Beyond the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian stood as an outsider at the edge of the ruins, gazing into the distance. There, a youth approached with a blade in hand, moving slowly. Upon seeing the newcomer, a faint smile graced Wang Mian's lips. "I have awaited your arrival for a long time." Lin Xia halted, locking eyes with Wang Mian, and began to speak slowly. "To abandon the siege on a specific team member in favor of a one-on-one confrontation with you, the captain, is arguably the most foolish decision I have made in this battle. Yet, indulging in a moment of recklessness is not entirely unwelcome. The essence of winning this confrontation lay in unmasking a specific false identity, rather than eliminating them all." Lin Xia understood that the most prudent strategy would be to collectively assault a vulnerable point, rather than engage in mindless duels. However, more than victory, Lin Xia yearned to uncover truths about the divine agents. 10 years prior, the Seraph had cast him a fleeting glance, leaving no words behind, yet marking him as an agent. The mysteries surrounding his own divine ruin weighed heavily on Lin Xia, with no one to provide answers. Wang Mian was the first divine agent to cross his path, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "I am aware that you harbor many questions," Wang Mian remarked, resting his hand on the hilt of his blade, speaking calmly. "Once this battle concludes, regardless of the outcome, you may seek me out for a conversation." "Thank you," Lin Xia responded sincerely, mirroring the gesture by placing his hand on his own hilt. "Are you certain you wish to employ that contraption in our duel?" Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the black blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. "Using my own weapon hardly constitutes cheating. Unprincipled. Thank you for the compliment." Clang. Lin Xia made the first move. Drawing his straight sword, he darted forth with astonishing swiftness, like a wraith weaving through the debris. Half a day had passed since the battle commenced, and night had descended. With the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xia's speed became nothing short of phenomenal. "Wang Mian, taken aback by Lin Xia's remarkable agility, paused momentarily before executing a second, third, and fourth strike. The rapid succession of blade auras intertwined before Wang Mian, prompting Lin Xia to narrow his eyes, pushing his dynamic vision to its zenith. In his eyes, Wang Mian's movements gradually slowed, as if he could barely discern the gaps between the blades. In but a fleeting moment, a sharp pain began to throb in his eyes. Lin Xia blinked forcefully twice, and in the next instant, the dense web of blade energy was already before him. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Xia leaned back abruptly, as if he were about to slip and crash heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, he thrust the straight knife in his hand into the ground, barely stabilizing his backward-leaning form, evading the lowest tier of the blade energy. The razor-sharp energy grazed his nose, and Lin Xia could even feel the chilling aura emanating from it. After evading the blade energy, Lin Xia suddenly exerted force with the reverse grip of the straight knife, propelling himself off the ground and swiftly closing the distance to Wang Mian. Once the blade energy passed Lin Xia, he felt a palpable relaxation in his body, and the speed of Wang Mian appeared to decelerate. The time domain was lifted. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. Indeed, as he had anticipated, given Wang Mian's current realm, it was impossible for him to maintain the time domain for an extended period. From the onset, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, allowing the other 4 team members to engage in battle, only intervening when cornered by Shen Qingzhu and the others. Even then, the time domain lasted merely around 3 seconds. If Lin Xia's conjecture was accurate, Wang Mian's current duration of the time domain should not exceed 5 seconds, and each use would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of mental energy. Therefore, he would refrain from employing it unless absolutely necessary. The time domain was exceedingly powerful, yet Wang Mian's current realm was insufficient. Sustaining it for this long was already commendable. Though both were domains, Lin Xia's mortal realm seemed incomplete. He could maintain his mental perception and dynamic vision for an entire day without feeling fatigued. This suggested that even incompleteness had its advantages. Otherwise, he would be limited to 5 seconds of prowess like Wang Mian. Seizing the opportunity presented by the lapse in the time domain, Lin Xia surged forward to confront Wang Mian, his straight knife slicing through the air. Clang! Wang Mian's Yuan blocked Lin Xia's blade. A slight tremor transmitted from the blade to Lin Xia's hand, yet that was the extent of it. Without a speed enhancement, the Yuan was merely an ordinary blade capable of numbing an opponent's fingers. Does your mortal realm possess acceleration? How are you so swift? Wang Mian inquired, puzzled. As their blades collided, he had initially believed that his strikes would be sufficient to eliminate Lin Xia. Yet he was astonished that Lin Xia could keep pace with his speed within the time domain. After all, he was 003. Being formidable was only to be expected. Lin Xia replied vaguely. Indeed, Wang Mian accepted this without suspicion, and in the next moment, the time domain unfolded once more. Although the duration of the time domain was brief, as long as a sufficient cooldown period was observed, consecutive activations posed no significant issue. Now, the cooldown for Wang Mian's time domain had elapsed. In Lin Xia's eyes, Wang Mian's speed accelerated once again, his movements leaving behind afterimages. Wang Mian deftly deflected Lin Xia's straight blade, his weapon Yuan poised for a delicate strike. This time, you cannot evade, Wang Mian calmly declared, gazing at Lin Xia, who stood mere inches away. Clang! Lin Xia effortlessly blocked Yuan with his straight blade. Wang Mian was taken aback. Where is my blade aura? How could it have vanished? He glanced down at Yuan, only to discover a strip of tape affixed to its blade. An enchantment of confinement? Wang Mian's expression shifted subtly. In his eyes, Lin Xia's lips curled into a slow smile. Now, your cheat is rendered useless. Let us engage in a proper duel. In the next moment, Lin Xia pivoted the edge of his blade and lunged at Wang Mian. Within the temporal sanctuary, Wang Mian's speed was astonishing, easily evading Lin Xia's strike. I see now. That chubby lad from the Bai family merely granted you a fleeting advantage, Wang Mian mused, a resigned sigh escaping him. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement, devoid of regret. Very well, I shall face you head-on. He relinquished the notion of unleashing a blade aura, closing in with Yuan to battle Lin Xia. The black blade clashed against the pale blue one, igniting brilliant sparks in the air. Under the temporal sanctuary's influence, Wang Mian's offensive prowess transcended human limits. Had another stood in Lin Xia's stead, they might not even discern his movements, let alone perceive the trajectory of his blade. Even Lin Xia found it imperative to concentrate fully, employing dynamic vision and formidable reflexes to barely withstand Wang Mian's onslaught. He felt immensely grateful for the preparatory sessions conducted by Chun Mai and others prior to this encounter. Without enduring Chun Mai's relentless training with a wooden sword or honing his agility against bullets, he would likely falter within mere moments. Amidst a dazzling array of blades, Lin Xia felt a sudden lightness, as the flow of time around him returned to normal. Conversely, Wang Mian's movements appeared to slow in Lin Xia's perception. Now it is my turn, Lin Xia chuckled, raising his straight blade and launching a fervent assault upon the time-deprived Wang Mian. Within the temporal sanctuary, Lin Xia struggled to match Wang Mian's prowess, but once the sanctuary dissipated, bolstered by the starry night dancer enhancement, Lin Xia was now capable of dominating the encounter. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, as Lin Xia's relentless offensive bore down on Wang Mian like a tempest, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Were it not for Wang Mian's exceptional swordsmanship, he would have succumbed long ago. Seconds passed, and Wang Mian reactivated the temporal sanctuary, retaliating against Lin Xia. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, alternating the upper hand, clashing for over 3 minutes. Are they not weary? After a brief ceasefire, Bai Fatty sat upon a stone, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked in awe. Seated beside him, the moon demon sighed. Whether they were weary or not, I could not tell. However, after enduring a day of relentless blows, I was truly exhausted. Bai Li Pang Pang patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, brother. Resting here is quite pleasant. Let them fight it out. Later, you can come visit me." Suddenly, a resounding blast of air erupted before the two, sending a wave that left Bai Li Pang Pang momentarily dazed. "Hey, you over there, fighting. Could you move to a more distant place? Spare the innocent." He shouted toward the distant, fervently battling Shun Qingzhu in the vortex. Turning back, he inquired with concern, "How are you, Brother Moon Demon? Are you all right?" "Cough, cough. I'm fine, replied the vortex from afar, noticing the duo relaxing nearby, with a hint of envy on his face. "What do you think? Shall we call a truce and take a break too?" Shin Qingzhu pondered for a moment and agreed. "Shall we go? Let's go." Meanwhile, the balance, floating unsteadily in the sky, glanced down at the frenzied Chao Yuan and sighed. "Must you be so relentless? Aren't you tired from all that shouting? Let's take a break together." Roar, roar, cough, cough, Chao Yuan rasped, his voice hoarse from yelling. The black flames consuming him gradually subsided, and his blood-red eyes regained their clarity. "Cough, cough, let us go, let us go. Ba, I'm utterly exhausted." With his voice barely above a whisper, he gestured to the balance and staggered away. Before long, Rose and Molly strolled over hand in hand, chatting and laughing. "Hey, why aren't you two fighting anymore? I was looking forward to enjoying the spectacle," the vortex lamented upon seeing them. "What? Are you the only ones allowed to be lazy?" Rose shot him a glare, tightening her grip on Molly's arm. "It's rare to meet such a cool lady. I can't let her go. Rose, with you acting this way, others might misunderstand that we are all perverts wearing masks," the balance said, exasperatedly covering his forehead. "How is pursuing true love considered perverse?" Rose huffed, declaring, "When we return, I will change my code name." "Change your code name?" "No longer Rose. From now on, I shall be called Lily." The moment her words left her lips, the gazes of the others turned peculiar. Bai Li Pang Pang's hand trembled, causing the great sword he held to clatter to the ground. Molly quietly withdrew her hand from Rose's arm and approached Bai Li Pang Pang, abruptly stating, "Make way, give me some space." Oh, all right." Consequently, all 8 individuals squeezed onto a stone, savoring the sight of the 2 combatants in the distance. "Go, Captain. The captain is the most handsome," the vortex shouted at the top of his lungs. Bai Li Pang Pang, unwilling to be outdone, yelled, "Qi, give it your all. Defeat him. Captain, attack him." Rose echoed, equally fervent. Bai Li Pang Pang, "Qi is magnificent. The captain is incredible." Moon Demon chimed in, keeping pace. In the stillness of the night, Bai Li Pang Pang cleared his throat and turned to the silent Mo Li, Shin Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan. "Why don't you join in? I cannot face them alone." Shin Qingzhu immediately averted his gaze, dismissing Bai Li Pang Pang, while Mo Li scratched her nose and finally managed to utter, "I am not familiar with him." It was Chao Yuan, lingering in hesitation, who after a moment, hoarsely called out, Lin Qi, you're amazing. Brother, let me take over, Li Pang said, unable to bear it any longer. No, let go of me. Lin Qi is incredible. Wow, must you exert yourself so much, brother? Lin Qi is truly remarkable. The sound of their cheers echoed, sending sparks flying. The two engaged in fierce combat paused momentarily, startled by the distant voices. After a brief hesitation, Wang Mian raised his chin and declared proudly, "You hear that? My support is far more powerful than yours." Lin Qi, unfazed by his boast, calmly responded, "With so many consecutive battles in the divine ruins, your mental fortitude must be nearing its limit, wouldn't you agree? Your body, too, must be on the verge of exhaustion." Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. "After battling for so long, my physical capabilities far exceed those of an average person. Yet, it is surprising you have lasted this long. Being merely an ordinary high school student, I can still fight. Is winning this battle truly so crucial for you? I do not care about victory or defeat." Lin Qi shook his head, speaking with composure. "I simply wish to give my all. Commander, who do you think will prevail?" Below, a group of over 20 instructors gathered around a screen, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Before Yuan Gang could respond, another instructor interjected, "Isn't it obvious? Although Lin Qi is also a divine agent, he is still a novice and cannot win." That may not be the case. Truth be told, while Wang Mian's divine ruins are exceptionally powerful, they are significantly limited at the Zhan level. With Yuan sealed, Lin Qi's chances are truly 50-50. Indeed, if Wang Mian were replaced by Athena's agent from the Phoenix squad, Lin Qi would likely not survive 5 moves. The disparity in strength cannot merely be compensated for by speed. What if Lin Qi actually wins? One instructor murmured. Would we truly follow the commander's suggestion to end the training session? If that were to happen, the higher-ups would surely be furious with us. Yuan Gang silently observed the battlefield between the two, slowly stating, "Let us watch for now. It is premature to make any predictions before a victor is determined." Giving your all, you say? Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, Wang Mian's eyes glimmered with admiration as he nodded slightly. "Very well." Clang. The blades in their hands clashed. And at the same moment, the time divine ruins once again unfolded. Lin Qi took a deep breath, summoning his mental state to its peak. If all went as anticipated, the outcome of their battle would soon be revealed. The blade wielded by Yuan sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum, prompting Lin Qi to instinctively raise his sword and strike back at Yuan. At that moment, the eyes behind Wang Mian's mask suddenly rippled with an invisible force, unleashing a tremendous divine pressure that surged into Lin Qi's mind. While Lin Qi had often quelled countless souls with the might of the seraphim, experiencing such divine intimidation from another was an unprecedented event. Almost instantaneously, as the divine aura of the god of time erupted, Lin Qi's eyes too narrowed in response. From within his gaze, 2 blinding golden beams surged forth, resembling twin infernos ablaze, exuding an overwhelming divine presence. In midair, their gazes clashed violently, and a tempest erupted at the epicenter of their confrontation, the oppressive divine might dominating the surroundings. "By heavens, just a glance at each other, and the winds have risen," Li Pang exclaimed in astonishment. Tian Ping, fixated on the distant duo, murmured, "It is the deities behind them that are clashing." The fierce confrontation between the seraphim's divine might and that of the god of time persisted for several seconds, with both combatants' eyes becoming bloodshot. They were no longer contesting mere physical strength, but rather the divine power contained within their beings. With a soft thud, Wang Mian suddenly groaned, taking a half-step back. Simultaneously, the temporal domain surrounding him began to shatter inch by inch. Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stepped forward and swung his blade with sudden ferocity. This time, Wang Mian was unable to react in time to block the strike. The pale blue edge of Lin Qi's sword grazed Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character for king inscribed upon it in two. With a sharp crack, the mask shattered, revealing a youthful and composed face that gazed helplessly at Lin Qi before him. The onlookers collectively gasped, rising to their feet in astonishment. Even the instructors seated before their screens felt a sudden jolt of dread, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Apologies," Wang Mian said softly, locking eyes with Lin Qi. He then unleashed another ripple from his gaze. Temporal domain, unfold. The fragments of the shattered mask swiftly reversed, reattaching themselves to Wang Mian's face as his previously reclined form gradually restored to its original position. The spectators, who had risen in shock, resumed their seats, confusion clouding their expressions. Lin Xia's body involuntarily retraced its path, his blade returning to its original position, while the cracks on the mask began to mend. In an instant, he was once again poised before the strike. Lin Xia's eyes widened in shock, brimming with disbelief. Time had flowed back to 3 seconds prior, before the decisive clash of divine powers, before his blade was ever raised, and before Wang Mian's mask had shattered. The surrounding crowd appeared to have forgotten the preceding events, enthusiastically cheering for both combatants, while only Lin Xia retained the memory of what had transpired. No, aside from Lin Xia, the instructors who had been intently watching the screen were also aware of the recent events. "He severed Wang Mian's mask," exclaimed one. "Thank heavens Wang Mian rewound time, otherwise, we would have truly been in peril." But can such a temporal rewind be executed at the Zhan realm? Just moments ago, Wang Mian had unsealed his realm, and in that instant, he had at least reached the Chuan realm. Does that mean we have lost? Ahem, for now, Lin Xia has not shattered Wang Mian's facade, thus we have not lost. However, he has indeed unlocked his realm. Isn't that somewhat underhanded? The affairs of scholars cannot be deemed as underhanded. Are we truly to allow this training session to conclude, leaving you satisfied? The instructors erupted into a cacophony of voices. At that moment, Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat and glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The battle had concluded. "Chief, what about the outcome?" Yuan Gang cast him a sidelong glance and calmly replied, "The training must continue. This is not merely for our pride, but for the future of these children." Lin Xia lowered his gaze to the blade in his hand, then looked at Wang Mian before finally coming to a realization. "You're being deceitful." "Shoo." Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips and leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear, whispering, "Lin Xia, I admit I just lost to you. But this new recruit training must proceed. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lin Xia's expression became peculiar. "You want me to pretend I didn't win? As if nothing had transpired?" "That is indeed the implication." Wang Mian nodded and added, "But rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the instructors. Following this battle, you may present yourself as the victor and request some compensation." Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. "I am a person of principles. I estimate they could easily grant you a sum of 500,000 as a reward. My principles, perhaps they might even provide you with a protective artifact." "Ahem. In that case, I owe you another favor." Wang Mian gazed into Lin Xia's eyes, stating, "As the captain of the facade team, I owe you a favor. Deal." As time expired and the battle concluded, the voice of instructor Yuan Gang resonated through the loudspeakers in the base, echoing in every corner. The members of the facade team, who had been anxiously sitting nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That was terrifying. I almost thought the captain was going to lose," said Xuanhua, patting his chest nervously. Yuegawei remained silent for a moment. "Why do I feel something is off?" "I share that sentiment," Rose remarked, her expression peculiar, as if sensing a shift in the captain's demeanor. "Cough, cough, cough." Tianping coughed violently a few times, casting a glance at the others. The members of the facade team promptly fell silent, seemingly understanding something, their expressions awkward. Bailey Pangpang scratched his head. "What? Didn't Tichio win?" "No, time ran out. He failed to sever Wang Mian's facade." Molly shook her head. Bailey Pangpang blinked in confusion, pointing to his single-lensed glasses on his nose. "But I clearly saw Xia strike." Out of nowhere, Lin Xia firmly covered Bailey Pangpang's mouth, expressionless as he dragged him into a corner. Bailey Pangpang resembled a seasonal maiden abducted by villains, wanting to articulate something yet rendered utterly speechless. "Did you see everything?" In the corner, Lin Xia gazed at Bailey Pangpang with a sense of resignation. "Indeed, perhaps it's best to pretend we saw nothing." Bailey Pangpang froze momentarily, then asked, "What do you think of the new recruits?" After some contemplation, he replied, "Aside from a few, the rest are rather inexperienced." Lin Xia continued, "Do you believe that canceling this training session and allowing them to confront those mysteries head-on is beneficial?" "It shouldn't be," Bailey Pangpang replied. "Exactly," Lin Xia said, patting his shoulder, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes profound and filled with compassion. "Even if I prevail, I must feign defeat. My purpose transcends personal gain. It is for the future of these 200 individuals. This is perspective." Bailey Pangpang shuddered, staring blankly at Lin Xia, finally regaining his senses after a long pause. "I see now. Brother Xia, I never imagined your intelligence and prowess, coupled with such elevated ideals." Lin Xia nodded slightly, asserting, This matter must remain confidential. Rest assured. I understand. Li Pang resolutely thumped his chest twice, his gaze resolute. Let us go. The battle has concluded. An assembly is due. Half an hour later. On the training platform, over 20 instructors stood erect, flanked by the entire masked team. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, looking down at the silent recruits. A fleeting smile crossing his lips. I am profoundly disappointed in you. He began slowly, his low voice resonating in the night sky. Upon hearing this, the masked team members nearby shuddered slightly, bowing their heads in silence. 239 individuals against 5, apart from a few. The vast majority barely grazed the edges of the masked team's uniforms. Your actions were sluggish. Your thoughts were chaotic, utterly disorganized. I was entirely correct in my assessment. You are worthless. Your behavior endangers your comrades. Yuan Gang vociferously reprimanded them for an extended period, and seeming to feel a twinge of conscience, he added, of course. With a few exceptions. Since you have lost, adhere to my previous instructions. Cast aside all pride, abandon your self-respect, forget your past, and immerse yourselves wholly in this training. This training will span a year, divided into 2 segments. The first segment entails the most rigorous physical conditioning. For the next 6 months, we will employ a forbidden item to suppress the forbidden ruins within you, stripping you of the special powers you once took pride in, rendering you entirely ordinary. During this time, we will subject you to various forms of torment, pushing you to the brink of mental and physical exhaustion, keeping you perpetually on the edge of collapse. You will experience despair, endure suffering, and may even contemplate ending your life. Yet regrettably, here, even that option will be beyond your reach. As for the second part, it pertains to the practical application of forbidden markets and tactical theories. Once you endure this half-year, I shall elucidate it to you gradually. Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the new recruits below, and after a moment, he turned and departed. Relish this final moment of tranquility, rookies. For tomorrow marks the onset of your nightmares. The instructors followed in Yuan Gang's wake, and the members of the masked squad adopted their aloof demeanor, vanishing into the night. The new recruits began to murmur among themselves. I think I'm regretting coming here for physical training, Li said, patting his belly with a forlorn expression. Rather than that, I believe you should be concerned about another matter, Lin Xia spoke slowly. What? Just now, the dormitory building was reduced to rubble. Where will we stay tonight? Not only Lin Xia, but the other recruits soon grasped the gravity of the situation. They raced back to the dormitory area, only to find themselves frozen in astonishment. The dormitory, which had just been shattered, had returned to its original state. Not a single crack marred the walls, and there was not a shard of debris upon the ground. All of their belongings and bed linens were intact, devoid of any trace of the recent tumult. How is this even possible? The new recruits were utterly dumbfounded, realizing that it had only been half an hour since they had left. How could such a feat be accomplished? Beside them, Lin Xia stroked his chin contemplatively, turning his gaze toward the distant darkness. Ahem, assist me. Wang Mian had removed his mask and stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Xianyuan and Taiping supported him on either side, letting out a long sigh. Captain, was it really necessary? The logistics team could have repaired the dormitory. Why resort to time reversal to reconstruct it? Xianyuan frowned and questioned. One cannot say so lightly. Those 3 buildings were collapsed by my hand. One must bear the consequences of one's actions, Wang Mian replied, his features delicate, though his lips appeared somewhat pale. Though there were no living beings inside, reversing time by over half an hour imposes a significant burden on the mind. Taiping's brow was equally furrowed. Not to worry. I'll just have Kai brew me a bowl of soup upon our return. By the way, Captain, did we lose today? Rose inquired, unable to contain herself. Taiping shot her a glance, signaling her to refrain from discussing that topic. Wang Mian paused, and after a moment, he slowly straightened up, turning to gaze at the lively dormitory behind him, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we lost and now owe a favor. The younger generation is formidable. The sharp whistle echoed through the pitch-black night, shattering the tranquility of the dormitory area. Lin Xia jolted awake from his dreams. Glancing at the Rolex used to prop up the table, his brow slightly furrowed. Is it truly this cruel at 3 in the morning? He quickly donned his military uniform and, with a swift motion, slapped his slippers onto the sleeping by Li's face. The latter grunted sleepily, licked his lips, and lazily turned over to continue his slumber. Lin Xia, indifferent to the commotion, tidied his attire as he stepped out the door. just as it was about to close. He murmured, "I heard that Molly fancies women." Li Pang sprang from his bed like a startled creature from a nightmare, glancing at the vacant bed beside him. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Had they lost their minds? "I have only slept for 4 hours. Xia, wait for me." Li Pang hastily donned his trousers and pushed the door open, only to discover a throng of individuals racing towards the training ground. Frustrated, he scratched his head and dashed after them. In the dim light of night, Lin Xia's speed was astonishing. By the time he reached the training ground, only 3 impeccably standing instructors remained, while the other recruits had already dispersed. Instructor Hong regarded the first to arrive, Lin Xia, with an appreciative glint in his eyes. Following Lin Xia, the other recruits arrived in succession, and Instructor Hong held a stopwatch, seemingly awaiting something. As the last few recruits stumbled in, Instructor Hong surveyed the drowsy assembly with an expressionless demeanor and declared, "Today marks the commencement of your intensive training. I will instruct you on what discipline and execution truly entail. Upon the sounding of the whistle, regardless of your activity, you must gather at the training ground within 3 minutes." His gaze swept over the recruits, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now, all who took longer than 3 minutes stepped forward. Among the recruits, only a handful complied, while the majority whispered amongst themselves. What if the instructor didn't keep track of time and doesn't know how long he took? One recruit inquired, raising his hand. Instructor Hong shot him a glance. "You, go run 10 laps. The recruit exclaimed. "I was just asking. I said run 10 laps. Do you not comprehend?" "Yes." The recruits furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to fathom Instructor Hong's behavior. Just then, a solemn middle-aged man among them spoke up loudly. "Report." Instructor Hong's eyes sparkled with interest. "Speak. What if one does not know their time? Then go by instinct. Take a gamble. I have recorded the arrival times for all of you. You may wager that you arrived within 3 minutes. If you are correct, nothing happens. If wrong, double the punishment. Understood. Have you served in the military?" Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade, Zheng. Lin Xia cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man. His expression intricate. Was he also a former Special Forces soldier who transitioned to the Night Watchers? When old Zhao first joined the recruit training, was it similar? Instructor Hong nodded slightly, shifting his gaze away from Zheng. "I will reiterate. All who exceeded the time, step forward." With this declaration, over half of the recruits stepped out, including Li Pang, who wore a distressed expression. Although uncertain of his exact time, he suspected it had surpassed 3 minutes. As for Lin Xia, he remained motionless within the ranks. Although he was unaware of the exact duration of his stillness, it certainly did not exceed 2 minutes. Once everyone had settled, Instructor Hong extended his hand and pointed to several individuals within the formation. You, and you. Step forward and take your place at the end." The newly selected recruits turned pale, reluctantly making their way to the rear, forming a separate line. Those who had automatically stepped forward would carry weights on their backs and run 10 laps around the training ground, while those identified by me would bear weights and run 20 laps. They were not permitted to rest until they completed the task. Those who arrived within 3 minutes could rest in place. A chorus of lamentations arose from the ranks as they begrudgingly moved to the side of the training platform, each shouldering a weight and commencing their run around the silent grounds. Meanwhile, Lin Xia leisurely sat in place, observing their exertions. "Wait. I can no longer sense my forbidden abyss." Suddenly, a recruit beside Lin Xia exclaimed. "Me too. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. What is happening?" "It must be the forbidden object that Instructor Yuan spoke of, capable of suppressing the forbidden abyss, right? I truly can't feel it at all. This sensation is quite uncomfortable." Lin Xia was taken aback. "What? You can no longer sense the forbidden abyss? I just utilized the enhancement of Starlit Dancer to arrive here." Lin Xia concentrated for a moment, furrowing his brow slightly. Unlike the others, he could still sense his forbidden abyss. Both Mortal Realm and Starlit Dancer remained intact within him. However, their effects seemed significantly diminished. The range of his mental perception had shrunk from a radius of 20 meters to merely 2, and his dynamic vision had also been greatly impaired. Remarkably, the enhancement from Starlit Dancer appeared to be the least affected. Lin Xia barely felt any difference. He speculated that the forbidden object within the training camp, while capable of suppressing the forbidden abyss, had a less pronounced effect on the divine abyss, merely weakening it. Unlike Mortal Realm, which relied on his own mental power, the strength of Starlit Dancer stemmed from the night itself, hence the suppression it experienced was minimal. This suggested that Lin Xia might be the only recruit in the training camp capable of utilizing the forbidden abyss. Of course, Lin Xia was well aware of the balance required and would not recklessly exploit the divine abyss to lighten his physical burdens. He had come to the training camp to hone himself. Relying on the divine abyss to cheat would render his purpose here meaningless. In the distance, amidst the running recruits, a plump figure could be seen trailing at the back, laboriously moving his legs step by step. Not far ahead of him was Shin Qingzhu. Unlike someone who appeared unable to run, Shin Qingzhu exuded an air of languor, were it not for his occasional long strides. Lin Xia would have thought he was merely strolling in his own garden. As he jogged, Shin Qingzhu let out a yawn. "Hey you, are you taking a leisurely stroll? Get running." Instructor Hong scolded, frowning at Shin Qingzhu. Shin Qingzhu symbolically took 2 steps forward, then swayed back and forth, seemingly indifferent to the instructor's words, continuing to act as he pleased with an air of arrogance. "You enjoy strolling, do you? Then add 10 more laps. You must complete your run today, or else perish on this track." Instructor Hong appeared genuinely furious. "Finish within 2 hours. Otherwise, it's another 10 laps, until you collapse from exhaustion." Shin Qingzhu furrowed his brow, cast a glance at Instructor Hong on the training platform, spat to the side, and then began to run earnestly. He completed 30 laps in an hour and a half, while Bai Li, the chubby one, took the same amount of time for just 10 laps. However, Instructor Hong could see that he was genuinely trying. With the defiant Shin Qingzhu ahead, the instructor found the chubby boy much more endearing and did not urge him on. When Bai Li finally finished and collapsed onto the ground, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Apart from him, the others had mostly completed their laps. Lin Xia helped the nearly incapacitated Bai Li back to the dormitory. As soon as Bai Li hit the bed, he collapsed onto it like a puddle of mud, sweat soaking the sheets, looking utterly defeated. "Damn it, I've run more than half my life's worth tonight. I'm exhausted. I need some sleep." No sooner had Bai Li finished speaking than a sharp whistle pierced the air from outside. "Are you kidding me?" Bai Li lamented, his face a picture of despair as he dashed back to the training ground, somehow finding the strength to spring into action, moving as swiftly as a gazelle. Despite just having been a lump on the bed, as the night faded, Lin Xia could only rely on his own speed to reach the training ground, fortunately managing to arrive within 3 minutes again. This time, many more people arrived on time. However, a few who had just completed 20 laps were either lagging behind or collapsed upon reaching the training ground, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Just as one person fell, a group of medics rushed in with stretchers, swiftly lifting the fallen as if they were merely sacks of sand. Cheerfully unaware of where they were headed, their efficiency almost alarming. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. The majority of you arrived on time this round. There has been progress." He continued, "The next 20 minutes are your meal time. Anyone who does not return within this time frame knows the consequences." With that, he turned, accompanied by 2 other instructors, leaving without a backward glance. The new recruits exchanged glances, then all sprinted toward the cafeteria in unison. Even the seemingly lifeless Bai Li perked up, his eyes shining as he charged ahead, as if he intended to devour the entire cafeteria. When the new recruits burst into the cafeteria like a pack of hungry tigers, they were suddenly taken aback by the sight before them. The spacious cafeteria was filled with square tables, each adorned with 2 large bowls, one brimming with steamed white buns, and the other containing meat, still bearing traces of blood. The newcomers entered the dining hall with a sense of bewilderment, standing by the square tables and glancing around. "Where's the food? What about the dishes?" They were utterly perplexed. "What is this? Raw beef? How does one consume this? Perhaps, in a while, a table will prepare a hot pot to cook it, though I doubt it." Lin Xia and Bailey Pang stood at one table, the latter frowning as he lifted 2 large bowls, seemingly searching for rice at the bottom. "Xia, what do you think this means?" "It means nothing. They just want us to eat. How are we supposed to eat this? The steamed buns are dry and devoid of even a sip of water, and this raw meat is nauseating. Even a can of Laogan Ma would be preferable." Lin Xia remained silent, merely pointing towards the adjacent table. At that table, Zheng Zhong, a former Special Forces soldier, expressionless, took a piece of raw meat and tore into it with fervor, while his other hand held a steamed bun, wiping the blood from the meat before shoving it into his mouth. Bailey Pang was taken aback by this scene, left momentarily speechless. "Is anyone here?" Someone stepped forward. Shen Qingzhu hurled the bun back into the bowl and called out in a deep voice. Shortly after, an elderly man with a scowl emerged from the kitchen. Spoon in hand. Who the hell is shouting? He barked. Is this food meant for humans? Who do you look down upon? Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes at the old man and replied coldly. If you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. The old man glared back, responding with irritation. Oh. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, about to retort when several individuals entered the dining hall, draped in gray cloaks and holding masks. They strode directly through the center of the hall to occupy the round table at the back. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. This time, they did not wear masks, yet everyone recognized who they were. Ah, it's you little rascals, the old man chuckled upon seeing the 7 individuals. Old son, after all these years, you still cook for the recruits in the dining hall? The handsome Wang Mian stood up respectfully upon the old man's arrival. The other members of the masked team also rose slightly, bowing to old Sunday Hey. With this old body of mine, I can no longer step onto the battlefield. I can only contribute my remnants in this shabby kitchen. Old Sun waved his hand dismissively. Having been away for so long, I truly miss your culinary skills. We shall trouble you once again. Ah, don't worry about it. Just wait here while I prepare a few dishes for you, Old Sun said, turning to head back into the kitchen, completely disregarding the recruits. With the masked team present, the other newcomers dared not stop Old Sun. Merely frowning at the bowls of steamed buns and raw meat, rendered immobile. Eat, Lin Xia urged, reaching into the bowl to take a piece of the steamed bun. Taking a bite, the bun was tough and devoid of any flavor, tasting as though one were chewing on wax. I can't eat this, Bailey Pangpang said, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of the raw meat. If you don't eat, you won't survive today as training. Lin Xia gnawed on a steamed bun and spoke softly, expressing that once they entered the battlefield, no one could guarantee that food would always be available. If one wished to avoid starvation, they must learn to adapt swiftly. After finishing his words, Lin Xia produced a piece of raw meat, inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and took a substantial bite. Bai Li, feeling a surge of determination, also retrieved a bun from the bowl and began to chew. Molly, who had been observing from the side, wrestled with her indecision for a long while before finally resolving to embrace the raw meat in her arms. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, standing opposite her, nonchalantly consumed an entire piece of meat, astonishing the surrounding recruits for an entire year. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened, and after a cold snort, he too began to eat. Gradually, more recruits joined in the consumption of food, yet the majority remained rooted in place, faces twisted in aversion, preferring to endure hunger rather than partake of what lay before them. In the second-floor room, Instructor Hong gazed down at the entire mess hall, nodding slightly. Indeed, more recruits were willing to eat than in the previous cohort, and among them were several promising individuals. Zheng Zhong, undoubtedly suited for special forces, consumed his food without a hint of distaste, while Lin Xia was also commendable. However, it was unexpected that Shen Qingzhu had joined in. Humph. He is merely a military ruffian. Instructor Hong mused that one should not judge by appearances. He believed that though Shen's character might be somewhat brash, he was fundamentally not a bad person. You have quite the faith in him. People are always capable of change. This year of training will transform many aspects. Who can predict what they will be like on the day they depart from here? Instructor Hong shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. In this day and age, is it truly necessary to maintain such strictness? Inquired a newly arrived instructor hesitantly. Even if it is challenging, it shouldn't come to eating raw meat, should it? Instructor Hong slowly closed his eyes, seemingly recalling something from long ago. Over 80 years ago, when the Night Watch was first established, they faced a great disaster. With food shortages everywhere, the predecessors gnawed on tree bark and chewed on roots, wielding knives and fighting fiercely for survival. Even now, with the economy flourishing, certain lessons must not be forgotten. Every cohort of recruits must consume raw meat for their first meal. It is already a privilege that they are not being served roots and bark. This is a tradition of the Night Watch, historically upheld, presently observed, and destined to continue into the future. Instructor Hong paused, opening his eyes to gaze out the window, and spoke slowly. Until the day arrives when this nation no longer requires the Night Watch, these ancient traditions will be forever entombed in history, along with their hidden truths. Just as Lin Xia and the others pinched their noses to consume the raw meat, an enticing aroma suddenly wafted through the mess hall, revitalizing everyone and prompting them to turn in unison. They beheld Old Sun dragging a large tray, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Swiftly approaching the members of the masked squad. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, and steamed base. How splendid! As Xuanhua gazed at the bountiful feast, he swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hee, little rascals, it's a rare occasion for you to return. Naturally, I must prepare something special for you. Sun Lao, with his calloused hands, wiped them on his apron and grinned. Thank you, Sun Lao. Thank you. The other members expressed their gratitude, swiftly seizing their chopsticks and indulging in hearty laughter and feasting. Gurgle. In the hushed hall, the sounds of swallowed saliva resonated, even causing the new recruit, who had just managed to eat a plain steamed bun, to lose his appetite at the enticing aroma. Over 200 ravenous eyes fixated on the grand round table, as if ready to leap forth and seize the food at any moment. Wang Mian cast a glance at them, quietly placing the concealed weapon at his waist upon the table, then resumed his meal with fervor. I refuse to accept this. Why do they get to feast while we are left with nothing but buns and raw meat? A new recruit could not help but vent his frustration. Humph. Sun Lao's expression soured, replying curtly, when you little brats finally leave this camp and return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you as well. At that moment, Wang Mian seemed to recall something and beckoned to Lin Xia. Xia, come and join us for a bite. Swish. All the new recruits turned abruptly, their gazes fixed on Lin Xia, who was gnawing on raw meat. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and then, with his bowl in hand, approached the masked team's round table and took a seat. Come, have some chicken. Wang Mian took a clean small bowl and began serving Lin Xia. Xuanhua, bring a few pieces of fish meat over for Xia. Sure thing. And bring some of that meat soup. It's quite delicious. I'll get him a pair of chopsticks. Is there enough rice? If not, I have some here. Xiangwei stood up to serve Lin Xia rice. The masked team treated Lin Xia with utmost courtesy, so much so that Lin Xia felt somewhat embarrassed and repeatedly waved his hands, saying, No, you all eat. I just came to ask a few questions. I'll stick to my own food. Yuegawei was taken aback. You want to eat the good dishes and instead choose raw meat? Indeed. Look at your comrades behind you. Their eyes are practically green with envy. Are you sure you want to have some? I am a new recruit. I will eat what a new recruit should eat. Lin Xia resolutely shook his head. Seeing Lin Xia's firm stance, the masked team reluctantly settled down. Wang Mian regarded Lin Xia with approval and spoke. You wish to inquire about the agents, don't you? Yes. Please ask away. I will share whatever I know. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. What is the relationship between agents and gods? Your question delves into profound matters. Wang Mian reflected for a long while before slowly responding. Essentially, the relationship between agents and gods can be distilled into two words: contract. Contract? Due to certain reasons, gods typically do not appear directly in human society. If they wish to accomplish something, they must find a suitable individual to assist them, at which point a mysterious contract forms between the human and the deity. The essence of a contract is fundamentally an exchange. The deity bestows a portion of their divine power upon an agent, who, in return, is obligated to assist the deity in fulfilling certain tasks. However, not just anyone can become an agent. One must be recognized by the deity to qualify for this role and thus fulfill the contract. Lin Xia pondered the notion of the contract, his brow furrowed with confusion. If a contract had indeed been signed, it seemed illogical for him to be completely unaware of its terms. The seraph had granted him a fragment of divine power, but had not specified what he was to do in return. To Lin Xia, this felt less like a contract and more akin to a gift. What is it that you must assist the god of time with? Lin Xia inquired, glancing at Wang Mian, only to realize that his question might have been somewhat impolite, prompting him to add, if it's not something you can disclose, please disregard my inquiry. There is nothing I cannot share, Wang Mian replied, shaking his head. About 8 or 9 years ago, when I was still an ordinary person, I was aimlessly walking along a busy street when a drunken truck came barreling toward me. I had no time to react, and just as I was about to be struck, time around me suddenly froze. Subsequently, the god of time emerged from the void and entered into a contract with me, granting me his divine relic, and in exchange, I am obligated to enter Takamagara in the future to retrieve an item for him. Takamagara? The realm of the gods in Japanese mythology? Lin Xia asked, astonished. Indeed. Does it truly exist? The god of time asserts its existence, hence it must be real. However, I have yet to locate it. Wang Mian sighed helplessly. Lin Xia nodded. So, Your decision to join the Night Watchman was your own? Yes, Wang Mian replied calmly. In fact, before I joined the Night Watchman, the agents of the malevolent deity from the ancient god church approached me, inviting me to join them. Lin Xia contemplated this. Because the goal set by the god of time is unrelated to any faction, they believe they could recruit you? Precisely. Some individuals within the ancient god church have already uncovered clues about Takamagara, but I have no desire to ally with them, so I ultimately declined. And then they just gave up? It's not that simple. The people from the ancient god church are quite deranged. If they cannot recruit you, they will resort to any means to eliminate you. When I first joined the Night Watchman, they ambushed me 3 or 4 times. Had I not been fortunate, I likely wouldn't be here today. Wang Mian shrugged. However, now they no longer dare to approach me. Why is that? Because they may not be able to defeat me. Wang Mian's gaze shifted to the other members at the table, a smile gracing his lips. I have a reliable group of teammates, whether in one-on-one confrontations or skirmishes. They would not dare to lay a finger on me. Cough, cough, cough. Captain, it's best not to get overly sentimental during meals. It can be rather nauseating. One teammate remarked, their expression slightly awkward. Yet, I speak only the truth. Even so, you could wait until there's no one around to say it. It's quite embarrassing to do so now. Roses glared at Wang Mian with a huff. I shall pay closer attention next time. Lin Xia sat there in a daze, observing the 7 individuals before him as they exchanged playful banter and jests. After a considerable time, a faint smile graced his lips. Outside the cafeteria, a sharp whistle pierced the air once more. In an instant, before Lin Xia could comprehend the situation, the 7 members of the masked squad sprang to their feet and rushed outside. As they dashed a few steps, Vortex suddenly regained his senses. Wait, we aren't new recruits. Why are we running? It was merely a reflex. Wang Mian scratched his head, glancing around the hall to find all the newcomers staring at them. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, let us continue eating. The members of the masked squad resumed their seats, feigning indifference as they continued their meal. The newcomers, redirecting their gazes, instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been barely 10 minutes since they began dining, with a full 20-minute allowance still remaining. Why the whistle again? Nevertheless, they set down their buns and hurried towards the training grounds. After all, no one wished to incur additional laps for tardiness. Bai Li, choked by a white bun, frantically patted his chest, waved at Lin Xia, and turned to dash outside. I'll go ahead. You all continue eating. Lin Xia remarked as he turned to leave. All right. Take care, Wang Mian replied with a slight smile. When we next meet, it will be outside the training camp. Are you departing? Indeed. A mysterious entity has emerged in the north. We must hurry there after our meal. Well, I wish you triumph. Lin Xia waved farewell and swiftly exited the cafeteria. Once the entire hall was vacated, the atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Without the envious gazes of the newcomers, this meal loses its flavor, Vortex lamented, setting down his chopsticks with a deep sigh. Such a morbid sense of humor. Tian Ping rolled his eyes. Since we are all full, it is time for us to leave. Observing no one else reaching for their utensils, Wang Mian lifted the black box beside him and slowly rose. Yes, let us not keep them waiting too long. Yu Gui wiped his mouth. The others likewise stood, donned their cloaks, grasped their black boxes, and strode towards the cafeteria exit. Gentle sunlight streamed through the pristine windows, illuminating the empty cafeteria as the 7 walked side by side. A soft breeze wafted through the entrance, lifting a corner of their gray cloaks. On the immaculate tiled floor, their reflections were vividly cast. They secured the black boxes behind them, lowered their heads, and donned their respective masks as they stepped outside. The entire cafeteria fell into utter silence. In the cramped kitchen, the slightly stooped figure of Old Sun stood by the small window, silently watching their departing silhouettes. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet his gaze was resolute. After a moment, he stood tall, feet together, and saluted in a perfect military manner towards the direction they had taken. The training ground awaited. The mysterious beings born of myth, legend, and rural whispers stand as the primary adversaries of our night watchmen. Their abilities are as varied as their characteristics, yet it is indisputable that they are far more formidable than mere mortals. And what do we rely on to combat such beings? In the training arena, a stranger instructor stands at the center, surveying the new recruits. Shen Qingzhu lazily raises a hand, reporting, "We rely on the formidable, forbidden ruins." The instructor scoffs derisively. Indeed, The Forbidden Ruins are humanity's most vital support in the battle against the mysterious. But they do not encompass everything. Unless your Forbidden Ruins are so powerful that a mere flick of your finger could obliterate the mysterious. Can you do that? Shin Qingzhu raises an eyebrow. I can. What is your Forbidden Ruins? Sequence 068, Qi Min. The instructor feigns ignorance, standing tall. Does anyone else have a different answer? Among the crowd, a chubby boy suddenly raises his hand, reporting, we rely on money. The instructor is taken aback. Money? Pray tell. How does one combat the mysterious with money? Shall we exchange it for coins to bludgeon them? The instructor is almost amused by the absurdity. He turns to all the new recruits, speaking earnestly. In battling the mysterious, beyond the Forbidden Ruins, we also require robust physiques and combat skills. Combat skills are divided into cold weapons and hot weapons. While hot weapons may prove useful against lower-tier mysteries, when it comes to higher tiers, the true path lies in close combat with cold weapons. Today, allow me to instruct you on close combat with cold weapons. On the other side of the training ground, Instructor Hong stands with two other instructors, observing the scene from afar. Instructor Hong, what is the background of the newly arrived Instructor Han? Inquires one of the instructors, puzzled. He is a close combat expert transferred from headquarters, having just arrived by plane this morning. Though it is his first time training new recruits, I have high hopes for him. Instructor Hong replies with admiration in his gaze. He just arrived today for his first training session? I hope there won't be any mishaps. Another instructor frowns. Not at all. Instructor Han's close combat prowess is among the best in the country. We can relax and enjoy our game of cards, Hong assures. Very well. The trio quietly departs, leaving no disturbance in their wake. Meanwhile, on the training platform, Instructor Han continues to passionately elaborate on cold weaponry. Among the Night Watchers, barring a few exceptional cases, the vast majority utilize standard weapons, namely, the Starblade. Grasping a straight sword, he draws it from its sheath. The straight sword offers numerous advantages, which I shall not elaborate upon today. Instead, I will focus on the techniques for wielding the straight sword. To master the straight sword, the foremost principle is reaction speed. Instructor Han demonstrates various methods of drawing and sheathing the sword on stage, captivating the new recruits with his performance. Lin Xia, however, feels a tinge of fatigue, not due to a lack of interest in Instructor Han's teachings, but because Chun Mai had imparted all of this knowledge to him, and he had indelibly etched it into his memory through countless painful lessons. At this moment, the benefits of private tutelage become evident. Now, I shall invite a few individuals to demonstrate. After Instructor Han finished explaining the techniques of wielding a knife, he cast aside the straight sword in his hand and retrieved two wooden swords from a nearby rack. Who was it that claimed to defeat the mysterious plump individual with money? Come forth and demonstrate for everyone. Instructor Han's gaze landed on Bai Li Pang Pang in the audience, beckoning him with a wave. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head awkwardly and clumsily climbed onto the demonstration platform to accept the wooden sword from Instructor Han. Did you remember everything I just said? Bai Li Pang Pang hesitated for a moment, uncertain, and replied, No, I didn't remember it. Just use your money abilities. Instructor Han chuckled lightly, eager to witness how one could triumph over the mysterious adversary using wealth. This time, I will be the attacker, and you shall defend using the method I just outlined. If you haven't memorized it, then rely on your own skills. With the wooden sword in hand, Instructor Han struck the ground before Bai Li Pang Pang, his eyes narrowing slightly, while Bai Li Pang Pang clutched the sword awkwardly, his form riddled with vulnerabilities. With a cold smirk, Instructor Han stepped forward, wielding the wooden sword with astonishing speed. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Bai Li Pang Pang, a blinding golden barrier suddenly erupted, encasing him at its center. A soft crack echoed as Instructor Han's wooden sword shattered into 3 pieces. Instructor Han, 611206, 6113 Bai Li Pang Pang, 5561077. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Enveloped in golden light, resembling a giant light bulb, Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head and hurriedly deactivated the Yaoguang, causing the golden radiance to vanish without a trace. It appeared that the object capable of suppressing the Forbidden Ruins was only effective against the Forbidden Ruins within the human body, having no effect on other special items. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he spoke up. Instructor Han, I apologize. I forgot to turn off the automatic emergency mode. Instructor Han glanced at the remnants of his wooden sword, his expression towards Bai Li Pang Pang turning slightly unfriendly. Bai Li Pang removed the necklace and returned it to his pocket, with an earnest expression saying, "I'm sorry." Instructor Han, shall we try again? Taking a deep breath, Instructor Han tossed aside the broken piece of the wooden sword and selected a new one. All right, let us go again. Whoosh. Sizzle. This time, the wooden sword was not obstructed by any peculiar golden barrier. But just as it was about to strike Bai Li Pang, it spontaneously ignited. In a mere half-second, the wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand was reduced to nothing but its handle. Instructor Han, I forgot to disable the automatic firewall. I'm sorry, Instructor Han. Bai Li Pang suddenly realized and hurriedly removed a string of beads from his wrist. Shall we try again? Get out of the way. All right. Instructor Han discarded the charred stick and rubbed his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. After a brief pause, he sighed and surveyed the new students, pointing to Lin Shi, who stood beside Bai Li Pang. You come up. Oh. Lin Shi effortlessly leaped onto the demonstration platform, standing before Instructor Han and extending his hand to receive the wooden sword. You don't have any forbidden items on you, do you? Instructor Han inquired suspiciously, glancing at Lin Shi. None. Well, have you remembered all that I just taught? Yes. Next, I shall introduce a new offensive technique. You may find it challenging to defend against, but fret not. My strikes shall not be overly forceful. Instructor Han, pleased to finally encounter a rational individual, seemed in considerably better spirits. He addressed all the recruits, elaborating. Earlier, I demonstrated several fundamental sword techniques. Now, I shall showcase a more advanced slicing maneuver, which ingeniously exploits the human visual blind spots while maximizing the blade's swiftness. Its practicality is remarkably high, and its potency is quite impressive. Allow me to demonstrate. Instructor Han turned to face Lin Xia, stepping forward slightly, and with a swift motion, slashed the wooden sword at an exceptionally acute angle towards Lin Xia. Crack! A faint sound echoed as Lin Xia effortlessly parried the rapid strike with one hand. Instructor Han remarked, 70? Lin Xia replied, impressive. Excellent technique. The two stood closely, their gazes locked. Instructor Han opened his mouth, his eyes seemingly questioning. How did you manage to block that? Lin Xia responded, Was it difficult? Coughing lightly. Instructor Han continued, that was merely a simple demonstration. It is evident that this recruit possesses a solid foundation in swordsmanship and quick reflexes. Now, I shall formally demonstrate for everyone. Attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, Instructor Han retreated a few steps and swung his wooden sword fiercely once more. Crack! Lin Xia blocked it. Unyielding, Instructor Han unleashed a series of rapid slashes with increasing speed. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of the wooden swords clashing filled the air, as Lin Xia's weapon blurred with motion, consistently countering each of Instructor Han's attacks. After several seconds, Instructor Han quietly lowered his sword. He gazed at the seemingly innocent Lin Xia, a bewildered expression on his face. Have you studied swordplay? Only a little. Who taught you? Team Leader Chun Mai of Team 136. Instructor Han slowly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of despair. You may step down. All right. Lin Xia returned to formation with an impassive expression, acutely aware of the peculiar stares from those around him. Instructor Han discreetly turned away, muttering softly, You can do it. Hanli, you must succeed. They are merely a group of recruits, novices who cannot possibly be so extraordinary. Stay strong. Do not give up. This time, I shall prevail. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to scrutinize the recruits' appearances. Soon, his gaze settled on an unremarkable young lad who appeared somewhat expressionless and lacked physical strength. You. Step forward, Instructor Han said flatly. Chao Yuan paused, hesitating momentarily before advancing to the demonstration platform. Do you possess any forbidden items? None. Has anyone taught you swordsmanship? Not at all. Very well. Instructor Han sighed with relief, finally encountering a normal recruit. He tossed the wooden sword to Chao Yuan. Come, let us practice. You will attempt to block, and this time, I shall demonstrate defense. Thud. Chao Yuan did not extend his hand to grasp the sword. Instead, he allowed the wooden blade to fall to the ground at his feet. Instructor Han narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone turning rather unfriendly. What do you mean by this? Pick up the sword. Chao Yuan shook his head. I cannot touch the sword. Why not? I fear I may lose control of myself. It is merely a wooden sword. A sword is still a sword. As long as it resembles one, I cannot casually handle it. Instructor Han furrowed his brows, perplexed by such peculiar idiosyncrasies. I command you to pick it up. I really cannot. Chao Yuan sighed helplessly. Very well then. He bent down, preparing to retrieve the sword. Meanwhile, Lin Xia and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, and they simultaneously retreated several dozen meters, their gazes towards Instructor Han filled with sympathy. Instructor Han was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing this scene, an ominous premonition washed over him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Chao Yuan's hand had already made contact with the hilt of the sword. Boom! A surge of dark malevolence erupted from Chao Yuan, enveloping him in a terrifying embrace. A pillar of pitch-black flames soared into the sky, and a dreadful pressure permeated the entire training ground. Simultaneously, the three instructors who had been playing cards in the lounge changed expressions and sprang to their feet. What the hell? Something's wrong. Let us go check it out. The sudden outburst of malevolence startled all the instructors in the training camp, compelling their simultaneous gazes towards the training ground, their brows tightly knitted. On the training ground, black flames of malevolence swirled around Chao Yuan, who stood bare-chested, shouldering the blazing wooden sword, grinning savagely at Instructor Han. What in the world is this? All he did was touch the hilt, and now he is transformed into this monstrous sight? I merely intended to teach them how to wield a sword. Can't this new recruit camp exhibit a semblance of normalcy? Oh heavens! Instructor Han stared at the intimidating figure of Chao Yuan before glancing down at the wooden sword in his hand. After a moment of silence, he flipped it and hurled it away. To hell with this.